History's Strongest Husband Chapter 664 to Chapter 690. The Emperor of Great Yin was not tall to begin with. As he knelt down, he looked even shorter. Xianxia squatted down in front of him and said, "Your Majesty, tell me, who killed Jiangli?" The Emperor looked at Xianxia for a while and said, "You should know the answer in your heart." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt half of his body go cold. Jiangli was the best in the world. Who could kill him? His sudden death was the biggest mystery in the world. No one had solved it for decades. Xianxia had also made countless guesses, but every time, he would come to a sudden halt. There was only one truth. After eliminating all the wrong possibilities, the only one left was the truth. Even if it was absurd and impossible, the truth was the truth. Jiangli was the best in the world, and his wife was the second best. Who could kill Jiangli? The second best killed the first best, and it could only be done when he was defenseless. Therefore, Xianxia had thought countless times that his mother had killed his father. Jiangli, yes, that's the answer, the emperor said. Xianxia closed his eyes in pain again. His mind was in a mess, as if it was going to explode. He even had to take deep breaths, or his vision would go black. Jiangli was once a playboy, even more playful than Xianxia. His personal relationships were also a mess. When he was the crown prince of Great Yin, he already had a fiancée. She was the eldest princess of Great Yin, the sister of the emperor. He abandoned everything in the east and went to the west to adventure. He even named himself Loki. After arriving at the Western Empire, he first went to provoke the master of the Queen City, the princess of the Xiluan Empire, Shelley, not the high priest of the fire god sect. He even had a secret wedding with her and gave birth to a daughter, Helen. Next, he messed with a married man, Angela, who was also Helen's mother. Angela was the daughter of the admiral of Xiluan Empire. She was married to a prince of Xiluan Empire and even gave birth to a child, Prince Douglas, who was fighting with Xianxia for the skeleton party. Just like that, she was still abducted by Jiangli, and they went on an adventure at sea, where they established the skeleton party's pirate army. Xianxia even suspected that Jiangli had provoked the previous Amazon queen, but he had no evidence. There were already so many women who had left a record. Who knew how many more had not left a record? However, after returning from the Western world, Jiangli seemed to have changed completely. He brought a woman with him and married her despite the objections of the entire world. He abandoned his fiancée, the eldest princess of the Great Yin Empire. From then on, Jiangli became the most loyal man in the world and never provoked another woman. Why? Why? Xianxia asked hoarsely. According to Xianxia's speculation, before Jiangli returned to the Eastern world, he had gone to the White Jade capital. It was there that he had met his lifelong love, the White Jade capital princess. He was devoted to his wife all his life and even changed his life as a prodigal son, abandoning his fiancée for her. Why did the White Jade capital princess want to kill him? At that time, Jiangli was leading an army of 1 million soldiers on a northern expedition to Yin capital. The decisive battle of the Eastern world was about to begin, but Jiangli died on the eve of the decisive battle. The emperor's eyes trembled slightly. Then, he could not hold on any longer. He did not even have the strength to open his eyes. Why? Ask her yourself. She should still be alive, the emperor said. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Bam, at the same time, the dragon heart device on his chest exploded. A huge hole appeared where his heart was. The emperor of Great Yin was dead. He had passed away forever. Countless people witnessed this. The heavens and the earth were deathly silent. Indeed, they had witnessed history. It was calmer than they had imagined, but it was also more shocking than they had imagined. The emperor who had ruled the world for more than 50 years had died just like that, the Eastern world had changed hands just like that, the Great Yin dynasty had fallen just like that. The crown prince of Great Yin looked at the heavens and the earth in a daze. He looked at the sky, the earth, and his surroundings. He seemed to be at a loss. He could not feel any sorrow. There was only endless coldness, darkness, and numbness. He felt as though he was about to turn into a fossil. Your Highness, Your Highness. You should bring His Majesty here, the Prime Minister of Great Yin said. The crown prince wanted to go as well, but he could no longer control his body. Prince Lian, Prince Wu, and the others walked over. They wanted to listen to the emperor's heartbeat, but they discovered that even his heart had exploded. The princes immediately fell to their knees and shouted, "His Majesty has passed away." Upon hearing this, all the princes, nobles, and officials of Great Yan knelt down in an orderly manner. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The millions of people in Flame Capital were stunned. When they saw the nobles and officials kneeling, they realized that the emperor had lost. He had passed away. Then, the millions of people knelt down in an orderly manner. Instantly, the entire Flame Capital was filled with cries. Did the Emperor of Great Yan love his people? Was he benevolent? Not really. He had ruled the Great Yan dynasty for decades. He was definitely powerful. However, the lives of the people were not too bad. This was because the emperor did not care about the people's strength. He appeared cold and indifferent. Everything went according to his strategic plans. He had been on the throne for decades. The few major events that he had accomplished were all earth-shattering and drained the resources of the nation. He had defeated the Great Qian Empire and successfully implemented the new policies within the Great Yan Empire. If not for the unexpected appearance of Xianxia, he would have completely unified the entire Eastern world and implemented the new policies within these 10 million square kilometers. He would have completely centralized the power of the emperor. However, he had been on the throne for more than 50 years. The title of the ruler of the world had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even the most unloving couple would have developed feelings after being together for more than 50 years. The people of Flame Capital felt the same way about the emperor. They were not close to the emperor. They were filled with respect and admiration. This was a true hero of a generation. Now, an era had ended. A period of history had come to an end. The millions of people in Flame Capital were grieving. Your Majesty, our Majesty." At this moment, an old man in the Flame Capital city took out a bottle of poison and drank it calmly with tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, I am here to follow you." He was not special, nor was he a prominent figure. He was just an ordinary person. Dang, 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 the funeral bell rang within the palace. Inside and outside the capital, countless bells rang. The cries of millions shook the heavens. One by one, people committed suicide and were buried with the emperor. There were scholars, generals, officials, and aristocrats. Some consumed poison, some hung themselves, some banged their heads against the wall, and some jumped into the river. Hundreds and thousands of people were buried with the emperor. Xianxia was still squatting in front of the emperor's corpse. He looked at his emaciated face quietly, but his eyes were unfocused. His mother killed his father, Zhongli. Why? Furthermore, the emperor had said before he died that his mother was still alive. However, all the intelligence reports, all the historians, and all the history books clearly stated that the Emperor Zhongli and the Empress were both dead. After the Emperor Zhongli died, the Empress gave birth to a child and died with him. Why was she not dead? If she was not dead, why did she not take the 2 children with her? Why did she give the children to Duke Ying? If she hated the Jiang family, why did she not kill the 2 children? Eliminate the roots. If she cherished the children, why did she not take them to White Jade Capital? Of the 2 children, one was taken away by the Great Yan Empire while the other was taken away by Duke Ying. They were hunted by the entire Great Yan Empire. If Xianxia's adoptive parents did not take him away, he would have died in the hands of the Great Yan Empire. Why was this happening? Where was she now? Was she in White Jade Capital? The Great Yan Emperor's corpse was carried away. The entire Flame Capital was covered in silver. Everyone wore mourning clothes for the emperor. The Great Yan Empire conducted a funeral for the emperor with the highest standards and buried him in the Ji Imperial Mausoleum. All the monarchs and nobles of the various nations were present. Half a month later, the Great Yan Emperor's funeral ended. Great Yan's crown prince led the princes, nobles, and civil and military officials to the outskirts of Flame Capital. Your Majesty Jiang, this is the Great Yan Empire's national seal. Please accept it. Your Majesty Jiang, this is the Great Yan Empire's dragon flag. Please accept it. Then, Great Yan's crown prince removed his crown and golden robes. The civil and military officials of the Great Yan Empire took off their hats and robes. A sinner respectfully invites your majesty to enter the flame capital. The crown prince led the people of the Great Yan Empire and knelt in an orderly manner. Thousands of people knelt on both sides of the city gate. Your majesty, please enter the flame capital. Tens of thousands of Great Yan Empire's warriors knelt in an orderly manner. Your majesty, please enter the flame capital. Shenlang glanced at Xinyi. Then, he held Xinyi's hand and mounted the dragon crown. They slowly entered the flame capital. Countless citizens of flame capital knelt on both sides of the street in an orderly manner. At the same time, a black dot appeared in the sky and grew larger and larger. It was the Jiang dragon. In the final battle with the Great Yan dragon, it won by a little. However, even if it won by a little, it was more than enough. It meant complete victory. At that time, it and the Great Yan dragon seemed to have vanished into thin air. However, it had already undergone nirvana. In the past, after its body dissipated, it would need at least 100 years to recover. Now, both Shenlang and it had a new understanding of the dragon's power. The dissipated energy quickly gathered again. After half a month, it regained its majestic and invincible appearance. Of course, at this moment, Shenlang had only recovered less than 30% of his strength. Therefore, he especially needed such a domineering appearance that covered the sky and the sun. The dragon was very quiet. It followed Shenlang's footsteps and flew in the sky. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of citizens were filled with boundless respect when they saw this. They knelt down and placed their foreheads on the ground. At this moment, they truly felt that the world had changed. Under the witness of millions of people and the extremely solemn atmosphere, Shenlang and Xinyi slowly entered the Great Yan Empire's palace. From now on, he was the master of this palace and this city. The Great Yan Empire's palace was the true palace. It was even more magnificent and majestic than the Great Qian Palace. However, after Shenlang entered the palace, it was especially quiet. There were no edicts or disturbances. Even an opportunist like Zhao Lin did not dare to submit a petition to persuade him. At this moment, all the officials had submitted their petitions for Shenlang to officially become the emperor. The Great Yan Empire was destroyed and the emperor was dead. The world could not be without a ruler for a day. Therefore, the Great Qian Empire should be renamed to the Great Qian Empire and Shenlang should officially become the emperor. However, he did not. All those who wanted to submit their petitions were stopped by Prince Jin and the others. Prince Jin was not only Shenlang's official but also his confidant. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. An old man knelt in front of Shenlang. After kowtowing, he lay on the ground and did not get up again. Shenlang almost forgot who he was. After a few seconds, he remembered that this person was Zhu Hongzhu. It was not that Shenlang was forgetful. His brain seemed to have to periodically erase some useless information. Therefore, Zhu Hongzhu was temporarily erased from his memory. The king of Yu, Ningjing, had ordered Zhu Hongzhu to personally witness the battle between Shenlang and the Great Yan Emperor. It was not to add insult to injury, but because Zhu Hongzhu was over 90 years old and was the best witness. Zhu Hongzhu was filled with boundless respect and admiration for the emperor. He felt that the emperor was unparalleled and invincible. Thus, he felt even more certain that the emperor would win this decisive battle. However, he did not expect the battle to end before he even reached the capital. By the time Zhu Hongzhu landed in the capital, the emperor was already dead. He did not even have a place to kneel. The entire world had forgotten about Zhu Hongzhu. It was as though there was no place for him in any camp. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Zhu Hongzhu kowtowed again and again. Shenlang said slowly, Zhu Hongzhu, you want to fulfill my wish. You feel that deep in my heart. I want to see you kneel in front of me and admit your mistakes, right? Zhu Hongzhu kowtowed. I am stupid, rotten, shameless, despicable. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. After the Battle of Tianyue City, you were imprisoned, but you were still arrogant and unruly, waiting for me to die. I really wanted to see you kneel, beg, cry, and admit your mistakes. Shenlang said, because I've always been a narrow-minded person. Is there anything more delightful than your enemies kneeling before you and begging bitterly? I am very grateful that you want to fulfill my wish. However, it is a pity. I have really forgotten about you. Zhu Hongzhu kowed out again until his head bled. He cried, this lowly person deserves to die, deserves to die. Shen Lang said, you are 93, you have lived long enough. If you want to die, do it yourself. As for Zhu Hongping, I will not use him, but I will not kill him either. As for Zhu Ning, I will not touch her either. She likes to read and study, so she will study for the rest of her life. Zhu Hongzhu knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This sinner thanks your majesty for your mercy, thank you for your mercy. Go, go. Then, a few people came forward and dragged Zhu Hongzhu away. Zhu Hongzhu used the last of his strength to kowtow and shout, long live the emperor, long live, long live. No words could describe the complex emotions in Zhu Hongzhu's roar. He did not want to make a final gamble, nor did he want to beg for his life. He wanted to express his allegiance to the orthodoxy. No, that was not clear enough. He hoped that he would not be expelled from the ranks of the scholar officials before he died. Even though Shen Lang would not strip him of his title after his death, he wanted to express his attitude. However, he wanted to express his stance. I've been loyal to Great Yan's emperor for my entire life. Now, the world has changed. The Jiang family has become the emperor of the East and is the rightful ruler. I, Zhu Hong, submit to this system. Please don't expel me from the Eastern dynasty because of my sins. I am a subject of Great Yan, an enemy of Great Qian. However, I, Zhu Hongzhu, am a subject of the Eastern dynasty. That night, Zhu Hongzhu died. He did not even commit suicide. Perhaps, he died before he could. The former crown prince of Great Yan wore a cloth robe and knelt before Shen Lang. Up until now, Shen Lang had not issued any edicts to the former Ji royal family. More than 30 years ago, Yingguang had killed the entire Jiang royal family. However, this time, the handover between the Great Yan and Great Qian Empire was peaceful, orthodox, and even sacred. Therefore, according to the ancient rules, the Ji family had to retire with dignity. Moreover, Shen Lang was going to confer the title of duke or even prince even though he would no longer have any power. However, Shen Lang had not ascended to the throne yet. Hence, the conferment had to be postponed. Crown Prince Yan, I want to change your name, is that possible? Shen Lang asked. It's my utmost honor. The former crown prince of Great Yan knelt and kowtowed as he said, please give me a name, your majesty. Shen Lang thought for a moment and said, from now on, you'll be called Ji Xian. The former crown prince of Great Yan was stunned. Then, he knelt and kowtowed again. With tears streaming down his face, he said, thank you for your grace, your majesty. By giving him this name, Shen Lang would not kill him or humiliate him. He hoped that he would become a virtuous king. After crying, the former crown prince, Ji Xian, kowtowed and said, your majesty, according to the history of our clans, we're supposed to unite by marriage for generations. His majesty, Jiangli, broke this tradition, but he arranged a marriage for your majesty. The marriage between Ji Xian and your majesty has never been broken. Your majesty, may I ask if the marriage between our clans will continue? Shen Lang asked, do you want me to marry Ji Xian? The former crown prince of Great Yan, Ji Xian, said, I dare not. However, if your majesty is willing to marry my sister, it will be the greatest honor of the Ji clan. Shen Lang glanced at Ji Xian and said, it's good that you have such an attitude. As he spoke, Shen Lang sighed emotionally. Indeed, this crown prince Yan was not a hero. He did not have the determination and tenacity of the emperor. When the Great Yan Empire was repeatedly defeated in the World War, this crown prince Yan was extremely anxious and almost broke down. However, now, he seemed to be doing it with ease. He seemed to be trying his best to adapt to his new role as if he had found a new mission. He wanted to protect the Ji clan's legacy and status. Even if the Jiang clan took over the world, he still hoped that the Ji clan would be supreme and second only to the Jiang clan. In other words, he still hoped that the ancient tradition would be maintained. When the Ji clan lost its virtue, the Jiang clan would replace it. When the Jiang clan lost the throne, the Ji clan would regain the throne. In short, he wanted to establish a rule for the world. After all, the rulers of the world belonged to the Jiang clan and the Ji clan. In the cycle of reincarnation, there was no place for other surnames. Even if the Ji clan lost the throne, they would still be unreachable. If they wanted to maintain their status, the Ji clan would have to support the Jiang clan. In China, it was absurd for a dynasty to be conferred a border. When a dynasty was established, the imperial family of the previous dynasty would not have a good ending. Naturally, some time after the new dynasty was established, they might choose a survivor from the imperial family of the previous dynasty to be conferred a noble title, but they would no longer have any influence. In this world, the tradition of the Jiang and Ji clans taking turns to rule the world was unprecedented. Of course, Xianlang could break this tradition at this moment, and he only had to annihilate the Ji clan. After a long while, Xianlang said, "Ji Xian, forget about the marriage between your younger sister, Princess Ji Xian. She doesn't want to marry, and I don't want to marry either. However, the marriage between the Jiang clan and the Ji clan can continue. My son will marry a daughter of the Ji clan in the future. Of course, she might not be the empress, but he'll definitely marry one." The former crown prince Yan, Ji Xian, kneeled and kowtowed. "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty." Xianlang said, "His Majesty, the former emperor of Great Yan, has opened up a good situation for us. The succession of a dynasty will not result in many casualties, nor will the destruction of mountains and rivers. It will be passed on peacefully. This is the fortune of the world and the people. You'll have to work hard from now on." Ji Xian said, "I'll do my best and personally visit every province and county to help the Great Qian Empire with the transition of power. I'll let the officials of the Great Qian Empire smoothly take over all the counties in the former Yan country." Since it was a succession of a dynasty, although it was peaceful, it had to be thorough. According to the phalanx set up by the Great Qian Empire's cabinet, all officials in the Great Yan Empire above the 7th rank would be stripped of their posts and replaced by officials of the Great Qian Empire. Of course, the former officials of the Great Yan Empire who were stripped of their posts would not have a chance. They would not be imprisoned either. Instead, they would be disbanded and registered, waiting for the Great Qian Empire's cabinet to reassign them. The process would be complicated and lengthy. There might even be violent conflicts. However, with the cooperation of the former crown prince of the Great Yan Empire, it would be much smoother. After chatting for a while, Ji Xian left. Then, the former Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire entered. He knelt and kowtowed. "Your commoner greets your majesty." "Long live your majesty. Is there anything I can help you with?" Xianlang asked. The former Prince Lian said, "Your majesty, I was in charge of the foreign affairs of the Great Yan Empire. We have an independent diplomatic system with the White Jade capital. According to the rules, when your majesty becomes the new ruler of the Eastern world, the White Jade capital should send an envoy to receive you. However, the envoy has yet to arrive. Moreover, the White Jade capital's envoy has left the Yan capital and hasn't appeared since. Should we send an envoy to the White Jade capital to inquire about this?" Xianlang shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'll handle the White Jade capital's affairs personally." "Yes, your majesty." The former Prince Lian kowtowed and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave." The members of the Ji clan were quick to adapt to their new roles. They didn't seem to be aware of the fact that they were part of a fallen imperial family. They didn't seem to be in a constant state of anxiety and couldn't wait to claim their place in the new dynasty. They were so confident. Weren't they afraid of being suspected? Dying a violent death? However, Xianlang knew that Crown Prince Yan and Prince Lian were risking their lives. They were testing Xianlang to see if he would follow the ancient tradition. If Xianlang followed the tradition, then the Ji clan would still remain in the Eastern world. If Xianlang didn't follow the tradition, then these two people would die, and the Ji clan would have to prepare to flee. Inside the palace, another person knelt before Xianlang. It was the former princess of the Great Yan Empire, Ji Xian. Her beautiful face was calm, but her gaze was complicated. Xianlang said, "Your brother and the former Prince Lian were extremely courageous, and they were trying their best to test if I would abide by the ancient tradition, if I would allow the Ji clan to remain in the wilderness, or if I would annihilate the entire Ji clan." Princess Ji Xian listened quietly. Xianlang continued, "However, they didn't know that the world had changed. They saw what was before them, but they didn't see the destruction of the world tomorrow. However, Xian, you're different. You know many more secrets, and you've come into contact with the truth. Princess Xian remained kneeling. Xianlang said, my goal is to have no enmity under the heavens. Great Yan's emperor is the last person on my list of enemies. To a certain extent, my goal of having no enmity under the heavens has been accomplished. Princess Xian said, Your Majesty, am I not on your list of enemies? Xianlang asked, do you wish for it to be on your list? Princess Xian said quietly, I hope that I'm on your list so that you can cut me into 1,000 pieces. Xianlang said, I've even killed Ning Luo. Killing you isn't a problem at all. A few years ago, I might have been a little lecherous. After all, you're an unparalleled beauty. Now, however, I'm completely indifferent to your beauty. Princess Xian said bleakly, my hatred for your majesty still burns. Xianlang said, Ning Han once asked me if I thought I was especially righteous and right. Have I never doubted the path I've taken? Princess Xian said, what do you think now, your majesty? You're already the ruler of the world. Xianlang said, the path I'm taking is still correct. However, this time, it's no longer right as I please. It's truly correct. Princess Xian said, may I ask if the correct path you speak of is the same as mine? Xianlang did not answer her. Princess Xian said, Your Majesty, when are you going to the White Jade Jing? Xianlang asked, what about it? Princess Xian said, I'd like to go with you. Xianlang said, I'll go to the White Jade Jing very soon. I'll go when I'm ready. It'll be a closure and the beginning of a new chapter. Princess Xian said, I'll go with you. Xianlang said, no, I'll go alone. Have you met my mother when you were in the White Jade Jing? Princess Xian shook her head and said, I've never met her. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you to the White Jade Jing, your majesty? It's completely different from what you've imagined. Xianlang said, no, there's no need. Then, Xianlang walked down and looked at Princess Xian's beautiful face. He said, I should have killed you. Even if it was for a moment of pleasure, I should have killed you. Xian said, I'd rather be killed by you. She pulled out her sword and placed the hilt in Xianlang's hand. The tip of the sword was aimed at her heart. You can do it now. You don't even need to exert yourself. If you have the slightest intention to attack, I'll stab myself in the heart, Princess Xian said. Even if you give me a look, I'll kill myself. Xianlang asked, do you not want to live? Princess Xian said, I can't see any hope. Death is freedom. Xianlang said, Xian, go. Go as far as you can. Bring as many people as you can. It'd be best if you go to a place where no one knows. Princess Xian said, this world is so small. Where can we go? Xianlang said, there are always some places that are hidden, places that people can't find immediately. Use all your wisdom and life to find them. After you find them, I might be able to find you in the future. Princess Xian trembled. When do you plan to go to White Jade Jing? Xianlang said, soon, soon. Princess Xian said again, I'll go with you. Xianlang said, go, go, go. Don't go to the Great Desert. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Gangwon will find the ruins of the ancient Great Tribulation Temple. Pavilion Masters with CI will guard the Great Desert. You have to find a secret place that will become a place of hope. Princess Xian looked at Xianlang and trembled. What do you know? Xianlang said, there are some guesses that can't be said. If they are said, the world will collapse in advance. Go quickly. When all of you are far away and disappear, I'll go to White Jade Jing. Note, this chapter is very difficult to write. Try not to break the rule before midnight for the next chapter. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Give me a few to add fuel to the fire. Thank you, I am Xiaolong, for the 20,000 coins tip. Thank you, I can't live without books. XTBZSN 1314, for the 10,000 coins tip. Princess Xian left. She brought a few thousand people with her. She was still in a daze. She also brought a batch of snow eagles. She didn't bring any ultrasonic flying beasts because the Snow Eagle army didn't have the Nightmare Stone. Gang Yi brought tens of thousands of people. Even though he didn't know where they were going, he at least knew what it was. It was the ruins of the ancient Great Tribulation Temple. When Princess Ji Xian brought these few thousand people out to sea, she didn't even know where they were going. Shen Lang gave her 10 ships. They were all big ships with sails. Similarly, they didn't have the ancient core or the nightmare stone. Originally, he could have given her an internal combustion engine battleship, but in the end, he gave up on the idea because the voyage was too far, so far that Shen Lang and Ji Xian could not find it on the map. If it was an internal combustion engine battleship, where could she go to replenish the fuel? Goodbye, I hope we can meet again. Shen Lang waved. Princess Ji Xian's fleet left the dock and headed towards the east, towards the vast unknown sea. She kept looking in the direction of land, in the direction of her homeland. After 100 miles, she couldn't see any land. All she could see was the endless ocean. Princess Ji Xian couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She had never cried before, but this time she cried. The Eastern world was her homeland. The Great Yan Empire was her homeland. Even though she wasn't in Yan capital most of the time, she knew where her home was. Your Highness, you don't have to be sad. Although His Majesty the Emperor has passed away, the Empress Dowager is still around. The Crown Prince. No, King Ji Xian is still around. Hence, your family is still in the Flame capital. I believe that His Majesty Shen Lang will abide by the ancient tradition and will not exterminate the Jiang family, a female general said. Princess Ji Xian shook her head. The people around her didn't know anything. Of course, she didn't know anything either. She only had an instinctive feeling, the feeling before a disaster. Your Highness, have we been banished? Another warrior from the Ji clan asked. Princess Ji Xian shook her head, no, we have been released. Then, she walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the endless ocean in the east. Sadness welled up in her heart. To hell with Shen Lang, where exactly should I go? I can't go to the 10,000-li Great Desert. I have to go to a place that no one knows about. Where can I find such a place? Your Highness, where's our destination? Another Ji clan's military general spoke from the side. East, straight east, Ji Xian said. Because the planet was round, she would reach the Shiluan Empire if she kept heading east. However, her goal wasn't the Shiluan Empire, but to continue heading east. Where would she end up if she kept heading east? She really didn't know. The world was round, but it was also divided. At least until now, no one had successfully traveled around the world. Your Highness, will we be able to return? Someone else asked. I definitely will. Princess Ji Xian said. Her tone was very firm, but she didn't believe her own words. There was no more chance for him to return. There was no more chance for him to set foot on his homeland in this lifetime. Within Yan capital, the transition of power was in full swing. It seemed so magnificent, yet so peaceful. Because of the deterrence of the giant dragon, and because of the cooperation of the Ji clan, there was almost no resistance during the entire process. The Great Qian Empire's cabinet and privy council successfully took over the entire Yan capital. The Great Qian Empire successfully took back control of all the ultrasonic flying beasts and the entire Snow Eagle army. Even the Great Yan Empire's special forces and secret army surrendered unconditionally. There was another matter that made him speechless, and that was the Ying Yuan Association also surrendered. When Shu Tingyu and all the Ying Yuan Association elders knelt in front of Shen Lang, he was truly a little shocked. Shu Tingyu wasn't dead yet? He had really forgotten about this person. However, his father, Shu Bodeo, was already dead. He had committed suicide. Then, Shen Lang finally met Huang Tong of the Heavenly Law Association. Originally, when old friends met, there should be joy and excitement. Of course, Huang Tong was very excited. He had been imprisoned for a few years, and now he could finally see the light of day again. Moreover, he could once again realize his ambitions. In the Yan capital palace, Shen Lang only issued one decree. From now on, he would be called Jiang Yi. This day had finally arrived. Although in many official titles, Shen Lang was actually Jiang Lang. However, Shen Lang never issued any official decree to change his surname. Now, he finally announced to the world that he would return to the surname Jiang. However, only Jiangyi had returned. Xianxia still did not officially change his surname to Jiang. The people of the world could not help but be astonished. Previously, when he did not change his surname back to Jiang, everyone was able to understand that His Majesty Xianxia definitely wanted to defeat the Ji family and seize back the position of the Eastern Human Emperor before proceeding to this step. However, now that His Majesty Xianxia had defeated the Great Yan Emperor, he still did not change back to the surname Jiang. If he did not have the surname Jiang, he would never be able to ascend to the throne. The world could not have the surname Shen, because the surname Xianxia came from his adoptive father, Shenwan. He was just a commoner. However, no one from the Great Qian Empire's Privy Council spoke up, so the officials below did not dare to speak up. In the imperial garden of the palace, Prince Jin and Xianxia were taking a stroll. Your Majesty, now that we have unified the entire eastern world, including the northern militant, our territory is more than 16 million square kilometers. Xianxia grinned. Under the situation of backward transportation and communication, ruling over 7 to 8 million square kilometers of land was already the limit. After the decline of the Tang dynasty, they also lost their rule over Anxi. The Yuan dynasty claimed to have more than 10 million square kilometers, but there were also many independent states. Now, his Great Qian dynasty was actually more than 16 million square kilometers. Of course, he had tens of thousands of snow eagles, thousands of ultrasonic flying beasts, and ruled as a vassal state, so he could barely cope. However, this territory had already exceeded the Great Yan dynasty's heyday. Your Majesty, it only took 3 wars to conquer the Eastern world, and the people of the world did not suffer from the chaos of war. This is an unprecedented great achievement. Prince Jin exclaimed, then changed to the main topic. Currently, there are 2 thoughts. The first is that the Great Qian dynasty should set the capital at the Qian capital, but the Yan capital exceeds the Qian capital in terms of size, so we have to rebuild the Qian capital and raze all the illegal buildings in the Yan capital palace to the ground. The second thought is that there is also a group of people who think that we should move the capital to the Yan capital. After all, this is the place of the emperor, the land of the Son of Heaven. However, we need to change the name of the Yan capital to the Qian capital, and the original Qian capital will be changed to the Jiang capital. However, many officials have concerns. After all, this is the capital that the Ji clan has operated for hundreds of years, and their power is deeply rooted. If we want to move the capital to the Yan capital, we must first uproot the entire Ji clan, either by imprisoning them or exiling them. Xianxia, Brother Jin, what do you think? Prince Jin, I partially agree with the second plan. After all, the Qian capital is too remote, and the Yan capital is the center of the world. Therefore, we should change the name of the Yan capital to the Qian capital, and the original Qian capital to the Jiang capital. However, I also think that we should move the last few 100,000 people who stayed in the Qian capital to the capital, as well as the most loyal citizens of the Great Qian Empire. Xianxia, alright, let's do it that way. Prince Jin, as for how to deal with the Ji clan, I don't dare to say. Xianxia suddenly said, Brother Jin, I once promised you that after the Great Qian Empire stabilizes, I will let you go back to the Sand primitive tribe and rebuild your Danan kingdom. Now, it seems that it is not possible for a long time to come. Yes, Your Majesty, Prince Jin said. Xianxia, Brother Jin, do you know what is the most difficult thing to do? Prince Jin, please enlighten me, Your Majesty, said Xianxia. Xianxia, enduring hardships, enduring humiliation to carry out the mission. Prince Jin couldn't help but shiver. He didn't understand Xianxia's words. Xianxia, Brother Jin, no matter what happens next, I hope that you will always be in the Great Qian Empire's cabinet. No matter what official position you are in, you must stay here like a nail. Even if the world is turned upside down, you must stay in the center of the empire. Prince Jin's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he asked, Your Majesty, what happened? Xianxia, just remember what I said. Prince Jin, then, what about the Crown Prince? Xianxia, assist the Crown Prince with all your might. Stand by his side at all times. He will be able to protect you in the future. Prince Jin's body trembled as he knelt on the ground. He had never cried before, but now, tears gushed out of his eyes. Your Majesty, why did you do this? Why did you do this? What happened? Prince Jean felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled as he said, "Before I met your majesty, although I had some achievements, they were not worth mentioning. After I met your majesty, my life gained meaning. Only then did my dreams blossom. I will be loyal to the great Qian Empire, and even more so to your majesty. For your majesty, I am willing to go through fire and water. I am willing to become the enemy of the entire world." "No, no. Shenlang, we want to protect the entire world. Especially you. Remember what I said, do you? Prince Jean, assist the crown prince with all your might. No matter what happens, you must stay in the center of the empire. Even if it means enduring hardships and humiliation to carry out the mission." "All right." Prince Jean kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty's decree, I will never forget it. I will remember it for the rest of my life. I am willing to abandon all honor and dignity to carry out your Majesty's will." Shenlang bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Jean." Next, Shenlang conferred the title of Great Qian Empire's Crown Prince, Ji Xian, as Great Qian Empire's Prince Yan and Prince Lian as Duke Lian. Not only these two, but a dozen other people of the Ji clan were also conferred the title of Duke and Marquis. Instantly, everyone from the Ji clan came to the palace to express their gratitude and cheer. Shenlang's decree seemed to have set the tone. He would abide by the ancient tradition and let the Ji clan step down smoothly. To a certain extent, the Ji clan was touched because Shenlang still hadn't ascended the throne. Instead, he conferred titles to them in the name of the Great Qian Empire. Next, Shenlang left New Tianjing, Flame Capital, and returned to Raging Tide City amidst everyone's bewilderment. What does this mean? Is His Majesty never going to be an emperor? Could it be that he wants to wait for the crown prince to grow up and ascend the throne? Fortunately, he wasn't like the traditional founding emperors who worked hard to build the empire. Therefore, there was a group of people following behind him who wanted glory and wealth. This way, if Shenlang didn't become an emperor, he wouldn't be able to confer titles to them. It could be considered as blocking their path. However, most of the people following Shenlang were idealists. When he returned from the Western world, the situation was so pessimistic. If they weren't idealists, they wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, a few of the important officials under him were already princes and couldn't be promoted anymore. When Shenlang left New Qian capital, he didn't bid farewell to anyone. When the former crown prince of the Great Yan Empire heard this, he was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. "Your Highness, what happened? What happened?" The former Prince Lian, Prince Wu, was now Duke Lian. Duke Wu was filled with uneasiness. He came to Ji Xian's residence, which used to be the crown prince's residence. Normally, the crown prince's residence was forbidden. Ji Xian should have moved out and given it to Jiang Yi. However, Shenlang directly issued a decree and changed the crown prince's residence to Prince Yan's residence. He could still stay there and didn't even need to move. If one were to say that he was magnanimous, this was too magnanimous. Why did His Majesty do this? Why did he do this? Duke Lian trembled. He didn't change his surname back to Jiang, didn't call himself the emperor, and now he's leaving. Something must have happened. If something happens, what should the Ji clan do? Will the crown prince and the rest of the Great Qian Empire tolerate our Ji clan after His Majesty left? The former crown prince of Great Yan, Ji Xian, was also filled with uneasiness, but he forced himself to calm down. His father was dead, and he became the head of the Ji clan. There was no one to shoulder the family's responsibilities for him anymore. Moreover, he couldn't shoulder the responsibility of an empire, but he should at least shoulder the responsibility of a family. "We have to believe in His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister," Ji Xian said. Ji Xian said, "His Majesty let Ji Xian take her people away, but let us stay. He must have his reasons for doing so. Don't try to guess his intentions." Duke Wu said, "Why don't you go to Raging Tide City and seek an audience with His Majesty for peace of mind?" Duke Lian said, "There's no need for that, there's no need for that." When Shenlang was in the Flame Capital, the Ji clan was still relatively calm. Now that he was gone, the entire Ji clan was in a state of panic. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived," someone shouted from outside. Ji Xian immediately led his men out to welcome the Crown Prince. He fell to his knees and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm honored by Your Highness's presence." Xianxia said, "Please rise, Prince Yan. I have a few words to say to you." "Understood," Xian said. Xian and Xianxia were the only ones in the study. "I believe Prince Yan has sensed this unique atmosphere as well. It's like a terrifying storm is brewing." Xianxia said, "My father has returned to Raging Tide City. The Ji clan is worried that I'll turn against you and eliminate you." Xian cowed out and said, "I have no such thoughts." Xianxia said, "My father sent Princess Xian overseas to protect her. I'm sure he has his reasons for leaving most of the Ji clan members in the Eastern world. However, before he returned to Raging Tide City, he told me that he might owe Great Yan's former emperor a favor. That's why he wants me to do my best to protect all of you. Prince Yan, I'm still young. I don't understand some of my father's words, but I'll definitely listen to him. If I understand, I'll do it. If I don't, I'll do it." Xian cowed out heavily. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Xianlang returned to Raging Tide City alone. Moreover, he returned on a super chow. "Lost Demon Mother, are you still not going to reveal your true appearance to me?" Xianlang said with a smile. On the surface of the seawater once again condensed into a graceful body. The Lost Demon Mother met Xianlang in this form. Xianlang said, "Looks like you're really ugly." The Lost Demon Mother said, "Your Majesty, did you summon me just to mock me?" Xianlang shook his head and said, "No, that's not it." Then, he said with a smile, "Lost Demon Mother, we've become friends after a fight. I'm very grateful for your support in the past. It allowed me to defeat Great Yan's emperor and achieve my goal of having no enemies under the heavens." The Lost Demon Mother asked, "How does it feel to have no enemies under the heavens?" Xianlang said, "It feels endless. TSK, TSK, tisk." The Lost Demon Mother said, "You're too hypocritical. It's like a man who has entered the state of a sage." Xianlang said with a smile, "Looks like you know a lot." The Lost Demon Mother said, "I've read too much about filthy psychology. I know everything." Xianlang was silent for a moment. After half a minute, he said, "Lost Demon Mother, leave with your people." The Lost Demon Mother said, "Oh my, as expected of the emperor of a human nation. Now that you've unified the human nation, aren't you going to make me a prince or something?" Xianlang said, "All right, whatever you want, I will confer it to you." "Forget it." The Lost Demon Mother said, "I'm from the Lost Empire. What's wrong with accepting a title from the Eastern Empire? I would have left even if you hadn't chased me away. Now that you've won a great victory, we have no reason to stay in the Eastern Empire's territory. I remember our boundaries clearly. I've been waiting for you to come back and say goodbye. After that, we'll return to the Great Devil Triangle." Xianlang said in a hoarse voice, Don't go back to the Great Devil Triangle. Once you're there, bring all the descendants of the Lost Empire and go far away." The Lost Demon Mother's expression changed. She said in a trembling voice, "What do you mean? His Majesty Xianlang wouldn't turn his back on us like this. From the beginning to the end, the Great Devil Triangle has never belonged to the Eastern Empire. Even though it is relatively close to you, it was established by our Lost Empire. Could it be that you want to turn hostile and completely expel us back to the Western Sea region?" Xianlang said nothing. He only looked at the Lost Demon Mother quietly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The Lost Demon Mother said, "I know you're not that kind of person. But I've always been this harsh." Xianlang said, "The Great Devil Triangle is no longer safe. Even, all the places in our known world are no longer safe. Bring the descendants of the Lost Empire to the furthest, most secretive place that no one can find." The Lost Demon Mother trembled. "What happened?" Xianlang said, "Look at the sky." The Lost Demon Mother looked up at the sky. Snow was falling again. "It's snowing again." The Lost Demon Mother said, "The Fury Tide City has been especially cold this year." Xianlang said, "Do you trust me, Lost Demon Mother?" The Lost Demon Mother looked at Xianlang for a long time and said, "You're a scum, but I trust you. I trust you more than I trust myself. In the ruins of the Lost Empire, you showed a very idiotic temperament. Thanks for the compliment. Shenlang said, since you trust me, then leave. Take advantage of the fact that I can still buy some time for all of you. The further you go, the better. Take all the descendants of the lost empire with you. The lost demon mother trembled. Where else can we go? This world is so small. Where else can we go? This world was big, but it was also small. Shenlang said, I don't know where you can go. With your ancient memories, go as far as you can. The lost demon mother said angrily, can we still fly to the sky? Even if we can, it's useless. Someone will still find us if they want to find us, and they will kill us if they want to kill us. Shenlang remained silent and just looked at her. The lost demon mother was silent for a long time, then said, Your Majesty, is this farewell forever? Shenlang said, It shouldn't be. I hope to see you again in the future. I hope that you can survive, so that I will be more powerful in the future. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. As long as we don't all die, there is still hope. The lost demon mother trembled. Die? Then you should be worried about your furious tide, your sun, your great Qian empire, and your human empire. They are weaker than us. Shenlang said, They won't. The lost demon mother said, Then, what about you? Shenlang said, I hope to see you again and fight side by side in the future. The lost demon mother stared at Shenlang for a long time. Then, her body made of seawater completely enveloped Shenlang. Remember your words, Your Majesty. You must fulfill your promise. The lost demon mother said, I will take everyone away. I will follow the ancient memories and find the most secret place to hide. But remember your promise. You must come to us. You must. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Shenlang said, Okay, goodbye. The lost demon mother flew into the sky with the countless flying fish legion and the aerial jellyfish legion, bidding farewell to Shenlang. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Remember your promise. Then, the lost demon mother took the army of the lost empire south, leaving the furious tide and the eastern empire. After returning to the Devil Triangle, she would take all the sea monster legion and leave. On an island not far from the furious tide, Shenlang finally fulfilled his promise to the fire god Sek's high priest Shelley, even though it was a few years late. Your Majesty, am I waiting for this once in 1,000 years? Priest Shelley covered her stomach and said, I can feel that there is a small life growing inside. Shenlang said, You are exaggerating. Even flying can't be that fast. High Priest Shelley kissed Shenlang. You don't understand. This is a woman's intuition. Shenlang looked into her eyes, then smiled and said, Let's go. Return to the Western world, return to the Fire God Church. Tell your church leader to take everyone from the Fire God Church and flee far away. The further, the better. It's best if you go to a place where you'll never find them. Grand Priest Shelley's gaze instantly became sorrowful. She stared at Shenlang for a long while before saying, All right, I will obey, Your Majesty. Shenlang said, Aren't you going to ask why? I won't. Grand Priest Shelley said, We are a mysterious force, so in some aspects, we are able to comprehend things earlier than normal humans. In the face of a disaster, we are more sensitive. I just want to ask, Your Majesty, did the Fire God sect get into trouble? Did we get into trouble? No. Shenlang said, Perhaps all of this is inevitable. If some things have to happen, it's better to happen earlier than later. Let's go, let's go. I prepared 8,000 snow eagles for you. That's about all I can do. High Priest Shelley hugged Shenlang and trembled. I have been working hard these few years just for this moment. How many more years do I have to work hard? So that I can get back the next moment to hug you? Shenlang said, Don't be like this. I am a married man. I am a serious person. I definitely won't fool around outside. Pfft. Shelley couldn't help but laugh. She kissed Shenlang's lips and tears flowed out. Your Majesty, the Fire God sect will try our best to hide. We will find a place where no one knows where to hide. Then, we will try our best to develop and become stronger. Shelley trembled. But I also want you to promise me one thing. In the future, you must come and find us. We will really try our best to become stronger. We will definitely be of help to you in the future. Okay. Xianxia said, I will remember that. There is another group of people. Bring them along. I am not leaving, I am not leaving, I am not leaving. Suddenly, there was a roar from outside. It was the most talented Grand Secretary Tang Yan under Xianxia. He was definitely a science geek. High Priest Shelley quickly put on her clothes and helped Xianxia put on his clothes. The two of them walked out of the tent. Grand Secretary Tang Yan knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your Majesty Xianxia, why do you want us to leave? Although you have conquered the world and you no longer have any enemies, we have only just begun to walk the path of the ancient mountain civilization and the technological civilization. We have only achieved very little, and there are still many unknown things waiting for us. There are even greater achievements waiting for us. Why do you want to expel us? Xianxia said, I am not chasing you away. I am protecting you. I will need your power in the future. I cannot leave you in the east anymore. Otherwise, there will be a disaster. You will escape with the Fire God sect. But do not stop exploring the path of technological civilization and the Nightmare Stone civilization. Remember our doomsday plan. Remember our dream. Conquer the Sea of Stars. When you have truly grasped the highest power in this world will truly belong to you and us. Moments later, 8000 snow eagles flew into the sky and headed towards the Fire God sect in the west. They took away all the scholars and all the uranium. This aerial army blotted out the sky and covered the sun in a grandiose manner. But moments later, they could no longer be seen. Those who should be sent away were all sent away. All eggs could not be placed in one basket. The flame of hope could not be extinguished. Gangyi's Great Tribulation Temple, Swassi's Sky Sea Pavilion, Fire God Sect, Ji Xian, and the Lost Demon Mother's Sea Monster Army. The 5 forces were all sent away. In Xianxia's eyes, these were the sparks of hope for the future. After saying goodbye to Xianxia and his family, Xianxia prepared to head north to the White Jade capital to see his mother. Note, begging for monthly votes and support. I am out of words. I can only kowtow again. Thank you, everyone. In the Paradise Manor of the Furious Tide City. Xianxia, the Grand Elder of the State of Yu, was taking a nap in his wheelchair, while a group of children were playing below him. Now he was nearly 70 years old, and it was very difficult for him to fall asleep. He slept very little every day, and the easiest time for him to fall asleep was when he heard the children playing. And among this group of children, there was already one less person, and that was baby Yaoxiao. She had also been sent away by Xianxia. But his younger brother and sister didn't know that Xianxia just asked someone to tell the children that Aunt Helen of the Xiluan Empire missed them, so she sent Yao Yao to the Xiluan Empire as a guest for a while. But it was not true. Yao Yao was sent far away to a place that couldn't be found. Xianxia stepped forward cautiously and covered Xianxia with a cloak. The old Xianxia woke up soon. He pouted and said, "It's really hot today. It's usually more than 10 degrees Celsius at this time. But now it's snowing." Because of the arrival of Xianxia, this world also had the concept of degrees Celsius. Yes. Xianxia said, the Paradise Manor doesn't look like a paradise anymore. Then Xianxia pushed the wheelchair on the road. This time, the weather turned cold, and everything in the Paradise Manor was in trouble. Many flourishing green trees were frozen to death, and the originally lush greenery had turned into pure white snow. I gave you an ancient token ring, but you didn't want it. With that thing, at least it won't be cold anymore, Xianxia said. Why would I want that thing? It's a waste, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, now that I think about it, it's right not to want it. Xianxia said, is it so serious this time? You not only sent away all the scholars, but also Yao Yao. Xianxia said, the other children are fine, but it's not safe for Yao Yao to stay here anymore. After all, she has the spiritual power of Medusa, and she is a royal member of the Lost Empire. Xianxia said, kid, since I met you, you have always been confident and always think 3 steps ahead. No matter how powerful the enemy is, you are not afraid at all. Are you so pessimistic this time? Ning Yuanxian and Xianlang had known each other for more than 10 years. Xianlang said, "This time, I really don't have any confidence. I even feel like I'm handing my fate over to the heavens." Ning Yuanxian did not say anything, nor did he say anything to comfort her. Xianlang said, "Father-in-law, isn't it important to have faith in one's life?" Ning Yuanxian said, "Of course, without this belief, people will have no spirit, qi, and spirit, just like the walking dead." Xianlang, "Yes, you have the same belief. Remember, therefore, that your loyalty is to this belief, and not to any one person. Humans have ulterior motives, but faith is eternal. So, no matter what happens next, don't doubt yourself, and don't overturn your own outlook on life. The beliefs you persist in are correct and bright." Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian trembled slightly. After a long while, he said, "I've been living happily until now with this essence, qi, and spirit. Are you going to take it away?" Xianlang said, "My father-in-law, do you have to pin your faith on one person?" "Yes, of course." Ning Yuanxian said, "My son, most people in this world are followers, and leaders are extremely rare. On the surface, even if they are independent and full of themselves, they are still a kind of vulgar follower. There are few real torches, and few real leaders." After a long silence, Xianlang said, "Then, is it too late for you to find someone else to pin your faith on?" Ning Yuanxian's skinny body suddenly shrunk. Turbid tears flowed down his cheeks, and he seemed to have lost his vitality. People always had spirit, qi, and spirit when they were alive, especially Ning Yuanxian, who was old and sick. He had lived a very happy life these years. Because he had knelt down before, and now he stood up again. His waist, which had been broken before, was reconnected. The faith he persisted in had become a reality, and it was blooming in front of him. Ning Yuanxian was incomparably happy with every step Xianlang took because it was as if it was his own success. But once the spirit, qi, and spirit were taken away, he would not be able to live on. He buried his skinny head in his cloak and cried for a long time. Then, he wiped the tears off his face and raised his head again. "Okay, that's enough." Ning Yuanxian said, "I found my faith again, and I've also found a goal to live on. Just do whatever you want to do. Don't worry about me." Xianlang opened his arms and gently hugged Ning Yuanxian again. "Father-in-law, I'm leaving," said Xianlang. Then, Xianlang turned around and left. Suddenly, Ning Yuanxian asked in a low voice, "Lang are all the things that are too perfect fake?" After a long silence, Xianlang said, "Father-in-law, there are generally two kinds of lies. One is to deceive people for benefits, and the other is to deceive people's emotions. The highest level of lies to deceive people's emotions should be to deceive their ideals. People will sacrifice everything for their beliefs and ideals, even their own lives. The people who say these words may be deceivers. But the reason why these words can move people's hearts and make countless people fight for them is that they are indeed perfect and can hit people's hearts and souls. So, these ideals and beliefs are all true. Even if they seem perfect and unreal, they are still worth fighting for. So, our time is not wasted, and our struggle is not in vain. Our lives are still valuable. The truth is the truth no matter who says it, whether it's a noble person or a deceiver." Ning Yuanxian waved his hand and said, "Go, go. Go and do your work. I'll wait for you to come back as usual." "Goodbye, father-in-law," said Xianlang. Then, he rode on the ultrasonic flying beast and soared into the sky. Ning Yuanxian sat in the wheelchair with a hunched back, trying hard to raise his head to look at Xianlang's disappearing figure. His body couldn't stop trembling. Nearly 10 years ago, he pretended to be crazy every day and suffered a lot. He waited in the palace of the state of Yu for Xianlang to come back from the Western world. After Xianlang came back, Ning Yuanxian came to Paradise Manor and lived a happy life. In fact, he didn't have much time or opportunity to meet Xianlang. But every time there was a war and every time a crisis came, he would sit here quietly, waiting for Xianlang to come back. To some extent, Xianlang seemed to be more like his son than anyone else. He cried for a while just now, and then quickly found the faith to live. This faith was to wait for Xianlang to come back. Although this time was really full of unknowns, even if Xianlang could come back, he really didn't know how long he would have to wait. He also didn't know whether his age and health could wait until the day Shenlang came back. After saying goodbye to Xianxia, Shenlang didn't say goodbye to anyone else. He rode on Big Chow and flew toward the north. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, it was snowing heavily along the way. The eternal frozen sea once again spread for thousands of miles to the south. The further north they went, the colder the weather became. Big Chow, it's done. Let's send you here. Shenlang patted Big Chow's neck. The weather was really too cold for Big Chow to bear if they went further north. Big Chow buried its head and continued flying. It wanted to stay with Shenlang as long as possible. Okay, let's stop here. After flying for another few hundred miles, Big Chow was already shivering. Even its wings were about to be frozen. Big Chow didn't listen and continued flying north with all its might. It still didn't want to be separated from Shenlang. After flying for another few hundred miles, Big Chow's body was about to stiffen. Okay, let's stop here. Let's stop here. Shenlang said resolutely. Big Chow slowly landed on the icy surface of the sea. Shenlang patted Big Chow's head and said with a smile, okay, you can go back. Go back to the Yen capital and stay with Little Yi. Of course, you can also go to the Angry Tide City. You can even fly freely and go wherever you want. Shenlang didn't finish his sentence. This was also Big Chow's last moment of freedom. Big Chow rubbed its head against Shenlang's chest and whimpered like a little child. Okay, let's go. Maybe we can still be together in the future. Shenlang smiled. Big Chow shook its back and took out a piece of steak. It used its sharp claws to cut a big piece for itself and a small piece for Shenlang. This was the first meal it had with Shenlang not long after they met. It was on the grasslands of the Chong Kingdom. Even though that was a few years ago, it still felt like it was yesterday. The steak a few years ago was very fresh and tender. However, the steak today was even harder than a rock. It was almost inedible. Big Chow wanted to recreate that scene, but it seemed like it couldn't be done. How sad. At this moment, the Jiang clan dragon flew down from the sky and exhaled lightly. Immediately, the huge steak was defrosted and cooked to medium well. Big Chow used its claws elegantly to cut off pieces of steak and put them into its mouth. Shenlang also took out his knife and fork to cut the medium well steak and ate it piece by piece. The elegant meal lasted for a quarter of an hour before it was finished. Next, it was time to recreate the scene of brushing teeth. Unfortunately, there was no water. Big Chow looked at the dragon again. The dragon had no choice but to exhale again. Suddenly, a small pond appeared on the surface of the sea. The water in it was extremely clear and fresh. Because it had been snowing for a long time, the surface of the ice was filled with fresh water. Big Chow took a sip of water and performed the ultrasonic tooth cleaning technique again. As for Shenlang, he used a toothbrush and toothpaste to brush his teeth. After cleaning his teeth, Big Chow grinned and showed Shenlang his snow-white teeth. It was a perfect reproduction of the scene from back then. Okay, it was time to say goodbye. The dragon exhaled again to keep Big Chow warm so that he wouldn't be frozen and unable to fly. Big Chow flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It circled a few times before flying south. No one knew where it was going. Anyway, it was just farewell. Soon, its figure disappeared in the boundless snowstorm. Shenlang lightly leaped up and landed on the dragon's northern head. He patted its neck and said, "Let's go. Fly slowly. Try to fly as slowly as possible." "Yes, master," the dragon said. Before, it almost never called him master. At most, it would say His Majesty. But now, it used master. Then, the dragon flew north with Shenlang in the direction of the White Jade Jing. At the same time, in the Demon Triangle, the lost demonic mother and millions of sea monsters looked at the Demon Triangle reluctantly. Her tears had almost dried up. After the destruction of the ancient Great Nirvana, the Lost Empire was actually destroyed. After countless years, the descendants of the Lost Empire degenerated and became the most primitive beasts without intelligence. This was the statue of Queen Medusa. Her eyes continuously released ancient memories. After thousands of years of spiritual transmission, countless sea monsters gradually gathered. Most of the sea monsters still didn't have any intelligence, but they already had a sense of belonging and instincts. Some of the stronger sea monsters evolved again and gained a certain level of intelligence, becoming new leaders. So these countless sea monsters returned to the homeland of the Lost Empire. Millions of sea monsters once again became the Lost Empire. Even though this empire didn't have an empress or a queen, it was just an aimless survival. But at least the Lost Empire was passed on. After thousands of years, the sea monsters multiplied more and more. Because of the transmission of Queen Medusa's spiritual memories, they became more and more intelligent. The Lost Empire was gradually maturing. This was their home for thousands of years. It was their homeland that had been passed down for many generations. But now, they were forced to leave. Why did only the Demon Triangle and the ruins of the Lost Empire have such a large group of sea monsters? Because the statue of Queen Medusa was in the Demon Triangle and was projected over the ruins of the Lost Empire in the form of a mirage. Millions of sea monsters looked in the direction of the Demon Triangle and cried silently, looking at the statue of Queen Medusa. Let's go, for the inheritance of the Lost Empire, we must leave. The lost demonic mother said. Then he left the Demon Triangle with millions of sea monsters, leaving the home of thousands of years, and headed towards the unknown south. The lost demonic mother didn't know where to go. She could only go to places that she had never been to in her ancient memory. Even in the spiritual inheritance of Queen Medusa, there was no mention of it. At the same time, on the mountain peak of the headquarters of the fire god sect, countless snow eagles rose into the sky and left with a tragic and painful aura, flying towards the unknown southeast. They completely abandoned their altar and abandoned the fire god mountain. My fire god, if you really exist, please bless us and one day we can return again. The leader of the fire god sect knelt on the ground and kowtowed, then left completely. Because there were too many precious resources to bring, he couldn't take everyone with him. Many people still had to stay in the altar. But staying here might mean death in the future. Of course, even those who left might not survive. Because was there really a place in this world where one could hide completely and not be found? Who knew? Xianxia was riding a dragon, but he flew very slowly, even slower than an ordinary train. He had never enjoyed the scenery so leisurely. Dragon, when I came to this world, I clearly came to live off a woman. I came to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. I came to live a leisurely life. Why have I become like this now? Xianxia suddenly said. Xianxia also didn't know why it became like this. When he came to this world, at first, he just wanted to slap his ex-wife in the face, marry into a rich family, and live a good life. Perhaps he used to live a leisurely life, but he didn't know when it started, this leisurely life became busy. He clearly just wanted to have no enemies in the world, but in the end, it turned into carrying the world on his back. Master, true leisurely life can't become a story. Birth is the starting point, and death is the end. But if it's too leisurely and mediocre, then the starting point and the end point will become unobjectionable, and a straight line will be boring. Xianxia, how are you a dragon? You're clearly a philosopher. The dragon said, don't forget, Master, we share wisdom. My thoughts, to a certain extent, are your reflections. Only when there's busyness can there be true leisure, and only when there's a mountain peak can there be a real valley. If it's a plain straight line, then life is meaningless. Xianxia said, but isn't the rise and fall this time a little too great? The dragon flew slowly, only 1,000 miles a day. The further north, the colder the weather. After a month, they had already flown 30,000 miles. The temperature here had already dropped to about -200 degrees Celsius. Look. Xianxia, the sky is drifting with blue snow. The blue snowflakes were very fine and very beautiful. And the ground was already covered with a faint layer of snow. This was still the eternal frozen sea, but everywhere one looked, there was endless blue snow. It was truly dreamy and beautiful. But this kind of beauty meant destruction and eternal death. Because the temperature had already dropped to the extreme, the air was starting to solidify and freeze. Next, the entire world's atmosphere would continuously flow into the extreme north and solidify into ice. The entire world's air was getting thinner and thinner, and the entire world was getting colder and colder. No one knew where the end was. Although the extreme north continent was cold before, it wasn't to the point where the air was frozen. This was because White Jade Jing had a huge dome covering the extreme north continent's center. The terrifying energy barrier was inside, completely isolating it from the outside and protecting this world as much as possible. And now, outside this dome, the air was also starting to freeze. Xianxia continued north, then, he saw the aurora again, but it was much thinner than the last time he saw it. This was a very bad sign, even terrifying. For the rest of the time, Xianxia was always in the night. There was no day. This was because this was the world's North Pole, and it was in the eternal night. For a very long time, the sun wouldn't shine here. It was said that the sun would rise as usual, but that wasn't necessarily true at the North Pole. Xianxia saw White Jade Jing. It was like a paradise, but it wasn't as mysterious as he had imagined. It was an ice pyramid that was attached to the ground. It was crystal clear and looked a bit like the glass pyramid outside the Louvre. But it was much, much bigger. This was too simple. It didn't look like a paradise at all. Xianxia had given it a poem, White Jade Jing in the Sky, 12 Floors and 5 Cities. Immortals caressed my head, tying my hair and receiving eternal life. How could there be 12 floors here? How could there be 5 cities? According to his imagination, White Jade Jing should be at the world's North Pole. It should be crystal clear and a city in the sky. You only have an ice pyramid, isn't this a bit too shabby, making one feel greatly disappointed? Not far from the pyramid, Xianxia saw a dome. It was the dome he had seen in the extreme north of the Xiluan Empire. It was a dome with a diameter of a few thousand miles. That was right, it was a dome. Because this planet was round, although the Eastern Empire and the Xiluan Empire were separated by tens of thousands of miles, they would eventually converge if they kept going north. White Jade Jing, and a faction. The land in the middle of the planet was divided into east and west sides, but there was nothing in the north and south poles. Finally, he had arrived at White Jade Jing. The huge dragon slowly landed, stirring up a cloud of blue snow. It was beautiful. Xianxia slowly walked to the door of the pyramid. Someone was already waiting for him there. It was the White Jade Jing messenger. She had attended the Transcendental Faction meeting and had gone to the underground base of Stupa Mountain to make a deal with Xianxia. "You're here?" the White Jade Jing messenger asked. "Yes," Xianxia replied. "Was the journey easy?" "Yes, it was easy. I enjoyed the scenery along the way. It was the most relaxing time I had. Please come in." The glass pyramid opened a door. Xianxia and the White Jade Jing messenger walked in, while the huge dragon stayed outside. Compared to the negative 200 degrees Celsius outside, the inside of the pyramid was dozens of degrees Celsius below zero. It was as warm as spring. However, the inside of the pyramid was empty. There was no furniture or anything. Xianxia asked, "How's my wife?" The White Jade Jing messenger replied, "She's fine. Do you want to see her?" "She's on the other side of the dome." Xianxia was shocked, but then he smiled. It seemed like he could now distinguish White Jing from White Jade Jing. The dome covered the North Pole of this world. The left side of the dome was called White Jade Jing, while the right side was called White Jing. "There's no need," Xianxia said. The White Jade Jing messenger said, "You mentioned Adolf before. Do you want to see him? He's become a genius over the years." Xianxia thought for a while and said, "We'll see." Then, Xianxia asked, "Is my mother here?" "Teacher is here," the White Jade Jing messenger replied. "Teacher?" Xianxia was shocked. "Yes, teacher," the White Jade Jing messenger replied. "Isn't she the White Jade Jing princess or something more honorable?" "Of course, you can call her the White Jade Jing princess or the White Jade Jing empress," the White Jade Jing messenger said. Xianxia said, "Then I'll go and see her." The White Jade Jing messenger said, "All right, please come with me." Then, she brought Xianxia to a room. She opened her snow-white palm and pressed it against the wall. Then, the small room descended rapidly like an elevator at the highest speed. Of course, this was not an elevator. It used the principles of the Nightmare Stone civilization. It continued to descend, and descend. It was at least 100,000 meters underground. This was the deepest place Xianxia had ever been. It seemed like there was no end, as if he wanted to go all the way to the center of the earth. However, he still stopped. This place was still very far from the center of the earth. Swoosh! The door opened, and a long glass passage appeared in front of him. This was an abyss, a huge and boundless abyss. It was as if it was surrounded by a dark void. Only the glass passage emitted a faint light. At the end of the glass passage was a magnificent throne. Xianxia had seen all kinds of thrones, including the throne of the Xiluan Empire, the throne of the Great Qian Empire, the throne of the Great Yan Empire, and so on. He had even seen thrones from television dramas and movies. The throne in front of him was unprecedentedly glorious, magnificent, graceful, and huge. The entire throne seemed to be carved out of diamonds. The huge diamonds could no longer be described as carats. It was a complete throne carved out of diamonds that weighed dozens of tons. There were all kinds of crystals embedded on the throne, as well as countless secret gold. There were countless gorgeous and complicated runes on the throne. The words on the runes were very familiar to Xianxia. It was the language of the alternate world that the dragon had comprehended. And on this throne sat a woman quietly. He still did not want to use any adjectives to describe her beauty and temperament. However, there was probably only one female in the entire world who could be mentioned in the same breath as her beauty. That was Queen Medusa. This kind of beauty was no longer in terms of appearance or temperament. It was a kind of energy level. It surpassed the knowledge of ordinary people about aesthetics. It was no wonder that Xianxia had broken off his engagement and abandoned his thoughts of a prodigal son to be devoted to this woman. She was Xianxia's mother. She was called the White Jade Jing Princess. The White Jade Jing Empress either was fine. It did not matter. The White Jade Jing emissary stopped in her tracks. Xianxia looked at the woman from afar and then walked toward her. He walked along the glass passage for tens of thousands of meters. The abyss was huge, and the throne was in the center of the abyss. Xianxia walked to the center of the throne and looked at the woman up close. Oh, Xianxia and his mother did look alike. He had thought that he was handsome enough and had inherited the good qualities of his parents. He had even thought that he was the most handsome man in the world. Now that he saw his mother's face, he only had one thought in his mind: sigh, I'm so ugly. It was as if a straight-A student from Tsinghua University had given birth to a child who only scored 60 points in his primary school final exam. After a long while, Xianxia said, "Hello, my mother." The White Jade Jing Empress said, "Hello, my child." Then, the two of them fell into silence again. This meeting between mother and son was completely different from what he had imagined. It was too calm. There was no heartfelt emotion, no sparks, and no hatred that soared to the sky. It was just calm. Xianxia thought about it in his mind. He thought of a sentence and then discarded it. Finally, he asked directly, "Mother, you killed your husband, His Majesty Xianxia, with your own hands, right?" The White Jade Jing Empress said, "Yes, I killed him." Note: so hard to write, so hard to write. My head is about to explode. Benefactor who has a monthly ticket, please give me 2 tickets to make up for it. At this moment, when Xianxia heard these words once again, he was no longer shocked. Instead, he appeared extremely calm. Of course, his mother appeared to be even calmer. Her beautiful face seemed to be eternally expressionless. "Child, do you know your father?" "Do you know him?" she asked. Xianxia said, "I thought I knew him well, but I realized I didn't. Now, I know him very well." The White Jade Capital Empress said, "Child, you're the smartest person in the world." Xianxia said, "It's a little too late to be smart." The White Jade Capital Empress said, "No, that's normal. Because most people are full of emotions, especially children like you. You're usually very smart, but when it comes to your family, you'll be deceived. You know everything, but when it comes to the slightest thing, you'll stop thinking about it." This sentence was too true. Xianxia had always known who Jiang Li's killer was, but he was unwilling to admit it or think about it. In the end, it was Great Yan's emperor who pointed it out. He had no choice but to face the cruel truth. The White Jade Capital Empress said, "You know your father's past. You should know how much he has changed. You're a smart child. How could you not know the reason behind this? Jiangli was once a playboy, and the number of women he had been with was much more than Shenlang. After he went to the Western world, he had a lot of fun. He even gave himself the name Loki. In the ancient legends of the West, Loki was the god of deceit. However, when he returned from the Western world, he seemed to have become a completely different person. From a playboy, he became a brilliant leader. He became a hero who illuminated the world. He was a great and righteous king. But on the other hand, the people around him betrayed him one after another, which was really contradictory. The White Jade Capital Empress said, Jiangli was once a playboy. He wasn't interested in the throne. He loved adventures and women. He had a certain sense of responsibility. He was a great martial prodigy and romantic. He was a poison to women, just like you. Half of these traits were similar to Shenlang. He had no interest in the throne, but he was bound by his sense of responsibility. That was why Jiangli had wanted to escape and venture into the Western world alone. The personalities of Shenlang, Hila, and Helen combined to form Jiangli. Child, do you know where your father and I met? White Jade Jing Queen asked. I don't know. Shenlang said, it should be at one of the impact points of the Fire Dragon Comet? My child, you are really smart. The White Jade Capital Queen said, you should know that the Fire Dragon Comet flies over this world every 100 years or so. It splits off a small part and hits this world. Sometimes there was a pattern to the impact, but sometimes there was no pattern. There were a total of 11 collisions, but only 7 of them were discovered. The remaining 4 are completely unknown. Do you know why? Shenlang, because when it's a solid object that crashes down, the surface will burn when it enters the atmosphere, and it will have very obvious meteor characteristics. But if it's an energy object that crashes down, it won't burn, and it won't be discovered. The White Jade Capital Queen's expression didn't change, but her eyes were trying to express her emotions. My child, you are really more outstanding and smart than I imagined. The White Jade Capital Queen trembled. You are right. You are right. Everyone, including the Fire God sect and the Great Yen Empire, thinks that the Fire Dragon Comet only hits this world 10 times, but it actually hits 11 times. The first time it hits, it's a huge ball of energy. It doesn't have any light, and it just silently enters the North Pole of this world. This thing is the Hell Crystal? Shenlang asked. This name, the White Jade Capital Queen said. Alright. Let's call it that. You should know what happened after the Hell Crystal crashed into this world. The far north continent became colder and colder, Shenlang said. A few hundred years later, the Xiluan Empire had to move south, and the entire far north continent was completely abandoned. The White Jade Capital Queen said, yes, that's it. Do you know what the Hell Crystal is? It's a very strange energy, Shenlang said. It's very complicated, but it has a very important characteristic. It can absorb and devour souls. More accurately, it can preserve souls without dissipating. This was clearly shown in the Sea of Lava under Fiery Flame City. There was even a Hell Crystal embedded in the dragon's sword. The White Jade Capital Queen said, let's get back to the main topic. Every time the Fire Dragon Comet hits, it's something very important. Every time it hits, it has a great mission. This is especially true when there's no meteor trail. 100 years ago, there was no meteor trail when the darkness hit. The White Jade Capital tried all kinds of ways to search the world, but we couldn't find it. My mission was to search every place in this world. I searched for more than 10 years, and I finally found a weak signal. This time, the darkness hit at the bottom of the sea. But by the time I rushed over, the Hell Crystal had already disappeared, and I only saw Jiangli. That was about 43 years ago. Shenlang said hoarsely that Hell Crystal contained a soul, and it had already entered Jiangli's body. From then on, Jiangli became a completely different person. The White Jade Capital Queen said, yes, from then on, he became a different person. Of course, to you and the entire world, the later Jiangli is the real Jiangli. The previous Jiangli was just a prodigal son. Child, you must remember this. The later Jiangli is the real Jiangli, and your father is this Jiangli. From a certain perspective, only you are Emperor Jiangli's child. Shenlang understood. Both Helen and Hela were the descendants of the prodigal Jiangli. Only Xianlang was the son of Emperor Jiangli. This radiant and perfect Emperor Jiangli was, in a certain sense, the real Jiangli. This statement was not clear enough. Let's give an example. To the entire world, who was the real Xianlang? Was the retarded and imbecile Xianlang the Earth's Xianlang? Was the transmigrated Xianlang the real Xianlang? To Mulan, Qiu Yaoer, Xingyi, and everyone else, the transmigrated Xianlang was the real Xianlang. The white jade capital queen said, I know why I was able to sense the aura of this hell crystal. It was summoning Jiangli. Jiangli did not find it by chance. He sensed its summoning. After that, the prodigal son Jiangli and the soul within the hell crystal fused into one, becoming the dazzling Emperor Jiangli. Xianlang asked, at that time, did you not have a stance? No, I had a stance. The white jade capital queen said, my child, you should have clearly sensed the white jade capital's stance toward you and Great Yan's emperor. Xianlang said, I sensed it. It was neither close nor far. It did not interfere or disturb. It leaned toward protection. The white jade capital queen said, yes, because we had high hopes for you. So, when I saw the merged Jiangli, what could I have done? Xianlang said, I tried to understand and guide him. Yes. The white jade capital queen said, I tried to understand and guide him. So, we fell in love and got married. Xianlang was silent for a long time. The white jade capital queen said, child, do you know your father's dream? He wanted to liberate the world civilization, raise the level of the world civilization, and break the seal that the Great Yan Empire and the transcendent powers had on the high ancient civilization. Xianlang said, his dream was very bright. All the nobles in the world were attracted by it. The white jade capital queen said, that's what he did. He controlled the high ancient civilization and excavated many ancient relics. He did everything he could to make the high ancient civilization powerful and reveal the ancient records to the world. Xianlang said, the Great Yan Empire and the transcendent powers tried their best to seal the high ancient civilization, but they also greedily developed themselves. So, they looked like despicable villains. My father, Jiangli, was so great and honorable. Yes. The white jade capital queen said, child, I married him because of the white jade capital stance. I also had a goal in mind. I wanted to guide him and make him work for the white jade capital. But, my love for him was real. You can't imagine how fatal his charm was to women. He was like the sun. Everyone instinctively worshipped and respected him. Even I was no exception. There were many women who liked Jiangli, and they were all the most beautiful women in the world. They would never marry for him. Even if they did marry, they would have cheated on him. So, for a long time I lost myself, the white jade capital queen said. The white jade capital queen said, I almost forgot my mission. I used all my energy to love him. Like everyone else, I admired and trusted him. I believed in everything he said. I believed in all his ideals. We wanted to make him work for the white jade capital, but I was influenced by him and became his follower. Because of this, I got pregnant. I wanted to give him a child. I wanted his career to have an heir. After Jiangli married, he didn't have a child for a long time. Back then, the entire Great Qian Empire had a lot of discussions about this. Jiangli's infatuation and single-mindedness came from that time. Even though the empress of the Great Qian Empire couldn't get pregnant, Jiangli was still infatuated. He had no intention of marrying another concubine. Xianlang asked, what made you change your mind? Did you discover the truth about him? No, it's not that, the white jade capital queen said. The white jade capital queen said, child, let me tell you. A person like him won't have the truth revealed. He is perfect in all aspects. He doesn't have a single flaw, even if I am his wife. Xianlang asked, what happened? The white jade capital queen said, he used me. He stole my mental secrets. He stole the dragon egg, hatched it, and signed a contract with the dragon. This piece of news fiercely struck Xianlang's mind like a lightning strike. He hadn't expected this. He had always thought that the dragon was the rightful dragon of the Jiang family. He also thought that Jiangli had found the dragon egg. He hadn't expected the white jade capital to find the dragon egg. Jiangli had stolen it from his mother. The White Jade Capital Queen said, "You should know that once a dragon has signed a contract, it can't be changed. We can't kill it, either. With the White Jade Jing's power level, we can't completely kill a dragon energy life form." Xianxia asked, "That's when the White Jade Capital and Jiang Li's father became enemies?" The White Jade Capital Queen said, "Yes." Xianxia asked, "So, you took the opportunity to kill him? But it's strange. He was so smart and should have been on guard. You couldn't have killed him alone." The White Jade Capital Queen said, "I didn't kill him alone. My teacher also killed him. After that, my teacher died. That's why I became the leader of the White Jade Capital." Xianxia said, "So, when he stole the dragon egg, hatched it, and signed the contract, he knew he would die. He knew he was going to die because the entire White Jade Jing would try their best to kill him and cut off his contract with the giant dragon." The White Jade Capital Queen said, "Yes. No wonder Jiangli had Ghost Noon take the dragon to the west and leave such a pessimistic and hopeless will." Xianxia asked, "And then?" The White Jade Capital Queen said, "You should know that there is a dragon lake under the Forbidden Tower in the Flame Capital Palace." Xianxia said, "I know." The White Jade Capital Queen said, "The ancient Great Nirvana killed all the man-made dragons. Only one survived. It was the one in the dragon lake of the Ji clan. However, it was almost completely dead. There was only a trace of life left in its soul. The Ji clan spent a few generations trying to restore this dragon pool and resurrect this huge dragon, but they did not succeed. However, Jiang Li's dragon had hatched and signed the contract. Only a dragon can fight against a dragon. That's why the White Jade Capital worked with Great Yan's emperor and completed the enlightenment of a mid-tier dragon. We paid a great price to restore the dragon lake. After several decades, we finally resurrected the Ji clan's dragon." Xianxia suddenly staggered, and he was almost unable to stand. That was because the information contained in his mother's words was simply too much. If Jiangli was dead, why was there a need to worry about the Jiang clan's dragon? There was no reason. Could it be that they were guarding against Xianxia, 30 years ago, who knew that Xianxia would rise to power? In fact, he was not even born yet. Perhaps he had just been born. Xianxia said, "Mother, why didn't you kill me back then?" The White Jade Capital Queen said in a trembling voice, "You. How could I do it? I gave birth to you. You're a part of me. How could I do it?" Xianxia said, Then, why didn't you take me away and bring me to the White Jade Capital?" The White Jade Capital Queen said, "After killing Jiangli, I was conscious for less than half a second. I had the time to hesitate about killing you, but I didn't have the time to take you away. Moreover, after the incident, I always thought that the important target wasn't you but your sister, Jiang Ning. She was so smart, and her eyes were so lively. But when you were born, your eyes were dull, like a imbecile," Xianxia said. Once again, the two of them fell silent. The White Jade Capital Queen asked, "Child, do you know Jiang Li's true mission now?" Xianxia said, "I know. He didn't lie. He wanted the ancient civilization to reappear in this world. But, the price was to destroy the current civilization of this world. He treated all humans in this world as ants." The White Jade Capital Queen said, "Did you see the ancient human fossils buried underground?" Xianxia said, "I saw them. Their bodies seemed to be wrapped in a special substance. They couldn't be destroyed." The White Jade Capital Queen said, "Before the great nirvana of the ancient world, countless people tried everything they could, but they couldn't save or stop the great nirvana. Therefore, there was an extremely intelligent person who spent decades researching the Hell Crystal. He researched the separation of the human body and the soul. He extracted the souls of countless ancient humans and injected them into the Hell Crystal. He brought countless resources and dragon eggs into a spaceship, and then launched it into the distant space, avoiding the great nirvana of ancient times. When they felt it was safe enough, they sent the spaceship back. That spaceship was the Fire Dragon Comet. Every time the Fire Dragon Comet passed the sky of this world, it would split and collide, sending important things to this world in batches. The most important thing was the giant Hell Crystal. It contained the souls of countless ancient humans, and it smashed into the far north of the continent. But souls alone aren't enough. You also need a body, a powerful energy body. Child, you completed the mid-tier dragon enlightenment. What did you learn? The White Jade Capital Queen asked. Xianxia said, the conversion of matter and energy. As long as there is a soul, the body can be rebuilt with energy and matter. After I completed the mid-tier dragon enlightenment, the giant dragons used this to rebuild their bodies. They became very powerful in just half a year, as long as there is enough energy and matter. The White Jade Capital Queen said, then, where is the most matter and energy in this world? Xianxia said, there are countless elements in the Earth's crust, and there is a boiling solution. The White Jade Capital Queen said, so, the Hell Crystal kept swallowing the energy and matter of the far north of the continent, causing the ice and lowering the temperature. To stop this, we had to build an energy barrier. You can see that this energy barrier is only half the size of the one on the ground. In fact, it is a complete circle that isolates everything. Xianxia said, in that case, what is the support of this dome? The White Jade Capital Queen said, all of our energy and life. Xianxia asked, then, who are you? How can you do this? Why do you maintain this position? The White Jade Capital Queen said, this is too far away and too complicated. Of course, this isn't the most important reason. In the end, the reason is that I can't tell you now. If I tell you, it will be a disaster, and there will be no hope. These words made Xianxia shake violently again. If his mother's words contained a lot of information, this time, she had told him everything. Xianxia asked, what will the next disaster be like? The White Jade Capital Queen said, do you see the snow outside? Xianxia said, I see it. The air has frozen into ice and snow. The White Jade Capital Queen said, a crack has appeared in the dome. We can't hold it any longer. So, they continue to devour us. We can't stop them. Xianxia said, the crack appeared because of the fatal collision between the two dragons? The final battle between the two dragons? Did the energy in that instant tear open a crack in the dome? The White Jade Capital Queen said, my child, please don't feel guilty. Don't blame yourself. Don't think that all of this was caused by you. Because, even without the collision between the two dragons, this day would have come sooner or later. Our energy is limited, and it will be exhausted one day. When that time comes, we won't be able to trap them. Xianxia said, you had a chance to stop all of this, didn't you? If you killed me, you could have stopped it. If you killed me, none of this would have happened. The White Jade Capital Queen said, I don't know how to say this. I really don't know. So, when the Great Yan Empire tried to kill you, the White Jade Capital didn't know what to do. Should we stop them? Or should we help the Ji clan kill you? But now, I've thought it through. You're right. Put yourself in a hopeless situation and you'll be reborn. Destruction is hope. Perhaps in the eyes of countless people, you're a synonym for destruction, but I can see hope now. Xianxia said, you don't dare to show any expression or look. Is it because you're on the verge of collapse? The White Jade Capital Queen said, yes. I tried my best to keep the dome from collapsing. I used up all my energy, so I didn't dare to show any expression. It was just like when Milan had just entered the Devil's Triangle. She had exhausted all of her spiritual power. Xianxia asked, what will happen next? The White Jade Capital Queen said, next, they will devour half of the world's energy. Then, they will explode. Countless ancient humans will be resurrected in a very strange state. They're almost like devils. The current civilization of this world will be destroyed. The ancient empire, the ancient empire. Under Jiang Li's influence, everyone thought that the ancient empire was powerful and beautiful. That was why they tried their best to liberate the ancient civilization and improve the civilization level of this world. However, when the ancient civilization came back, they were almost all dead. The White Jade Capital Queen said, then, you will see countless ancient human fossils in the ancient ruins. They will all wake up and become extremely powerful puppet warriors. Therefore, when they returned again, they were no longer the ancient civilization that was recorded in the records. Because they should have been destroyed, but they didn't. This is a kind of hell rebirth. When they return, what state will they be in? They won't have a normal human body. All of them will be energy bodies. They will be unprecedentedly powerful. but also unprecedentedly cold. They would lose their flesh and blood bodies and become energy bodies. This was once seen as a direction of evolution because the human soul could be very long, but the body could not. So, even the current Earth had the same idea. The human brain and the robot body. The soul would exist forever, but the body could be changed constantly. The energy body was a higher state than the robot. This was also the energy state of the dragon. This was your father Jiang Li's dream. He wanted to devour half of the world and destroy all the civilizations in order to exchange for the ancient civilization's rebirth, the White Jade Capital Queen said. My child, do you know who the soul in Jiang Li's body is? Shen Lang trembled. Crown Prince Xianxia. The Crown Prince of the ancient Eastern Empire. The one who betrayed the Eastern Empire and joined the Lost Empire. He was the last Crown Prince of the ancient Jiang family and the most intelligent person in the ancient Eastern Empire. Yes, it's him, the White Jade Capital Queen said. The White Jade Capital Queen said, Child, you are much smarter than I am. I only figured this out recently, but you know it now. Do you know why we betrayed the Eastern Empire? That's right, Bai Yunfei said. Shen Lang said, selling the strategic secrets of the ancient Eastern Empire to the Medusa Empress, and also selling the secrets of the ancient dragon pool to the Medusa Empress. Moreover, helping them find out about the uranium weapons and destroying the ancient dragon pool on the surface. In the end, he only had one goal, and that was to steal Queen Medusa's mind power. Because Queen Medusa's mind power was unparalleled among humans. She could turn someone into a fossil with just one look. Crown Prince Xianxia felt that to avoid the Great Nirvana and the return of the human empire, he needed a strong mind power. The White Jade Capital Queen said, if I'm not wrong, the Hell Crystal and the soul extraction technique all came from Queen Medusa. The ancient Eastern Empire was very advanced in the Nightmare Stone civilization, but they were far behind in mind power. After he accomplished his goal, he gave her a taste of her own medicine and turned Queen Medusa into a huge rock. Betrayal. This was the biggest betrayal. Crown Prince Xianxia betrayed Queen Medusa's love and destroyed her lost empire. So that giant statue wasn't a real statue. It was a real fossil of Queen Medusa. No wonder, her eyes were so realistic and kept releasing countless memories. Shen Lang had always been confused. Why did Crown Prince Xianxia do this? Why did he betray the ancient Eastern Empire? And because of this, the Jiang family lost its royal family. So he clearly wasn't really imprisoned. But who was Crown Prince Xianxia in the ancient prison? Was he his substitute, Crown Prince Xianxia? What should he call him, a true patriot? The savior of the ancient empire? The savior of the ancient human civilization, or a complete demon? Shen Lang trembled. Mother, is there any way to save this? Can we still save this situation? The White Jade Capital Queen said, my child, no, no. Shen Lang said, because, he didn't really die. You killed him back then, but you didn't completely destroy his soul, right? The White Jade Capital Queen said, yes. Shen Lang said, at that time, his soul hid in my body, in my brain. So, when I was born, I was like an imbecile because my brain was attacked by his soul, right? My child, you're so smart that I'm shocked. The White Jade Capital Queen's tears fell. Yes, you know that his soul is very strong. The moment we killed him, he went into the child in my stomach, which is your brain. But he was sleeping, so no one found out. He hid in a small corner, completely closed, and didn't feel anything. But we couldn't destroy him. We didn't find him until recently. Shen Lang now understood why the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul inheritance occupied half of Shen Lang's brain but completely blocked it. It wasn't that he didn't want Shen Lang to see it, but he didn't want the other soul in his brain to see it. Shen Lang said, then can he see everything that I've experienced? He can't, the White Jade Capital Queen said. So the past you is the complete you. He's closed and not opened. Because once his soul wakes up, you will immediately find out. At least, he hasn't opened it yet. Right at this moment, Shen Lang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Instantly, his entire mind went blank. Then, he felt like he was about to be torn in half. Then, a huge shadow suddenly grew out of Shen Lang's brain, almost occupying the other space in Shen Lang's brain. A terrifying soul had awakened. "Xianlang, my son, my son." An extremely deep voice sounded in Xianlang's brain. Note, this chapter is more difficult to write. It took me a few hours to finish. Benefactor who has a monthly ticket, please give it to me. Please, everyone, I really need it. Xianlang said, then should I call you Emperor Jiangli, or Xianxia? Jiangli was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Jiangli, the Li that means betrayed. Hearing this, Xianlang didn't have any intention of continuing the conversation. This was because a person who mocked him like this had already hardened his heart to a certain extent. It could even be said that he didn't feel anything about Yin Guang's betrayal and Ghost Noon's betrayal. It was as if he was watching a show. Xianlang said, you didn't feel anything when Yin Guang slaughtered the entire Jiang clan, right? Jiangli said, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. Xianlang was silent again. He really didn't think that he would meet his father Jiangli in such a way, and in such a cold manner. In the next moment, Xianlang asked again, since you hid in my brain long ago, why didn't you show yourself earlier and take over my body to complete your great cause? Jiangli said, haha, his reply was still cold and indifferent. But Xianlang roughly knew the reason. When White Jade Jing killed Jiangli, not only did Jiangli counterattack, but he also escaped his soul into Xianlang's brain before he died. At that time, Xianlang was still in his mother's womb. That was in a normal world, not a ghost city, and there was no hell crystal to protect them. Therefore, the moment the soul escaped, most of it dissipated. The remaining soul was extremely weak, but it was enough to wait for an opportunity. For a long time, Jiangli's soul curled up in a corner of Xianlang's brain. It was extremely weak, and it was still in a standby state. This situation only changed when the Great Tribulation Wisdom King soul passed on. Because at that time, Xianlang's brain was absolutely blank, and an astronomical amount of mental energy had flowed into it. At that time, Jiangli's soul received its first mental energy replenishment. At that time, he could have woken up and taken over Xianlang's body. However, he didn't do that because there was another powerful soul in Xianlang's computer, and that soul was the Great Tribulation Wisdom King. Most importantly, Jiangli discovered that Xianlang was far more outstanding than he had imagined. Perhaps some things would be even more perfect if Xianlang was the one to complete them. Of course, at the end of the day, he was still wary of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul. After that, Xianlang successfully renewed his contract with the giant dragon and completed his enlightenment of the mid-rank dragon, receiving the spiritual inheritance of the 13 virtuous masters of the pyramid. Not only that, but Xianlang also went to the Devil's Triangle and received part of Queen Medusa's memories. During this period of time, Xianlang's spirit had been constantly transforming and improving, becoming incomparably powerful. Therefore, at this moment, Jiangli did not move at all. He was still hiding in a corner of Xianlang's mind. He was a very cautious person. Unless he was 100% sure, he would never reveal his soul. And now, he had revealed himself. Because this was already his home court. The northernmost continent had been occupied and devoured by countless ancient souls. In this place, Jiangli was like a supreme king. Xianlang had many things to say. For example, are you worthy of the people of the world? Are you worthy of Ning Yuanxian? Are you worthy of Prince Jin and the others? How many people have shed their blood and shed their lives for you? How many people have sacrificed their lives for you? How many people have cried out for you? In the end, you're a complete liar. You're the true god of deceit. You've deceived the entire world. My name is Jiangli, the Li that means deserted, Jiangli said again. This time, his tone was even more mocking. However, this time, Xianlang understood. He did not mean that many people had betrayed him, but he had betrayed the entire world. Xianlang asked, Jiangli, why did you wage the northern expedition against Great Yin? Jiangli said calmly, why do you think it was? The contempt in his tone was unparalleled. Indeed, why did Jiangli wage the northern expedition against Great Yin? Was it to destroy Great Yin and replace it with the Great Qian Empire? Of course not. That was not all. At this moment, Jiangli only had one goal, and that was to bring the ancient civilization back. Perhaps, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan no longer existed in his heart. The entire world belonged to him, Jiangli. His goal was too great, and the power he commanded was too great. Therefore, he did not think much of the Great Yan Empire or the Great Qian Empire. He treated them like cats and dogs. Shenlang asked, for the dragon pool, right? For the Ji clan's dragon pool and to destroy the remaining great dragon of the Ji clan, right? Jiangli did not answer. Instead, he stared at the white jade capital empress. This was a different kind of meeting. It was different from what he had imagined. Jiangli did not feel any guilt. In fact, he did not even feel any emotion. After all, Shenlang was his son. Moreover, his soul had been in Shenlang's mind for decades. However, he did not feel any emotion. There was only boundless coldness. What was this? Was this a form of arrogance? Was it the arrogance of an elite expert from the ancient times? Was this a form of revenge? Yes. Revenge. After Jiangli returned from the Western world, he had been acting. He played the role of a perfect king. He was domineering, straightforward, passionate, and filled with absolute justice at all times. This should be the person he hated the most. However, in order to achieve his goal, he had to act this role. He smiled at a group of lowly humans from the latter world and tried his best to act in front of everyone. Now, he did not need to act. Therefore, he was as cold and cruel as he was passionate and righteous at the time. Shenlang continued, there is one thing that I have always been curious about. In all the records, the Great Tribulation Temple is extremely evil. They have committed many crimes and committed many evil deeds. However, after I studied it in depth, I discovered that the yin-yang devouring evil techniques and inhumane evil techniques are completely different from their previous spiritual techniques. In fact, they are not even in the same series 100 years ago, although the Great Tribulation Temple used spiritual techniques and longevity techniques to attract the nobles of the world to provide for them, their reputation was not that bad. However, 40 years ago, the Great Tribulation Temple suddenly became extremely evil. Emperor Jiangli, can you tell me why this is happening? Jiangli only replied with one word, Kiki. But Shenlang pretty much knew the answer in his mind. It was really easy to attract a faction to fall. When an evil and strong technique appeared, cultivating it for 1 year was equivalent to cultivating it for 5 years. Moreover, one would be able to retain one's youth, so who could stop it? No one could. Moreover, with Jiang Li's ability, he was able to make the Great Tribulation Temple think that these evil techniques were dug out by them and belonged to them. Of course, the Great Tribulation Temple had a bad reputation in the past and they were suspected of bewitching people. When they started to slide towards evil, along with the direction of public opinion, naturally, everyone in the world would want to beat them up. Jiangli led the martial path army of the transcending powers and wiped out the Great Tribulation Temple. The entire Great Tribulation Palace was reduced to ruins. Of course, to a certain extent, the Great Tribulation Temple is not innocent. Shenlang said, but Emperor Jiangli, the main reason why you wiped them out was because they knew too much. Moreover, in the ancient empire, they were your obstacles, right? Especially the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's spiritual inheritance. He actually wanted to pass down the entire energy civilization. How could that be? Such power can only be grasped by you, right? So, the ancient civilizations that walked different paths from you all had to die. Gangwen even told me that there was a Great Tribulation Temple in the ancient era. The reason why it was called the Great Tribulation was because they wanted to stop the Great Tribulation Temple from being destroyed. But who knew that before the Great Tribulation Temple even arrived, the Great Tribulation Temple was wiped out? At that time, I even mocked them for being too weak. Now, it seems like it wasn't that they were weak but that you were too strong. In the ancient era, before the tribulation arrived, you wiped out the Great Tribulation Temple. But in this world, before the tribulation arrived, you wiped out the Great Tribulation Temple. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? Jiangli said calmly. Shenlang raised his thumb, you are amazing, invincible in the world, invincible in the world. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Jiangli, they were indeed invincible. Shenlang said, Emperor Jiangli, I would like to ask you something. Your countless ancient souls require bodies of energy to be resurrected. Do you need to devour half of the planet's energy? The countless elements in the crust and the lava will all be devoured. How much of the planet will cool down? How many lives will be lost? Once the boiling metal lava in the planet cools down, the magnetic field of the planet will weaken, and it won't be able to withstand the solar storm. The entire atmosphere of the planet will be blown away, and the entire planet will die. Wrong. Xianxia said calmly. You ordinary humans will die, but we won't. Because you are a backward life form, this is a natural elimination. Survival of the fittest is the law of survival. You humans are too fragile. You should be from Earth, right? I just read the relevant information in your brain. The environment of Mars is excellent enough, but you humans still can't survive on it. If it were us, the ancient humans, it would be a different story. Xianxia controlled Xianlang's body and looked at the white jade capital empress. Your methods won't work. Evolution can only evolve to become stronger. How can you evolve to become weaker? Xianxia said calmly. Ancient humans were strong enough, but they still couldn't avoid the tribulation. So, the only way was to continue evolving and become stronger. What about you? You tried to change the direction of your civilization and created a bunch of useless humans on this planet. You even tried to protect them? The heart of a saint is unacceptable, unacceptable. Jade Capital, try to imagine it. When a human's soul and body are completely separated, the spirit will exist forever, creating a body of energy. They can survive thousands of degrees above zero and 200 degrees below zero. This is the kind of human I want. This is a higher civilization. This is the only way to avoid the tribulation of the planet and live forever. Xianxia said with disdain. How long do normal humans live? In this world, 100 years is equivalent to 200 years in the ancient era. In these 100 years, 10 to 20 years are unknown, and they need to learn. After learning a little more, they would waste a lot of time on love, hatred, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. After mastering wisdom, their bodies would start to age again, and they would no longer be able to support the growth of their souls. Their memory would become worse and worse, and their energy would become weaker and weaker, and then they would gradually die. Xianxia sighed and said, in a person's lifetime, a mere 100 years is mostly spent on meaningless matters. How much time is there to develop a civilization? Before they can become intelligent and strong, they die. Relying on natural reproduction and the most backward education methods, they pass it down from generation to generation. What is supposed to be a year of civilization takes 100 years or even 1,000 years. So, only when humans get rid of their ugly and despicable bodies, get rid of the shackles of life and death, get rid of the vulgar, and get rid of the low-level desires can they become truly powerful and intelligent. They can push the entire civilization forward and develop quickly. Only then can they truly walk into the sea of stars. Abandon the body and the low-level desires. Eternal soul, powerful and pure. This is what a higher civilization should be like. This is the path I want to walk. This is my path of heaven. Then, Jade Capital, am I wrong? Xianxia was only willing to talk to White Jade Capital and not Xianlang. Did he think Xianlang was too low-level? Jade Capital, am I wrong? Xianxia asked loudly. I am trying to help humanity become a higher civilization. Am I wrong? White Jade Capital said coldly, what is the price? If you want eternal soul, you will need unparalleled mental power. You will need a powerful body of energy to survive in harsh environments. You will need to consume an endless amount of energy. How many years can the matter and energy of this planet support you? 50 years? 100 years? You will completely devour this planet and turn it into an ugly and silent rock. Let it die completely. Xianxia said coldly, so what? Even the insignificant humans are using the planet's resources. The White Jade Capital Queen said, at the very least, it is within the limits of the entire energy circulation system. It is within the limits of the entire planet's system. You want to consume the entire planet in a short amount of time and then abandon it mercilessly. Look, this is unnecessary emotion. This is the vulgar 7 emotions and 6 desires, Xianxia said. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Babies have to leave their swaddling clothes. How many babies will miss their swaddling clothes and their cradle after they grow up? Or should I just throw it aside, chop it into firewood and burn it? Fallacy, fallacy. Xianxia roared. The planet is not a human swaddling clothes. It is a mother. The fetus in the mother's stomach absorbs nutrients and slowly forms. Then, when the melon is ripe, it falls to the ground. What you are doing is sucking the mother to death while she is still in the womb. Then, you will come out of the womb. You will be a powerful demon the moment you are born. Well said, well said. Xianxia said. It is very cruel, but, if civilization can get rid of this backward natural childbirth, it will be the last childbirth. After that, the soul will live forever, and the energy body will continue to evolve and become stronger. That is not impossible. Xianxia, do you know why I don't want to talk to you? You're very smart, with a very high IQ and EQ, but, you lack wisdom, you lack height, and you're always so childish, so naive, and so full of cheap emotions. I really doubt how you're my son. You are too childish. Too low. Xianxia, you keep saying that you have no ambition, no desire for power, no desire to become an emperor, and that you are willful. You are so proud, so amazing, so low to the point of making me want to puke. You have an extremely intelligent brain, but you never think about more profound problems. You don't think about the direction of civilization, and you don't think about the future of the world. What do you mean by no grudges? In your mind, you have long known that it was your mother who killed me. However, you don't dare to think about it because it was your mother. In your mind, you have long guessed that I am residing in your brain. However, you don't dare to think about it because I am your father. You love your mother so much, and you love your father so much. These cheap human morals have bound your wisdom and imprisoned your soul. Indescribable stupidity, lowly emotions. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. I have nothing to say to you. Xianxia's last few words were spoken in a cruel and calm manner. He was no longer like a human. Instead, he was like a freak who was half demon and half god. My child, did you understand the despair I felt at that time? The White Jade Capital Queen said. I used all my love and everything I had to change him. I wanted to recover even a little bit of his emotions, but I failed. This sentence also revealed a small part of the truth at that time. Xianxia had tricked the White Jade Capital Queen into giving him a dragon egg, hatched it, and signed a dragon contract. She still didn't give up on Xianxia. She still used all her love for him. The White Jade Capital Queen said, Child, we didn't set a trap to kill him. He set a trap to kill us and destroy the White Jade Capital. I was about to give birth. At that time I was at my weakest and easiest to kill. The White Jade Capital Queen hadn't said this secret because she didn't want Xianxia to be heartbroken. However, Xianxia's cruelty had revealed a more terrifying truth, so the secret was no longer a secret. Child, how many people did you see in the White Jade Capital? The mother asked. I only saw 3 people, Xianxia answered. The mother said, Yes, there were only 3 of us in the White Jade Capital. The woman of the White Jade Capital, the emissary of the White Jade Capital, and the White Jade Capital Queen. This transcendent faction, the leader of the 6 transcendent factions, the super faction that had protected the world for nearly 1,000 years, only had 3 people left. The countless White Jade Capital army, the aerial army, the energy army, and so on that he had imagined didn't exist. It was no wonder that the White Jade Capital didn't show up even when it concerned the fate of the world. It was because there were only 3 people left. How could it show up? Xianxia said, Your Majesty Xianxia, or His Majesty Xianxia, in ancient times, after you conquered Queen Medusa and obtained everything she had, you turned her into a fossil, right? Xianxia said, Yes, you've seen it. It was a beautiful work, wasn't it? Are you going to express your vulgar and cheap feelings again? Xianxia was speechless again. All right. Xianxia said, Let's stop reminiscing about the past with our family of 3. Yujing, you might still have one last chance. Kill the person in front of you, kill your son, and perhaps you can redeem everything. I'm in his brain. Killing him might be the same as killing me. The White Jade Capital Queen said, I'm not you. I still have emotions. I'm not a machine. As expected, you're still so disappointing, Jiangli said calmly. You must have reached your limit. Can't hold on any longer? Then don't. Your dome is cracking. Over the past few centuries, the White Jade capital has sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to protect this dome and control us. Is it worth it? Now, there was another question. When the giant hell crystal fell into the far north, the White Jade capital was still very powerful. There were many elites there. Why didn't they just destroy the hell crystal? They tried, but they couldn't do it. Not only could they not do it, but any attack they launched against the hell crystal seemed to provide it with energy. Whether it was mental attacks, energy attacks, or physical attacks, the hell crystal devoured them all. The scene at that time was simply despairing. The White Jade capital could not imagine that such a thing existed. It looked harmless. It just kept devouring, devouring, and devouring. In the end, the White Jade capital had no choice but to use all of its intelligence and 300 years to find a certain substance. This substance was the only substance that the hell crystal did not devour and reject. It was also indestructible. Then, the White Jade capital used these materials to build a huge dome to isolate the hell crystal completely. However, not long ago, the two dragons had fought. The terrifying energy from the collision had torn a crack in the dome. Of course, even if the two dragons had not fought, the White Jade capital would not have been able to seal the hell crystal. There was no one left in the White Jade capital. Everyone's lives were used to maintain the dome. There were only 3 people left. The throne in front of them was not a throne. It was just a control center. The White Jade capital queen sat on it and used her mind power to control the power of the dome to seal the hell crystal. When the White Jade capital queen's life force was exhausted, she would not have a successor. When that happened, the entire dome would be destroyed, and the great destruction would come. Xianxia, without your miracle, we would have needed another 30 years to break this dome. Countless ancient souls would have been able to continue devouring the planet's energy and substance. However, because of your miracles, we were able to revive the ancient civilization 30 years earlier. Thank you. Jiangli said with a smile. Jade capital, you're having a hard time. Give up. Jiangli smiled and said, this dome used to be indestructible. Countless of our souls couldn't break it even after exhausting all of our strength. You still haven't told me where you got this material from. Where did you find it? What substance is it? The White Jade capital queen did not answer. It doesn't matter, Jiangli said. Jiangli said, in the past, it was indestructible. But now, I can easily turn it into ashes. I have 2 ways to do so. The first way was to control the giant dragon and destroy the dome. The second way was to kill the White Jade capital queen. Without her control, the dome would be destroyed. Jiangli slowly said, Xianxia, you have controlled this body for more than 10 years. It's time to let go. From now on, its control belongs to me. You just stay in the dark corner of your brain and quietly watch everything happen. Then, Jiangli suddenly opened his arms. Instantly, boundless mind power, soul power, and the power of the hell crystal surged into Xianxia's body and brain. The dome was cracking, and the energy inside was spilling out. The overflowing energy became Jiangli's weapon. Almost instantly, Jiangli's mind and soul became extremely strong. They were several times stronger than Xianxia's, dozens of times, hundreds of times. Then, he easily took control of the body and forced Xianxia's soul into the corner of his brain. Dragon, my dragon, your true master is here. Jiangli slowly raised his right hand. The giant dragon of the Jiang clan slowly rose from the ground. Boom, 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 countless fission reactions took place in its body again. Its body burned fiercely again. This time, it wasn't ordinary flames. It was the flames of nuclear fission. Soon, it wasn't just flames. The giant dragon of the Jiang clan turned into a dazzling light. Its body grew bigger and bigger until it almost covered the entire sky. At the North Pole of this world, it was night. But now, the night was completely illuminated. It was as bright as day. The Jiang clan's colossal dragon flew higher and higher, until it reached a height of 1,000 miles. Then, it turned into a speck of light and swooped down, crashing towards the dome. It was going to launch another fatal attack. After undergoing nirvana, the giant dragon of the Jiang clan possessed the power of nuclear fission. Last time, the giant dragon's attack caused cracks to appear in the dome. And this time, the dragon's direct impact was enough to turn the entire dome into ashes. Once the dome was destroyed, the seal on the hell crystal would be completely broken. It would continue to crazily devour the energy and matter of half the planet before exploding. The ancient civilization would rush over and descend into the world in the form of demons. The entire world civilization would be destroyed. Whoosh, the giant dragon of the Jiang clan was charging faster and faster. It was filled with the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was getting closer and closer to the dome. Jiangli said calmly, "Xianlang, you must be very dissatisfied. This giant dragon has been with you for so long and recognized you as its master. Even its nirvana rebirth was completely controlled by you. If not for you, it would still be in a dying state. If not for you, it wouldn't have been able to nirvana and become so powerful. It even calls you its master. But I'm the one who signed the dragon contract with it. You're just the one who renewed it. If I don't appear, you're its master. If I appear, I'm its master." The giant dragon had already condensed into a dazzling dot of light. With such powerful energy condensed into a dot, it crashed toward the dome of the white jade capital at many times the speed of sound. "Perish, my powerful ancient civilization, my perfect ancient civilization, make a comeback." Instantly, the giant dragon of the Jiang clan was about to crash into the dome of the white jade capital. But, when it was less than a meter away from the dome, it instantly froze on the spot. Xianlang screamed desperately in the corner of his mind, "That's right, Jiangli. You're its master. You're the one who signed the dragon contract." "But I signed a double contract with it. You treat the giant dragon as a weapon, while I treat it as an independent and proud life form. I treat it as a partner who will live and die with me." Note, sorry, it's late again. These few chapters took too long to write. I'll try to finish the next chapter by midnight. I'll work hard. Thank you, everyone. If you have tickets, please send some to thank me. This could be considered a form of emotional resonance, as well as a form of resistance by the Jiang family dragon. In terms of control rights, Xianlang would never be able to compete with Jiangli. After all, Jiangli had already signed a dragon's contract when he was still ignorant and had just been born. However, Xianlang knew that this dragon had emotions and strong free will. Moreover, it was not raised in captivity, but grew up on its own. It hunted for all kinds of secret metals, and swallowed the heat from magma in volcanoes. Of course, some might say that the dragon swallowed the energy of magma to become stronger, but wasn't it also swallowing the vitality of the planet? What was the difference between it and Jiangli's hell crystal? Of course, there was a fundamental difference, because the magma had already erupted, while the hell crystal swallowed the heat energy deep in the Earth's crust, as well as the countless elements deep in the Earth's crust. Although it was also secreted from the body, it was a wonderful thing for a baby to grow up eating it. If it directly sucked blood, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. The dragon contract was, to a certain extent, signing a contract directly on the dragon's soul. Normally, it seemed like nothing much, and the master and the dragon were still equal and close. However, the nature of this relationship was not equal. At critical moments, the master could still use his powerful spiritual power to control the dragon's soul. This was equivalent to installing a Trojan horse in a computer, and when necessary, a hacker could directly control the computer. At this moment, the dragon was strongly resisting Jiangli's control. Although the dragon treated all humans as ants most of the time, and had even destroyed an entire city. However, it was still filled with emotions for a limited number of people, such as Ghost Noon. This was because it was Ghost Noon who raised it, and Ghost Noon had taken care of it during its infancy. Therefore, even when Ghost Noon betrayed it, and even stole its dragon soul pearl, the dragon was not willing to kill him. The relationship between the dragon and Xianlang was not something that Ghost Noon could compare to. Purely in terms of time, the dragon and Xianlang had spent less time together, but it was definitely unforgettable. Xianlang signed a two-way contract with it, and it relaxed all its spiritual defenses, allowing the dragon's soul to leave an imprint in his mind. From now on, not only would Xianlang be able to restrain the dragon, but the dragon would also be able to restrain Xianlang's will to a certain extent. Not only that, the two of them went through the grand nirvana together. During the ancient dragon pawn's most terrifying period, Xianlang had accompanied it. Although it had been less than half a year in reality, it had been countless years in the dragon's spiritual world. No, 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 the dragon's soul roared and resisted. Xianlang is my master. He is my noble companion. He is my only kin. The soul of the gigantic dragon roared with all its might. When it was 1 foot away from the white jade Jing's dome, it used all of its willpower and energy to stop itself from crashing into it. Master, hold on. We definitely won't lose. While struggling, the dragon encouraged Xianlang, Master, we live and die together, our souls coexist, we have signed a two-way contract, our two souls together can definitely surpass this demon, we can definitely. At that moment, the two souls of Xianlang and the dragon used all of their strength to resist Jiangli. But they still lost. The dragon's shadow was still approaching the white jade Jing's dome centimeter by centimeter. The dragon and Xianlang seemed to have used up all of their energy. Jiangli's soul seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. This was because he had an inexhaustible supply of energy here. Plus, he had a higher understanding of the dragon, so he could easily switch between different types of energy. Even so, the dragon's shadow continued to crash into the white jade Jing's dome. 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, as long as it crashed into the dome, the white jade Jing's dome would be destroyed. Xianlang and the dragon's souls had used up their last bit of willpower. But, they still failed. Jiangli's soul's willpower was completely suppressed. The dragon's free soul's willpower was still quickly disappearing. They were going to lose. Destruction was still coming. However, when it was 1 centimeter away from the white jade Jing's dome, the dragon's shadow froze again. It froze once more. This time, it didn't stop because of Xianlang and the dragon's efforts. Jiangli had stopped it on his own. Xianlang, what is the saddest thing in this world? When you tried your best, you still couldn't do something, you still couldn't achieve a goal, but someone else could easily achieve it by tiptoeing. Your struggle against the giant dragon was very precious as gold, just like your emotions. But, in a higher civilization, gold is worthless. So, your feelings, your struggle, are also worthless. Jiangli raised his other hand in the air. Immediately after, a spot of light lit up in the sky, and the energy released by countless hell crystals condensed in the sky. Soon, it condensed into a giant dragon. This was the dragon of the Ji family. Back then, it had lost to the dragon of the Xianlang's Jiang family. It had been completely destroyed. It was easy to destroy a dragon's body, but it was extremely difficult to destroy its energy life form. Only the ancient great nirvana level of energy could do this. Jiangli said calmly, this dragon of the Ji family underwent nirvana in a sea of lava. That place contained the energy of the hell crystals. So, its element changed a long time ago. After the death of Emperor Ji something, he lost the dragon contract. So, it was controlled by the hell crystals. In other words, it was controlled by me. Whoosh! The dragon dove down from the sky and slammed into the dome of the white jade Jing. This time, there were no obstructions. There were no accidents. It was too easy. The dragon of the Ji family, or rather, the hell energy dragon, slammed into the dome of the white jade Jing. In an instant, its body turned into ashes again. A very obvious crack appeared on the dome of the white jade Jing. It was a very small crack. It was only 1 or 2 meters long. Compared to the dome of the white jade Jing, this was nothing. But, in the next instant, the entire dome of the white jade Jing turned to dust, inch by inch. All the cores, devices, and elites of the white jade Jing that provided energy for the dome of the white jade Jing were all turned to dust. In less than a minute, the dome of the white jade Jing, which had a diameter of several thousand miles, was completely destroyed. The world was silent. There was no longer anything that could seal the powerful hell crystals. There was no longer anything that could seal the countless ancient souls. The temperature of the entire world instantly dropped. At the same time, the entire planet trembled slightly. It seemed to have stopped for a moment. The entire world was stirred up by a terrifying hurricane. Then, the aurora above the North Pole began to distort. Then, the entire ground began to release a strange light that shot into the sky. "Look, it's so easy," Xianxia said calmly. "Your so-called indestructible dome is as fragile as a soap bubble. It's destroyed just like that." The dome was destroyed, and the White Jade Jing Empress was free now. Over the past few decades, she had been sitting on the chair in the control center with great difficulty. She had exhausted her mind power to the limit. Even when she saw her own son, she couldn't show any emotion because she couldn't afford to waste it. She wanted to control the entire dome of the White Jade Jing and completely seal off the hell crystals from breaking out and spreading. Now that the dome of the White Jade Jing was destroyed, she was free. Our so-called White Jade Jing Empress has been sitting on this diamond-like throne for generations. She controls the entire dome and seals off the hell crystals. She can't leave for even a second, the White Jade Jing Empress said. The White Jade Capital Queen said, "People who can live for 200 or 300 years, or even longer, die in a few decades. In the beginning, it was not my turn to sit in this position, but everyone died. That is why the title of White Jade Jing Queen has fallen to me. Around 30 years ago, before the last White Jade Jing Empress died, she passed everything to me. I've been sitting on this throne for 30 years, and I can't move a millimeter. I'm like a statue, and my body is unnecessary. I'm just a vessel for my soul." The White Jade Jing Empress slowly stood up and said, "Now, I'm finally free." Then, she walked toward Xianxia. "My child, I wanted to hug you so much. But I couldn't move. Now, I can." The White Jade Jing Empress walked forward and gently held Xianxia's body in her arms. At that moment, Xianxia gave control of his body to Xianxia. It only lasted for a second before he took it back. "Jade Jing, what are you going to do next?" Xianxia asked. "Kill me? Kill me again?" It was a strange feeling. Xianxia's body and face were exactly like Xianxia's tone and expression. "Of course, you might not be able to do it. After all, this is your son's body," Xianxia said. "But I really want you to kill the White Jade Jing Empress. My soul is in this body. If you kill him, in a way, you'll kill me. I really want you to abandon this vulgar emotion and enter a higher civilization." The White Jade Jing Empress took a few steps back. She didn't speak and just watched quietly. "You won't kill me?" Xianxia asked. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Then, a figure stopped at lightning speed. It was the White Jade Jing emissary. She was the woman Xianxia had met several times in the East. She had always been cold, as if she didn't know what anger was. Now, she was extremely excited, angry, and hateful. Her martial arts were very, very high. She was even better than sect leader Ren, Wuming, and Ji Xian. In a sense, she was the next successor of the White Jade Jing. Of course, she was the last one. But, Xianxia gently flicked his finger, and the White Jade Jing emissary turned into ashes. This was probably the most complete death. Her body was instantly destroyed and turned into one of the countless energies. Didn't Xianxia's body have no martial arts? Even if Xianxia controlled his body, he shouldn't be so powerful. Martial arts, but to Xianxia, it was meaningless. Every inch of space here was filled with the energy of the hell crystal. Endless energy was available for him to use. Moreover, his understanding of the dragon was too high. So, with just a thought, he could easily achieve the effects of various attacks. This was like Magneto. If he was imprisoned in a plastic cage, he would have no combat power. But as long as he had metal around him, he was invincible. Of course, Xianxia was much more powerful than Magneto. They weren't even on the same level. He was many times more powerful than Magneto and Professor X combined. "Jade Jing, you had the chance to reverse all of this. With your intelligence, how could you not know that my soul would leave my body before I died? How could you not guess that my soul would enter the child in your belly? So, you had the chance to completely destroy me, but you couldn't do it. So, you lost." Xianxia calmly said, "What does this prove?" "This proves that emotions are a kind of restraint, a kind of prison. If you want to be inferior to a higher-level energy creature and start a higher civilization, you must first abandon these low-level emotions." But you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You couldn't bear to hurt your own child, so you gave me a chance. If you had killed me that day, you wouldn't be here today. I would have lost. Human, your name is weakness. Jiangli controlled Shenlang's body and walked in front of the white Jade Jing queen. He softly said, Jade Jing, my love. Come, kill me. Get rid of your low-level emotions and enter a higher civilization. Come, join us. He placed the dragon sword in the white Jade Jing queen's hand and pressed it against his forehead. Jade Jing, do it. If you pierce my head, you might be able to kill me. Then, you can get rid of your low-level emotions and escape the prison of civilization. Just like that, Jiangli controlled Shenlang's body and didn't move. He waited for the white Jade Jing queen to kill him. For a few minutes, the white Jade Jing queen didn't move. How disappointing. How disappointing. Jiangli calmly said. Jade Jing, you disappoint me. Then, he placed his finger on the white Jade Jing queen's forehead and gently touched it. Is it hard to do? It's not hard at all. Jiangli said in a doubtful tone. Jiangli's finger touched it. The beautiful white jade capital empress turned into ashes bit by bit. Then, she disappeared. The last teardrop fell from the air and froze into ice. Jiangli placed the ice teardrop on his palm and looked at it. A perfect gem. Shenlang, you've seen many diamonds in Africa on Earth. You've even seen diamonds of the highest grade. Has it ever been as clear and flawless as this one? No, I don't think so. Your mother's last teardrop is perfect. That's right, I've searched your brain. There's a very interesting book called The Three-Body Problem. There's also a perfect water droplet inside. Because it's extremely pure and its internal structure is extremely perfect, a single water droplet was able to destroy the entire human fleet. Impressive, impressive. Shenlang, this is the only thing your mother left behind. Do you want to keep it as a memento and wear it for the rest of your life? Do you want it? Of course not, because this is also a kind of cheap emotion. All memories should be forgotten. Jiangli smiled. Then, he flicked his finger. The white Jade Jing queen's teardrop gem in his palm turned into dust. He had effortlessly erased all traces of his wife in this world. Then, Jiangli glanced at the throne of the white Jade Jing. This used to be the control center of the dome of the white Jade Jing. It looked as if it was carved out of a big diamond. It was inlaid with countless crystals and secret metals. It's a beautiful throne. But you should also know that beauty itself is a cheap emotion. Because when you see something beautiful, you instinctively want to protect it. That's how you fall into a spiritual trap. You're a doctor on Earth. You should know very well that when a person is too focused on his or her beauty, his or her career will be in danger. I'm talking about a real career. I'm not talking about a low-end product that treats beauty as a career. Of course, it's wrong to want to destroy beautiful food when you see it. That's because hatred is also a cheap emotion. That's why I look down on your ideal of having no hatred in the world. It's too low. What should I do when facing the soul and body of my mother? What should I do when facing this throne? Jiangli asked. Then, he gently crooked his finger. The throne turned into dust. Of course, you should turn it into energy and be swallowed for your own use, Jiangli said. As a high-level energy civilization, you shouldn't let go of any energy. Everything is for the sake of evolution and for the sake of becoming stronger. Life is too precious. Don't waste it on emotions like love and hate. Then, Jiangli controlled Shenlang's body and slowly flew up. As he flew, the entire abyss started to collapse. The entire underground structure of the white Jade Jing turned into dust. This wasn't for the sake of destruction. It wasn't for the sake of destruction. From Jiang Li's point of view, destruction and destruction were also low-level emotions. The entire abyss had been built by the energy of the white Jade Jing. Of course, it had to be swallowed up and used for its own use. It couldn't waste even a little bit. By the time Jiangli controlled Shenlang's body and flew to the ground, everything in the white Jade Jing had disappeared. It had been completely erased. The pyramids, the dome, and the underground structure had all disappeared. Then, Shenlang finally saw what was inside the dome. This was the real white jade Jing. The 12th floor, the 5th floor. It really looked like a fairyland. It was crystal clear and made of jade. However, in the next second, the entire white jade Jing, which looked like a fairyland, turned into dust. It turned into countless amounts of energy and was swallowed by the hell crystal. Jiangli controlled Shenlang's body and continued to fly up. Of course, Shenlang's body didn't have any martial arts, so he couldn't fly. However, every inch of this place was filled with the energy of the hell crystal. Jiangli could use this energy to do anything. In this energy environment, he was a god. He continued to fly until he was very, very high up. Jiangli allowed Shenlang to see the entire North Pole clearly. The land was glowing and changing. Everything within a few thousand miles was changing continuously. It became transparent and became a body of pure energy. The hell crystal wrapped around countless ancient souls, which were frantically swallowing the life of the planet. The mantle below the crust was made of magma. Below the mantle was the core, which contained countless metals and various elements. They were all in liquid form and were heated red. The core was the life of the entire planet. The magnetic field of the entire world came from the core. Mars in the solar system used to be full of life. However, it died because the core cooled and solidified. All the volcanoes stopped erupting. Without the protection of the planet's magnetic field, the atmosphere was blown away by the solar storm. All the water on the planet turned into steam and escaped into space. Mars officially died. Now, countless ancient souls were wrapped in the hell crystal and were frantically swallowing the life and energy of the planet. They were frantically swallowing countless elements and metals to build their future energy bodies. They were building their so-called advanced ancient civilization. Shenlang, I'll say it again. Everything we're doing is not for destruction but for survival, Jiangli said calmly. My son, I'll tell you what the core of a civilization is. It's survival. In order to survive, everything we do is reasonable. What are angels and what are devils? These should be two opposing terms on earth. It's as if angels are noble and devils are evil. However, don't forget that these two terms were created by religion. They are full of deceit. What is noble and what is evil? What is light and what is darkness? These are just the thoughts of intelligent life after a civilization has developed to a certain level. You've also gone through the enlightenment of the dragon. This is the true form of an advanced civilization. It's not a language or even words. It's just a way of evolving energy. It's the pure truth. My son, please remember. Everything we're doing is for survival. Even now, I'm going to kill you, it's also for better survival. Shenlang, my son, I don't hate you. Although I think you're naive and stupid, I really don't hate you. I have no intention of killing you. However, your soul is still alive. It's a hindrance to my survival so that I can enjoy this body alone. Of course, this body of yours is not special. However, the thing in your brain is very special and very precious. I want to enjoy it alone. In addition, you have an emotional resonance with the dragon. I want to completely control that dragon, so I have to erase your soul. So, I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill your soul, Jiangli said lightly. Do you have any wishes before you die? Shenlang, wish. Fulfill my dying wish. Isn't this also a low-level emotion for you? Jiangli said, after your wish is fulfilled, the resentment in your soul will subside slightly. This is very beneficial to maintaining the integrity of your brain. Think about it. You can only have one wish, and it has to be within my acceptable range. I don't mind telling you, my acceptable range is very low. I won't even be willing to fulfill your slightly extravagant wish. Don't hold any hope for me just because I'm your father. Shenlang thought for a while and said, you keep saying that you're an advanced civilization. Then I want to see what your so-called advanced civilization is like. I want to see what you're like as a new human that has broken away from low-level emotions. Oh. Jiangli said, this wish is slightly more advanced. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiangli gently raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent, mysterious, and quaint palace rose from the ground of the entire Arctic. It was like a mountain that was more than 10,000 meters tall, far beyond anyone's imagination. Then, the two giant dragons condensed in the air again and slowly landed on the square in front of the shocking palace. They gradually froze, as if they had become statues. Finally, a huge light shadow floated out. This was the soul of countless ancient humans. These souls were like dandelions, and they began to split. From a single mass, they split into countless, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Each soul was enveloped by a special hell crystal, so they would never dissipate. Then, an endless amount of energy, elements, and matter were extracted from the core. The entire North Pole emitted a shocking light that shot thousands of miles into the sky. The entire planet was trembling. Even the Earth's core had stopped spinning, as if it was wailing in pain. Under the combination of high-level dragon enlightenment, hell crystal, and ancient human souls, the extracted elements and matter began to condense. They were molded into new humans one after another. These people had no gender or age, and their bodies were all transparent. It was extremely strange. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of new humans continued to condense. A powerful ancient empire, a powerful Xianxia empire, was created in an instant. It took them close to 1,000 years to devour energy, but once they devoured enough, it only took a few minutes to create an entire empire. This was the power of high-level dragon enlightenment. Although there was the word dragon in it, it was still a type of energy enlightenment. Xianxia said indifferently, "Of course, the hierarchy must be properly divided. To completely abandon low-level emotions and become the highest life form, I only need one person, and that person is me. If I deliberately make them abandon their appearance, abandon their gender, and become inhuman, then they will not be suitable for my rule. Therefore, in the territory of my empire, these new humans are second-class life forms. Therefore, I still have to give them a vulgar appearance." Moments later, these so-called ancient Homo evolutus underwent another transformation. Their bodies turned from transparent to metallic, and finally into human skin. Originally, they had no gender, but soon, they were separated into males and females according to their original gender. Finally, their faces were reconstructed, still exactly the same as they were in the ancient era. Before the Great Nirvana, these people's souls were sucked out and injected into hell crystals. Then, they were taken to outer space to avoid the Great Nirvana. Now, their reconstructed bodies were exactly the same as before their souls were sucked out. Xianxia clapped his hands. All the ancient Homo evolutus had awakened. Their souls had been asleep for countless years, even before the Great Nirvana. Perhaps tens of thousands of years, or even longer. But to them, it was like they had only slept for a night, or even a second. Their memories were still the moment before their souls were sucked out and they fell asleep. After waking up, they opened their eyes. He saw the familiar hall, the familiar statues of the two dragons, and then he saw the familiar Sovereign King. "Your Majesty, has the Great Nirvana passed?" One of the ancient humans trembled as he asked. Xianxia said, "It's over, it's all over. You've survived, you've avoided the Great Nirvana, you've survived." The ancient humans looked at the square and asked, "Your Majesty, are we the only ones left?" "Yes, we're the only ones left." Xianxia said, "Everyone here is the new empire, the spark of a new civilization." Then, the hundreds of thousands of ancient humans all knelt down and kowtowed, "Long live your Majesty, long live, long live." As expected of the god of deception. These ancient humans didn't even know their energy bodies were reconstructed, didn't know their souls were being controlled, didn't know they were just data in Xianxia's hands. They still thought they were the same bodies from tens of thousands of years ago, the versions of themselves from tens of thousands of years ago. They thought they were being protected by Xianxia, hiding in a corner and escaping the Great Nirvana. "Long live your Majesty, long live, long live. Long live the new empire." The hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison. Xianxia closed his eyes and said, "Shenlang, my son, did you see it clearly?" "Shenlang, I saw it clearly, you really are the god of deceit, deceiving everyone, including the ancient humans." Xianxia said, "Good, you should be able to rest in peace now. I'm going to kill your soul." 3, 2, note, I'm finally done, I can finally rest today. I beg for monthly votes. I am extremely grateful to all my benefactors for giving me so that I can write with all my might. Strongest son-in-law in history, strongest son-in-law in history, Xianlang. People like you won't be able to save civilization or the world. You're too weak. Then, Jiangli unleashed his incomparably powerful mental energy to suppress Xianlang's soul. That's right, it was a direct suppression. It was a stronger mental energy suppressing a weaker soul. Jiangli continued to devour, and in an instant, he reached his limit. He could still devour the hell crystal's mental energy, but Xianlang's brain had reached its limit. There was a limit to its capacity. However, this also allowed Xianlang to clearly see that his previous limit was not his limit at all. Now, the space in his brain had been expanded by several times. The mental energy that occupied the space in his brain was constantly being compressed. It was like a Wuling Hongguang that could only seat 7 people. But when necessary, it could squeeze 51 people inside. Jiang Li's soul occupied more and more space in Xianlang's brain. 70%, 80%, 90%. In the end, it reached 99%, only Xianlang's soul, the Great Tribulation Wisdom King's soul, Queen Medusa's mental energy, and the soul information left behind by the dragon in Xianlang's brain only took up 1% of the space. Jiang Li continued to suppress Xianlang's soul. It wasn't enough to suppress him to 1%. He had to suppress him to 1/1000 th, or even 1/10,000 th. From a macroscopic perspective, the soul was not a physical object. It was similar to a magnetic field or electronic signal. Of course, it was more complicated. Jiang Li's method of destroying Xianlang was very direct. It was to continuously compress the soul into a single point, and then continue compressing it until it reached its limit. When the distance between the electrons and the soul exceeded a certain limit, it would collapse. When that happened, Xianlang's soul would be completely destroyed. This process was very advanced and thorough. Originally, there was an even simpler method, which was to directly drag Xianlang's soul out of his brain and make it dissipate into the air. Very soon, it would be reduced to ashes. However, Jiang Li wanted to destroy both the macroscopic and microscopic world at the same time. Jiang Li's soul was thousands, tens of thousands, or even more than Xianlang's. Therefore, when he crushed them, they had no power to resist at all. Soon, Xianlang's soul information was compressed into a single point, and it was still being compressed. Very soon, it would reach a certain limit, and the inside would begin to collapse and be completely destroyed. This is a bit like fusion. He was about to reach his limit. He was about to enter the limit of destruction. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling light figure suddenly descended from the sky. Xiaoqin could not recognize what this thing was. It was like a meteor that came from beyond the 9 heavens and smashed toward Jiang Li's palace, smashing toward the extreme north of the continent. At the same time, inside Xianlang's brain, the 1,000-year inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King, part of the Medusa's soul, and the souls of the 13 virtuous sage masters suddenly exploded, almost releasing a suicidal attack toward Xianlang. Boom 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 boom, this was more like a nuclear explosion in the microscopic world. The only thing he showed was a slight flicker in Xianlang's eyes. Then, the strange light that flew from the sky was only a dot that was extremely bright. It fiercely collided with Jiang Li's ancient palace, hitting the extreme north of the continent. Boom 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 boom, an earth-shattering explosion. Its power far surpassed that of a nuclear bomb and the regret of the dragon. The entire sky was illuminated once again. A huge hole was blasted in the extreme north of the continent. The light emitted was more than 10 times, 100 times brighter than the sun, instantly blinding everyone's vision. Seeing this scene, Jiang Li's face trembled, and then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. What a great suicidal attack. This is too great. All of you did your best just to poke a hole in my empire? This time really flowed like water, and time flew by. It was unknown how much time had passed. Maybe it was a few years, maybe it was even longer. It was as if he had slept for a very long time, but it was also as if he had only slept for a moment. However, the feeling of waking up was even more bizarre than when he was in the ghost city. It was as if he had returned from hell and was reborn. First, he felt the existence of his soul, but he could not feel his body. After a while, the power of his soul spread to his whole body, and he could feel his limbs and body. After a very long time, he finally regained a little bit of strength, his hearing, and his senses. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. He was in a cave, and he was lying on a crystal-clear bed. Everything around him was so unfamiliar. After a long time, his limbs regained mobility, and he struggled to get up. Is this a laboratory? White Jade Jing's laboratory? Or some other ancient laboratory? The entire laboratory was very simple. There was only a bed and a table. Xianxia walked to the table, and there was a note on it. Your face, aura, energy, and spiritual aura have all changed. Other than yourself, no one knows your identity. You can go out now. This was all the content on the note. There was also a signature, 0. What did it mean? Was this 0 a person, or an organization? There was a mirror on the table. At first, it was completely blurry, as if it was not in focus. Xianxia blinked and began to focus. Suddenly, everything in the mirror became clear, and he saw his new face. As expected, it had completely changed. It was very strange. This face was still very handsome, but it was completely different from the previous Xianxia. His body had also undergone a complete transformation. Before, Xianxia was very weak. Although his limbs were slender, they did not feel muscular at all. He had a very feminine body. Now, this body was much taller and stronger. His muscles were strong, but not excessive. Also, his body quality and strength were much better than before. He had changed from a handsome man who was prettier than a woman to a handsome man with a heroic appearance. Other than that, there was nothing else in the laboratory. There was no information. What was this place? How much time had passed? What happened when Xianxia wanted to destroy Xianxia's soul? He had no memory of anything. He vaguely remembered Xianxia's disdainful roar and mockery. You're too great. Did you do your best just to poke a hole in my empire? At the very least, from his tone, Xianxia was still confident that victory was within his grasp. All his suicidal attacks had only managed to poke a hole in the wall. But there was no other information. Xianxia walked out and found a red line on the ground. It was very eye-catching. He had just stepped out of the line. In an instant, everything in the laboratory behind him was crushed. The entire ancient laboratory became the most ordinary cave in the wilderness. Where was this place? How much time had passed? Who was this 0? What happened to this world? Xianxia walked out of the cave and saw an extremely strange world. He stood very high, so he could see very far. The entire world was dead silent, as if everything was really dead. Everything in his sight was ice and snow. All the land, mountains, and forests were covered in ice and snow. But this was not the North Pole. It used to be inland. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sky was clear. Xianxia looked up at the sky. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the sun seemed to have grown bigger and redder. It was not as strong as before. The weather was really very cold. It should be tens of degrees Celsius below 0. More importantly, this was not the North Pole, nor was it the northernmost continent. Xianxia no longer had the ancient king ring or the heart of the dragon. He could still rely on his body to resist the cold. But there was no problem at all. He could not even feel any cold pain. Was the entire world dead? Was the entire planet covered in ice and snow? There was no civilization, no life, no country. Xianxia tried his best to look around, but after a long while, he did not see any cities, villages, or any traces of civilization. Next, Xianxia calculated his location based on the sun's illumination and other conditions. He was south of the Southern Sea. When he got this answer, Xianxia was shocked. The south of the Southern Sea was absolutely tropical. This was even further south than the southernmost tip of the Sand primitive tribe. Further south would be the Southeast Sea country. Further south would be the supertropical wilderness continent. Other than countless animals, there were almost no humans there. And now, this region was frozen. The boundless land at the foot of the mountain was not a plain, but a frozen ocean. Even the Southern Sea had become the eternal frozen ocean. Previously, when Xianxia went to the North Pole, the eternal frozen ocean was more than 10,000 miles away from Yen capital. This place was more than 20,000 miles away. In other words, the eternal frozen ocean extended 30,000 miles south. How many years had passed, the entire planet had become so cold? Then, Xianxia realized that the air had become much thinner. He was at sea level, but he felt like he was suffering from altitude sickness. Of course, Xianxia's new body seemed to be very strong, so he would not suffer from altitude sickness. But he could still calculate that the oxygen level had decreased by less than 30%. This was fatal. The oxygen level had decreased by 70%? How could humans survive then? Was the civilization of this world still around? Could it be that other than Zhongli's ancient Homo evolutus, everyone else was dead? Were the Deqian Empire, the Xiluan Empire, and Xianxia's family still around? Were the people of the world still around? Next, Xianxia had to make a decision. Should he head north or south? This was the eternal frozen southern sea. If he headed north, he would enter the territory of the Sand Primitive Kingdom. If he went further north, he would enter the territory of the State of Yu. Xianxia took a deep breath and sprinted north. He was like a strong horse. He did not feel tired even after running for 100 miles per hour. His body had really been modified to become much stronger. Xianxia kept going north. He ran for more than 4,000 miles. The weather got colder as he headed north. Along the way, there was a frozen ocean, and all the islands were covered in ice and snow. There was no trace of life. There were no ships on the frozen sea. He did not meet any humans along the way. According to Xianxia's plan and Xianxia's conception, it should not be like this. Human civilization would not be completely destroyed. Suddenly, he stopped. He changed his direction and ran towards the southeast, towards the direction of the Great Devil Triangle. Xianxia ran for more than 10,000 miles for a few days and nights. His body did not seem to know fatigue. His heart seemed to be constantly releasing energy. Finally, he arrived in front of the Demon Triangle. Then, he seemed to be frozen. He did not move at all. The Demon Triangle was once so familiar to him. This was once the forbidden area of the world. It was the most dangerous place. No humans could enter, not even transcending forces. There was the wall of the world here. The thick black fog covered thousands of miles, connecting the sea and the sky. In the black fog, there were countless tornadoes and lightning. This place was like hell. But now, the wall of the world was gone. The black fog was gone. The tornadoes were gone. The lightning was gone. There was nothing left. The sea here was completely frozen. The ruins of the lost empire were still there. Those beautiful houses were once half above and half below the sea. Now that the sea was frozen, the ruins of these cities were also covered in a thick layer of ice. Not a single sea monster was seen. The Demon Triangle was completely silent. What about Queen Medusa's statue? Xianxia continued running toward the center of the Demon Triangle. For Xianxia, Queen Medusa's statue was like a flag, an important coordinate. One day later, Xianxia arrived at the center of the Demon Triangle. Queen Medusa's statue was gone. It originally stood there like a mountain. Although it was invisible most of the time, this time, it completely disappeared. After the destruction of ancient times, even though Queen Medusa turned into a fossil, she tried her best to maintain the inheritance of the lost empire and not let it be completely destroyed. But now, the ruins of the lost empire were definitely gone. The Demon Triangle was also gone. The lost demon mother should have escaped with countless sea monsters. Did they succeed? Where did they escape to? Xianxia lay on the ice, looking at the ruins of the city covered in ice and snow. He still did not feel cold, nor did he feel hungry. He just quietly looked at the stars in the sky. There were complete memories in his mind, memories about Xianxia. But other than that, there was nothing else. Queen Medusa's memory fragments, Great Tribulation Wisdom King Spirit and Soul were all gone. Of course, the part that had been interpreted by Xianxia, which had become a fragment of his soul, still existed. The most important thing, the intermediate dragon's perception, was still there. Therefore, he still had the most intelligent brain. However, the smart brain had already disappeared, or rather, it was not that it had disappeared, but that it was no longer necessary, because all the data in the smart brain had become a part of Xianxia's brain. Shenlang did not need the smart brain to complete those complex calculations on his own, and it was much faster, even faster than a supercomputer. He lay quietly on the ice, thinking. After a few days and nights, Shenlang climbed up from the ice. He once again ran towards the north. This time, his destination was the raging tide city, his base. Even though Shenlang had conquered Qian capital and Yan capital, in a sense, his only home in this world was the raging tide city. Although he had not eaten or drunk for a long time, Shenlang ran faster and faster. The power in his body seemed to be endless. The journey to the raging tide city was about 20,000 miles. Along the way, he still did not encounter any humans, ships, air legions, nothing. After a few days and nights, Shenlang arrived in front of the raging tide city. Of course, the sea here was also completely frozen. The raging tide city was still there, in fact, very intact, without any damage. But it was completely covered in ice. All the houses seemed to be coated with a layer of glass, crystal clear. It was a thick layer of ice. The entire city was dead silent. There was not a single person. There was not a single person in any of the houses, and not a single corpse. The raging tide city used to be so prosperous, so busy. This was the industrial center of Shenlang. At its peak, there were more than 300,000 workers, 300,000 troops gathered on this Liuzhou island. The raging tide city continued to expand, and in the end, the entire city stretched for tens of miles. Now, it was empty. Dead silence. Within the huge castle, the center of his former rule, there was no one. Frost had already taken over every inch of the house. Shenlang sprinted towards Paradise Manor. It was still empty, not a single person, not a single corpse. The entire manor was completely covered in ice. All of Shenlang's family lived here. His wife, children, mother-in-law, adoptive father, adoptive mother, younger brother, Ming Yuanxian, concubine Bian, Ming Yan, Shenli, Shenmi, etc. All of his relatives, all of his children, had once lived here. Now, they were completely gone. Even Ming Yuanxian's words were echoing in Shenlang's mind. Ming Yuanxian said that he had found a new belief, the belief to continue living, and sat here waiting for Shenlang to return. His farewell with Ming Yuanxian felt like it was only yesterday. He could still clearly remember the feeling of his thin and trembling body when he hugged Ming Yuanxian when he said goodbye. Father-in-law, where are you? My children, my wife, where are you? Is the civilization of this world still around? Jiangli, you're a devil who has committed heinous crimes. What have you done to this world? Note, after countless hours of brainstorming, this chapter has already reached 5,000 words. I still beg for monthly votes to nourish my heart. I am grateful to everyone. Following that, Shenlang continued to explore Raging Tide City. He wanted to find any relevant records or messages. He couldn't leave nothing behind, right? However, even after Shenlang searched everywhere, he still couldn't find anything. Instead, he saw many written records. Not only were there experiment records, but there were also reports from the Privy Council and even children's homework. However, all the written records stopped at a certain day, which was the 9th of December. That day was also the day Jiangli reappeared and the day the ancient civilization would sweep across the world. All the written records stopped at this day, even the children's diaries. Shenlang saw many diaries, including those of his daughter, Shenmi, and his son, Shenli. His daughter, Shenmi, was born a princess, so her diary was completely like that of a princess. In the diary, she wrote about how she missed her sister, Yao Yao, and her father. Then, she wrote about that day's learning. I didn't do well in today's art class and was criticized by Scholar Anya. The teacher said that my dolphin painting didn't have any spirit, especially those two eyes. I didn't enjoy the process of creation and didn't think of giving life to the dolphin in the painting. I feel very depressed and sorry because I was really distracted because I missed my father too much. I'm sorry, little dolphin. I didn't put in the effort to paint you. I didn't give you a soul. This might cause you to be unable to be born in another world. I'm sorry, my little dolphin. This was Shenmi's diary. She was only 11 years old back then and was filled with innocence and fantasy. She even felt that as long as she painted well enough, she could give life to the little animals in the painting. As long as the painting was filled with soul, then a little animal in the painting would be born in another world. She was a real princess. Her entire heart was pink, filled with absolute purity and kindness. Xianlang looked at his daughter's diary and felt as though his heart was about to melt. Xinmi used to be his favorite. When they were in Xianxia city, he hugged her almost every day. Even when she couldn't eat salt, he would crack some melon seeds for her to eat. Back then, Xinmi hadn't grown teeth yet, so a single melon seed could be kept in her mouth for an entire hour. Xinmi had been well protected since she was a child. Everything she saw in her field of vision was almost a beautiful dream. Now, where did she go? Xianlang sent Yao Yao away in advance because Yao Yao's spiritual mother was Medusa's queen Nalu. Her life would be in danger if she continued to stay. But now, even Xinmi was gone. Next, Xianlang saw Xinli's diary. This child's handwriting was really good, meticulous and meticulous. At such a young age, his skills were already quite profound. His diary was filled with responsibilities. Although he was only 11 years old, he was already thinking about important matters. In the diary, he first published his insights on the history of the Great Qian dynasty that day, followed by his insights on arithmetic. In short, his diary was like a written report, very serious. However, a diary was a very private text, so it should be very relaxed. There was no need to pay attention to the format, or even the style of writing. However, Xinli's entire diary was solemn and methodical. Even Xianlang could feel that Xinli was writing his diary in a perfectly straight manner, word for word, line for line. Each of Xianlang's children had a different personality, and Xinli was a very special one. He wasn't very smart, not as smart as Xinyi or Loki. His IQ was only above average, but he was extremely serious. No matter what he did, he would do his best, pursue perfection, and had a very high moral standard for himself. When he was only 4 or 5 years old, he was like a little adult. But unlike Xinyi, who was precocious, Xinli's seriousness still had a cute temperament of a child. When he was only 2 or 3 years old, almost everyone concluded that Xinli would be a great person in the future. If Xinyi hadn't appeared, Xinli would be the best heir of Xianlang. Of course, even if Xinyi existed, Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing both wanted to pass on the state of you to him. In the diary, Xinyi finally wrote down his troubles. I'm my father's son and my mother's son. I don't want to disappoint my grandfather or my uncle. I want to fulfill my responsibility as a member of the Ning clan, but my family name is Jiang. I don't know if it's immoral or not. It turned out that not only Xianlang had such troubles, but Xinli was even more troubled at such a young age. His moral standard was too high. As the son of Princess Ning Yan and the grandson of the Ning clan, he didn't want to disappoint Ning Yuanxian and Ning Jing. But on the other hand, he felt that it was wrong for him to inherit the state of Yu as a son of the Jiang family. He began to think about this problem at the age of 11. Xianlang held the diaries of the 2 children and put them on his chest. He put them under his nose, trying to smell the air on them. My children, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. My wife and children, my parents-in-law, my family, my friends, where are you? Xianlang closed his eyes, as if there were 2 children in front of him. One was drawing, and the other was writing. He really wanted to keep the 2 diaries with him, but he couldn't do so, because it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. He carefully returned the diaries to their original place. It was so cold here, so they wouldn't be broken. Xianlang came to the top of the big castle of the new Tiao city and looked into the distance. Everything in his field of vision was still completely silent. There was no one or any signs of activity. He wanted to know how much time had passed and whether the Deqian Empire, Wuchuyue, and other countries were still there. Was the human civilization still there? According to normal deduction, it should be gone, because the temperature here had dropped to -70 or 80 degrees Celsius. He was in the Southern Sea, which should be the hottest place on the whole planet, but it was completely frozen. This proved that the whole world had been frozen, and the highest temperature was -50 degrees Celsius. Generally speaking, the civilization of this world should have been gone. But Xianlang didn't believe it. It should be time to leave the new Tiao city. Xianlang took a deep look at the new Tiao city. Goodbye, my home. His next goal was to go to Xuanwu city. This was his first home after coming to this world. Xianwu Mansion was less than 2,000 miles away from the new Tiao city. Shenlang continued running towards the west. A few hours later, Shenlang ran along the frozen sea and saw land again. Of course, the boundary between the land and the sea was very blurry. There was endless ice and snow, and the sea was completely frozen. However, there were mountains, towns, and villages on the land. Shenlang stepped on the land of the state of Yu. It was very cold here, but his heart was even colder. That was because the houses here, the city here, were completely empty. There was not a single person. The snow on the ground was more than 10 meters high, but there were no footsteps. Not to mention human footsteps, there were no birds or beasts. The whole world seemed to have stopped. Shenlang ran quickly and came to the familiar Xuanwu city. What a familiar city wall, but also unfamiliar. Because it was completely covered in ice and snow, he could only see a rough outline. The entire Xuanwu city was covered in a layer of ice and snow. Shenlang stepped into the city. The houses were basically submerged in ice and snow. After digging through the ice and snow, it was still empty. All the houses in Xuanwu city were empty, and the streets were also empty. This was not normal, too abnormal. In this environment, even if there were no living people, there should be corpses. Moreover, it was so cold, even after decades, the corpses wouldn't rot. Even if the corpses were rotten, there should at least be bones. But there was nothing. It was completely empty. This was too strange, too bizarre. Why was there not a single living person or corpse in the city? Shenlang left Xuanwu city and rushed to the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu, the castle of the Kim family. This could be considered Shenlang's real home. He and Milan had spent the happiest time here. At that time, he had just married into the Kim family. He had spent nearly a year in Xianwu Mansion. When did his leisurely days end? Just when he embarked on his journey to kill Sunan and entered the capital, Tianyue City. From then on, Shenlang entered an extremely busy life. His enemies were killed one after another. For a very long time, he had always thought that once he eliminated the last name on the list of enemies, he would be able to relax and enjoy life. However, after the death of Great Yan's emperor, his greatest enemy, the greatest enemy under the heavens, descended upon him. His father, Jiangli, Shenlang strode into Xianwu Mansion. It should now be known as the Duke's Mansion in Xuanwu City. Strangely, Xuanwu City was covered in snow, but the Kim family's mansion was not. The snow here was only about a foot thick. This was clearly abnormal. This place should have been covered in snow as well. Why was there only a foot thick? However, there were no footprints in the snow. The only footprints were left by Shenlang. He passed through the drill ground, the main fort, and arrived at the backyard. This was Shenlang and Milan's small courtyard. They had spent countless happy and wonderful years here. Naturally, it was also a time when they had no shame. He entered his room. Outside was the study room. It was still clean and tidy. There was no snow. Shenlang stood under a wall. This was the wall where he had written his list of enemies. However, it was empty now because it was covered with a layer of plaster. Shenlang peeled off the plaster and revealed the list of enemies. Most of the names had been crossed out. Sunan, the crown prince, Xueche, and the others. Naturally, the name of Great Yan's emperor was not on the list. The last name was Guojing. Ugh, how awkward. There were many jokes on Shenlang's list of enemies. Some were true enemies, while others had become loyal subordinates. Sunan was one of them. Some were enemies who had become lovers. They had to be Su Qianqian. Some were enemies who had become as close as father and son. Ning Yuanxian was one of them. Guojing was a homonym for monarch. At that time, Shenlang was still in the state of Yu and did not dare to write the word monarch. At this moment, there was a face drawn beside the word monarch. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but no face. It had a tongue sticking out. The ears were dog ears. Judging from the facial features, it looked like Shenlang's face. This was drawn by Shenlang. It could be said that he had done it himself. It meant, I regard the monarch as my enemy. Now, I want to take back this name. I, Shenlang, don't keep my word. Therefore, I'm shameless. I'm a dog. The puppy's ears were even drawn by Bing-er. Bing-er used to be the closest person to Shenlang. The time they spent together was longer than the time he spent with Mulan. She devoted herself to Shenlang. Shenlang was her entire world. But later on, Shenlang was too busy, and the two of them spent very little time together. Hence, Bing-er focused on the children. She took good care of them. This girl was mean and snobbish. However, she was a good wife and mother. She took good care of her husband and children. She was top-notch in both the kitchen and the bedroom. Shenlang was fascinated by the list of enemies on the wall. A moment later, it boiled water and melted the plaster. Then, it painted the wall again. Shenlang left the Duke of Xuanwu's mansion once again. There was no one here. Staying here would only add to his sorrow. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The houses here had been cleaned up. The snow here was only about a foot high. It seemed that someone had been here. Moreover, it should have been within the past few months. Hence, this world should not be destroyed. There was still hope. According to Shenlang's guess, this world was already so cold. Even if there were survivors, they would need to live in a few large gathering points. This way, they could have central heating. But what about food? In such cold weather, it was impossible to grow any plants. Naturally, there was no way to raise any livestock. However, if there was a gathering point, it should be in Tiannan City, which was the capital of the state of Yu's Tiannan province. If there was no gathering point in Tiannan province, it meant that there were very few survivors. There was only hope in the capital, Tianyue City. Hence, Shenlang's first destination was Tiannan City. It was less than 700 miles from here. Shenlang once again sprinted through the snowy land towards Tiannan City. A few hours later, Shenlang stood on a tall mountain east of Tiannan City. He saw Tiannan City, and saw an incomparably shocking scene. Strange? Strange? Stunning? Miracle, Tiannan City was still there, but it had completely changed. The entire area of Tiannan City had increased by more than 20 times. Originally, Tiannan City only had a population of 300,000. Its area was less than 30 square kilometers. Now, this huge city had an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. Wow, the area of this city was even larger than Yan capital. This was not the most bizarre thing. What was even more shocking was that there was an incomparably huge dome that enveloped the entire city. This dome had a diameter of more than 80 kilometers. The area under the dome was more than 5,000 square kilometers. There used to be a dome like the White Jade Capital in the North Pole. It had a diameter of 2,000 to 3,000 miles. However, that dome was white, while the dome of Tiannan City in front of him was blue and translucent. This dome was like a huge energy shield that protected the entire Tiannan City. Because this dome was translucent, Shenlang could roughly see the densely packed houses inside. It was like a forest. Moreover, these houses were strangely tall. The lowest one was tens of meters, and the tallest one was hundreds of meters. But they were not the tall buildings of modern Earth. They were still very primitive and simple. Shenlang understood. This dome separated the cold outside, allowing the people inside the city to survive. But what about food? What about energy? How many people lived in such a huge city? It must be an astronomical number, right? Without a doubt, such a huge dome, such a shocking city, and such a complex style were definitely Jiang Li's handiwork. Only he had the ability to build such a city. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters of houses, but they were not tall buildings. Instead, they were filled with an ancient style. It was truly a contradictory aesthetic. Then, should he enter this city? Could he enter? Yes, he could. On the east side of the dome, there was an entrance. It was densely packed with people, continuously entering Tiannan City inside the dome. Everyone was a laborer, because there was an endless stream of ice, rocks, and wood being transported into the dome. If Shenlang wanted to enter, it was very simple. He only needed to drag a large rock. 2 hours later, Shenlang appeared in the crowd on the ground. These should be the lowest level of the people. They wore thick cotton clothes and struggled to drag the sleigh. Step by step, they were dragged into the dome like animals. Xianxia also dragged a huge sleigh. The boulders on it weighed about 2,000 pounds. He was the same as the other laborers, not moving faster or slower. This group of people numbered in the tens of thousands, but it was not noisy at all. It was filled with an oppressive and despairing atmosphere. This scene was a bit like the painting "The Haulers on the Volga River." Every laborer's eyes were numb, as if their eyes were completely frozen. Mixed in with this group of slaves, Xianxia arrived at a huge city gate. This city gate was hundreds of meters tall and 30 meters wide. It was like a small mountain. Moreover, the entire city gate was embedded in the dome. Anyone who wanted to enter the dome had to pass through the huge city gate. And there should be 4 such city gates: north, south, east, and west. This city gate passage was very long, a full 200 to 300 meters. It was completely dark, one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Around Xianxia, there were laborers dragging the sleigh. They all breathed and had a heartbeat, but still, no one made a sound. In this passage, it was especially depressing. Finally, the 300-meter passage was completed. Xianxia entered the dome and entered Tiannan City. Then, he was completely stunned. Previously, when he was in the distant mountains, he could not see clearly through the dome's energy shield. He could only see the densely packed houses. But now, Xianxia was completely stunned by her beauty. He did not expect that there would be such a gorgeous city inside the dome. It was as warm as spring, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Moreover, the oxygen content was about 10% higher than in the previous world, so he felt a little intoxicated. This was simply a city of heaven, a city in the sky. The city was densely packed with houses, dozens of stories, and some even higher. Xianxia was previously puzzled about how such a big city solved the food problem. So it turned out that they planted the food on the houses. A house with dozens of stories was all farmland, which was equivalent to a land area that was dozens of times larger. Moreover, the crops on these special farmland were different from the previous world. They were very similar to the ones in the ancient ruins of Mtvitra. These were ancient crops that had been modified. They had astonishing yields and astonishing vitality. Every house in the city was like a garden in the sky. Not only were there farmland, but there were also gardens, ponds, and even pastures. Every corner of the city was filled with green trees and flowers that flowed like honey. Xianxia had already walked tens of thousands of miles. It was all a world of ice and snow. There were no traces of life, which made people think that human civilization had been destroyed. Raging Tide City was deathly silent. Xuanwu City was deathly silent. Raging River City was deathly silent. After passing through the endless cold and desolation, he entered Tiannan City. It really felt like he had entered heaven. Outside the dome was hell, and inside the dome was heaven. But this was also a city with a strict hierarchy. The entire city was like a giant pyramid. The laborers were like gray animals, living at the bottom of the city. And in the middle of the city, there was an incomparably huge pyramid. It was like a mountain, thousands of meters tall. No, to be more accurate, the entire city was like a stepped pyramid. There were layers upon layers, and the highest point in the middle was the center of Tiannan City's governance. Every road in the city was guarded by nail-like warriors. In the sky, one after another, the aerial army flew past, monitoring every place. This city was very heavenly, but also very depressing. Xianxia carefully looked at the pastures. At first glance, it was strange. The pastures were actually on top of the houses. But upon closer inspection, he found that the cows and sheep in the pastures were like puppets. Their range of activity was no more than 3 meters, and most of the time, they were motionless, only eating the grass numbly. And the strangest thing was that, as soon as the grass was eaten, it would quickly grow back, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cows and sheep here were like the chickens in the KFC farm. From hatching to slaughter, it would only take about a month. For the entire life cycle, they would not move, only eating dully. The laborers here were the same. Like countless ants, they worked mechanically. Their eyes were numb, and their movements were also numb. Everyone in the city was like parts of a precision machine, operating according to some kind of order, as if they would not do anything extra. How many people were there in this city? 2 million, 3 million? Or even more, just the army alone exceeded 300,000. Within his field of vision, the aerial army exceeded 20,000. Not only that, Xianxia also saw countless dragon power firing devices. They were all different in size. The smallest was only 4 or 5 meters, while the largest was over 100 meters. There was also the Nightmare Stone machine gun, which could be found in almost every corner of the city. No matter which part of the city was in turmoil, it could be eliminated immediately. The military power of this city was very powerful. The firepower that could be seen was more than 10 times that of the Raging Tide city. Although the city was very big, it was very quiet. Almost everyone had their own duties, but they did not look like intelligent people, but more like machines. Xianxia really suspected that they were machines because their steps seemed to be exactly the same, as if they were completely measured with a ruler. But very soon, Xianxia dispelled this thought. Dang, 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 dang. In the center of the city, the sound of the bell on the 1,000-meter-tall pyramid resounded throughout the city. Then, everyone knelt down. No matter what they were doing, no matter what identity they had, be it slaves, farmers, or the entire army, or even the cows and sheep, they all knelt down neatly toward the 1,000-meter-tall pyramid in the center of the city. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Long live the great Jiang Empire. Long live, long live, long live. A few million people put down all their work and shouted in unison. A few million people were like one person, there was no chaos. Their voices shook the sky. The entire process lasted for 3 minutes. A few million people did nothing but kneel on the ground and shout long live for 3 minutes. Who was the emperor they were shouting? It must be Jiangli. And it was no longer the Great Qian Empire, but the Great Jiang Empire. After a full 3 minutes, the salute was over. Everyone stood up and went back to their work. They were like robots, meticulous and meticulous. Xianxia's team dragged the snow sled into the city, and the work was considered done. Next, these resources were transported to a huge carriage, which was then transported to a certain location in the city through the rails. This city actually had a rail train. It sounded very modern, but it looked very simple, as if it was an ancient mechanism in China. However, it was powered by the Nightmare Stone, and it was very advanced. The tens of thousands of laborers that Xianxia was with were immediately chased out before they could even enter the city. Because they were gray animals, they were not qualified to enter the city. Next, they had to go out of the dome to transport the huge rocks and ice. Moreover, their residence was not in the city, but in the underground cave at the edge of the dome. They were really like worker ants that could only live in their nest. When they left the city, they would be given something. After eating it, their bodies would be boiling hot, and they would not feel the cold. Xianxia did not act rashly. Although he wanted to enter the city, to the top of the pyramid, to see who the ruler of this city of a few million people was, and if it was someone he was familiar with. However, he still obeyed the order and followed the slaves out of the city to continue mining the huge rocks. And at this moment, suddenly, a team of fully armed warriors appeared in front of him. Every one of them was wearing ancient armor, and they were all special warriors. Had the heaven-defying special warriors from before become the standard now? Come here. Dozens of ancient special warriors surrounded Xianxia, and brought him to a place where there was no one else. You're back? The leader of the warriors whispered to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned, and then he nodded. Let's go, the governor wants to see you. The leader of the warriors said, follow me. Then, a snow eagle descended from the sky. This was a huge black eagle, and there was a carriage on its back. Was this like a flying carriage? Xianxia followed the leader of the warriors into the carriage, and the huge black eagle rose into the sky, flying towards the top of the pyramid in the middle. A few minutes later, the huge black eagle landed on the top of the pyramid, which was a few thousand meters high. From afar, this was just the top of the pyramid, but after landing, it was a complex of castle buildings. This was the supreme ruling center of a few million people, and hundreds of thousands of troops. The architectural style here was very similar to Jiangli's ancient palace. Gray, oppressive, simple, and mysterious. However, the countless houses in this city formed the shape of a huge pyramid, and there was no distinction between Chinese and Western. Shen Lang was brought into a dark secret room, and he sat there quietly, waiting. He waited for a whole 2 hours. The sound of footsteps came from outside, and then a woman's voice sounded. The governor is not free, so he sent me to ask. This woman's voice was a little familiar. Yes. The door opened, and a woman walked in. She was wearing a long black dress, dressed like a black widow, and her back was facing Shen Lang. I trust you've been well since we last met. The woman turned around and revealed a beautiful and familiar face. It was actually Xianxia, Shen Lang's first wife. It's really been a long time, a long time. Note, the idea took too long, and I only finished writing it around 2 o'clock. I won't explain. I'll try my best to update it tomorrow at 7 or 12 o'clock, and I won't be late. I'll think about it long in advance. Brothers with monthly votes, please vote for me. This ending plot is too difficult to write. How long has it been since Shen Lang saw Xianxia? He couldn't remember. Anyway, ever since he conquered New Tiao City, killed Zhuo Zhaoyan and rescued Xianxia, he hadn't seen her much. Of course, with the rise of Shen Lang and the Great Qian Empire, Xianxia's business also flourished, almost monopolizing all the silk trade between the East and West, and could no longer be described as wealthy. Back then, his father, Su Guanyun, struggled for decades before he barely became Su Baiwan. And Xianxia's caravan is working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site, use the bookmark function to read more conveniently. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please bookmark this page first, it's convenient to read later, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter. Author, Linyu Jianyan, City, the best son-in-law Linyu Jianyan %3A %2F 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 book %2F 18% 2F 18289% 2F content summary. Before Master left, he left when Tiana life-saving mantra of the sect, saying that if you practice hard, there will be miraculous results. P.S. All the techniques, Tao techniques, secret techniques, and so on in this book are from the secret collection of the sect. Those who do not have the true inheritance should not rashly practice. Remember, remember. Be careful, be careful. %E 3%, 80%, 80% E 6%, 9C%, 80% E 4% BD %B 3% E 5% A 5% B 3% E 5% A 9% BF E 6% 90% 97% E 7% B BD E 6% B 1% 9F E 9% A 2% 9C. E 8% BD AC E 9% 80% 81% E 9% 97% A 8% E 5% 9C B 0% E 5% 9D 80% EF BC 9A 3A 2F 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 book 2F 18% 2F 18289% 2F 0A 0A E 3% 80% 80% E 3% 80% 80% 3A 2F 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 book 2F 18% 2F 18289% 2F 0A 0A E 3% 80% 80% E 3% 80% 80% E 5% 86% 85% E 5% AE B 9% E 8% AF 95% E 8% AF BB EF BC 9A 3A 2F 2F book 2F 18% 2F 18289% Chapter 1 Seeing himself cremated. I'm sorry. We've tried our best. Let's prepare for the funeral. The voice of the doctor outside the ward was very soft, but Linyu, who was lying on the sickbed, heard it clearly. Perhaps a person's sense of hearing would become extremely sensitive before they died, especially his mother's cries, which were exceptionally sharp. Linyu was not the first person to sacrifice his life for a just cause. He did not regret it, but he felt sorry for his mother. His father died early, and his mother single-handedly brought him up. He did not know how much hardship she had suffered. Now, he had been admitted to the People's Hospital of Qinghai City with excellent grades. His life with his mother was just about to brighten up, but he did not expect such an accident to happen. Damn it, God. Linyu cursed in a low voice. His eyelids could not hold on any longer, and they slowly closed. My son! A shrill cry suddenly woke Lin Yu up. He opened his eyes and found that he was standing at the end of the bed, and his mother was wailing on the bed. Mom, why are you crying? Aren't I right here? Lin Yu was overjoyed. He thought that he had magically recovered. He reached out to pat his mother, but found that his hand had actually passed through his mother's body. His mother did not have the slightest reaction. She was still crying on the bed. Lin Yu's expression changed. He looked up and saw that he was still lying on the bed. His face was shriveled and blue, and it was obvious that he was no longer alive. I'm dead. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at himself standing at the end of the bed. He found that his body was a little pale and slightly transparent. Lin Yu was shocked. It turned out that a person really did have a soul after death. First published on the August 1st Chinese language network. No matter what he said or did, his mother could not feel it. With the help of the nurse, his mother endured the pain and helped Lin Yu put on the shroud. Then, the caregivers moved his body onto the funeral car. His mother followed him into the car and sat next to his body. She held his hand tightly, and tears kept flowing out of her red and swollen eyes. Don't worry and go. I'll go down and accompany you immediately after I'm done here. To her, her son was her everything. Now that her son was dead, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. As soon as he heard that his mother wanted to commit suicide, Lin Yu panicked. He imitated the scene in the movies and lay down on the corpse. However, it did not work. Every time he sat up, it was only his soul. The car soon arrived at the crematorium. After paying the fee, the staff put on some simple makeup for Lin Yu and gave his mother a number plate. Then, the crematorium staff pushed Lin Yu's body into the cremation hall. No. The moment the crematorium staff pushed his body into the crematorium, Lin Yu instantly collapsed. As his body burned, Lin Yu felt his consciousness weakening. There were countless faint spots of light on his body that flowed in all directions. His soul was also slowly fading. At the same time, another world began to flash before his eyes. All he could see was endless darkness, mixed with bright red flames and shrill screams. Hell, that was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yu's mind. A strong sense of fear instantly swallowed him. His soul subconsciously crashed around in the air. The spots of light continued to float out of his soul body, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The world of hell in his eyes became clearer and clearer. He could hear a mysterious hoarse voice calling out to him from below. At that moment, Lin Yu's body in the crematorium was almost burnt out. Among the ashes, a jade pendant suddenly shone with a dazzling light in the raging fire. This was left to Lin Yu by his grandfather when he passed away. He had been wearing it since he was young. When he wore his shroud, his mother deliberately did not take it off. The light from the pendant became brighter and brighter. Then, it cracked with a bang. A wisp of jade-green light suddenly shot out from the pendant and attached itself to Lin Yu's soul. Then, an old voice sounded in his mind. I am your ancestor sage. From today onwards, you are my successor. You will receive my medical skills. You will help the world by practicing medicine, and help yourself and others. Then, the voice dissipated. A huge amount of information suddenly filled Lin Yu's mind. Medical skills, cultivation techniques, and some of his ancestors' traveling experiences all surged into Lin Yu's mind. Looking at the information in his mind, Lin Yu felt very excited. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. However, this excitement was fleeting. What was the use of obtaining the secret technique? He was already a dead man who was about to go to hell. As this thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, a memory about the soul resurrection technique suddenly popped up. The memory showed that through the soul resurrection technique, a person whose soul had not dissipated after death could be reborn by possessing another body. However, Lin Yu's physical body had already turned into ashes in the fire. Fortunately, there were also records about the method of resurrecting a damaged physical body. When the physical body is destroyed, turn into a ghost. Find a living body and possess it. Lin Yu gasped. This meant that if his physical body was damaged, he could only use the soul resurrection technique to become a ghost and find someone else's physical body to possess. One must know that in human consciousness, ghosts were the embodiment of evil. Moreover, if he possessed someone else's body, wouldn't it be equivalent to robbing them of their life? While he was hesitating, Lin Yu's soul had already become fainter and fainter, leaving only an illusion. The voice in his ears also became clearer. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Looking at the corpses being pushed into the cremation hall, he suddenly had an idea. If the dead couldn't do it, then the living dead should be able to do it, right? A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the largest care center for vegetative patients in Qinghai City. Many vegetative patients had no consciousness and would never wake up for the rest of their lives. They were only alive with their bodies. Lin Yu believed that choosing such a person to possess would not be considered as killing. At first, Lin Yu still went to each ward to search for a suitable body. However, he found that his consciousness was becoming fainter and fainter. Soon, it would disappear completely. The call from hell was also becoming more and more urgent. Lin Yu had no time to think. He targeted a male vegetative patient in his 20s and chanted the soul resurrection technique. Suddenly, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and darted into the body without a care for his own safety. You can't escape. At the same time, the call in his ears suddenly turned into a shrill scream. Then, Lin Yu lost all consciousness. When Lin Yu woke up again, he only felt a strong light piercing his eyes. It took him a while to adjust to it. He looked down and saw that he was lying in a ward. Success! Lin Yu was so excited that he almost shouted. He suddenly sat up and looked at his new body. He could not wait to tear off the needle in his hand and jump off the bed. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his body staggered and fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because he had been lying down for a long time, the young man's muscles were slightly atrophied. Lin Yu staggered up and looked up at the calendar on the wall. He found that it was already the next day. He touched the bed and the wall, feeling the cold temperature on his hands. He felt like he was dreaming. He had just died yesterday, and he did not expect to be resurrected today. After moving a little and adapting to his new body, he rushed out of the hospital. There was only one thing on his mind now, and that was to see his mother. At this time, the bun shop was full of people. More than 10 hooligans were clamoring for Lin Yu's mother to return the money. In order to perform the surgery for Lin Yu's mother was forced to borrow more than 100,000 yuan from the loan sharks. After knowing that Lin Yu had died, the hooligans could not wait to collect the debt. Don't worry, I will sell the shop in a few days. I will return the money to you when I get it. Please leave first. Lin Yu's mother pleaded with them with red and swollen eyes. She hoped that they could send them away as soon as possible. Her son had just passed away, and she did not want him to leave in peace. F***ck, how much is your broken shop worth? Your son is dead. If you run away after we leave, who are we going to ask for money from? The leader of the hooligans with yellow hair scolded. Don't worry, I will definitely not run away. I will return the money to you as soon as I gather enough money. No, we have to get the money today no matter what. The yellow hair was unwilling to give up. But I really have no money now. You also know that I have spent all my money to treat my son's illness. Lin Yu's mother felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. There was a hint of pleading in her hoarse voice. It's fine if you don't have money. How about this, you transfer the ownership of your broken house to us. It will be considered as paying off the debt. The yellow hair rolled his eyes and revealed his true purpose. Lin Yu's mother was slightly stunned. The house was left behind by Lin Yu's maternal grandfather. Although it was a little old, it was in a good location. According to the current housing prices in Qinghai, it could be sold for at least 2 or 3 million yuan. They were simply robbing. New 81 Chinese network fastest update computer, /, but now that her son was dead and her home was gone, what was the point of keeping the house? After paying off the debt, she could pass away with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mother nodded in despair. Just as she was about to agree, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the door. No. Our house is worth at least a few million yuan. You are robbing us. Immediately after, Lin Yu rode his new body and rushed in hastily. F***ck, where did this bastard come from? It's none of your business. The yellow hair was furious. Looking at Lin Yu's hospital gown, he thought that he was a lunatic. He rushed over and raised his hand to slap him. Lin Yu dodged subconsciously and pushed with his hand. The yellow hair was instantly sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. He drew an arc in the air and fell on the table inside with a bang. "Kill him for me." The yellow hair held his chest and screamed twice. Then, he ordered the other hooligans to rush up and surround Lin Yu. They punched and kicked him, and Lin Yu quickly raised his hand to fight back. Then, there was a series of wails in the bun shop. The hooligans were screaming. More than a dozen of them attacked together, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. When Lin Yu's fists and kicks hit them, it was like being hit by a car. With just one punch, they were in so much pain that they couldn't get up. Lin Yu was also extremely shocked. It was said that the possessed body was extremely powerful. He didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, the movements of these people were very slow in his eyes. It was easy to dodge. "Call the police. Call the police." The yellow hair was frightened by the scene in front of him. He had seen people who could fight, but he had never seen someone who could fight like this. It was simply inhuman. Hearing that they were going to call the police, Lin Yu's mother rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's hand. She said anxiously, "Young man, they are going to call the police. Hurry up and leave. I'll handle this." "Mom, what are you saying? How can I leave you behind?" Lin Yu was so happy that he was about to cry. It was great that he could still see his mother alive. Hearing his mother's words, his mother was slightly stunned and looked at him blankly. Looking at his mother's eyes, Lin Yu instantly realized that he was alive, but in a different body. His mother didn't know him at all. "I'm sorry, Auntie. Seeing you reminded me of my mother, so I couldn't help but blurt it out. Please don't mind me." Lin Yu was afraid that revealing his true identity would scare his mother, so he hurriedly made up a lie. "It's okay, young man. Hurry up and leave. We can't involve you in our family's matters," Lin Yu's mother said as she pushed him out. Lin Yu didn't answer. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them. The chopsticks flew towards the yellow hair. With a bang, the chopsticks nailed the yellow hair's phone, which had just dialed 110, to the wall. The yellow hair was so scared that his face turned pale. The chopsticks on the wall were only a centimeter away from his ear. If there was a slight deviation, it would be his head that was nailed to the wall. First published on the new August Chinese website Help. Murder. Help. The yellow hair was so scared that he immediately screamed. There was an indescribable grievance in his voice. They obviously owed him money first. "Stop shouting. I'll pay the money for Auntie Qin," Lin Yu said coldly. Since he was resurrected, these debts should be paid by him. "Young man, how can you do this? This is the first time we've met. How can I let you pay for me?" Lin Yu's mother looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. She didn't know why, but this young man gave her a feeling of déjà vu. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yu knew her surname. Many netizens knew that her son bravely sacrificed his life for a just cause. Her name and contact information were also exposed. Many kind-hearted people wanted to send her son off, but she declined all of them. "Okay, this is what you said. Then give us the money." The yellow hair didn't care why Lin Yu was paying for others. As long as he could get the money, his mission would be considered completed. "Give me 3 days, Lin Yu said. The yellow hair was a little speechless. He said it so arrogantly, but he thought he could immediately take out the money. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing that the yellow hair didn't say anything, Lin Yu frowned and his tone was a little cold. I believe you. But big brother, can you tell me your name?" Looking at Lin Yu's cold eyes, the yellow hair couldn't help but shiver. "Name? Yeah, I left in a hurry this morning. I didn't even have time to see this person's name. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. How about this, 3 days later, you just need to come here, and I will pay you back with interest." The reason why Lin Yu was so confident was all because of his body. He thought that since this young man could live in the nursery center, no matter how ordinary his family was, he should at least be able to take out 100 or 200,000. He wanted to use it first and return it when he made money. After seeing Lin Yu's skills, the yellow hair didn't dare to say anything. Just as he was about to nod and agree, his eyes suddenly looked outside the store, as if he was attracted by something. Lin Yu also looked outside curiously. He saw a red BMW X5 at the door. As soon as the door opened, a pair of fair and slender legs stepped out. Then, a tall beauty in a white bohemian dress got out of the car. /book/18/18289/ The beauty in the long dress brushed her long black hair and took off her sunglasses. Her fair skin and delicate face were simply amazing. The yellow hair and his group of men were all stunned. Lin Yu couldn't help but be attracted. This beauty's appearance and temperament were indeed superb. The beauty in the long dress looked up at the bun shop, frowned slightly, and then walked in quickly. /book/18/18289/ Beauty, do you want to buy a bun? What kind of filling do you want? Lin Yu couldn't help but blurt out. In the past, he always helped his mother sell buns, and this had become a conditioned reflex. What did you call me? The beauty in the long dress glanced at him coldly and said in a displeased tone. Beauty. Lin Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with his address, but he couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was the first time that someone was unwilling to call him beauty. The beauty in the long dress looked at him and said coldly, well, He Jiarong, you have been in a coma for 2 months, and you don't even recognize your wife. /book/18/18289 /book/18/18289 Content Trial Reading. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the conversation he had with Xinyi and Prince Jin before he left the capital. At that time, Xianxia asked Xinyi who he was. Xinyi replied that he was the crown prince of the Deqian Empire and the successor of the Jiang family. Xianxia asked again who he was. Xinyi replied that he was the son of his parents. Xianxia told him to remember that he was the son of his parents first, then the crown prince of the Deqian Empire and the successor of the Jiang family. Xinyi agreed that day. After that, Xianxia and Prince Jin had a conversation. They told him to stay in the center of the Deqian Empire no matter what. He had to endure humiliation and pay any price to stay in the center of the Deqian Empire. Now that 29 years had passed, Prince Jin was in his 60s and Xinyi was in his 40s. How were they? Of course, the energy environment of this world had changed. Age no longer had much meaning. In the records of the empire, one of Emperor Jianglang's great contributions was to increase the lifespan of humans from 100 years to 200 years. Therefore, Prince Jin was in his 60s and was in the prime of his life. Xinyi was a young man. There were 3 other important people. Jean Mulan, the woman from White Jade Capital, and Adolphe. When Xianxia had gone to the White Jade Capital in the North Pole, the White Jade Capital's messenger had asked Xianxia if he wanted to see Jean Mulan first. That was his wife. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. However, Xianxia refused. Because Xianxia knew that Mulan was no longer in White Jade. Why? Because Xianxia's mother, the White Jade Capital Empress, was prepared for Jiang Li's comeback. Why would she let Mulan stay in White Jade Capital? Even Adolphe had been secretly sent away. According to this speculation, Mulan shouldn't be in the imperial capital. Then where did the Empress Jean Mulan come from? There was one more thing. What was the relationship between ancestor Luo and Jiang Li? What was her identity? Another key place was the ancient prison. This ancient prison had given Xianxia a lot of doubts and deceptions. His first prisoner, who was also the lowest level prisoner, was Crown Prince Xianxia. He was the greatest traitor of the entire Eastern Empire, and he had caused the Jiang clan to lose the throne. However, the so-called betrayal of the ancient Eastern Empire by Xianxia was a complete conspiracy. It was all to steal Queen Medusa, to avoid the great nirvana of the ancient era, and to let the ancient civilization make a comeback. Therefore, the Xianxia in the ancient prison was obviously a fake. He was just a substitute. In fact, this ancient prison was built by his wisdom. So here's the problem. Xianxia's betrayal of the ancient Eastern Empire was a conspiracy. Did the ancient Ji clan know about this? Did the ancient Jiang clan even know about it? If they all knew about it, it would be the highest level secret of the ancient empire's royal family. If they didn't know, wouldn't that prove that Xianxia was the mastermind behind the entire scheme, Because Xianxia, the lowest-level prisoner in the primordial prison, was a fake, Shenlang had a huge suspicion about the entire primordial prison. Was the entire primordial prison fake? The second cell held the Queen of Darkness and she had already disappeared. Right now, Shenlang needed to slightly correct this notion. The Crown Prince Xianxia in the first cell might be fake, but the next few cells might not necessarily be fake. If the Queen of Darkness that slaughtered millions really existed and escaped, then who was she? Did she ever show herself? A series of questions hovered in Shenlong's mind. At this time, a voice came from outside. Sir Envoy, we're about to move. We're going to clean up the rebellion in the 13th and 19th districts. Do you want to go? Shenlang stood up and said, yes. Then, he walked out. Not far in front, Shenlang could see Tiannan City's Blackwater Terrace castle. It really was like a dark fortress. It was so vast, covering over 2,000 acres. Layer upon layer, it was heavily guarded. It was hard to imagine that this was just Tiannan City's Blackwater Terrace castle, but its scale was far larger than the State of Yu's Blackwater Terrace castle. Shenlang knew that the highest-ranking official in Tiannan Province's Blackwater Terrace was a commander. He was the third most important person in Tiannan City, second only to the governor and garrison commander. A commander had 3 wanhu, 30,000 soldiers. A province's Blackwater Terrace had 30,000 patrol troops. This was unimaginable in the past. The State of Yu's Blackwater Terrace didn't even have 30,000 warriors at its peak. At this time, the Blackwater Terrace's 10,000 patrol troops had already gathered in the square. The leader was still the wanhu. These 10,000 Blackwater platform warriors were definitely considered elites. Every single one of them was wearing black armor. Although it wasn't comparable to the ancient armor of the special warriors, it was still better than the secret armor of the 6 transcendent forces. Every one of them had an ancient saber and a nightmare stone rifle. Their masks were forged from a special metal and were impenetrable. Every warrior was armed to the teeth. This was like Hitler's Gestapo, but more powerful and elite. There were 30,000 Blackwater Terrace warriors in Amir province. This further proved the Jiang Empire's secret service rule. It was dark and terrifying. The Blackwater Terrace wanhu saw Shenlang and nodded lightly. Because this was a public place, he couldn't appear to be too flattering. Move out. Following his order, the 10,000 patrol troops majestically moved towards the edge of the city. There was no need for any transportation. Because every one of them was wearing special boots powered by nightmare stone, their speed was extremely fast. The city's roads were extremely wide. Although the former State of Yu's Xuanwu Avenue was not as wide as the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an Avenue, it was still dozens of meters wide. The main road of Tiannan City was more than 200 meters wide. As the Blackwater Terrace Patrol Army passed by, the road was unimpeded. No one blocked their way. Everyone was on edge, afraid to appear in the eyes of this group of people. The Ming Dynasty's Imperial Uniform Guards and East Faction Guards, and Germany's Gestapo during World War II, all of them made people tremble in fear. Tiannan City's citizens were even more afraid of the Blackwater Terrace warriors. Indeed, it was completely under the rule of the Secret Service. At the same time, at the easternmost part of Tiannan City, there was a fairyland. Small bridges, flowing water, and beautiful flowers. All the buildings in Tiannan City were huge. Most of them were hundreds of meters tall. They were majestic yet oppressive. It was impossible to distinguish between east and west, ancient or future. In short, it was very contradictory. However, the manor here was completely built in the classical Eastern style. It was exactly the same as it was a few decades ago. This was the Tiannan Palace. Crown Prince Jiangyi had once stayed here. Every time members of the imperial family came to Tiannan City, they would enter this palace and not the governor's mansion. Of course, only members of the imperial family had the qualifications to enter. The highest-ranking officer of the Tiannan province's Blackwater Terrace was the admiral. However, when the 10,000 patrol army went to the 13th and 19th districts to quell the rebellion, this admiral did not lead the army. He did not even appear because he had a more important mission. He led the elite warriors to protect the Tiannan Palace because there was a truly important person here. The governor's mansion's army escorted a carriage to the palace gates. A eunuch came forward and opened the door. He knelt down and used his body as a stool for the noble inside to step off the carriage. Xianxia glanced at him. She did not step on the stool to get off the carriage. Instead, she directly stepped on the ground and walked towards the palace. The Tiannan province's Blackwater Terrace admiral led the elite warriors and knelt down in an orderly manner. We pay our respects to the noble. Xianxia had never married Shenlang, but everyone knew that she had a close relationship with Shenlang. Therefore, she could not be called a concubine. She could only be called a noble. When the governor's mansion's army approached the palace, they were immediately stopped by the Blackwater Terrace admiral. This was the palace. No one had the qualifications to enter. Ordinary troops were not allowed to approach this place. The Blackwater Terrace was the imperial family's lackey. Only they had the qualifications to guard the palace. The governor's mansion's official smiled and slightly bowed. He was very unhappy in his heart. The Blackwater Terrace was too arrogant. They did not even put the governor's mansion in their eyes. Our governor is the emperor's nephew. When Xianxia entered the palace, a eunuch immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Greetings to the noble." Xianxia said, "How was Her Highness? How was her meal?" The eunuch said in a low voice, "It wasn't good. She was a bit depressed." Xianxia nodded her head. She walked through the corridor and arrived at a pond. The water here was as pure as jade. An exquisite pavilion towered in the middle of the pond. Xianxia followed the curved bridge and entered. Casually waving her hand, the people behind her immediately dispersed. Xianxia entered the pavilion. Everything inside appeared so classical. The furniture, utensils, blankets, and even the books were of an ancient style. A peerlessly exquisite oriental beauty quietly sat inside, reading a book. She was the empire's Princess Chang'e, Jiangmi, Xinmi. Aunt. Upon seeing Xianxia, Jiangmi rose and saluted. Several decades had passed. The once precious child had grown up, becoming a true princess. She was still as dreamy as she was when she was young. Every move and action was filled with the gentleness and kindness of the imperial family. When her mother, Bing had just given birth to Xinmi, she had said, "This child is a princess. She has only passed through my belly and has nothing to do with me. She has completely inherited her father's noble air." Ever since she was young, she had liked to be a princess. Every smile, every frown, every movement, every expression, was strict with herself. "Little me, I heard that today's meal isn't too good," Xianxia said. "What's wrong? I accompanied you to Tiannan City to relax. Why aren't you happy?" Jiangmi replied, "I wanted to go to my old residence and take a look at Raging Tide City. In the end, I was stopped." The old residence she was talking about was the Duke of Xuanwu's residence, the residence of the Kim family. Her mother, Bing had grown up there. Xianxia said, "They are concerned about your safety. Recently, these terrorists have been very arrogant. All of Tiannan City is surging in the shadows and is not peaceful. It's fine inside the dome. If you leave the dome, you might encounter danger." Jiangmi said, "I know, so I don't blame them." Xianxia said softly, "The Blackwater Group has already found a detailed list of these terrorists. Today, they will arrest and exterminate them. Therefore, the security alarm might be lifted tomorrow. At that time, I will accompany you to the Duke of Xuanwu's residence. Is that okay?" Jiangmi gently nodded. At this time, a maid came in with tea and obediently placed it on the table. "Aunt, have some tea," Princess Jiangmi said. Xianxia picked up the teacup and elegantly sipped it. At this time, a line of words appeared on the tea. "Your Highness, noble, we are ready. Tomorrow, we will rescue you and leave the Darkness Empire for the Land of Light." The maid didn't have any expression on her face and didn't say anything. After serving the tea, she quietly walked out. Just as she walked out of the curved bridge, a few female warriors of the Blackwater Group came forward and searched every inch of the maid's body. Xianxia was still chatting with Princess Jiangmi. Every sentence was normal. However, their hands were secretly tapping a special password in a place where others couldn't see. They communicated in this way. "Aunt, will they be in danger?" The warriors of the Black Water Group went to suppress the rebellion today, Princess Xianxia said. Xianxia said, everything is worth it to rescue you. Princess Xianxia said, it's not worth paying such a big price for me alone. Xianxia said, you are his daughter. Even if the Kingdom of Light has to pay a big price to rescue you, it's worth it. Princess Xianxia said, who will lead the team to rescue me this time? Will it be the Princess of Light or Lord Hongshui? Xianxia said, you will know tomorrow. It will be fine as long as you can escape from the Darkness Empire, escape from this hell. Only in the Land of Light can you have a real future. Many of your family members are also waiting for you there. Xianxia followed the 10,000 patrolling soldiers of the Black Water Group to the edge of the dome. There were countless underground caves here. More than 1 million people lived in these caves. Their lives were worse than that of livestock. They were really like ants. They weren't qualified to live in the houses on the surface. They weren't even qualified to enter the city. They worked more than 10 hours a day to collect all kinds of resources outside the dome and then transport them back to the city. The most important thing was water. Because a mere dome couldn't have a complete ecosystem, most of the water resources had to be collected outside. Collecting ice became the most important job. The more than 1 million people in Xianxia City were such worker ants. The place where they lived was divided into 19 districts. Each district was a super cave group. Nearly 80,000 people lived in each district. According to the reports of the spies of the Black Water Group, hostile terrorists were hiding in the 13th and 19th districts. They were planning to incite the Redeemers, slaves, in these 2 districts to riot and detonate the energy pillars of the dome. Therefore, the 10,000 patrolling soldiers were divided into 2 groups. One group went to the 13th district, and the other went to the 19th district. And Xianxia followed them to the 13th district to carry out the arrest operation. Look carefully and remember the faces of every terrorist. These are the enemies of the Empire. They are trying to overthrow the rule of the Emperor. They are the enemies of all mankind and civilization. After entering, immediately arrest them. If there is any resistance, kill them all. In the 13th district, there are 20 terrorists, 300 people who have been incited to defect, and 2,000 redeemers who have been contaminated by rumors. These 2,000 people must all be arrested. Move fast. Try to arrest all of them within 2 hours. Do you hear me? Yes. The 5,000 patrolling soldiers of the Black Water Group replied. Go. The 5,000 patrolling soldiers immediately rushed into the 13th district to carry out the arrest. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be startled and then knelt down in unison. Greetings, Lord Governor. If it had been an ordinary governor, the Blackwater Group wouldn't have paid any attention to him. Because the Empire was governed by special agents, the Blackwater Group's power had been greatly increased. So basically, the Blackwater Group's commanders in every province didn't pay much attention to the governor. But South Sky Province was an exception because the governor was the nephew of the emperor. Shen City's governor was still impatient and lazy. He glanced at Xianxia. Other people were polite to the envoy, but he had always been arrogant. Is everything prepared? Shen City's governor said calmly. The Blackwater Group commander said, yes, Lord. Shen City's governor said, what are you preparing to do? The Blackwater Group commander said. Quickly arrest the people on the list. There are a total of 2,320 people. He handed over the list. Shen City's governor glanced at it and casually threw it on the ground. The Blackwater Group commander quickly picked it up. Too troublesome. Be thorough. Shen City's governor said. The Blackwater Group commander said, then according to Lord Governor's plan? Shen City's governor said, kill them all in one fell swoop. I'd rather kill 3,000 than let one go. The Blackwater Group commander said with a trembling voice, Lord, there are 70,000 people here. Shen City's governor said, is there a problem? We can have as many of these animals as we want. The Blackwater Group commander's scalp went numb. There was no problem in arresting 2,000 people at once. Blackwater Group dared to bear the responsibility. But to kill 70,000 people, even the lowest slaves, in order to capture a few dozen terrorists was too ruthless. Black Water Group couldn't bear this responsibility. Shen City's governor said, "What responsibility? I will bear it." Then, he looked at Shen Lang and said, "If you don't like it, you can write a secret report to the capital at any time. But before that, I have the final say. Besides, you are also carrying out a secret mission to eliminate those rebels in the Land of Light. I've had enough of this damned place. Quickly, do it." "Yes," the Black Water Group commander said. "Do it, kill everyone in the 13th district," the Black Water Group commander said with a trembling voice. Immediately, 5,000 Black Water Group commander rushed into the 13th district and started a massacre. Whoosh, 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 the Nightmare Stone rifles and Nightmare Stone machine guns opened fire. The entire 13th district was about 10 square kilometers, and there were 70,000 people living in it. The Black Water Platform's patrol army opened fire fiercely, and in an instant, countless people died without any ability to resist. Most people didn't even know how they died. During this process, Shen City's governor suddenly looked at Shen Lang and said, "Noble Su Xianxia, greet the special envoy?" Shen Lang was silent and didn't say a word. "Okay, I won't ask, Shen City said disdainfully. About a few minutes later, the sound of other battles came from inside. Obviously, someone was resisting. It should be the rebel forces lying in ambush in the 13th district. About half an hour later, the Black Water Group commander walked out and knelt down. "Governor, all killed." Shen City said, "What about the casualties?" The Black Water Group commander said, "We have more than 500 casualties." Shen City sneered. "Didn't you say there were only 20 rebels?" The Black Water Group commander said, "It's your humble servant's fault." Shen City said, "How many rebels are there in total? How many weapons did they bring?" The Black Water Group commander said, "About 100 rebels. The weapons they brought are very primitive and don't have Nightmare Stone weapons. However, they are very skilled in martial arts, so we suffered a lot of casualties." Shen City said, "These people still haven't given up. They want to overthrow our powerful empire with just this little bit of strength. So what if they succeeded in launching an attack? The only one who will be embarrassed is me, the governor, and the one who will be unlucky is your Black Water Group commander. Can they shake our empire? Ants trying to shake a tree." Following this, Shen City's governor returned to his magnificent carriage and sat down. He quietly drank the wine. After another half an hour, a winged cavalry warrior descended from the sky. "Governor, the 19th district has been completely wiped out. A total of 50,000 people have been eliminated. We found about 50 rebels from the Land of Light." Shen City's governor said, "Now, please tell me, are you sure that this wave of rebels that infiltrated here has been completely wiped out?" The Black Water Group commander said, "It should be, completely wiped out. F***CK. Shen City's governor pointed at the Black Water Group commander and said coldly, "If anything happens tomorrow, I will skin you alive." Then, Shen City's governor rode on the winged cavalry and left. A moment later, Shen City's governor landed outside the temporary imperial residence. "Greetings, Governor." The Black Water Group commander was still guarding the door like an eagle dog. When he saw Shen City's governor, he also bowed respectfully. Shen City's governor nodded. He didn't pay much attention to this Black Water Group commander and was about to enter the temporary imperial residence. After a moment, a eunuch walked out and knelt down. "Greetings, Duke." He knelt at the door and blocked Shen City's governor's path. Shen City said, "What's wrong? My royal family isn't pure enough. My surname is Shen and not Jiang, so I can't enter the temporary imperial residence? Don't forget that the Jiang and Shen families don't separate. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't officially decreed a change of surname." The eunuch knelt down and kowtowed. "This old servant doesn't dare. In our eyes, the Jiang and Shen families are masters." Shen City's governor said, "Then why are you blocking my way? Her Royal Highness is my elder sister. We have been very close since we were young. We're not biological siblings, but closer. I'll go and see what's wrong with her." The eunuch kowtowed and said, "Duke, Her Royal Highness is asleep." Shen City's governor said, "Oh, asleep? I almost forgot that this elder sister has a very regular life since young. Unlike me, I don't sleep in the middle of the night. Oh right, is my elder sister happy today? The eunuch said, she's a little unhappy. This time, she came to Tiannan to visit New Tianchao and Duke Xuanwu's residence. In the end, she was stopped. Shen City's governor said, I've been wronged. It hasn't been peaceful recently. The rebels in the Land of Light are very arrogant. I'm really afraid that it's not safe, so I didn't let my elder sister go to my old residence. I miss that place very much. Forget it, let's go tomorrow. I'll accompany her tomorrow. Anyway, most of the rebels have been eliminated. Old thing, get ready. Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany Her Royal Highness to Duke Xuanwu's residence. Yes, yes. The eunuch knelt and kowtowed. Shen City's governor left. The eunuch quickly entered the palace and came to the pavilion. He kowtowed and said, Her Royal Highness, the rebels have been eliminated. It should be peaceful outside. Tomorrow, we'll go to Duke Xuanwu's residence and then to New Tianchao. Jiang Mi's gentle and excited voice came from inside, yes, companion. A few hours later, in a cave dozens of miles away from Marquis Xuanwu's residence, dozens of warriors sat quietly. Every one of them had a sun embroidered on their clothes, so it was called the Land of Light. But Jiangli was also known as the Sun. The leader of the warriors had messy hair, a bearded face, a skinny body, and a tired look in his eyes. He was the long-lost Zhu Hongxue. Sky-Sea Pavilion Zhu Hongxue. Dozens of warriors ate quietly. This damned fire, it can't even heat water or cook meat, one of the warriors grumbled. The air pressure here was too low, so the boiling point of the water couldn't reach 100 degrees Celsius, so the meat couldn't be cooked. And the temperature here was too low. The meat was already cold the moment it was taken out. By the time it reached the mouth, it was already frozen solid. Zhu Hongxue took a piece of meat and numbly chewed. 30 years ago, his martial arts had already reached the pinnacle. How strong was he now? Of course, after the Battle of Tianyu City, he had left the Great Desert and never appeared again. Marshal, our brothers in Tiannan City, are they all dead? A warrior asked. There's still no news. Zhu Hongxue was silent. Marshal, our Land of Light has fewer and fewer warriors. The empire is too strong. Do we still have hope? Almost 30 years have passed. If His Majesty Shenlang was still alive, he would have appeared long ago. Is he dead? Marshal, do we still have hope? According to the Pavilion Master's theory, this world can only last for less than 100 years before it is destroyed. Zhu Hongxue didn't speak even after hearing the warrior's words. Because he didn't know if there was any hope. He also didn't know if Shenlang was dead or if he would return. But, having hope was better than having no hope, right? This was what his teacher told him. That year, before His Majesty Shenlang went on a northern expedition to Yen capital, his teachers with CI visited him and invited him to visit the Great Desert whenever it was convenient or inconvenient. Now, almost 30 years had passed and His Majesty had never appeared again. Was there still hope in the future? Was there still light? And at this moment, a fiery red bird flew over and burrowed into the cave like a ball of fire. Zhu Hongxue stretched out his hand. The fiery red bird landed on his palm and pecked a few times. Zhu Hongxue's gaze trembled. Get ready. There will be a battle tomorrow at the former site of the Duke of Xuanwu's residence. Rescue 2 people and bring them to the Land of Light. Yes. This time, Zhu Hongxue had come from far away to rescue 2 people, Su Qianqian and Princess Shenmi. Note, finally finished at 12:30. I will try my best to fill in the holes in the plot. Thank you for your monthly support. Pastries will be deeply grateful. In the end, after I finished writing the 2nd chapter, I discovered that I had been scolded. Someone had even posted on a popular forum that there was a green hat plot. I felt like I was going to explode. Are you kidding me? I'm a perfectionist. The main character's woman wouldn't be touched by anyone else. How could she be green? First, Jiangli possessed Shenlang's mind. I had written this very clearly. In the beginning, his soul was extremely weak and he was in a dormant state. That was why he couldn't see or feel what Shenlang had experienced. It wasn't until the final moment, when he entered the North Pole territory and obtained great power, that he dared to awaken. That was why Jiangli didn't know what had happened between Xianxia and his wives. I had written this clearly in the chapter. Second, 29 years after the North Pole changed, the Jiang Empire was established. Jiangli had always been in the holy capital of the North Pole. He relied on the ancient humans to rule the world. He had never seen Xianxia's wives. It was even more impossible for him to touch them. Of course, I could only blame myself. When I wrote this, I didn't think in that direction. I didn't expect some readers to think so much. I'll go back and edit it. I'll say it again. I'm a perfectionist. The main character's woman wouldn't be touched by anyone else. She wouldn't even be seen from the neck down. Let me vomit 3 mouthfuls of blood first. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that the entire world had become a giant spider web. The 199 domed cities were like nodes. There were special passages connecting the domed cities, and these ancient special passages were also protected by a layer of energy to ensure that these cities could move quickly. Didn't this look like the structure of an ancient city? Yes, it was very similar. Back then, the Southern Sea region ancient ruins, Diamond Peak ancient ruins, and the ancient square ancient ruins were also connected by special passages. Not only that, there was also a special passage at the bottom of the sea between the Devil Triangle and the ruins of the Lost Nation. Previously, many ancient ruins had been discovered. Some had been completely submerged in the earth, while others were still intact and covered by domes. At that time, Xianxia had been very curious. After the Great Nirvana, these ancient cities had sunk into the ground and were still intact. Why was there a barrier covering them? Now he should understand that these were new cities built by the ancient Eastern Empire before the Great Nirvana. They had originally wanted to use these domes to defend against the Great Nirvana. So what was the Great Nirvana? Why did they build domes to protect the cities? Back to the main topic. At this time, the Jiang Empire had 199 domed cities scattered across the entire planet like a dense spider web, and the center of the spider web was the North Pole Sacred Capital. At this time, the North Pole Sacred Capital had already risen an unprecedented ancient palace. This place was still in eternal night, but the entire North Pole Sacred Capital's palace was shining brightly. There were no real humans here. They were all human fossils buried in the ancient ruins. They had already awakened, but each of them was like the walking dead. Their bodies had also undergone permanent changes. They were like fossils, but also like crystals. They definitely did not have a body of flesh and blood. This ancient puppet army was an astronomical number. They were black and dense, covering the sky. It was impossible to count how many there were. In Jiangli's empire, there were less than 300,000 ancient humans with eternal souls and energy bodies. They were the top of the pyramid of the empire. As for the revived puppet legions, they were simply uncountable. At this time, the scale of Jiangli's North Pole Palace was far larger than the Lich King's Ice Crown Fortress. It was more than 100 times larger. It was like a giant demon covering the northern end of the planet. If the 199 domed cities and special passages formed a huge spider web, then the Arctic Palace was like the demon in the web. These special passageways were its tentacles. The 199 gigantic probes pierced into the core of the planet and frantically absorbed energy to supply the entire North Pole Imperial Palace. Therefore, Jiangli was crazily devouring the energy of the entire planet. It had been 29 years. Ever since he recovered in the North Pole, he had never left. He sent hundreds of thousands of ancient Homo evolutus to every corner to help him rule over this incomparably huge Jiang Empire. He had never been to the great Jiang Imperial Capital, formerly Flame Capital City. In the North Pole Palace. It was as tall as a mountain and as vast as a universe. The throne made of hell crystals wasn't impressive or domineering, nor was it as bizarre or sinister as the Iron Throne. It was just a very ordinary throne. Jiangli sat there quietly, motionless, like a statue. What did he look like now? Xianxia's body? No, to be precise, it was hard to tell what his body was, because his entire body was covered in dark armor, and only his 2 eye sockets were visible. And these 2 eyes were completely filled with the light of hell crystals, and they were solidified hell crystals. Just like that, he remained motionless, and his 2 eyes seemed to be frozen. After a long while. Suddenly, his eyes melted. From solidified hell crystals, they turned into surging hell crystal light. Then, he opened his hand slightly. In an instant, an energy prison appeared in the entire hall. It was also an energy prison made of hell crystals. There was a person inside. To be precise, she didn't look like a human, because she had black wings on her back. Her face was similar to a human's, but her body was very different. If one looked closely, they could still see the outline of her face. It was Ren'Ying. Ren'Ying, Queen of Darkness, or my teacher. Which title do you prefer? Jiangli said plainly. The other party thought for a while, then nodded. Let's call you Ren'Ying. I don't like the title of Queen of Darkness at all, and the title of teacher makes me nauseous. This Ren'Ying was the Queen of Darkness who escaped from the second prison cell, the so-called number one gu in the world. No matter what species she was definitely not human. But it was clearly written in the second prison cell. This Queen of Darkness created a plague that killed tens of millions of ancient humans. It looked like a virus, but it also looked like a gu worm. Ren'Ying, poor child. The Darkness Empress said, to a certain extent, I am the ancestor of Stupa Mountain, I am the totem of Stupa Mountain. For hundreds of years, Stupa Mountain has created a large number of gu worms through me, becoming a transcendent force in the world. I originally wanted to nurture this force and wait for the right time, but I didn't expect Stupa Mountain's people to be so disappointing. They couldn't make any breakthroughs in their gu worm research, so they went to excavate some ancient ruins, abandoning their old profession. I, the soul body of the mother of poison, was actually treated as the number one gu worm in the world, and was placed into his daughter Ren'Ying's body to be nurtured. Then why didn't the Queen of Darkness possess the body earlier? To recover the body, the hatching of a giant dragon required a large amount of energy, and so did the Queen of Darkness. Before entering the ancient dragon box, she would never have enough energy to recover. According to her original plan, she wanted to use Stupa Mountain to nurture an extremely powerful life form, a race that was the closest to the Queen of Darkness. Then, she would place her soul in this life form. However, after developing for hundreds of years, Stupa Mountain was stuck in a bottleneck in the path of gu worms and life forms. A group of people wanted to fight for power, and a genius like Wu Tuzi was completely frozen. Thus, when Ren'Ying's body was placed into the dragon box, she absorbed a large amount of energy and immediately broke out of the cocoon, waking up. Moreover, after waking up, she was like a starving baby, devouring all kinds of energy. She devoured all kinds of energy, ancient human totems, dragon blood, dragon pool radiation, and in short, she devoured all kinds of energy. She wanted to strengthen herself in the shortest time possible, because time was running out. Of course, she didn't make it in time in the end. Xianxia, my good student, you are truly the god of cunning. The Queen of Darkness said, you really make me gasp in amazement. Half of your control over dark energy is due to me, right? The other half of your cultivation of the hell crystal is also due to me. Jiangli said, of course, you have taught me a lot. The reason why I am so strong today is largely due to you. The Queen of Darkness said, using my dark energy virus to slaughter millions of ancient humans and extract their soul energy for experiments was your actions. In the end, the crime fell on my head, and it was also because of you that I was imprisoned in the ancient prison. Jiangli said, dear teacher, only you have that dark energy virus. You are a human from the dark abyss. Half of your body is human, and the other half is energy. This really fascinates me. Moreover, without the souls of millions of people for experiments, our hell crystal would not have succeeded, and our ancient civilization would not have been able to make a comeback. Deranged. The Queen of Darkness said, the reason we agreed to help you was because you said you could save the world and resist the great destruction of the ancient era. But we never thought that you were destroying the entire planet. Jiangli said, what I did was not wrong. Only by raising the level of civilization and creating new eternal humans can we truly save the world. The world I am talking about is human civilization, not a mere planet. Your understanding is too narrow. Because we only have one planet now, so you still value it so much. But when we have many planets in the future, you will abandon it like a pair of old shoes. Everything I am doing now is to let the new humans walk out of this galaxy and conquer the sea of stars outside. That is the true way, and only then can we avoid the great destruction of the ancient era. The Queen of Darkness said, in the ancient era, although I was a demoness, and although I did all kinds of evil, this planet is my home, and I love it dearly. Xianxia said, see, this is also a low-level emotion. Alright, this kind of argument will never have an outcome. Teacher, when the North Pole changed and I wanted to take over Xianxia's body, you suddenly appeared. I remember that there were 3 people at that time. You were prisoner number 2, prisoner number 3, and prisoner number 4. That day, the Queen of Darkness launched a suicidal attack, and the target of her attack was Xianxia's body. But at that time, Xianxia controlled countless hell crystals to protect this body, so the Queen of Darkness only managed to create a hole, but it was enough to be fatal. The hell crystal had to be intact. It was extremely powerful and completely indestructible, and no known energy could harm it. But who was the most familiar with the hell crystal? The Queen of Darkness, because he had been involved in the creation of the hell crystal. And in these few years, she had madly devoured all known energy, just for that one attack. Condensing a point of light with shocking energy, just to poke a small hole in the hell crystal. And once this hole was formed, it was extremely fatal, and the entire hell crystal would continuously dissipate. Just like the famous Rupert's tear, it was just an ordinary glass with a special shape, but its front was extremely tough. Even if a bullet hit it, it would be fine, and the bullet would shatter instead. However, its tail was extremely fragile. With a gentle pinch, the entire glass Rupert's tear would shatter into pieces. Of course, the fatal thing was that this small hole had pierced through the hell crystal, as well as Xianxia's brain, almost destroying his entire body. Xianxia immediately stopped crushing Xianxia's soul. His soul left his body, and he used all his strength to seal the hole in the hell crystal, even if it was only the size of a needle's eye. At the same time, prisoner number 3 and 4 of the ancient prison took the opportunity to descend to the North Pole at lightning speed, and rescue Xianxia's remains. And this organization was formed by the prisoners of the ancient prison. It was formed by the prisoners of the ancient prison. Prisoner number 2, 3, and 4 were known as the Zero Organization. So where was prisoner number 5? He had never appeared from start to finish. Xianxia had been to the ancient prison before. Prisoner number 1 was Xianxia, a substitute, and prisoner number 2 was the Queen of Darkness. At that time, he was completely shocked. The Queen of Darkness had slaughtered millions, but she was only prisoner number 2, then how powerful were prisoners number 3 and 4, and their prisons were incomparably huge, especially prison number 4. It seemed to be able to contain a giant dragon. And the most bizarre was prison number 5. It was very, very small, even smaller than Xianxia's prison number 1. Where's Master Prophet in prison number 5? Why don't I see him? Xianxia said, Queen of Darkness, you taught me the power of darkness, and the success of the hell crystal is mostly due to your efforts. But my true wisdom teacher, and Master Prophet, where did he go? His dwarf-like body carries an intelligence that ordinary people can't even imagine. Queen of Darkness said, Xianxia, Prophet Chaos hides from the world. If not for your desire to save the world, he wouldn't have appeared, and he wouldn't have become your teacher. So this prisoner number 5 was called Prophet, and his name was Chaos. Xianxia smiled and said, yes, almost all of my wisdom was taught to me by him. My high-level dragon comprehension was also taught by him. He was my guiding light in life. If not for Master Prophet, I wouldn't be here today, and there wouldn't be such a powerful civilization. The Queen of Darkness said, so, after you learned the high-level dragon enlightenment, you seized the spiritual knowledge and power of Queen Medusa, and the first thing you did when you came back was to turn your Master Prophet into a fossil? And locked him in prison number 5? Xianxia said, first, because you obstructed my plan, I could only imprison you. And Master Prophet didn't resist at all, as if he was happy to be turned into a fossil. He always regretted that he couldn't complete the ultimate dragon comprehension. After I turned him into a fossil, he lay dormant for 10,000 years. Maybe that was the best opportunity to comprehend. Maybe he comprehended the ultimate dragon comprehension instead? Xianxia said again, and he's a Master Prophet. Can't he predict my next move? Why didn't he stop me in advance and just watch? Queen of Darkness said, then, have you ever thought about how we were able to come out of the ancient prison? I can tell you that I don't know anything about it. When I woke up again, I was already a dark soul body discovered by the ancestors of Stupa Mountain and regarded as a treasure. Not only me, but prisoner number 3 and number 4 also came out of the ancient prison inexplicably. What does that prove? Jiang Li's face trembled slightly. Queen of Darkness said again, do you think it was Master Prophet who saved us? Of course, this ancient prison was designed by you. No external force can open it. And when we were imprisoned, we were in a dying state or almost dead. Who else can save us other than Master Prophet? Jiang Li said after a long silence, sigh, some people just can't be killed. How troublesome. Queen of Darkness said, Master Prophet, you don't dare to kill him, do you? Although he doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, he has the highest intelligence in this world. Once he is killed, it will cause a huge change. Even the only hope to save the world in the future will be gone. Your Majesty Jiang Li, have you ever thought about it? Perhaps all of this is within Master Prophet's expectations, and all the calamities are necessary? But in the end, the world can still be saved. But, this savior is not you. Queen of Darkness's words were even more heart-wrenching. Jiang Li said indifferently, Queen of Darkness, do you know Xianxia's plan at that time? When I was trying to destroy his soul, he had a crazy plan that had been brewing for a long time. Queen of Darkness said, what plan? Jiang Li said, I kept crushing his soul, condensing it into a point, and then continued to collapse, and collapse. And when the collapse reached the limit, an unprecedented soul explosion would occur, even turning my soul and my hell crystal into ashes. He called this fusion. Queen of Darkness said in silence, this is beyond my knowledge. Jiang Li said, he had already completed the nuclear fission in the body of the Jiang clan's dragon. When he fought against the Ji clan's dragon, he relied on the fission in the dragon's body to defeat his opponent. At the last moment in the North Pole, he wanted to use soul fusion to destroy me. It was a very grand plan, but it was destined to fail. Because his soul was too weak, it collapsed and was destroyed before it could fuse. Queen of Darkness, when you took Xianxia away, there was only a little bit of his body left, Jiang Li said. Where did you hide him? Now that 29 years have passed, is he alive or dead? I know what you want to do. Number 3 and number 4 tried their best to modify him, even at the expense of everything. But he is just an ordinary human, and the room for modification is very, very small. Even if the modification is done to the limit, he won't be that strong. Queen of Darkness said, is that so? I am number 3 and number 4, but I am filled with great expectations. I am good at destruction, and number 3 and number 4 are good at creation. Jiang Li, don't forget that number 3 is the ancient wisdom king, and he is good at soul molding. Number 4 is the mother of dragons, and the dragons of the ancient empire were bred by her. Queen of Darkness's casual words were the top secrets of the ancient era. Sure enough, the people imprisoned in this ancient prison were all the top experts of the ancient world. For a very long time, these 4 experts didn't have any contact with each other, and were even life and death enemies. Especially the Queen of Darkness, her race in the Abyss Crack had always been the mortal enemy of the ancient empire. But before the Great Nirvana, these 4 put aside their differences, united as one, and nurtured the extremely intelligent Xianxia, all for the sake of saving the world. Especially the prophet, who never appeared, also became Xianxia's mentor. But Xianxia had his own plan for saving the world. He had gathered the power and wisdom of the Empress of Darkness, the ancient wisdom king, the mother of dragons, the prophet of chaos, and the Medusa Empress. He had finally completed this great undertaking and became a peak expert in the universe. Moreover, he used his own methods to save the so-called ancient civilization, and escaped the Great Nirvana. The Queen of Darkness said, Jiang Li, if I were you, the sooner Xianxia appears, the happier I will be. Because this means that the ancient wisdom king and the mother of dragons created his body in a hurry, and not perfect enough. But now, 29 years have passed, and Xianxia still hasn't appeared. This means that these 2 heaven-defying experts used 29 years to nurture a brand new body for Xianxia. Moreover, the most crucial point is that this body was completely nurtured based on Xianxia's surviving remains, completely guaranteeing the purity of his genes. Therefore, this body is still Xianxia's own body, just that it has become extremely perfect. Jiang Li, you're right. Xianxia's previous body didn't transcend the limits of humans, and it can't be said to be very outstanding. But now, 29 years have passed, and he still hasn't appeared. I can't imagine how the ancient wisdom king and the mother of dragons will nurture his body. I believe you've already sent your minions to search everywhere in the world. You've sent at least 100,000 secret envoys to find their traces, but to no avail. Unfortunately, you have to guard this hell throne and can't go to the ends of the earth yourself. I'm so sorry for poking a hole in your hell crystal back then. This plot was supposed to be revealed later, but because of yesterday's so-called green hat scandal, I had to write it in advance. Tears streamed down my face. My book is not only perfectionist when it comes to women, but it also has misophobia. It's impossible for there to be even a little bit of green hat. Sob sob. Xianxia lay quietly on the bed, still deep in thought. Ever since he woke up, he spent most of his time watching and thinking. So he didn't interfere with or stop everything that happened, even if hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered in Shin City today. Today's events were a little abnormal. The exposure of the rebel army that infiltrated Tiannan City was very unusual, and his suicide attack plan was also very ridiculous. He wanted to blow up the dome's energy pillar? How was that possible? The dome's energy pillar was a giant probe that pierced directly into the Earth's core. It was impossible to blow it up. You ask Xianxia how he knew, because his X-ray eyes seemed to have evolved countless times. Previously, the range he could see was very limited. But now, he could see through the surface and penetrate deep into the Earth from a very long distance away. So, he could see that there was an energy core in these huge buildings at a glance. He could also see that the dome of Tiannan City had 21 giant probes piercing into the Earth's core and crazily absorbing the planet's energy. If he wanted to, he could even start a countdown of the planet's life. This had completely surpassed any artificial intelligence. Even a supercomputer would need a very long time to calculate the life of a planet. Moreover, Xianxia was getting more and more familiar with this body. It was as if it was his previous body, because the senses of the peripheral nerves were exactly the same. It was just that this body of his had become very, very perfect. His brain seemed to have become stronger, especially the space in his brain. It seemed to have become much, much, much bigger. It was as if he had upgraded from an ordinary server to a galactic supercomputer. Next, if he was in a private space with no one around, Xianxia would try to analyze his blood and his DNA to see if it was the same as before. But he only had the DNA data of his body on Earth. So, who was this Zero organization? Why did this Zero organization completely disappear after he woke up? Xianxia thought about too many things every day, so he spent most of his time watching the world coldly from the sidelines. There was also one thing that was very strange. When Xianxia first entered the governor's office, Xianxia said, "How have you been?" What did that mean? She definitely did not recognize Xianxia. Although Xianxia did not know much about this body of his, he clearly knew that basically no one could tell that he was Xianxia. That meant that Xianxia knew this face, but Xianxia's face was temporary. As he understood his body, he gradually discovered that he could change his face. Within a certain range, he could change into many people's faces. So, he could completely change back to his original appearance. In fact, this body was his original appearance. It was just that in order for him to better understand the current world, Zero killed an ancient human envoy and made Xianxia change into his face. Xianxia knew this ancient human envoy and trusted him very much when she said that she was well. This was a form of trust, not from a mutual relationship, but because they were of the same race, but Xianxia used an X-ray on Xianxia. There was no mistake. That was Xianxia's body. The skeleton was completely gentle. A human's body might change in weight and fat, but the skeleton would not change much. When he first saw Xianxia scanned her skeleton and it was a 100% match with Xianxia. But her "how have you been" was too strange. There was also Xianxia's skeleton. Xianxia had also scanned it. This kid was too naughty when he was young. He once fell from a building and fractured his bones. Although he recovered later, there were still traces of the fracture. And under Xianxia's X-ray scan, the fracture of Xianxia's calf bone was still there. This made Xianxia no longer have any doubts. But today, when Xianxia ordered the massacre of 130,000 people, that aloof and indifferent temperament was too unusual. It was really like pouring boiling water on an ant to death. This kind of temperament could only be found in one kind of person, and that was the ancient human. Xianlang had watched Xianxia grow up. Although he was naughty, he was definitely not that vicious. His personality might develop, but it would not undergo such a subversive change. And in the North Pole, Xianlang saw with his own eyes that the ancient human's soul was eternal. They had a powerful energy body and could also change their appearance and body. So, Xianlang could not help but have a bold guess. The Xianxia in front of him was not the real Xianxia. The Xianxia in front of him was also not the real Xianxia. It was a transformation of the ancient human. This thought made one's hair stand on end. When he was in the North Pole, he clearly saw that under Jiang Li's control, these ancient human formed a new body. At first, they did not have gender and were like robots. Then, they gradually changed their faces. In other words, Jiang Li made all the ancient human replace all the important people in this world, then he made them play all kinds of roles. Pretend to be Xianxia, pretend to be Xianxia, pretend to be others. Did that mean that all the relatives of Xianlang in the imperial capital were fake? They were all transformed by the ancient human. Then where were Xianlang's wife and children? It was really chilling. All the officials of the Jiang Empire and all the familiar faces were transformed by the ancient human. What was the purpose of this? Why? And the ancient human who pretended to be Xianxia was clearly in the imperial capital. Why did he come to Tiannan City now? There was a conspiracy. There must be a huge conspiracy. What did this group of ancient human want to do? What was their purpose? Xianlang instinctively thought of the Land of Light, the only force that could resist the Darkness Empire. In the governor's residence. The governor of Shan City was still languid. His eyes were full of arrogance and loftiness. Do you want me to accompany you to the Duke of Xuanwu's residence? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said, no need. If you go, you might alarm them. This time, the leader is Zhu Hongxue. He is an important person. We must not scare him away. Not only do we have to carry out the hunting and replication plan, we also have to carry out the infiltration plan. Are you ready? Xianxia said, of course we're ready. As long as we take him down, we can read his memories in the shortest time possible and use us Homo evolutus to replicate Zhu Hongxue. Then, we can sneak into the Land of Light together. Xianxia said, we have enough impersonators in the Land of Light. We can launch an attack and completely destroy the only organization loyal to Xianlang. This way, even if Xianlang returns, he will not have any subordinates. Xianxia said indifferently, that needs the orders from above. We just need to carry out the orders. Let's go. You should go. A quarter of an hour later, Xianxia accompanied Princess Xinmi. Under the protection of 1,000 aerial troops, they flew to the Duke of Xuanwu's residence to prepare to hunt down Zhu Hongxue. And Zhu Hongxue's men were lying in ambush in a cave near the Duke of Xuanwu's residence, quietly waiting for the arrival of Princess Xinmi and Xianxia. Princess Xinmi was His Majesty's flesh and blood. They must rescue her and send her to the Land of Light. Note, I slept for 3 hours last night. I will close my eyes and rest for a while. Then, I will write the second chapter today. I urgently need the support of monthly votes. Please. Xianlang was still thinking. He had too many things to think about. First of all, there were too many unknowns about his modified body. In terms of martial arts, he didn't seem to be very strong. However, Xianlang had been running around in an environment dozens of degrees below zero for more than a month. Not only was he safe and sound, he didn't even feel exhausted. The oxygen level in the outside world was less than 50% of what it used to be, but Xianlang didn't feel any discomfort. Not only that, Xianlang didn't eat for a month, but he didn't feel anything. He was already very strong in these aspects. As for the face-changing technique, Xianlang hadn't explored it yet. What he wanted to explore now was what kind of attack he had. His current level of martial arts was only slightly better, far from being strong. Moreover, he had lost the ancient king's ring, the dragon's sword, and the dragon's heart. What other attack methods did he have? Energy whirlpool. Immediately, an energy whirlpool condensed in Xianlang's mind. Then, it moved along his arm to his palm, and it was actually ready to move. Awesome! The energy whirlpool was no problem at all. Moreover, it was completely different from before. Before, the energy whirlpool still needed to be prepared and then released, but now it was completed in an instant. As long as he wanted to, the energy whirlpool could be released in an instant. Just this attack alone was already strong enough. It was really strange. There was no dragon's heart in Xianxia's body, but the energy seemed to be endless, even more abundant than when he had the dragon's heart. Even without the ancient king's ring, he could still obtain complete protection and survive in all kinds of harsh environments. Even without the dragon's sword, he could still release attacks. Xianxia continued to sense his inner vision and found something even more bizarre. Deep in his body, there was uranium energy, and it was uranium energy mixed with the dragon blood marrow. Damn, what did this prove? Could it be that he could release uranium radiation attacks? No way. It couldn't be that awesome, right? Xianxia prepared again and found that he could really mix uranium radiation energy into the energy whirlpool and directly create radiation attacks. This was really too strong, but it was a waste of God's gift. Xianxia felt that mixing radiation energy into the energy whirlpool was the most wasteful, the most primitive version of uranium attacks. Perhaps a more advanced uranium attack, such as fission, would follow. Xianxia could feel that the uranium energy in his core was extremely pure, but he could not feel any radiation on the surface of his body, nor in his blood. This is too bizarre, isn't it? The ultra-high purity uranium energy was deep inside his body, but it didn't cause any radiation damage to his body. Very quickly, Xianxia thought of the Jiang clan colossal dragon. When he completed nirvana in the primordial dragon pool, it was the same. Unless he released a fission attack, there was no radiation coming from its body at all. However, that was a dragon, and Xianxia was just a human. What kind of magic did the Zero organization cast on Xianxia over the past 29 years? In fact, Xianxia had always been very worried about one thing. His body was provided by Jiangli, and he was used to destroy those hidden powers. Now, it seemed that the possibility of that happening was very small. His body was too awesome, completely beyond imagination. Next, Xianxia had a lot of things to do. He didn't need to learn any martial arts, he just needed to keep comprehending. If he learned, it would only be someone else's martial arts. However, Xianxia wanted to create his own, so all kinds of attacks were possible. When his comprehension reached a higher level, he could even use the energy whirlpool to release a fission attack. However, today's comprehension ended here. Xianxia had to leave immediately. If his judgment wasn't wrong, this Su Qianqian was fake, and Xinqiang was also fake. They were both ancient neo-humans, so what did they want to do? Xianxia took a step forward, opened the window, and looked towards the east. Immediately, he saw a gorgeous aerial army flying towards the east, and it was flying towards the palace. This was a very high standard, the standard of the royal family. Even though it was very obscure, and there was no flag of the Jiang clan, Xianxia still recognized it with a glance. Who could it be? If it was Su Qianqian, she didn't have the qualifications to use the standard of a member of the royal family. After all, she hadn't truly married Xianxia. Where were they going? An answer immediately appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was either the Raging Tide City or the Duke of Xuanwu's mansion. Moreover, this aerial carriage was clearly female, so the members of the royal family inside were either Xianxia's daughter or Xianxia's wife. However, according to Xianxia's deduction, his family should also have been impersonated by the ancient humans. The entire upper echelons of the empire were transformed by the ancient neo-humans. Even royal relatives like Xinqiang were no exception, let alone direct descendants of the royal family. Xianxia's mind quickly thought about what would happen next. If the ancient humans impersonated the royal family and went to the Duke of Xuanwu's mansion, what goal did they want to achieve? And they even slaughtered so many innocent slaves last night to pave the way. Could it be just to capture a few resistance soldiers? No, it should be far more than that. What other goals did they have? Did it have anything to do with Xianxia? These thoughts flashed by quickly. Next, Xianxia left Tiannan City's Blackwater platform and walked toward the dome outside the city. Envoy, you're going on official business again? That Blackwater platform one who immediately rushed over and brought over a large pile of items. There was practically everything he needed. Are you returning to the imperial capital or going out? The Black Water platform official asked. Shenlang only looked at him and didn't answer. These are just small gifts. Please accept them, envoy. When you return to the imperial capital, I hope you can put in a good word for me, the Black Water platform official said. Shenlang glanced at the box full of gifts, and his expression became even more indifferent. Then, he left without another word. The Black Water platform official bowed and sent Shenlang off with an embarrassed smile. This person's attitude was very interesting. In public, he appeared very indifferent in front of Shenlang, acting like a superior, but in private, he was trying his best to curry favor with Shenlang. After Shenlang left, a Black Water platform official said in a low voice, "Sir, is there a need for us to treat him like this? His rank in the Black Water platform is lower than yours." The Black Water platform official said coldly, "What do you know? Ordinary people like us are just servants before them, no matter how high our ranks are. No matter how low their ranks are, they are still masters." These words were a little sad. Just like in the Manchurian Qing Empire, no matter how high the Han officials were, they were still servants before the disciples of the Eight Banners. In the Jiang Empire, the ancient new humans were the true privileged class. They were at the top of the pyramid. Moreover, it was normal for Shenlang not to accept any bribes. This was because the ancient humans had almost no desire in this aspect. In their eyes, gold and jewels were no different from gravel. Moreover, they were always cold and aloof, looking down on ordinary humans like ants. In addition, Shenlang didn't need any registration or token to leave the city. His figure and face were the highest pass. According to the Empire's laws, without official permission, people were not allowed to enter or leave the city. They couldn't go to other domed cities. Only the ancient humans had the right to travel freely within the Empire's borders, or even the entire world's borders. This was because only the ancient humans could survive in the harsh environment outside for a long time. It was difficult for ordinary human warriors to do so. Therefore, ancient humans were usually required to explore the entire world to find the strongholds of the Radiant Kingdom's resistance army. Once found, they would immediately report to the nearest city. The city's governor would then send a powerful air force to completely destroy these strongholds. Sure enough, just as Shenlang walked out of the domed city of Tiannan City, an air force majestically flew over from the sky. A few thousand air troops and a few super sky fortresses. After Shenlang reported to Shin City's governor, he sent them to bomb the resistance army's strongholds. They returned in just over a day. Their speed was indeed very fast. From this, it could be seen that the Jiang Empire's power was really astonishing. The so-called Radiant Kingdom's resistance army was completely backward compared to them. Shenlang once again dressed like a laborer. He put on a cloak and a mask and ran towards the Duke of Xuanwu's residence in the east. His speed became faster and faster. In the end, he directly surpassed 200 kilometers per hour. It was simply a flash. At this time, a group of Imperial cavalry in the sky discovered him and immediately swooped down to intercept and interrogate him. "You don't want to live? Look at his figure. He's so tall and his arms are so long. He's a typical Imperial envoy carrying out official duties. If you intercept him, you'll be killed in vain." An officer at the side immediately stopped his subordinate's naivety. A few hours later, Su Qianxian and Princess Jiangmi's cavalry arrived in the sky above Xuanwu City. "Your Highness, someone has been here." The elite warriors of the Black Water platform were responsible for Princess Jiangmi's safety. They immediately discovered unusual footprints in the sky above Xuanwu City. Moreover, there were traces of it being cleaned. "Your Highness, be careful." Thousands of Black Water platform warriors immediately protected Princess Jiangmi in the middle. "Ultrasonic flying beasts, inspect in the air," the Black Water platform warrior said. "Yes." Following the order, dozens of ultrasonic flying beasts swooped down and flew over Xuanwu City. All the ultrasonic flying beasts suddenly opened their mouths and released ultrasonic attacks. Bang, 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 immediately, the snow under Xuanwu City turned into ashes. All the houses were directly smashed into pieces. Bang, 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 he really used the ultrasonic flying beasts to cleanse the ground. The entire Black Tortoise City was almost plowed through, not a single place was spared. In just a short half an hour, the entire Xuanwu city had turned into a pile of rubble. The Jiang Empire's ultrasonic flying beasts were really too strong. Compared to the ultrasonic flying beasts 29 years ago, their attack power was several times stronger. Safe confirmed. The commander of the Blackwater platform came and reported, the traces in Xuanwu City should have been left by one person. Moreover, according to the size of the footprints, it should be the envoy. The Blackwater platform warriors were really amazing. They even remembered the characteristics of ancient human footprints clearly. Jiangmi looked at Xuanwu City below in a daze. After a good while, she said softly, I won't come again next time. If I have to destroy a city every time I come, how many cities can exist in the Eastern world? The Blackwater platform commander quickly knelt on the ultrasonic flying beast and said, I have sinned. Your Highness, please punish me. Princess Jiangmi said, whatever. You were only protecting me. If you want to punish someone, punish me first. When those words came out, not only the Blackwater platform commander, all of the Blackwater platform warriors on scene knelt down. They were normal human warriors. Their fear towards the Jiang dynasty was already deep in their bones. Even their worship was deep in their bones. Xianxia said on the side, okay, don't be sad. Let's continue on our way. Then, 1,000 Blackwater platform aerial legion took off again and flew towards the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu. The distance between Xuanwu City and the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu was no more than a few dozen miles. They arrived very quickly. Xianxia and Princess Jiangmi stayed outside first. The Blackwater platform commander personally led elite special warriors into the Duke's mansion. They searched every corner and made sure there were no ambushes. This search lasted for more than an hour. The Duke's mansion in Xuanwu was a lot smaller than the Xuanwu city, but it was the emperor's home. No damage could be done, so it was impossible to just use the ultrasonic flying beast's breath to finish it off. In reality, the Blackwater platform commander was also very confused. Since the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu was so important, why didn't they make a dome energy barrier by itself? Why didn't they specially send troops to guard it? There was also the Furious Tide City. It was completely the old capital of the Jiang Empire, yet it was completely abandoned. It was truly puzzling. However, that was the matter of the dynasty. As servants, they, the Blackwater platform commander, didn't know why, nor did they dare to ask. Your Highness, it's safe inside. You can go in. The Blackwater platform commander said. Then, he led the most elite special warriors and followed behind. They had to ensure the absolute safety of the princess. Princess Jiangmi frowned and said, haven't we already checked? I just want to stay here quietly for a while. The Blackwater platform commander immediately knelt down and cowed out on the ice and snow. He said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, even if you kill me, I won't dare to let you in alone. If anything happens to your precious body, I won't be able to save it even if I'm smashed to pieces. Then, he knelt down and didn't move. Although he was wearing ancient armor, his forehead was currently pressed against the ground. The temperature here was -70 or -80 degrees Celsius. Alright, I won't disturb you. You can bring at most 10 people in, Princess Jiangmi said. Yes, the Blackwater platform commander said. Then, Princess Jiangmi entered the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu. Xianxia followed behind and said in a low voice, Don't get so close. Yes, Your Highness, the Blackwater platform commander said respectfully. After that, Jiangmi, Shinmi, quietly strolled around the Duke's mansion in Xuanwu. Every time she walked to a place, she would stop to reminisce. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with happiness. When I was young, I often played hide-and-seek with Xianxia here. But that was very, very young. I don't have any memory of it. It was my mother who told me about it, Jiangmi said. Unfortunately, the garden here has already withered. Then, Jiangmi came to the side of a pond that was completely covered in ice. Jiangmi's voice was filled with wonderful memories. Mother told me that father was already very busy when we returned home, but he would still hold me and fish in the pond whenever he had time. He would also feed me melon seeds while fishing. Jiangmi's voice was filled with wonderful memories. It's a pity that I haven't seen father in the past few decades. And, I miss him so much. Jiang Mi's voice was filled with a trace of tears. I miss father so much. I miss Sister Yao Yao so much. Su Qianqian put her arm around Jiang Mi's shoulder and said softly, Girl, it's too cold outside. The air is too thin. We can't stay here for too long. We'll stay for another 15 minutes and then go back. Okay. Princess Jiang Mi said, then let's go to father's courtyard, to his study. I've dreamed of that place many times. Then, she went to Shenlang and Milan's courtyard and walked towards the study. The Black Water Station's admiral wanted to follow them in, but Su Qianqian gave him a look. He hesitated for a moment and then waited anxiously outside, letting Princess Jiang Mi go in alone. As a man, he didn't dare to go into the room with the princess. The incomparably beautiful Princess Jiang Mi entered Shenlang's study and reached out her hand to touch the wall of enemies. This was almost a fairy tale of the Kim family. Anyone who chatted would quickly talk about the wall of enemies. This was especially true for Binger. She had said it at least 100 times in the Paradise Manor in the Fury Tide City. Because the shameless dog-ears on Guojing's name were drawn by Binger. He was so proud that he would mention it to Ning Yuanxian every time. Although he had heard it more than 100 times and his ears were almost calloused, Ning Yuanxian would laugh happily every time, as if he had heard it for the first time. Jiang Mi reached out her hand and touched the wall gently, as if she wanted to erase the words on it. At this moment, a figure appeared in the room. It was Marshal Zhu Hongxue of the Kingdom of Light. Yesterday, he was unshaven and his hair was messy. Today, he had combed himself meticulously. He still looked very handsome, but much thinner and more tired. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Zhu Hongxue of the Deqian Empire greets your highness. Zhu Hongxue knelt down and kowtowed. Princess Jiang Mi was slightly surprised. Wasn't it the Kingdom of Light? Why was it the Deqian Empire? She didn't know. The so-called Kingdom of Light was just a common name for the slaves at the bottom of the empire. Because the Jiang Empire was very dark, the rebel army called it the Kingdom of Light. But the official documents of the Sky Sea Pavilion didn't mention the Kingdom of Light, only the Deqian Empire. The world needed a leader. Sui Ci of the Sky Sea Pavilion felt that he couldn't be the leader. The only flag could only be Shenlang. Therefore, about 20 years ago, Sui Ci announced that the Sky Sea Pavilion was loyal to the Deqian Empire and firmly believed that His Majesty Shenlang would return. Jiang Mi returned the courtesy meticulously and said elegantly, Greetings, Marshal Zhu. What she wanted to say was, how do we leave? How do we leave the empire and go to the land of light? At this moment, Zhu Hongxue said, Is that Tian Mo, the commander of the Black Water Station in Tiannan City? As soon as he said this, the commander of the Black Water Station immediately rushed in with 10 Special Forces soldiers. Your Royal Highness, noble sir, let's go, let's go. The commander of the Black Water Arena shouted. Then, he immediately stood in front of Princess Jiang Mi and Su Qianqian, drew his ancient saber, and instantly surrounded Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue cupped his hands and said, Commander Tian Mo, I am Zhu Hongxue of the Deqian Empire. The commander of the Black Water Station's expression changed dramatically. It was actually Zhu Hongxue, the marshal of the rebel army, a super big shot. He actually came in person. Zhu Hongxue, there is no Deqian Empire now. His Majesty the Emperor personally decreed that it has been changed to the Jiang Empire. Commander Tian Mo said coldly, Now that my empire has ruled the entire world, everything under the heavens belongs to the Emperor. You jumping clowns should stop resisting and immediately surrender. Zhu Hongxue didn't pull out his sword and seemed very calm. He looked at Tian Mo and said, Commander Tian Mo, who are you loyal to? The commander of the Black Water Station Tian Mo said, Of course it is the Supreme His Majesty the Emperor. Tian Mo's voice was filled with fanatical worship from the bottom of his heart. Just hearing him say the words His Majesty the Emperor made people feel as if they were willing to go through water and tread on fire. Zhu Hongxue said, Then which emperor are you loyal to? Impudent. Are you going to say the name of His Majesty? Commander Tian Mo said coldly. Zhu Hongxue said, I am loyal to His Majesty Shenlang of the Deqian Empire. Our Majesty has always loved the people as if they were his own children. He has never cared if others directly call him by his name. I wonder if the majesty I am loyal to is also the one you, Commander Tian Mo, are loyal to? Commander Tian Mo said angrily, of course I am loyal to Great Emperor Jiang. Don't talk nonsense. You are just rebels. Your Horizon Sea Pavilion has been enemies with the Great Emperor for decades. Don't try to mislead people's hearts. Zhu Hongxue said, Commander Tian Mo, this time I came to fulfill Noble Su's promise to save Princess Jiangmi, leave the Darkness Empire, and go to the Land of Light. If you are also loyal to His Majesty Shenlang, you should know what to choose. Commander Tian Mo flew into a rage because Zhu Hongxue's words overturned his worldview. Impudent! Impudent! You dare to slander the Empire as the Darkness Empire? What qualifications do you have to be loyal to His Majesty Jiang? We are His Majesty's most loyal lackeys. Commander Tian Mo waved his ancient saber and said, Traitor, you dare to mislead people's hearts. Die. Then, Commander Tian Mo wanted to dismember Zhu Hongxue into 1,000 pieces. He didn't want to hear another word about slandering the Empire and the Emperor. At this moment, Princess Jiangmi said, Commander Tian Mo, he is right. This is a Darkness Empire. The current Great Emperor Jiang is not my father at all. He has never left the North Pole Palace. He is the main culprit who destroyed the world. Only the Deqian Empire in the Land of Light is legitimate and the loyal subject of my father. Commander Tian Mo's entire body trembled when he heard this. He shouted, Your Highness, don't be deceived by others. Our empire is great. Great Emperor Jiang is His Majesty Shenlang. He is the Supreme His Majesty Shenlang. Princess Jiangmi said, Do I know better, or do you know better? Commander Tian Mo almost doubted his life. He trembled and said, There is a conspiracy here. There must be a conspiracy here. Go. Your Highness, Noble Su, leave quickly. You have been bewitched. In the next second, Princess Jiangmi held her saber across her neck. She looked at Commander Tian Mo and said, I can't convince you, but you must put down your weapon and make way. I want to follow Marshal Zhu Hongxue to the Land of Light, to my father's empire. I want to stay far away from the Darkness Empire and the demon Great Emperor Jiang. Commander Tian Mo trembled. He didn't know what to do. No, absolutely not. Your Highness, you must not be bewitched by the thief. Tian Mo knelt down and kowtowed with all his might. Noble Su, please say something, please say something. Her Highness must have been bewitched. Su Xianxia said, Her Royal Highness wasn't bewitched. You guys were the ones who were bewitched. The Great Emperor Jiang in the North Pole Palace isn't His Majesty Shenlang at all. He's the culprit who destroyed the world. These words were like a thunderbolt to Commander Tian Mo. His outlook on life had really been overturned. No, impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Our Great Emperor Jiang saved the world. The Great Jiang Empire is the orthodox and supreme ruler. This was definitely a lie. It must be a lie. Not only Commander Tian Mo, but all the special warriors present were completely doubting their lives. How could this be? The Great Emperor Jiang they had been loyal to for decades was clearly His Majesty Shenlang. Why did the princess and Noble Su say that he was the culprit who destroyed the world? Why did they say that he was fake? Zhu Hongxue sighed softly. Alas! Then he quickly unsheathed his sword. Whoosh, in less than 1 second, he had already sheathed his sword. Commander Tian Mo of the Blackwater Platform and more than 10 special warriors of the Blackwater Platform were all killed in an instant. Over 30 years had passed. His martial arts had truly improved tremendously. It had reached a frightening level. Commander Tian Mo's martial arts were already extremely high. Together with more than 10 special warriors, all of whom were wearing ancient armor, Zhu Hongxue still killed them in one move. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. Zhu Hongxue said, I have already prepared our own flying beasts. Your Highness, noble lady, please follow me. Then, Zhu Hongxue walked towards the backyard. Princess Jiangmi and Su Qianqian quickly followed him to the great cliff behind the Duke Xuanwu's mansion. There used to be black water platform guards here. However, they had already been cleaned up by the experts under Zhu Hongxue's command. They were completely silent and replaced. Your Highness, noble Lady Su, please excuse me. Zhu Hongxue placed 2 chairs on the table. Su Qianqian and Princess Jiangmi sat on the chairs. Zhu Hongxue grabbed the 2 chairs and lightly floated up the 100-meter-high cliff. When they reached the top of the cliff, there were already 3 mounts waiting there. Your Highness, let's go. Zhu Hongxue said. Princess Jiangmi said, I'll take one last look. I don't know when I'll be back. Zhu Hongxue bowed and stood behind the princess. His gaze was fixed on his feet. He didn't dare to go any further. General Zhu Hongxue, you've worked hard, Su Qianqian suddenly said. Zhu Hongxue bowed and said, I don't dare. Su Qianqian said, in my early years, Lord Zhu Hongxue and I could be considered half acquaintances. My father has always wanted to curry favor with the Zhu family. Zhu Hongxue was stunned. Why would Su Qianqian say such frivolous words? But he bowed even lower and said, Your subject is His Majesty's subject. Noble lady, you must not say any more flattering words. Your subject would rather die than listen. But at this moment, Zhu Hongxue's body suddenly stiffened. Pa 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 pa. His ancient armor suddenly released a powerful energy that instantly attacked his heart. Zhu Hongxue was completely defenseless. His heart was directly hit until it stopped. He stiffly fell to the ground, motionless. Su Qianqian said coldly, Zhu Hongxue, I didn't expect that after you became Shenlang's lackey, you would also become a pedantic and loyal subject. You can't even withstand a single blow. So what if your martial arts are high? Do you know how much we know about ancient armor? You're so respectful of us that you let me get close to you. I'll need at most 3 minutes to control the core of your ancient armor. The electric current that hit your heart just now was enough to electrocute 1,000 flying beasts to death. But it only made you faint. You're really powerful. As she spoke, Su Qianqian's face kept changing, alternating between the ancient human and the beautiful face of Su Qianqian. I really hate this face, it's too lowly, the ancient human woman, fake Su Qianqian, said coldly, but I have no choice but to pretend to be him. At this moment, Princess Jiangmi seemed to be completely stunned. After a long while, she cried out in surprise and rushed in front of Zhu Hongxue, trying to shield him from the fake Su Qianqian. You're not Su Qianqian. You're not Aunt Su. You're the devil's subordinate. You're the devil's subordinate. Princess Jiangmi shouted, Help, help! Warriors of the Deqian Empire, where are you? The fake Su Qianqian clapped her hands. Immediately, several figures flashed to the top of the cliff. They were all ancient humans. Zhu Hongxue's subordinates have all been taken care of by us. The fake Su Qianqian said, Your Highness, we used you as bait to capture Zhu Hongxue. That's not all. We want to duplicate Zhu Hongxue's memories, then sneak into the land of light and infiltrate the enemy's core. Ha 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 ha, Princess Jiangmi spread her arms to protect Zhu Hongxue. She said, I'm a princess. I forbid you to touch him. I forbid you to touch him. Lord Zhu Hongxue, wake up, princess. The fake Su Qianqian said coldly, You're just Shenlang's daughter, a lowly human woman. Do you really think you're the empire's princess? You'll also be imprisoned. Then, another ancient human will take your appearance and sneak into the land of light with the fake Zhu Hongxue. No one will be able to save you. You're a so-called princess, you're worthless. Princess Jiangmi's tears gushed out. She cried for help, but neither heaven nor earth responded. Do it. The fake Su Qianqian gave the order. Immediately, several ancient humans stepped forward. They took out their nightmare stones and were about to knock Princess Jiangmi and Zhu Hongxue down. However, the next second, a figure seemed to appear in front of them. He lifted his cloak and revealed his masked face. His eyes stared straight at Princess Jiangmi. He was, of course, Shenlang. Note, today's update is nearly 16,000. Brothers with monthly votes, please give me a few so I can have a good night's sleep. Don't worry. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow, the update will resume at around 12 o'clock. This was Shenmi. Shenlang was stunned for a moment, then he carefully looked at her face, her eyes, her temperament. This was the Shenmi she once treasured? This was the Shenmi he often carried in his arms when he was young? The Shenmi who fed her melon seeds, was it real? Or was it fake? Shenlang couldn't see any flaws, not even the slightest bit. The gentleness and kindness that seeped into her bones couldn't be concealed at all. Seeing Shenlang's appearance, Shenmi was also stunned for a moment. That fake Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. She slowly said, "Number 121935, what are you doing here? There's no mission for you here." The two of them really knew each other, and they were of the same kind. They were both ancient neo-humans. So this person was number 121935, but Su Qianqian didn't know that that person was already dead, and Shenlang had taken on his appearance. Moreover, this name was very strange. This group of ancient neo-humans actually didn't have names, but were all code names. There were a total of 300,000 ancient neo-humans. Did that mean that the higher the ranking, the stronger they were? The person Shenlang impersonated was ranked in the 120,000, which was just about average. Shenlang pointed at Zhu Hongxue and said, "Give him to me, I want to take him away." The fake Su Qianqian said, "Number 121935, please remember your identity and your mission. Your mission is to search for all the strongholds of the resistance army. The mission to capture Zhu Hongxue has nothing to do with you. With your identity, you can't complete this mission." She still didn't recognize that the ancient envoy in front of her was fake. She only gave him a serious warning. Jiangmi kept staring at Shenlang, as if she wanted to find something, but couldn't find it at all. Shenlang said lightly, "Give Zhu Hongxue to me." The fake Su Qianqian's expression changed. This was not normal. The Jiang Empire was extremely strict, and every ancient human's serial number determined their authority. It was completely insurmountable, and those with the highest serial numbers had absolute authority over those with the lowest serial numbers. Immediately, the fake Su Qianqian took half a step back, pulled out the ancient battle blade, and coldly said, "Please show me your serial number." Shenlang's eyes flashed, and the number 121935 was easily displayed in his pupils. His current body was very strong, and he could disguise everything. The fake Su Qianqian was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? The person in front of her actually dared to disobey her orders. "Take him down and bring him back to the imperial capital. We'll dissect and examine him to see what exactly went wrong." The fake Su Qianqian said coldly, "Take him down." Instantly, more than 10 ancient humans pounced at Shenlang. Pa 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 pa, everyone's weapon released a powerful electric current. Like countless lightning bolts, they struck Shenlang's body. However, when these electric currents struck Shenlang's body, there was no reaction at all. Instead, they were devoured by him. Shenlang himself was also stunned. Was his body so heaven-defying? It was too terrifying. Then, Shenlang suddenly raised his hand. Pa pa pa. The lightning that he had just devoured was suddenly triggered. Immediately, 3 ancient human warriors in front flew out and temporarily lost their ability to move. However, more than 10 people still charged at him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Shenlang shot out a few energy vortexes in a row. Instantly, more than half of the bodies of the ancient humans were instantly shattered, and then they flew far away. This energy whirlpool was really awesome. It was much more powerful than before. However, after these ancient human warriors flew out, their bodies were clearly shattered, and they should have died without a doubt. However, they did not die. Instead, their shattered bodies gradually solidified and regrown. F***CK. This time, Shenlang was also stunned. Were ancient humans so amazing? Ancient humans modified by Zhongli were so strong, Shenlang's energy vortex was much, much stronger than before. At that time, he had killed Ing Wuming in one move. Now, it could not even kill an ancient human warrior, and the most ordinary kind at that. In other words, any ancient human warrior's martial arts cultivation far surpassed Ing Wuming's at that time. This was too exaggerated, too terrifying. After all, Zhongli had 300,000 of these ancient Homo evolutus under his command. How were they supposed to fight them? Next, Shenlang continued to release energy vortexes, but each time, he could only repel these ancient human warriors. Even if they were shattered, they could still recover to their original state. Just like that, more than 10 ancient human warriors kept approaching and surrounded Xianlang. The fake Su Qianqian glanced at Xianlang, then immediately left with Zhu Hongxue and Jiang Mi take him down. Cut off his brain and bring it back to the capital for an autopsy. Find out what the problem is. Why did he betray my orders? The fake Su Qianqian ordered. Yes. Immediately, these ancient human warriors changed their fighting style. They used the most primitive method, ramming. However, this was a very terrifying ramming. Their bodies instantly turned transparent, and then they accelerated crazily. Like an energy cannonball, they slammed into Xianlang's body. Boom, 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 more than 10 ancient human warriors surrounded Xianlang, ramming and bombarding him like lightning. Each of them rammed 30 times per second, which meant that Xianlang was hit 500 times per second. And each collision was equivalent to a super energy bomb. It was completely unimaginable that these ancient humans' attacking style was so strange. Xianlang's body was rammed crazily, and each time there was a loud explosion. It was as if countless bombs had exploded. Boom, 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 in the blink of an eye, the huge cliff that was hundreds of meters tall was smashed to pieces by the shockwaves produced by the collisions. Meanwhile, Xianlang was also dizzy from the collisions and explosions. However, the most important thing was that he was trapped. He was trapped by the frenzied attacks of these ancient humans. The energy vortex couldn't hold on any longer. It was too late. These ancient human warriors were almost immortal, and the speed at which they collided was too fast. However, in this sort of collision, Xianlang was able to see their own bodies disintegrating inch by inch. At this time, the fake Su Qianqian fled with Zhu Hongxue and Jiang Mi, getting further and further away. No, he had to change this passive situation immediately. How should he destroy these ancient human warriors? Just now, the fake Su Qianqian had said to cut off their brains and bring them back to the capital for research. Now, Xianlang had to think of a way to cut off their heads. But how? As he was being hit, Xianlang's mind raced. To a certain extent, Xianlang's current body was also zero. Everything had to be comprehended and developed by himself. All kinds of attacks were possible. Xianlang's mind worked quickly. When he was wearing the ancient king's ring and the heart of the dragon, he could freeze all ancient weapons and equipment, including the dragon's regret. Now that his spiritual power was much, much stronger than before, would he be able to immobilize these Homo evolutus? Xianlang's mind quickly formed a mental energy equation. A few minutes later, an incomparably powerful mental equation burst out from his body. The surrounding air trembled slightly. It was as if a small bomb had exploded. In an instant, more than a dozen ancient human warriors were all frozen and motionless. Next, Xianlang's sword moved like lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, the heads of more than a dozen ancient human warriors were all cut off. That was not all. He directly cut open their heads and took out their brains. Just as Xianlang had expected, their brains were no longer the brains of ordinary people, but a mass of soul energy wrapped in hell crystals. Back then, Xianxia had separated their souls from their bodies, wrapped them in hell crystals, and launched them into space on a spaceship to avoid the great nirvana of the ancient age. After returning to this world, he used the advanced dragon's enlightenment to create energy bodies for these ancient humans. There was no need for ancient armor, because every ancient human's energy body was already very strong. Not only was it invulnerable, it could even resist the energy vortex. Even if it was damaged, it could quickly repair itself. It was completely unkillable. It was too heaven-defying. At this time, these souls wrapped in hell crystals were still alive. As long as they entered the dome, as long as they entered the energy body, they would immediately recover. Jiangli had actually done this. At least to a certain extent, he had really modified humans to become stronger. Not to mention Mars, this type of newcomer could even survive in Venus, Saturn, or Jupiter. Therefore, such new humans were perfect for interstellar colonization. Moreover, it was very difficult to completely destroy these ancient human souls. This was because the hell crystal was completely protected. It was an extremely tough and soft energy body that could not be destroyed. The Queen of Darkness was so powerful that she condensed herself into a light spot and collided with it at almost the speed of light. Only then did she make a hole in the hell crystal. At the very least, Xianxia could not even make a hole in the hell crystal, so he could not really kill any of the ancient human souls. Xianxia held more than a dozen ancient human souls in his hand and squeezed them, instantly condensing them into something that looked like a pearl. What was this? Hell Soul Pearl. Back then, Xianxia was really ignorant and fearless. He actually embedded the Hell Soul Pearl on the dragon sword and then used the Jishur dragon to release the energy vortex. Little did he know that this was the most terrifying thing in the world. Next, Xianxia held the Hell Soul Pearl in his arms and quickly ran in the direction of the fake Xianxia. At this time, the fake Xianxia had already brought Jiangmi and Zhu Hongxue on the ultrasonic flying beast and directly flew into the sky. Xianxia immediately rushed to the west side of the Duke Xuanwu's mansion and rode another flying beast to chase after them. This was a flying beast from the Skysea Pavilion. Who are you? Who are you? The fake Xianxia shouted, you can actually defeat more than a dozen new humans. This is impossible. Who are you? Xianxia instinctively wanted to release the energy vortex and directly destroy the ultrasonic flying beast in front of him, but he still could not bear to do so. Because every time he saw the ultrasonic flying beast, he would think of Dachao, that fierce and cute thing. Freeze! Xianxia suddenly released his spiritual energy. In an instant, the ultrasonic flying beast in front of him was directly frozen in the air, completely motionless, and directly fell down. The fake Xianxia immediately grabbed Zhu Hongxue and Jiangmi and directly jumped down. When they were still 1 meter from the ground, their bodies released a powerful cushioning force, and they gradually landed on the ground. In the next second, the fake Xianxia placed the ancient sharp blade on Princess Jiangmi's pink neck and coldly said to Xianxia, "Don't come over, or I will immediately kill her." The fake Xianxia used a little more force, and a bright red bloodstain immediately appeared on Princess Jiangmi's pink neck. Previously, when the ancient human's wounds were broken, they did not bleed at all. However, the Princess Jiangmi in front of him was bleeding. Who are you? Who are you? What happened to you? The fake Xianxia said, no ancient new human can disobey the orders of their superiors. Even if their bodies are smashed to pieces, they will not disobey. Who are you? In the structure of Jiangli's world, there was an absolute hierarchy, an absolute pyramid shape. The superiors were above the heavens. Even if their bodies were smashed to pieces, the ancient humans would not have the thought of disobeying their superiors. This was a suppression from the depths of their will. They were not robots, but in terms of obedience, they were exactly like robots. Xianxia slowly walked over. The fake Xianxia said sternly, "Don't come over, or I will immediately kill her." You want to save Zhu Hongxue? This woman is Xianxia's daughter, the princess of the Qian Empire. She is 100 times more noble than Zhu Hongxue. If I kill her, you will not be able to bear the responsibility. Who are you? The Qian Empire cannot incite any of the ancient humans to rebel. Who are you? The fake Xianxia's voice was sharp. From this point, it could be seen that these ancient humans were not robots. They also had their own feelings and beliefs. They believed in Jiangli and firmly believed that their race was the most perfect. Under the leadership of His Majesty, Jiangli, they could shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world. But now, there was actually an ancient human who had betrayed them. She felt that it was very subversive. Xianxia slightly raised his head. In an instant, the fake Xianxia was frozen. This fake Xianxia's level was still not high enough. Although she had an energy body, it did not surpass the principles of the ancient armor. She still had an energy core. Her heart was a small energy core that provided the power of the entire body. Xianxia came in front of her and took out the ancient sharp blade. It was the sharp blade that could release a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. He suddenly stabbed it into the fake Xianxia's chest. But, he actually could not stab it. This energy body was too awesome. This fake Xianxia's level was much higher than those 10 ancient humans just now. The ancient sharp blade could not cut it. Next, Xianxia brewed the energy whirlpool and began to condense and shrink it to ensure that it was powerful enough. In the end, the energy whirlpool that was 3 meters in diameter shrank to only 10 centimeters in diameter. It aimed at the fake Xianxia's chest and suddenly shot out. Bang! In an instant, the fake Xianxia's body was directly penetrated. A 10-centimeter hole appeared where her heart was. Her energy heart flew out and landed on the ground. It was undamaged and was still beating. Xianxia walked over and picked up the energy heart. It was actually soft and surging with a golden liquid. This was dragon blood. This was actually the dragon's heart. Furthermore, it was an upgraded dragon's heart. It was originally just a device, but now it had become a fake heart. It was crystal clear and emitted a blue luster. Just now, Xianxia's powerful energy whirlpool could not harm this energy heart at all. It was really too awesome. Jiangli was really too awesome. He was the one who created the dragon's heart. Now, he even created an energy heart and used dragon blood as the driving force. It was too scary. Xianxia once again came to the fake Xianxia's face. She had completely changed back to her original appearance. She was still a very beautiful ancient woman. Even though she had lost her energy heart, the fake Xianxia was still alive. Although her body could not move, even her mouth could not move. However, she could still use her mind to communicate. "What's your number?" Xianxia asked. The fake Xianxia did not respond. However, after a while, a row of numbers appeared in her eyes. 19999, no way. She was actually queued up to 19999. Xianxia slashed at her neck with an ancient battle saber that was tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. However, he could not cut it at all. Her neck was actually so tough. It was really shocking. Therefore, Xianxia could only use the energy whirlpool again. This time, it was a condensed energy whirlpool. He suddenly cut off her head. He directly cut open her head, took out her brain, and condensed it into the Hell Soul Pearl. At this moment, Princess Jiangmi said softly, "May I ask who are you?" Xianxia did not answer her. Princess Jiangmi asked again, "May I ask if my father sent you?" "You are from the Deqian Empire, right?" Xianxia still did not answer her. Instead, he came in front of Zhu Hongxue. His finger gently released an electric current. A wave of spiritual energy struck Zhu Hongshue's heart and brain. In an instant, Zhu Hongxue recovered. He stood up and looked at the fake Xianxia's body on the ground with a complicated gaze. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "Actually, my martial arts surpass theirs." When he said this, his tone was filled with indignation. His martial arts were cultivated by himself, and he was clearly stronger than these ancient humans. However, be it in terms of body or spirit, it was as if the other party had cheats. "Your Highness, let's go," Zhu Hongxue said to Jiangmi. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Sir, although you saved us, I'm very sorry. I was ordered to bring your Highness back to the Land of Light, back to our own Deqian Empire. In order to protect our Land of Light and our empire, I can't bring you along." Speaking of this, Xianxia was very puzzled. Jiangli's empire was already so powerful that it was suffocating. The Land of Light led by the Sky Sea Pavilion should be extremely weak compared to the Jiangli Empire. Jiangli could crush and destroy the Land of Light with a finger. However, 29 years had passed, and the Land of Light was still surviving. Moreover, it was already under the banner of the Deqian Empire. Why was that? How did the Land of Light survive from Jiangli's clutches until now? Moreover, looking at their equipment and the resistance army, they seemed to be in dire straits. According to Xianxia's guess, the Land of Light of the Sky Sea Pavilion should be in the Great Desert. Countless people had explored the Great Desert before, but all returned without success. Was there a special energy here that protected the Sky Sea Pavilion from being destroyed by the Jiangli Empire? In fact, it was even more magical than that. The Jiangli Empire had sent countless people into the desert. Some of them were extremely powerful ancient human warriors, and there were also countless strategic air forces. But, the hell was that they could not find the Land of Light at all. Almost every inch of the ground had been turned over. The Land of Light and the Sky Sea Pavilion could not be seen at all. It was an endless desert, a desert that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, the Great Desert was outside the clutches of the Jiangli Empire and the Hell Crystal Palace. It was not his home ground. Therefore, decades had passed. The land of light was like a magical place that was completely invisible. You knew it was there, but you could never find it, let alone enter it. Therefore, even though the Jiangli Empire was many times stronger, it still could not find the entrance to the land of light. On the contrary, the land of light constantly sent warriors to the Jiangli Empire to carry out various destruction and rescue operations, and to establish various strongholds. At this time, Shenlang had saved Zhu Hongxue, but Zhu Hongxue still did not dare to bring Shenlang into the land of light. In order to infiltrate the land of light, the Jiangli Empire was completely unscrupulous, making it impossible to guard against. How could Zhu Hongxue be sure that Princess Jiangmi was not an ancient human in disguise? The Xianxia Pavilion had its own system of judgment. No matter how similar ancient humans looked, they were still completely different from real humans. The body of energy and the body of flesh and blood were still different. The Xianxia Pavilion had spent almost 10 years dissecting thousands of the energy bodies of ancient humans before they found a way to distinguish them. The way to distinguish them was completely confidential, and only a few high-level people knew about it. Zhu Hongxue had checked and found that Princess Jiangmi had a human body of flesh and blood, not an energy body. "Your Highness, let's go," Zhu Hongxue said. Princess Jiangmi was still looking at Shenlang, and Shenlang was also looking at her. Now, Shenlang could roughly tell the difference between the energy bodies of ancient humans and the bodies of flesh and blood of normal humans. There was a very, very subtle difference, but the wave band released was still different. Another thing was that when he released a wave band, the penetrability of the energy body and the body of flesh and blood was different. The Princess Jiangmi in front of him was indeed a body of flesh and blood, which was very different from the energy body of the fake Su Qianqian. After a long time, Princess Jiangmi suddenly called out timidly, "Father." Hearing this, Shenlang was completely shocked. Zhu Hongxue, who was beside him, was completely stunned. He looked at Shenlang in disbelief. This was impossible. How did His Majesty Shenlang become like this? This was completely impossible. Zhu Hongxue really did not recognize him at all. "Father." Princess Jiangmi suddenly threw herself into Shenlang's arms and cried, "I know it's you, I know it must be you." This was too bizarre. Shenlang did not reveal any flaws. How did Jiangmi recognize him? This is a feeling, a very mysterious feeling. Princess Jiangmi said in a trembling voice, "Every time I dream, I often see Father. I am too familiar with this feeling of my heart and soul trembling. No matter what you change into, we will be able to recognize you. Sister Yao Yao told us that everyone has their own different energy field. She taught us to feel and differentiate the energy field of Daddy, Mommy, and all the other relatives. This is a kind of emotional resonance. That devil will not understand this because he has no emotions." What Jiangmi said was very reasonable. At least at this moment, Shenlang really felt emotional resonance. The feeling of hugging his precious daughter as a child immediately came back. This was really Shenmi's precious daughter. Shenlang immediately held her in his arms and desperately sniffed her scent. His precious daughter, his precious daughter. But Shenlang still felt that something was wrong. He felt an incomparably fatal and dangerous aura. In an instant, Jiangmi's eyes turned blue. Then, she released endless spiritual attacks. Shenlang's mind instantly went blank. It was as if a spiritual nuclear bomb had exploded in his brain. His whole body was sent flying. Zhu Hongxue was stunned, but he immediately reacted. He suddenly pulled out his sword and rushed towards Princess Jiangmi. Because he knew that Princess Jiangmi's martial arts were very ordinary, almost non-existent. How could she have such a powerful attack? But when he was 1 meter away from Jiangmi, Zhu Hongxue's body was instantly frozen. He could not move at all. Princess Jiangmi raised her finger casually and fixed Zhu Hongxue in place. "Your Majesty Shenlang, I am the same as you. I do not have the strength to truss a chicken, but I have incomparably powerful spiritual energy." Princess Jiangmi leisurely walked to Shenlang and squatted down. She said, "Do you know why my body has no flaws and is completely made of human flesh and blood? Why can I sense that you are my father? This emotional resonance should be real. The emotional fluctuations are also real. Even this body is Princess Jiangmi's body. She is your daughter." So that's why. No wonder Shenlang and Zhu Hongxue could not see any flaws. This Jiangmi had a completely human body. Your great Qian Empire is becoming more and more cunning and meticulous. No matter how much we ancient humans transform, we are still recognized by you. So, we have no choice but to play that trick again. Possession. Princess Jiangmi said, Your Majesty Shenlang, don't worry. Your daughter's soul is still alive. Only her soul is alive. That's why she resonates with you when she sees you. However, her soul can only curl up in a corner of her brain and cannot control this body. My soul, on the other hand, completely dominates this brain and body. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Qin. I am also from the ancient Jiang dynasty. Jiang Qin said, Your Majesty Shenlang, you have finally appeared. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you are looking for without even looking for it. But just at that moment, black clouds started condensing in the sky. Wind and snow started sweeping. Then, the black clouds in the sky condensed into an enormous face. It enveloped the entire horizon, spanning several dozen miles. That was Jiang Li's face. My son, Your Majesty Shenlang of the Great Qian Empire, it has been 29 years. I finally see you again. Note, the next chapter will be updated at around midnight. I really need monthly votes. Please, benefactor, raise your golden hands high and help me. Thank you very much. Shenlang slowly sat up and looked up at the huge face in the sky. Zhu Hongxue regained his mobility. He stared blankly for a while, then knelt down in Shenlang's direction. Your subject Zhu Hongxue greets Your Majesty. Long live, long live. When he said this, his entire body was trembling. He couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Jiang Li's face in the sky seemed to want to say something, but it was silent now. It watched everything quietly. No words could describe Zhu Hongxue's excitement. No words could describe Zhu Hongxue's emotional journey. He was young and arrogant. He felt that he was from a transcendent power and was high above everyone else. He looked down on the entire human race. Therefore, he led the Blood Soul army and easily defeated Bianzhao's army. Then, he led the 10,000 Blood Soul army to the Sand Barbaric tribe and killed almost all of them. Then, he set fire to the entire primeval forest of the Sand Barbaric tribe. That wasn't all. He led the 20,000 Blood Soul army to the western region and defeated the million allied army. More than 1 million people died in Zhu Hongxue's army. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He slaughtered them like ants. This situation lasted until the Battle of Tianyue City. He was completely defeated and his identity was revealed. He wasn't a son of the Zhu clan, but a person of Jiang Li's special bloodline. He was a subject of the Jiang clan. From that moment on, Zhu Hongxue seemed to have lost his soul. He was muddle-headed and couldn't find a goal to fight for. Pavilion Masters with CI took him to the Great Desert to explore the ancient ruins. He felt like he was living a befuddled life. A person was most afraid of losing their spirit. Zhu Hongxue lost it and began to doubt himself. When he doubted himself, the things he did before became demons in his heart. For example, he burned down the entire Sand Barbaric tribe's forest. He led the army to kill nearly 1 million people. All of this hurt him so much that he wanted to die. Later, Shenlang defeated the Great Yan Empire and became the ruler of the East. But Zhu Hongxue's spirit didn't recover. He still couldn't find a goal to fight for. This situation lasted until 29 years ago. The North Pole changed and the world fell. Zhu Hongxue seemed to recover. He found his life goal. He found the path to atone for his sins. There is no greater moral support than saving the world. However, he knew very well that relying on himself and with CI would not work. This world needed a leader, and there was only one leader in this world. That person was Shenlang. That was why after so many years, when Shenlang was at his most glorious, when he defeated the emperor of the Great Yan Empire, Zhu Hongxue did not want to submit. But when the entire world fell into enemy hands, Zhu Hongxue unhesitatingly submitted to Shenlang, even though he had never seen Shenlang at that time. This kind of allegiance came from the depths of his heart and soul. This kind of allegiance was not only an act of loyalty, but also a way to save his own life and pursue the greatest meaning of this life. This obsession lasted for more than 20 years. He kept fighting and fighting. The Jiangli Empire was so powerful and the Skyse Pavilion was so weak, but Zhu Hongxue had never been afraid. Even if he was a moth flying into a flame, even if he was an ant trying to shake a tree, he never stopped fighting. The more he fought, the more pain he felt, and the more he was filled with unwillingness. His martial arts were obviously very powerful, but why was he still so restrained in front of the ancient humans? It was as if the other party was a kind of civilizational attack. Why was it like this? Nearly 30 years of obsession had pushed his loyalty to the limit. It pushed his desire for Shenlang's arrival to the limit. Now that he saw Shenlang again, it was like a nuclear explosion to his spirit. So he knelt on the ground, almost unable to get up. The meeting between you, ruler and subject, is almost over. I will begin. Jiangli slowly said, Your Majesty Shenlang, after not seeing each other for 29 years, I actually don't know how to begin. For Jiangli, it was indeed 29 years. But for Shenlang, it seemed like an eternity, but it also seemed like only a few days. Where should I begin? Jiangli sighed. Right, do you know the source of this world's great nirvana? Shenlang said, I don't know. Is it related to the sun? Jiangli said, You're very smart. Even though you haven't seen any records, you guessed it immediately. Shenlang had also guessed it not long ago. He had thought of countless reasons for the great nirvana, such as the indiscriminate bombardment of the regret of the dragon that led to the great destruction. This was one of the most popular theories on modern Earth, that nuclear war would lead to the end of the world. But after deeper contact with the regret of the dragon, Shenlang completely denied this. Because the explosion radius of a regret of the dragon was only about 3.5 kilometers, and there was no nuclear radiation. And this world was so huge. The entire eastern world alone was 17 million square kilometers, and the entire world's land area was more than 300 million square kilometers. At least 100 million regret of the dragon would be needed to destroy this world, but this was impossible. Of course, there were also thoughts of giant dragons destroying the world, but in the ancient world, in the war between the Eastern Empire and the Lost Empire, giant dragons were never used. Recently, when Shenlang saw the domed city on the ground, and then thought about the domed city in the southern sea's ancient ruins, he wondered why the buildings of the ancient empire all had domes. What were they trying to hide? Therefore, Shenlang instinctively thought of the sun. Jiangli said, Shenlang, how old is your Earth, and how old is your sun? Shenlang said, Earth is about 4.55 billion years old, and the sun is 4.57 billion years old. Jiangli said, What a beautiful time. Your Earth is at its best. Those who did not understand the universe would not understand Jiangli's words. We Earthlings always think that Earth is unique, and that our existence is chosen by the heavens. But perhaps we have not thought about it, but we just happen to be in a beautiful time on Earth. Mars was right next to Earth, and the environment was almost the same as Earth, just a little smaller. However, it was precisely because it was a little smaller that its core cooled earlier, causing its vitality to die even earlier. Therefore, a long time ago, Mars was like Earth, full of mountains and water. It also had beautiful air, a wonderful temperature, and there was a high probability that life existed. Since it was so close to Earth, it should have been about the same size. But unfortunately, when it was formed, Jupiter passed through this area and brought most of the rocks with it. Therefore, the radius of Mars was only half of Earth's. Jiangli said, But the sun of our world is going to die soon. Our sun is already in the later stages of its life. Shenlang fell silent. He could not help but raise his head to look at the sun. Even though the changes were very small, almost negligible, Shenlang could vaguely feel that the sun seemed to have grown a little bigger. A little redder? Of course, could this be an illusion? 30 years was still too short for the sun, Jiangli said. Others might not understand, but you definitely do. For an old man, his death might be silent, like a candle flame getting smaller and smaller, and then suddenly being extinguished by a gust of wind. But for a sun, his death is very terrifying and brutal. When the sun was about to die, it did not shrink, but expanded. It expanded more than 100 times. In other words, when the sun of the solar system died, it would directly swallow Earth. Also, when the sun was about to die, the hydrogen would turn into helium, and the temperature would be even more shocking. Xianxia said, of course, the sun of our world is still a very, very long time away from death. It has only just entered a period of decline. But for our planet, this is already a disaster. Entering a period of decline, the sun that is about to die will have frequent flashes and changes. And when it changes, what will happen to our planet? It was unimaginable. Almost no one knew. On Earth, there are often active periods of sunspots. At that time, it has a relatively large impact on Earth. The more advanced the technology, the greater the impact. Because it mainly affects the magnetic field, it has a greater impact on all kinds of electrons. Although it is still very, very far away from death, the sun has already started to enter its period of death. Every cycle, there will be a shocking change. At that time, there will be a shocking solar storm and a shocking reaction from the sun, directly destroying everything on this planet. How do you describe the great destruction of the ancient era? No one knows, no one knows. Because no one has seen it before. Those who have seen it are all dead. But I can describe it to you. The entire planet will be turned upside down and torn apart. Almost everything will be burned in an instant. Countless lives will be turned into ashes. That instant of radiation can instantly kill hundreds of millions of people. Of course, the upheaval of the sun before its death is only for an instant. But after that, it will have a fatal impact on the entire planet's climate. It will take countless years for the ecosystem to recover. Xianxia could imagine the upheaval after the sun entered its cycle of death. How cruel and terrifying would it be? There were already many theories on Earth regarding such research. But, all of these were only theories. No one had experienced it before. It could only be scientific speculation. Even if one saw the destruction of the sun through a telescope, it would be countless light years away. Now, Xianxia told him everything. This feeling is as if the sun sneezed before its death, and 99% of the lives on our entire planet were wiped out. What's more terrifying is that the more powerful and advanced a life is, the easier it is for it to die. Xianxia thought about the extinction of the dinosaurs once again. During the Jurassic period, an asteroid hit Earth, and the dinosaurs became extinct. However, many life forms that were much weaker than the dinosaurs survived. Xianxia continued, so, I used all my wisdom to come up with this method of saving the world. I extracted my soul, protected it with hell crystals, and sent it on a spaceship to completely leave this planet. This was to avoid the upheaval of the sun's cycle before its death. Xianxia, then, what are you doing now? You built 199 domed cities and used countless probes to pierce into the Earth's core. You are absorbing energy and matter at a crazy rate. Xianxia, it's exactly what you see. Absorbing energy and matter. Xianxia, then, what are you planning to do by absorbing so much energy and matter? Xianxia said, we'll build an unprecedented spaceship, then bring along a few 100,000 people and leave this planet completely. We'll leave this galaxy and find another galaxy full of vitality. We'll live there, work in peace, and develop our civilization. And our final goal is to completely destroy the sun and completely avoid the great nirvana cycle. The sun is our father. It gives us all life. However, as a son, one day, we will have to challenge our father's authority and finally defeat him, right? Yes. Xianxia, my father. Xianxia, if you continue to absorb energy like this planet will die in less than 100 years. Xianxia said, my son, unfortunately, 90 years later, the sun will experience another upheaval before it dies. This upheaval will be even more terrifying than the last one. Last time, only 99% of life forms were wiped out, but this time, 100% will be wiped out. Xianxia trembled in disbelief. In other words, the great nirvana of the entire world was going to happen again. In 90 years, the end of the world was going to arrive again? The sun was going to experience another upheaval? Xianxia, that's why I have to race against time. I have to build an unprecedented spaceship and bring our civilization away from this planet. Of course, there is an even better result. That is, we can still stay on this planet, but we won't have to fear any catastrophe. Even if the sun changes, even if this planet dies, we can still live. At that time, we will have eternal life. Xianxia, if the best result doesn't happen, where do you plan to take the spaceship? Which planet? Xianxia was silent for a moment before saying, you know, in the world we know, there is only one planet with life. Of course, the most important thing is that your sun is only 4.57 billion years old. There are still a few billion years of peace left. This answer made Xianxia's hair stand on end. In other words, if he didn't stop Xianxia, not only would everyone on this planet die, but even Earth would also be destroyed. Xianxia, my son, I originally didn't want to tell you this. However, things have changed. 29 years ago, you should have died, but you didn't. My wisest teacher, a certain prophet from the ancient world, he seems to have chosen you to save this world. Prophet? Which prophet? Xianxia, it's the 5th prisoner of the ancient prison. He is my true teacher. Most of my wisdom was taught by him. My high-level dragon comprehension was also bestowed by him. Xianxia was stunned. So, the 5th prisoner of the ancient prison was the ancient prophet? Xianxia continued, perhaps you still don't know who saved you 29 years ago in the North Pole. It was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th prisoners of the ancient prison. The 2nd was the Queen of Darkness, the 3rd was the ancient Wisdom King, known as the Lord of all Buddhas, and the 4th was the Mother of Dragons. She was the one who nurtured the first giant dragon, nurturing it from nothing. Xianxia was completely shocked. The so-called Zero organization was the Queen of Darkness, the ancient Wisdom King, and the Mother of Dragons? This body of his was also nurtured by them. At this time, Xianxia felt more himself. That's right, this body was still the same body, but it seemed to have undergone a nirvana transformation, becoming incomparably powerful and perfect. No wonder it took him 29 years. If it was just to create a new body, even if it was a top-notch energy body, it would only take a few days for the Zero organization. However, it was extremely difficult to upgrade the foundation of Xianxia's remains. Thus, it took him a total of 29 years to do so. These people can be considered my teachers, but after I completed the high-level dragon comprehension and grasped the Queen Medusa's mental power, I turned them into fossils because their thinking was different from mine. They were still sentimentally attached to this planet, it was too backward. Xianxia slowly said, so I had to imprison them, but I didn't expect them to escape and choose you. The amount of information contained in this sentence was even greater. What did this mean? Did it mean that Xianxia's transmigration to this world was not a coincidence? My prophet teacher was the wisest person in this world. As a prophet, he should have foreseen everything that was about to happen, including me turning him into a fossil. Xianxia, but he still chose you. Did he think that only you could walk the path of salvation? Xianxia let out a long sigh. No one can change my decision. I feel that my path is definitely correct. Xianxia slowly said, but since they chose you, then the conflict between us father and son will evolve. I have my path of salvation, and you have your path of salvation. Huh? Did Xianxia have a specific path of salvation? Did he have a grand strategy? At least until now, there was none. Because this topic was too big, he only now knew the reason for this world's great nirvana. And only now did he know that 90 years later, the sun will once again undergo a great change before its death. The entire planet will once again face a disaster, and this time, it will destroy all living things. The sun's great change before its death is more than 100 times more terrifying than an asteroid crashing into the Earth and destroying the dinosaurs. This is the true catastrophe of the universe. But Xianxia will not think so far ahead. He only has one goal now, to save his family and destroy Xianxia. There is no enmity in the world, but he will not forget his original intention. And now, Xianxia is his biggest enemy. Xianxia, my son. Xianxia slowly said, since they gave you a rebirth, then the two of us, father and son, will have a real battle to see who is the true savior and whose path is the correct one. I have to tell you, I will not show any mercy. I will use all my strength and methods to defeat you and destroy you. Because destroying you also means defeating my prophet teacher, which means that my path of salvation is the correct one. Xianxia, even if you successfully build a giant spaceship with an astronomical amount of energy, Even if you can fly out of this galaxy and reach Earth, what about the fate of Earth? Hee hee. Xianxia coldly laughed, I don't even care about the fate of this planet, let alone Earth. I only have one goal, the ultimate evolution of the new human race, eternal life, and the highest level of civilization. Not only do I want to colonize your solar system, but I also want to occupy all the galaxies within my field of vision. I will definitely not let anyone control my fate, not even the sun. If this sun doesn't work, then I will change to another one. There might even be a day when we don't need the sun at all. We will be the sun ourselves, the undying sun. Xiangli's words were extremely domineering. Xianxia fell silent for a moment before saying calmly, Xiangli, your path won't work. Because you only rely on devouring the power of this planet and don't tap into the power of the microscopic world. Without my guidance, you won't even pursue nuclear fission. You haven't even grasped the true essence of the sun, yet you want to defeat the sun. How ridiculous is that? That's right, every child will grow up and challenge their father's authority. But at the very least, they must first see their father as their idol, learn from him, understand him, and finally defeat him. At this point, Xianxia's heart was filled with bitterness. At the start, he had also treated Xiangli as his idol and pride. In fact, over the long years, he had always had Xiangli's halo above his head. The reason why people worshipped him and were loyal to him was because he was Xiangli's son. Right now, Xianxia was understanding Xiangli and was going to defeat Xiangli next. Xianxia, Your Majesty Xiangli, you haven't even worshipped or understood the sun, yet you want to defeat it? That's equivalent to taking 2 steps forward. That won't do, one has to be down to earth. Xiangli said calmly, that's because you've always been receiving the sun's grace. That's why you think this way. As for us, we've suffered the sun's calamity, so we only want to defeat it and not worship it. That makes sense. Xiangli continued, then Your Majesty Xianxia, what about your strategy to save the world? What route do you want to take? Xianxia, Your Majesty Xiangli, you just told me that the world will face another calamity 90 years later, a calamity that's even more terrifying than the ancient Great Nirvana annihilation. This news is too sudden. You've thought about it for countless years before choosing this path of destruction to save the world. And I only have a few seconds to think about it, yet you want me to find my path to save the world? Xiangli said, then you better start thinking about it now. You must give me a strategy. Only then will it be a true battle between father and son, a battle of strategy. Xianxia thought for a while. He only used 30 seconds. Isn't this a little interesting? Thinking of a strategy to save the world in 30 seconds? Xianxia is extremely intelligent, yet he took decades to come up with it. Xianxia, the combination of ancient civilization and technological civilization. Xiangli grinned. You only thought about it for 30 seconds, and you came up with this? Are you really not joking? In fact, Xianxia had said this countless times. When you wanted to take back the state of you said that the combination of ancient civilization and technological civilization. When you wanted to defeat Guang, you still used this strategy. When you wanted to defeat the Great Yan Empire, you still used this strategy. However, Xianxia relied on dragons to defeat the Great Yan Empire. Moreover, did the combination of ancient civilization and technological civilization stop the world's calamity? Did it stop Xiangli from ruling the world? No. Xiangli, can you be more specific? Xianxia, first develop nuclear fission, then develop nuclear fusion. Xiangli said, this is getting interesting. Explain it more clearly. Xianxia, a child first worships his father, understands his father, learns from him, and finally defeats his father to replace him. He becomes the pillar of the family and the authority of the family. Therefore, if we want to save the world, we must understand the sun, learn from it, and imitate it. Nuclear fusion, especially controllable nuclear fusion, is the pinnacle of imitating and learning from the sun. Perhaps this is the last gift the sun can give us. The path after that will depend on human civilization. The entire civilization may develop explosively, but every step must be taken steadily. We cannot skip a single step. Otherwise, we won't be able to become a truly powerful civilization. For example, we must first go through the elementary dragon enlightenment, then the intermediate dragon enlightenment, and then the advanced dragon enlightenment. We cannot directly skip to the ultimate dragon enlightenment. Well said, Jiangli, but it is meaningless. The more extravagant the theory, the more ridiculous it is. I only adhere to one path, the purest path, and that is to devour and evolve. I do not believe in external forces. I only believe in myself. There is nothing reliable in this world. Even my father is no exception. You, for example, are the best examples. Therefore, the sun is also unreliable. Humans can only rely on themselves. Alright, Jiang Li's words sounded very reasonable, as if they were the truth. But very good, you can find your path. That is very good, Jiang Li, at least this proves that the battle between us father and son is a true battle of strategy, a battle of paths, and not a low-level grudge. Shen Lang, then I am very sorry, Your Majesty Jiang Li. From the way I see it, the battle between us is still a grudge because I want revenge. I will not forget my original intention. There is no hatred in the world. Now, you are my only enemy. Defeating and destroying you is my main goal. As for saving the world and other messy things, those are just secondary goals. To put it more bluntly, as long as I destroy you and your entire darkness empire, it will be meaningful for me, my family, and my people to live a few days of happiness. I will do my best to survive, but I will not resist death. Oh, low-level emotions, Jiangli said. Jiangli said, however, I can vaguely feel that low-level is a very interesting thing in itself. For example, in the ancient Great Nirvana, all the high-level and powerful life forms perished, but some very low-level life forms survived. But I would rather be strong and high-level than mediocre and low-level. Shen Lang, my son, then the true battle between us father and son officially begins. Note, the second chapter has been sent, and it is finally completed at 12. Dear benefactor, please give me the monthly votes. I will definitely do my best to write a beautiful and shocking ending, and write these last few chapters well. Shen Lang, my son, in order to prove that I am right, I will use all means and everything I have to defeat you and destroy you. In this world, truth is often grasped in the hands of a few people. I will use my actions to tell the prophet of chaos that his choice was wrong. 3, 2, 1, Shen Lang, you can run for your life now. After he finished speaking, all the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Jiang Li's enormous face completely disappeared. Because his real body was still tens of thousands of miles away in the North Pole. That was just a projection of his dark clouds. The sky was once again clear and cloudy. Shen Lang instinctively looked at the sun in the sky and stared blankly in silence. Right now, the sun was very quiet. Who would have thought that after 90 years, it would once again erupt with a counterattack before its death? And that it might completely destroy this world? Jiang Qin leisurely walked over and said, Shen Lang, His Majesty Jiangli is tens of thousands of miles away, so your opponent now is me. You must first defeat me, then defeat all the ancient humans ranked before me. Only then will you have the right to challenge His Majesty Jiangli. It's been 29 years. Someone has nurtured your body for a whole 29 years. I want to see how perfect it is. TSK, 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 in my eyes, you are still an ant. In front of Jiangli, you are as insignificant as a speck of dust. Shen Lang patted the snow on his body and slowly stood up. He came to Shen Lang's hand and drew his saber. Shen Lang, you call yourself His Majesty, but your opponent is indeed me. Is it sad? Jiang Qin smiled and said, but you must be a little careful. This body of mine is your daughter's, and it is a real body of flesh and blood. If you are not careful, it will be destroyed. Jiang Qin carefully stroked her own face and continued to shout in the form of Jiangmi, Father, Father, His Majesty Shen Lang, do you see this? I can feel that your daughter's soul is trembling and trembling. She is so excited that even this body is affected by her. Even my heart feels like it is about to melt. What a deep father-daughter relationship. Jiang Qin gently raised her hand. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The headless bodies of the ancient humans on the ground actually stood up again. Including the body of the fake Su Xianxia, more than a dozen ancient human warriors, not only stood up, but they also drew their ancient sabers. This was too strange and disgusting. Each body had no head, but their battle intent was still soaring. Jiangqin said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, I actually don't like your daughter's body because it's truly too weak. She doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. But just like you, I have unparalleled spiritual power and have grasped powerful spiritual perception." Then, Jiangqin waved her jade-like hand lightly. Immediately, the headless bodies of more than 10 ancient humans charged over at lightning speed. Without a word, Zhu Hongxue pulled out his ancient blade and charged out. However, in the next second, Zhu Hongxue was frozen in place, motionless. Jiangqin's mental strength was indeed powerful. In an instant, she was able to freeze Zhu Hongxue's ancient equipment. Xianlang snapped his fingers. Zhu Hongxue regained his mobility and continued to charge out. In an instant, he was engaged in a fierce battle with more than 10 ancient human energy bodies. Jiangqin controlled the bodies of more than 10 ancient humans while drawing her sword. She smiled at Xianlang and said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, shall the two of us play?" Then, she charged over at lightning speed, the sword in her hand cutting wildly at Xianlang's body. Swoosh, 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 she was wielding an ancient blade that could release a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. However, Xianlang's figure flickered rapidly. One moment, he was clearly here. The next moment, he was 100 meters away. This was true teleportation. Jiangqin's sword couldn't even touch Xianlang. However, Xianlang didn't dare to use force to counterattack. This was his precious daughter's body. It was very fragile and couldn't be harmed in the slightest. It was precisely because Jiangqin saw this that she attacked Xianlang in a frenzy without any fear. She was really strong. She controlled more than 10 headless energy bodies to fight while fighting with Xianlang. Therefore, Xianlang could only dodge, dodge, and dodge. He was almost unable to counterattack. He only had one goal at the moment, and that was to save his daughter. While dodging Jiangqin's attacks, Xianlang's mind was working quickly. As far as Xianlang was concerned, he was the creator. Everything had to be conceived by himself. How could he save his daughter? How could he pull Jiangqin's soul out of his daughter's brain? There must be a way. There must be a way. Of course there was a way. Xianlang immediately thought of the ghost city. It was during the solar eclipse in the Great Calamity Palace's ghost city. After Xianlang entered the ghost city, he couldn't feel his own body at all. Only his soul existed. The ghost city was like a very special space that could only accommodate souls. How could he create the ghost city? Xianlang's mind worked quickly as he thought quickly. There must be. The Great Calamity Wisdom King's spiritual inheritance must contain the energy equation of the ghost city. At this moment, Xianlang entered a very special state. His mind was rapidly calculating and searching. His body was rapidly dodging Jiangqin's attacks. He also had to use his mind power to protect Zhu Hongxue from being locked on. The ghost city's energy equation was incomparably complicated. It was more than 10 times, 100 times more than the energy whirlpool. Previously, Xianlang had spent a few hundred hours to complete the calculation of the energy whirlpool equation. How long would he need to complete the ghost city's energy equation? About 15 minutes. That's right, he only needed 15 minutes. After his body was upgraded to nirvana, the part that improved the most was his brain. It was more than 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger. It was directly upgraded from an ordinary server to the level of a supercomputer. But at this moment, Xianlang had to be completely focused. On the other side, Zhu Hongxue was still fighting crazily. His true martial arts were indeed very high. Once he was protected by Xianlang's mind power, his battle power could be fully unleashed. The energy bodies of over 10 ancient humans were no match for him. Bang, 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 his sword was like lightning, easily splitting the bodies of these ancient humans into pieces. But, the disgusting thing was that even if these energy bodies were completely smashed, they would quickly reform and recover to their original state. They were really like the liquid metal robot in the Terminator, especially terrifying. In fact, the energy bodies of these ancient humans were even more powerful. In the Terminator, the liquid metal robot was still killed in the end. It did not have much resistance to temperatures of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius and cold temperatures of 1 to 200 degrees Celsius. And these ancient energy bodies could withstand tens of thousands of degrees Celsius heat and -1 to 200 degrees Celsius cold. And all of this was Jiang Li's masterpiece. This person was really strong. In the crazy battle, Zhu Hongshue's internal energy was gradually being consumed. Under the crazy attacks of the 10 energy bodies, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. And at this moment, another group of people rushed over. It was Tiannan City's Blackwater Platform Commander Tian Mo. Behind him were a few hundred special warriors wearing ancient armor, as well as thousands of secret warriors. They had originally escorted Jiang Qin to the Duke of Xuanwu's mansion to reminisce, but they did not expect to experience such a drastic change. Everything that had happened just now was too huge, even though they were very far away. So they had seen and heard it. After rushing over, the Blackwater Platform Commander stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Princess Jiangmi said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Fight immediately and kill the rebel army leader, Zhu Hongxue." Blackwater Platform Commander Tian Mo stared blankly at Shenlang, then at Zhu Hongxue. He really did not expect that Zhu Hongshue's words were actually true. The emperor of the Jiang Empire was not the real emperor Shenlang, but was controlled by a demon who wanted to destroy the world. But, from the moment Tian Mo entered the Blackwater platform, he had been loyal to the Jiangli Empire. It was just that he had always thought that the master of the empire was Shenlang. For decades, he had felt that he was Shenlang's lackey. Of course, there were also people in the Blackwater platform who suspected that although Emperor Shenlang's attitude was very cold, he definitely loved the people as if they were his own children. There were definitely no slaves under his rule. Now, there were 1.5 million slaves in Tiannan City. Although they were called the Atonement, they were still slaves. What should he do now? He had always thought that he was loyal to Shenlang, but in reality, he was loyal to the Dark Emperor Jiang. What about now? Should he continue to be loyal to the empire, or should he be loyal to Emperor Shen? Lang, pledging loyalty to His Majesty Shenlang was simply courting death. No matter how dark the Jiang Empire was, it was still incomparably powerful. Not to mention that his family was still in Tiannan City. Go, go, go. Don't worry about this, Tian Mo, you're already 40 or 50 years old. You're no longer a hot-blooded youth. The one you've been loyal to has always been the Jiang dynasty. You've never been loyal to Emperor Shenlang. Go, 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 the Blackwater platform inspector endlessly told himself, then suddenly howled, pulled out the ancient war blade, and fiercely rushed over. He rushed towards the headless bodies of the ancient humans. I can't hold it in anymore. I'm going up. Everyone, do as you please. Seeing that, Zhu Hongshue's eyes couldn't help but want to split as he loudly howled, don't come over, all of you go. But the Blackwater platform warriors still advanced wave after wave, and like moths flying into a flame, they rushed towards the headless bodies of the ancient humans. Then, their bodies were instantly shattered. The difference in their martial power was too far. Even if the ancient humans lost their heads, they were still countless times stronger than them. Go, go, go. The blood in Zhu Hongshue's entire body boiled as he did his best to save those people. But they were truly moths flying into a flame. The Blackwater platform warriors, the ordinary people, rushed up one by one and shattered one by one. Long live His Majesty Shenlang! Long live His Majesty Shenlang! Long live the Deqian Empire! And at this moment, Shenlang's brain finished thinking. He had finished calculating the energy equation of the ghost city. Previously, he had captured more than a dozen ancient human souls and hell crystals. This was the most terrifying evil power, and it was almost like hell. But, this ghost city was like, if I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? Don't your hell crystals love to devour souls the most? Then I don't need your devouring, I will enter by myself. Shenlang took out the hell soul pearl and suddenly squeezed it. Boom boom boom, this hell soul pearl suddenly exploded, and more than a dozen ancient human souls frantically escaped. And Shenlang's powerful spiritual power frantically controlled these hell crystals, these ancient human souls, and these ancient human souls. He released one energy whirlpool after another, an energy equation after energy equation, using these ancient souls and hell crystals to weave a ghost city. Then, he once again released powerful uranium radiation energy, tightly attaching it to these hell crystals. Finally, Xianlang's own soul suddenly burrowed into this ghost city that he had weaved himself. "Come in, all of you come in!" Xianlang roared angrily. Moments later, the ancient human Jiangqin's soul, as well as the soul of his daughter Jiangmi, were all dragged into this ghost city. Once again, he returned to the scene from a few decades ago. The entire ghost city was like a void, and there was nothing inside. There were no boundaries, no up or down, and it was like a real hell. There were only 3 light figures, Xianlang, Jiangmi, and Jiangqin. At this moment, Xianlang finally saw Jiangqin's appearance clearly. She was really beautiful. Xianlang could also see the appearance of his soul. It was no longer the disguised face of the ancient human, but the original Xianlang. "Daddy." Jiangmi stood in the corner with incomparable bliss, staring at Xianlang in a daze. This time, she really saw her father again. Clap, 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 clap. The ancient human Jiangqin clapped her hands and said, "Impressive, impressive. Your Majesty Xianlang, I originally thought that this situation was unsolvable for you, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful." "You actually carried out a dimensional reduction attack," Xianlang said. "Yes, a dimensional reduction attack," Jiangqin said. This situation was indeed unsolvable. Jiangqin was in Jiangmi's brain, and Xianlang couldn't carry out any attacks. If he attacked, Jiangqin would be fine, but Jiangmi would be smashed to pieces. And according to theory, it was impossible for Xianlang to separate Jiangqin's and Jiangmi's souls, let alone pull Jiangqin's soul out of Jiangmi's brain. It was also impossible for him to enter Jiangmi's brain with his own soul. Therefore, Xianlang created a ghost city, and captured the 3 souls together into the ghost city. This way, they would be in the same dimension. Although this wasn't a dimensional reduction attack in the traditional sense, it was indeed very similar. Then, Jiangqin's soul suddenly flashed and overlapped with Jiangmi's soul. Then, she sneered and said, "Your Majesty Xianlang, what should you do now? If you attack me, it's the same as attacking your daughter's soul. Isn't that very bad? And most importantly, my soul is protected by the hell crystal. It will never be harmed. You should know this." "Is that so?" Xianlang sneered and said, "I wonder if you know about the battle between me and the Great Yan Empire's dragon? The Ji clan's dragon was reborn in the Sea of Lava because it devoured the energy of countless hell crystals. As for my dragon, it devoured the energy of uranium and mastered the power of radiation. In the end, my dragon won." Xianlang slowly walked over, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Jiangqin and Jiangmi's souls. He didn't attack. Instead, he tore them apart and separated them completely. Then, he started to form one energy vortex after another and attacked Jiangqin in a frenzy. Every energy vortex contained intense radiation energy. Moreover, it wasn't just the radiation energy of uranium. It was the sublimated radiation energy of the dragon's blood marrow and uranium mixed together. The ancient human Jiangqin let out a series of shrill screams. The radiation energy of the dragon's blood marrow was indeed very powerful. Back then, the Queen of Darkness had devoured all known energy in the world and condensed it into a light spot. This was how she managed to pierce a hole in the hell crystal. As a result, Jiangli stayed in the North Pole for decades to fill the hole. Xianlang wasn't that powerful. He still couldn't create a nuclear fission attack and still couldn't pierce a hole in the hell crystal. However, the sublimated radiation energy of the dragon's blood marrow could penetrate the hell crystal and directly attack the soul inside. However, it was too extravagant and wasteful. The radiation energy of the dragon's blood marrow was very precious. Xianlang originally planned to use it to create a nuclear fission attack. Now, he was using it as a normal attack. However, he had no choice. He had to save his precious daughter. Under Xianlang's frenzied dragon blood essence radiation attack, the ancient human Jiangqin's soul finally withered away. Weaker and weaker, weaker and weaker. "Your Majesty Xianlang, spare me, spare me. It wasn't easy for me to survive the great nirvana of the primordial era. It wasn't easy, Your Majesty Xianlang, spare me," Jiangqin screamed mournfully. As Jiangli had said, everything was for survival. Xianlang said, "If I spare your life, will you betray Jiangli?" "Impossible, impossible. Jiang Qin shouted, "Your Majesty, Jiangli is the only hope of human civilization. He is our eternal son, the true savior." Then, Jiang Qin screamed again, "Your Majesty Shenlang, spare me. Every soul of us ancient humans is incomparably precious. If you kill one, there will be one less. We might be the eternal hope of the entire human race." What a contradictory person. She definitely wouldn't surrender or betray. She would only beg for mercy and try to use the survival of civilization to move Shenlang. Shenlang wasn't moved at all. The incomparably precious radiation energy of the dragon's blood marrow was released wildly. A moment later, Jiang Qin completely stopped screaming. His soul was disintegrating inch by inch, turning into a strange cloud of radiation. He was completely dead inside the hell crystal. Jiang Qin died. The bodies of the ancient humans on the ground all lost control. They were completely frozen on the spot, motionless. Shenlang sighed softly. "Baby, let's go. Daddy will bring you home." Shenlang reached out to Shenmi. Shenmi was still the same as when she was young. Her big eyes sparkled as she placed her small hand in her daddy's. Shenlang held her hand and slowly walked out of the ghost city. Shenlang's ghost city was also constructed with hell crystals because he couldn't find any other suitable materials for the time being. Therefore, according to theory, any soul that entered the hell crystal would not only be protected but also imprisoned. It would never be able to come out. However, the ghost city built by Shenlang had a godlike structure. The Klein bottle, this structure had no distinction between inside and outside. The inside was the outside, and the outside was the inside. It was absolutely complete without any gaps or openings. Therefore, Shenlang could enter and exit it. Of course, this Klein bottle was also one of the top 10 mathematical problems on Earth. It was even the most fascinating one. Because it could never appear in the real world, but it could be constructed in the virtual world. Therefore, in order to save Shenmi's baby, Shenlang did his best. Wisdom was the highest power. Shenlang brought Shenmi's soul out of the hell crystal ghost city of the Klein bottle. Then, it was compressed again. Compressed, these hell crystals and the ancient human souls inside were completely compressed into a hell soul pearl. Shenlang's soul returned to his body. Shenmi's soul returned to her body. After a few short seconds, both of them regained their mobility. Princess Shenmi rushed to her daddy and placed her small hand in Shenlang's. "Wherever daddy is, it's home." At this moment, Shenlang saw the ground covered with corpses. There were 1,000 of them, and they were all broken. These corpses were all Tiannan City's Blackwater Platform warriors. The leader was Blackwater Platform Commander Tianmo Zhu Hongxue was piecing these corpses together piece by piece. They could be pieced together because the temperature here was -90 degrees Celsius. The moment they died, they were frozen. Zhu Hongshua's martial arts were very high and he was very fast, but he could only piece together a few dozen corpses. Because these people were completely crushed by the ancient humans. Zhu Hongxue came to Shenlang and knelt on both knees. "Your subject greets your majesty." "Long live the emperor." Shenlang stretched out his hand. "Marshal Zhu Hongxue, please rise." Zhu Hongxue said, "Your subject thanks your majesty for your grace." Then, his gaze once again looked at the crushed corpses on the ground. More than 1,000 corpses. "Your majesty, this group of people has never seen your majesty before. They have always been loyal to Devil Jiang. But, after knowing the truth, they came to help me like moths to a flame. Even though they were killed in an instant, everyone courageously died and cheered for your majesty Shenlang." Zhu Hongxue said, "Your majesty, the hearts of the people are with our Deqian Empire. The hearts of the people are with you. In the hearts of the people, you will always be the supreme emperor." Shenlang said, "Every child has to grow up, worship and learn from their father. In the end, they will defeat him and become the pillar of the family. Some will be very fierce, some will be very gentle, and some will even be very warm. In the past, because of the halo of Emperor Jiangli, I was supported by the world. Now, it is time for me to take off this halo. When I completely defeat him and destroy him, I will be the true ruler of the world, even if I don't want this title at all." Zhu Hongxue said, "Your majesty, you have to bear this heavy responsibility for the world. Countless people in the Land of Light and the entire Diqian Empire are waiting for your return. Your Majesty, please follow me back to the only pure land of the Diqian Empire. Your Majesty, please move to the capital, Mojing. Because the whole world had fallen, the remaining forces formed the new Diqian Empire, and the ancient ruins in the desert controlled by the Xianxia Pavilion became the new capital, Mojing. For the people of this world, it didn't matter where the capital was. The capital was where the emperor was. Then, Shenlang, Shenmi, and Zhu Hongxue each rode on 3 flying beasts, spread their wings, and flew south. One flew south, and kept flying south. After flying for 3,000 miles, Zhu Hongxue suddenly shouted, "The emperor has arrived. Move to the capital, Mojing. All the soldiers of the Diqian Empire, come forward to welcome and protect the emperor." After a while, the ice on the vast sea below suddenly cracked, and dozens of flying beasts flew into the sky. Dozens of warriors on the back of the flying beasts knelt down in front of Shenlang and trembled, "Your Majesty, long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor." The dozens of warriors were so excited that they almost exploded. It was a world of ice and snow, but they were so excited that their faces were red and they could barely breathe. Although the Emperor Shenlang in front of them seemed to be different from the portrait, they believed in Zhu Hongxue because they had followed Marshal Zhu Hongxue for decades. The dozens of people guarded Shenlang in the middle and flew south again. All the way south, all the way south. The temperature was getting higher and higher. Finally, Shenlang saw the sea again. He finally saw the liquid sea. The higher the temperature, the thawing of the sea, meant that it was gradually getting out of Emperor Jiangli's control. Of course, the air here was still thin. After flying south for more than 3,000 miles, they flew west again. After flying for a few days and nights, they flew tens of thousands of miles. They finally saw land. However, it was a boundless desert. This was the 10,000-mile Great Desert. And the Land of Light was hidden in a corner of the Great Desert, and it was protected by the ancient energy formation. Jiangli had sent countless people, including countless ancient human experts, but none of them succeeded in entering the Great Desert. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Dark Empire made this plan to use Princess Shenmi as bait to infiltrate the Great Desert. Of course, it was now called the capital of the Diqian Empire, Mojing. It was almost the last pure land of humans, the last land of hope, the land of light. It was also the last remaining force of the Diqian Empire. Although it looked very close, it was actually nearly 1,000 miles away. After a while, dozens of warriors escorted Shenlang to the sky above the Great Desert. The Xianxia Pavilion had already measured this Great Desert. It was about 130 million square kilometers, almost half of the world's land area. It was 4 times larger than the total area of the Xiluan Empire and the Eastern Empire combined. When they flew above the Great Desert, Zhu Hongxue shouted again, "The Emperor of the Diqian Empire has arrived. Everyone, come and protect him. The Emperor has arrived. Come and protect him." Following Zhu Hongxue's shout, the sand dunes in the Great Desert moved, and countless quicksand swirled. Then, an army appeared. There were hundreds of warriors riding on all kinds of flying mounts. The leader was a female marshal. Shenlang looked at her and couldn't help but be startled. Is this Princess Ninghan? Is this his former archenemy, Princess Ninghan? Note, I need to eat something and think about the next chapter. I am in urgent need of monthly votes. I am grateful for your help. Shenlang was indeed stunned for a moment when he saw Princess Ninghan. Of course, Shenlang had some expectations that Princess Ninghan was not dead. First of all, he did not see her alive or dead. Most importantly, when he saw Masters with Ci again, he did not show any grief or indignation. Of course, a big shot like Swiss Ci would not show too much emotion. However, he had no children, so he treated Ninghan as his own daughter and heir. If Ninghan died, how could he not be sad? When he saw Shenlang, would he still be able to remain so indifferent? Moreover, when Shenlang and Ninghan met again, she asked Shenlang if he wanted to change bodies. At the time, this question was asked very abruptly, without any head or tail. Shenlang, Zhu Hongxue, and the others landed on the edge of the Great Desert. Of course, the Great Desert itself was very strange. It was surrounded on all sides by the sea, and there were no obvious mountain ranges. There should be no precipitation, and there should be no green vegetation. It was not strange to see deserts by the sea. There were many on Earth, such as the Atacama Desert in Chile, and there were many deserts on the west coast of the United States. This was due to a special geographical environment, usually because it was sandwiched between two mountains. But this great desert looked completely flat, and there was no trace of green or life. This included the sea, which also had no marine life. It could be considered a dead sea in the truest sense. This was too strange. This kind of geographical environment should be very humid. Moreover, a desert of 130 million square kilometers was simply unimaginable. Even if there were ancient flying beasts like the snow eagle, once they entered the center of the desert, they would almost certainly die. Of course, first put the so-called desert aside, and return to Princess Ninghan. Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and said, "Princess Ninghan, and warriors, why don't you greet His Majesty the Emperor?" Hundreds of warriors all looked at Ninghan. Ninghan stared at Xianlang for a long time. Although she hadn't reached the point where she could recognize him even if he was reduced to ashes, Ninghan definitely remembered Xianlang's face clearly. The height and face in front of her was not Xianlang at all. Even the scumbag smell was gone. Xianlang looked at Ninghan. She had really changed a lot. In fact, Ninghan had already undergone a metamorphosis. After returning from the west, when Xianlang saw her again, she had become much more beautiful. And this time, Ninghan's beauty was infinitely close to Yao Yao's spiritual mother, Queen Na Lu. Even her aura was very similar, giving off the feeling of a lost empire. Not only had she grown taller, but more importantly, her aura had changed. That mysterious aura was filled with a bit of magic. Most importantly, there was only 30% of the original Princess Ninghan's silhouette on her. Xianlang was able to recognize her based on this 30% chance. Of course, more importantly, it was her eyes and her unique spiritual aura. At that time, you? Xianlang asked doubtfully. Ninghan said, "I didn't die when the dragon's regret exploded. Because I was far away from the center of the explosion, and I was wearing ancient armor, I was only seriously injured and escaped in time. But after that, I encountered the explosion of an ancient energy core. My entire body was almost burnt to a crisp. It was Teacher who saved me and changed my body." Xianlang looked at Princess Ninghan doubtfully and said, "After you changed your body, you still look more like you. Your aura has changed a lot, and your spiritual aura has been retained. Could it be that the new body looks like you?" Of course, her appearance had become even more beautiful. Now, she was comparable to Queen Na Lu. Princess Ninghan said, "Should I say that my appearance follows my heart?" In fact, this body originally didn't look much like Princess Ninghan, but after the soul entered the body, the two people's appearances gradually harmonized. This was also the case with Queen Medusa and Qiu Yaoer. Xianlang looked at Princess Ninghan for a long time and said, "After I disappeared from the vicinity of the Devil's Triangle, you would definitely send people to take the risk and enter the Devil's Triangle to capture me. The person leading the team was probably you. So you entered the Devil's Triangle, but I asked my family, and they never saw you inside. What happened?" Princess Ninghan said, "The world wall can't be crossed. Even if our Sky Sea Pavilion's battleship was lightning-proof, after entering the world wall of the Devil's Triangle, it would still be smashed to pieces. Because there are not only lightning, whirlpools, tornadoes, and all kinds of dangerous situations. At that time, my martial arts were already very high, but after entering, I immediately fainted, and my life was uncertain." Indeed, with Princess Ninghan's martial arts at that time, entering the Devil's Triangle was completely suicidal. Not only would she not be able to pass through the hundreds of miles of dark fog, but she would also not be able to fight against the countless sea monsters there. Moreover, a considerable number of these sea monsters were spirit type. Princess Ninghan said, "After I fainted and woke up again, I was already at the bottom of a pyramid in the Devil's Triangle. There were dozens of sea monsters surrounding me, and not far from me, there was a coffin with a body in it. This was quite strange." Xianlang had been to the underground tomb of the Nalu kingdom, where the soul of the Medusa royal family was stored, not the body. Because of a drastic change, Queen Nalu's soul woke up early and happened to meet Qiu Yaoer at that time. So, Queen Nalu's soul entered Xiaoyao's body and built the witch empire. However, he had never seen a lost empire store a body. Moreover, it was almost impossible for a soul to enter a new body. At least before Zhongli came, there was only one person who could really take over a body, and that was Gangwon of the Great Tribulation Temple, because he was a professional. Even so, the soul taking over a body had to be done in a ghost city or an area like a sea of magma. Otherwise, the soul would be destroyed as soon as it left the body. Shen Lang said, "Then how did you undergo such a transformation?" "Because the last time I saw you, you were already very strong without changing your body, and you became very beautiful." "Was it just because of the marrow cleansing essence?" Princess Ninghan said, "I don't know, because when I woke up, I was already like that. Then, a sea monster took me into the sky, and I came to a place where there was nothing. The moment I opened my eyes, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious and powerful force pouring into my brain, as if it told me a lot, but I didn't understand it at all." Queen Medusa's statue. Princess Ninghan must have seen her statue's eyes. However, Ninghan's mental strength was too weak at that time, and she couldn't even hold on for 0.01 seconds. "Then, a sea monster in the Devil's Triangle sent me out," Princess Ninghan said. Princess Ninghan said, "Moreover, they placed me in a coffin and transported me out together with that body." Shen Lang said, "What did that sea monster look like?" Princess Ninghan thought for a while and said, "It was very, very strange, indescribable. It was hazy, it clearly had a human face, but it didn't look like it. It seemed to have a human body, but it was swimming in the sea." Shen Lang said, "And then?" Princess Ninghan said, "At that time, there seemed to be a lot of information in my mind, but I couldn't interpret it at all. I didn't understand anything. This was normal. The spiritual information conveyed by Queen Medusa was very profound and complex, and normal people couldn't read it at all. Because I couldn't read it, I didn't care much, and there was only one thought in my mind at that time, to kill you." Princess Ninghan said directly, "But I didn't expect that not only did I not kill you, but I was almost killed by you. Originally, I was really hesitant to change this body, because she seemed to be calling me all the time, and there seemed to be a call in my mind, asking me to enter a new body. But I didn't want to. If I could be myself, who would want to be someone else?" This was right, Shen Lang wanted to be himself from beginning to end. Princess Ninghan said, "In the end, after the battle with you, I was burned and had to change my body. With the help of the master of Xiankong Temple, my teacher helped me change this body." Gangwon again? He was everywhere. Everything seemed to be destined. Princess Ninghan sighed. "Originally, I couldn't understand the spiritual information in my mind, but after changing my body, I understood everything." Shen Lang said, "What was the spiritual information that Queen Medusa gave you?" Princess Ninghan said, "You are so smart, why don't you guess?" Shen Lang said, "The address of the 10,000 miles desert ruins?" Princess Ninghan said, "Yes." At that moment, the light entered my brain and almost exploded, but it only gave me one thing, and that was the entrance to the 10,000 miles desert ruins. So that was it. No wonder that no one could find the ancient ruins in the 10,000 miles desert, but Skysea Pavilion found it. Someone actually guided them. This was really too bizarre. It was as if every step was going according to plan. Shen Lang said, "Then how did you find the entrance to the 10,000 miles desert?" Princess Ninghan smiled and said nothing. The truth was very simple. For him, there was no need to look. Because when she blinked, the whole picture of the world would completely change, and she would enter a very bizarre field of vision. And in this field of vision, there would be a vast and boundless city, a magnificent city that stretched for thousands of miles, a magnificent country. And in her special field of vision, this was no longer the 10,000 miles desert, but a city full of green trees, flowers, birds, and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a city flowing with honey. And what was even more bizarre was that this city was constantly moving and changing. Every house on it was moving all the time. Every city on it was also moving all the time, without any pattern to speak of. Of course, this visual effect was like the AR of modern Earth. This was what the 10,000 miles desert looked like countless years ago. It used to be a huge empire city, but because of the upheaval, it became a huge desert. And almost all the cities on it had been destroyed, leaving only one or two, and the rest had become yellow sand. As for the remaining primordial city-states, they continued to move in a chaotic and disorderly manner. That was why its entrance was constantly changing, and there was no pattern to it. Not only that, this city still had a strong spiritual power, almost completely hiding the ruins of the city. It was like a kind of space folding. In short, no one could find the ancient ruins of the 10,000 miles desert. So Jiang Li's Darkness Empire sent countless people, but still could not find the entrance. Most importantly, this place was completely far away from Jiang Li's empire. It was not enveloped by the Hell Crystal, and not within Jiang Li's range of power. But it was very strange. Why did he choose Ning Han? What was so special about her? Of course, she might be special, as she was the heir of a transcendent force. But in the entire world, she was not unique. If one had to point out the most special thing about her, it would be her identity. She was Shenlang's first fiancée. That's right, she was the first fiancée. Her engagement with Shenlang was even earlier than Princess Ji Xian. Zhu Hongxue frowned. Ning Han, why are you not greeting His Majesty? Aren't you a subject of the Deqian Empire? Princess Ning Han continued to look at Shenlang for a long time, not speaking. Come with me, Zhu Hongxue said. Then, he brought Princess Ning Han to the side and told her everything he had seen and heard. Princess Ning Han once again came in front of Shenlang and looked at him for a long time. She even closed her eyes to smell Shenlang's scent, desperately trying to smell the familiar scum smell on him. But it was a pity that after experiencing so much, the scum smell on Shenlang had faded a lot. Not only that, but Shenlang's body and face had changed too much. But her body and face had changed even more. Shenlang did not speak. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and released a lot of mental information with his mind technique. What he released was the information that Queen Medusa had stored in his brain. Princess Ning Han immediately received it and read it out. After a long time, Princess Ning Han knelt down and kowtowed. Your concubine Ning Han greets your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. As Ning Han knelt down, the hundreds of warriors behind her also knelt down in an orderly manner. Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Shenlang grinned and instinctively looked at the curve of Ning Han's waist. He had not done that for a long time. Because he had experienced so much, he had almost no desires. But Ning Han was very special. This was the woman he once hated the most. Almost gnashing his teeth, Shenlang even swore that he would drown her in feces. He did not expect this woman to kneel in front of him, willingly and without any coercion. The creation of this world was really too bizarre. Although Ning Han could not see, she could really feel the familiar scum smell at this moment. How many people are in Emojing now? Shenlang asked. About 200,000 people, Princess Ning Han said. This number was almost the same as Shenlang had guessed. The entire Skysea Pavilion added up to about 100,000 people. Plus, before the Arctic incident, Xianxia took a group of people from the Eastern world. Then why didn't Shenlang let Xianxia take all his family members away in advance? The incident in the Arctic was very terrifying and very sudden, but deep in Shenlang's heart, he had expected it. So he sent away all the people that needed to be sent away. For example, Yao Yao was the spiritual descendant of Queen Medusa, so he must not stay in Fury Tide City. But some relatives could not be sent away, and there was no need to send them away. Because the enemy he was facing was Jiang Li, the most terrifying enemy, even the devil, but he was not a beast. He could easily kill anyone, but he would never kill to vent his anger. At that time, Shenlang had set up the Tinder of Hope. Gang Yi left, Princess Ji Xian left, the Fire God sect left, and the Lost Demon Mother left. But these people did not know where to go, and there would be countless difficulties and obstacles along the way. It would only be more dangerous if they left with them. The only safer place was the ancient ruins in the tens of thousands of miles of desert, but this place could become a battlefield at any time. So it was safer for most of Shenlang's family to stay in the Eastern world. Even though it was the Darkness Empire, they would at most be imprisoned in a very mysterious place. Mystic had already told him that she and her mother had been imprisoned in a very mysterious and unknown place for the past 29 years. She had no idea where they were. And in these 29 years, she had been sleeping most of the time, and it was similar to hibernation. She had only been awakened recently, and her body was half taken over by the ancient human, Xianxia. Shenlang asked, "Did other forces come to practice with you?" Princess Ninghan said, "Yes, for example, they claim to be the emissary of the Fire God sect, or the emissary of the Great Tribulation Temple. But we did not have any response, because it was very likely a trap of the Darkness Empire." Hearing this, Shenlang could not help but be happy and worried. Before the upheaval in the Arctic, he had set up 5 Tinder of Hope. Currently, the only known survivor was the Xianxia Pavilion. These 200,000 people were almost the only Tinder of the Deqian Empire. This ancient ruins of Mojing was almost the only place of light, the land of hope. "Let's go back to Mojing," Shenlang said. Instantly, hundreds of Xianxia Pavilion warriors rose into the air, protecting Shenlang and Princess Shenmi in the middle. Was this the return of the dragon to Mojing? Zhu Hongxue felt his blood boil again. He could not imagine how excited the people in Mojing, especially his teacher, Pavilion Masters with CI, would be to see His Majesty Shenlang return. The 200,000 people in Mojing had been waiting for this day for many years. In the past 29 years, the entire world had been in complete darkness. Without any hope, they could not hold on. Jiang Li's empire was so powerful that it was suffocating. It was at least 10,000 times more powerful than the Xianxia Pavilion. Zhu Hongxue was ranked 3rd in the Xianxia Pavilion. But when he met Jiang Qin, he was spiritually locked. Even when he met the fake Su Qianqian, he was frozen. That was an ancient human ranked 19999. This difference was hopeless. Mojing's only advantage was its location. The Jiangli Empire could not find its location, let alone its entrance. Moreover, Mojing had a powerful ancient energy formation that could completely hide and protect this pure land. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the Jiangli Empire more than 100 times. There was no hope of defeating the Jiangli Empire with just the Xianxia Pavilion. Their only hope was Shenlang. It was because Pavilion Masters with CI saw this that he decisively declared his loyalty to the Deqian Empire. He wanted to fill the survivors' hearts with hope. Just like how a lamp was needed in the eternal night, Shenlang was the lamp. He could become the blazing sun at any time and light up the world again. The hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing are eager to see Your Majesty return. Everyone's loyalty to Your Majesty is no less than mine, Zhu Hongxue said. Now that I see Your Majesty's face again, I feel like the dawn has arrived. Princess Ninghan suddenly looked at Shenlang and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to meet your hundreds of thousands of people like this?" Shenlang thought for a while and said, "There's no rush. I will change back, but not now. Something very interesting will happen." At this moment, a storm suddenly swept over the sea. Countless dark clouds started to accumulate, and then it started to snow. The sea started to freeze. Of course, it was only in one corner. After all, this was not Jiang Li's home ground. Therefore, this snowy land and frozen sea was only a few hundred square meters. It kept moving and getting closer to the great desert. "Draw your swords. Draw your swords. Protect Your Majesty." Princess Ninghan, Zhu Hongxue, and hundreds of warriors all drew their swords. Especially Princess Ninghan. She suddenly turned her hand. Instantly, huge waves rose on the surface of the sea, smashing the ice into pieces. Shenlang could not help but look at her. She was so powerful. It really felt like the lost empire. After a while, the dark clouds dissipated, and an ancient human figure appeared. It was a eunuch, a very handsome eunuch. "Envoy of the Great Jiang Empire greets Your Majesty Shenlang of the Great Qian Empire." The ancient human eunuch floated on the ice and bowed to Shenlang. Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and said coldly, "Halt. The entire Great Desert is the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Anyone who dares to invade will be killed." The ancient human eunuch stopped in the sky above the coastline. He was alone. "Your Majesty Shenlang, I have personally delivered a letter from the Great Emperor." The ancient human eunuch said and then handed over an ice scroll with both hands. Shenlang nodded. Zhu Hongxue immediately stepped forward and took the ice scroll, handing it to Shenlang. This was because he knew that Xianlang's current martial arts might still be very ordinary, but his body was almost perfect. It was definitely not something that could be invaded or poisoned by any kind of energy. Moreover, based on his understanding of Jiangli would definitely disdain to use such methods. Xianlang opened the ice scroll. It was indeed Jiangli's handwriting. Xianlang, Mojing is the only pure land of the great Qian Empire. Once it is destroyed, the world will be in darkness. Jiangli's choice of words was interesting. The world would be in darkness. In other words, he did not care about terms like light or darkness. He no longer had a similar definition for himself. However, I have already infiltrated Mojing with an impersonator. There is only one impersonator. If you do not expose him in 3 days, Mojing will be destroyed. This is the first battle between us father and son. If you win, Mojing will be safe. If you lose, Mojing will be destroyed. Jiang Li's handwritten letter ended. Just as Xianlang's eyes fell on the last word, the entire ice scroll turned into ashes and disappeared. Xianlang stared blankly at the ice scroll disappearing in his hand. Impersonator. There was only one impersonator. Xianlang completely believed Jiang Li's words. If he said there was only one impersonator, then there must be only one. Moreover, Xianlang saw a domineering aura. Jiang Li originally did not care about Mojing. Perhaps the ancient humans under him cared, but he himself did not care at all. He treated Mojing as a bargaining chip in his battle with Xianlang. It was as if a chess piece could destroy a country. With a raise of his hand, it would be reduced to ashes. He was playing a game with Xianlang. Moreover, he was using the whole world as his chessboard. The ancient human eunuch from the Jiangli Empire asked, "Your Majesty Xianlang, did you receive the letter? Did you read it clearly?" Xianlang replied, "I received it and read it clearly. I accept this game." The ancient human eunuch said, "Then I will take my leave." Zhu Hongxue immediately looked at Xianlang. As long as Xianlang gave the order, he would kill this eunuch from the Jiangli Empire. Xianlang did not speak. In a war between two countries, envoys were not to be killed. This was a game between him and Jiangli. Maintaining a certain rule would be more beneficial to Xianlang. The ancient human eunuch flew away. In order to show the characteristics of the Jiangli Empire, wherever he passed, dark clouds would roll, clouds would fly, and the sea would freeze. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Zhu Hongxue asked. "Nothing. Let's go back," replied Xianlang. Then, the group continued to fly towards Mojing. Xianlang started to think. Who could be the impersonator from the Jiangli Empire who infiltrated Mojing? There were only 3 days left. If Xianlang did not find him, Mojing would be in deep trouble. Next, hundreds of people escorted Xianlang as they flew above the great desert. They flew and flew. They flew for 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 50,000 miles. Everything in their field of vision was a desert. There was no difference. There was no way to tell them apart. In this 10,000 miles of desert, there was no sense of direction. Everyone just followed behind Princess Ninghan. In Princess Ninghan's field of vision, there was a completely different scene. In the field of vision of others, they were flying in the air. Below them was a boundless flat desert. In Princess Ninghan's field of vision, it was as if they were flying in a strange meandering space tunnel. They were constantly changing without any pattern. Only with the special vision granted by Queen Medusa could she find the way home. No wonder no one could enter Mojing. It was too complicated and mysterious. Ninghan used all her spiritual energy to fly in the strange space tunnel. Another 20,000 miles. Finally, they arrived. Every time she returned home, she was so tired that she almost collapsed. Her spiritual energy was almost depleted. Finally, she saw the huge door. It was a magnificent door. Of course, this was only in her field of vision. In the field of vision of others, it was no different from the desert. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Ninghan led the group and flew directly into the door with her special vision, like an AR. Zhu Hongxue, Xianlang and the rest all flew in. In an instant, a strange and mysterious thing happened. The scene in front of them changed. It was no longer a dull and boundless desert. An incomparably magnificent city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was really like a magic trick. This was Mojing. This was the temporary capital of the Deqian Empire. It was a bright place for humans. The group continued to fly. Because the outer edge of the city was almost deserted. A total of 200,000 people only lived in the core area of the city. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people on the ground suddenly knelt down neatly. They cowed out and shouted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live His Majesty Xianxia! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Deqian Empire! Long live the Emperor!" Note, this chapter has been planned for a long time. It will be updated tomorrow night at around 12 o'clock. The benefactor gave me a few monthly tickets to give me strength and support. I worship and thank you. Xianxia couldn't help but feel strange. He had just arrived. Why were hundreds of thousands of people shouting, "Long live your Majesty"? There were no cell phones or long-distance communication systems at this time. Zhu Hongxue couldn't have informed the people of Mojing in advance that Xianxia had arrived. But Zhu Hongxue and Princess Ninghan didn't seem very surprised when they saw the scene. Seeing Xianxia's surprise, Zhu Hongxue explained, "Your Majesty, I told you before that people need a leader and hope. So even though you are not here, we still specially carved a statue of you sitting on the throne. Every day, there will be a court meeting. Moreover, we completed a complete reform 20 years ago, so we already have a complete court, with the Minister of State and the Bureau of Military Affairs." Xianxia couldn't help but be completely stunned. There was actually such a thing. This was an ancient relic developed by the Xianxia Pavilion. It was a transcendent force. He didn't expect it to have a complete court. Princess Ninghan said, "Your Majesty, the more critical the moment, the more we have to formalize it. We must implant faith in everyone's heart. Otherwise, they will really collapse and be completely unable to bear it." Xianxia couldn't help but think of a saying, life needs to be ritualized. Especially in these difficult times, this kind of ritualized life could actually support people to continue living. Zhu Hongxue said, "Your Majesty, there is one thing I need your forgiveness for." "Xianxia, please speak." Zhu Hongxue said, "After you and the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire, Zhu Hongzhu died. But you released Zhu Yong, Zhu Hongping, Zhu Ning, and everyone else. You didn't condemn them, nor did you deprive them of their titles." "Xianxia, there is such a thing." "Why?" Zhu Hongxue said, "Although I was adopted by the Zhu family, I am still a son of the Zhu family. So when the North Pole changed, I brought all the Zhu family to Mojing. Because of the lack of talents, Zhu Yong re-entered the secretariat and became the temporary deputy prime minister of the empire." "Xianxia, who is the first prime minister?" Zhu Hongxue said, "Teachers with CI will be in charge. There are also 2 deputy ministers. They are both scholars from the Xianxia Pavilion, Zui Yan and Li Guangdou. Does your Majesty still remember Zhang Zhao?" Xianxia thought for a while before remembering this person. In the beginning, Zhang Zhao was the admiral of Skymoon City. He had always been loyal to the crown prince. After Crown Prince Ningyi fell from power, he pledged his loyalty to the Zhu clan. From then on, he never changed his stance. After the Battle of Skymoon City, he was also imprisoned. After Xianxia defeated Great Yan's emperor, all the prisoners of the Zhu clan were released. Zhang Zhao was released as well, and he was demoted to a commoner. Zhu Hongxue said, "Our Xianxia Pavilion was originally a martial arts force. It was indeed very difficult to establish a national force, so Master Zhang Zhao was also summoned to the court by Master and became the deputy privy secretary of the cabinet of ministers." "Xianxia, then who is the Shumashi?" Zhu Hongxue said, "There is no one to take the position. Masters with CI will take over." "Xianxia, what about yourself?" Zhu Hongxue said, "I don't hold a position in the Privy Council." Xianxia understood what Zhu Hongxue meant. This imperial court in exile of the Great Qian Empire was originally built on the foundation of the Xianxia Pavilion. Zhu Yong was originally a prisoner. Now that he was in the cabinet of ministers, Zhu Hongxue didn't enter the Privy Council to avoid suspicion. Moreover, he liked the feeling of always fighting outside. "Xianxia, then, what about Zhu Hongping and Zhu Ning?" "Xianxia, because you said something to Zhu Hongzhu at that time." You won't kill Zhu Hongping and Zhu Ning, but you won't use them either. So the two of them didn't hold any official positions. Zhu Hongping was a secretary, while Zhu Ning organized ancient materials and was in charge of the literature library. Hundreds of people were still circling above the city, just to let Xianxia see the city clearly. This city was really, really huge. The edge of the city had already been reduced to ruins and sand dunes. The closer to the center of the city, the thicker the greenery. And at the center of the city, it was completely lush, like a tropical garden. Moreover, the architectural style of this city was completely different from the ancient Eastern Empire and the Lost Empire. It was very similar to the fiery flame city above the Sea of Lava. It wasn't gorgeous, but it was very magnificent, mysterious, and simple. Its history should be very long, even longer than the ancient Eastern Empire. All the houses were built with huge stones, without any wood. The shape of the buildings was also very primitive, but they were extremely tall, tens of hundreds of meters high. And these stone pillars, usually about 3 to 4 meters in diameter, were real jade pillars that could reach the sky. A few of these pillars could support the entire magnificent building. In the center of the entire city, there was still an incomparably magnificent pyramid. It was like a mountain, almost occupying a small part of the entire area of the city. And at the top of the pyramid was a statue, a very familiar statue. It was the male with a human face and snake body that Xianxia saw in the ancient temple, full of murderous intent for battle. But the totem of the human face and snake body statue was much larger and more ferocious. It held a demonic trident in its hand and glared at the sky. Xianxia was puzzled. Why would this totem appear here? We don't know what his name is, so we call him Wang Tian, Princess Ninghan said. He was the totem of the entire ancient Eastern Empire and was regarded as an ancestor. This had always puzzled Xianxia. Why would the ancient empire worship this totem statue, and why would they regard him as an ancestor, back in the ancient ruins of Mtvajra? Xianxia had been puzzled. Medusa was a female with a human face and snake body, and the ancestral totem in front of him was a male with a human face and snake body. But the humans of the ancient Eastern Empire didn't have any characteristics of a human face and snake body. This was very important. Why did the ancestor worshipped by the Eastern Empire look so similar to the Medusa royal family? Princess Ninghan said, Your Majesty, you are so smart, you must have an answer in your heart, right? Xianxia couldn't help but look at Princess Ninghan once again. He looked at her face, and then looked down at her waist. As a human, Princess Ninghan's figure was too bewitching, too devilish, especially the curve of her waist, which was not like a human's. This new body of hers was indeed amazing. Princess Ninghan obviously knew a lot, because Queen Medusa had revealed some key information to her. Also, why was Queen Medusa's empire called the Lost Empire? This was the real name of their empire, not the name of the future generations. Under what circumstances would it be called the Lost Empire? It was once destroyed, but was reborn, but couldn't find the glory of its ancestors, so it was called the Lost Empire. And why were there no males in the Medusa race? Without male and female union, how could they reproduce? Xianxia said, The Medusa royal family of the Lost Empire has a longer history than the humans of the ancient Eastern Empire, right? Princess Ninghan said, Yes. Xianxia said again, In fact, this world didn't just have one great nirvana, but two. Princess Ninghan said, Yes. Yes, that made sense. When the sun entered death, it would counterattack more than once, but it would become more and more intense, more and more serious. 90 years later, it would counterattack again before its death, and the result would be the destruction of the entire planet. Xianxia said, In the previous two great nirvana, human civilization was reborn, and so was the Lost Empire. But, the human empires have been changing, while the Lost Empire hasn't changed at all, maintaining its most primitive state. To some extent, the human empires have been degenerating. Princess Ninghan said, Yes, in order to adapt to the new world, the humans on land have been constantly changing, from the powerful ancient human form to the ordinary human form today. And the Lost Empire has always maintained the Medusa form of a human face snake, relying on its powerful strength and spirit. Xianxia said, So this Mojing is an even more ancient ruin, even older than the ancient Eastern Empire? The city from before the Great Nirvana? It should be, Your Majesty. Princess Ninghan said. Shenlang looked at the magnificent city. It looked so simple, and he couldn't imagine how old it was. When he was in Fiery Flame City, Shenlang found it strange. That was clearly the Western world, the territory of the Lost Empire, so how could Fiery Flame City, which was obviously a human empire, survive? Shenlang continued to look at the center of the city, at the huge pyramid with a human face and a snake's body totem statue. He felt an incomparably huge power, especially its eyes, the eyes that looked up at the sky. Shenlang thought of Queen Medusa's statue. She had relied on those eyes to continuously transmit mental messages from afar to regroup the sea monsters in this world. She had also allowed some of the sea monsters to evolve and gain intelligence, allowing the Lost Empire to continue. Then it was obvious that this totem statue had the same goal. But obviously it wasn't that successful. At least its empire in the 10,000-mile desert had been completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. Suddenly, countless mysteries appeared in Shenlang's mind. What was the relationship between this human face snake and the Medusa royal race? What was the relationship between them and the ancient humans? Shenlang said, this sky-gazing totem protects the entire Mojing, right? Princess Ninghan said, yes, it is because of the protection of this totem that this last city was able to survive in the 10,000-mile desert. Not only is there an oasis that can resist the attacks of sandstorms, but most importantly, it can be completely hidden, and no enemy can find the entrance. The Medusa royal race had strong mental strength, and could create all kinds of illusions. The lost Demoness mother had only obtained the slightest trace of Queen Medusa's psychic energy, and she had already established the second Lost Empire. Even after her death, she had ruled the Lost Kingdom ruins for countless years. Shenlang had already witnessed her ability to create illusions. The huge human-faced snake-bodied male totem in front of them had released a strong spiritual energy that had hidden the entire Mojing. It was not hard to imagine that once the sky-gazing totem's energy was depleted, then, the entire Mojing would be exposed, and the army of the Jiangli Empire would be able to discover it easily. That was not all. Once the energy of the sky-gazing totem was exhausted, the ecosystem here would be completely destroyed. The entire city would be buried by sandstorms in a few years, becoming exactly the same as the other 10,000 kilometers of desert. Shenlang closed his eyes again. Did this mean that this vast desert of 130 million square kilometers was also a powerful empire in ancient times, and the race that ruled this place was a race with a human face and a snake body, a race that was very similar to the Lost Empire? Just a mile, Shenlang saw the palace, just south of the giant pyramid. Moreover, this palace was actually newly built. It was almost exactly the same as the Deqian Palace. It was almost an exact replica. In this ancient ruined city-state, it seemed very special. At this moment, the court meeting was in progress. There were many civil and military officials present. On the throne, there really was a statue of Shenlang. It was too similar. Be it the face, the shape, or the aura, it was exactly the same as the previous Shenlang. Moreover, this statue was not solemn at all. Even though it was wearing a dragon robe and a crown, it was very lazy. Moreover, its arm was supporting its chin. It gave off a feeling that it did not like to listen. It was too real. Although it was a statue, it was like a real person. At this moment, the civil and military officials in the court were discussing political affairs very seriously. They were not bluffing, but very professional discussions. In the square outside the palace, there were many fully armed golden-armored warriors standing there. This was a scene that Shenlang had seen before. It was in the Stupa Palace of Stupa Mountain. Back then, sect leader Ren wanted to transform Stupa Mountain into a palace and had specialized officials. The Sky Sea Pavilion seemed to want to avoid this. Therefore, they tried their best to fill the court with officials from the state of Yu. They tried their best to prevent people from the Sky Sea Pavilion from becoming officials. However, there was a fundamental difference between this place and the Stupa Mountain. When sect leader Ren built the Stupa Palace, the Great Qian Empire was still around. Not only was Qian capital still around, but Raging Tide City was also around. Now, Raging Tide City was gone. Qian capital, Tianyue City, Flame capital, and other places had all fallen. As a pure land, Mojing had indeed become the legitimate capital of the Great Qian Empire. Just like during the last years of the Ming dynasty, even though the Manchurian Qing had taken over most of the regions, wherever the Yongle Emperor was, that was the legitimate capital of the southern Ming dynasty. Although the Great Qian Palace was very far away from Shenlang's field of vision, his body was very strong. He could see into the court with just a glance. Soon, he saw many familiar faces. He had seen them before in the Yu Kingdom's imperial court. Most of them were officials of the Zhou clan. However, after the Battle of Tianyu City, the guilty officials were all killed. The remaining Zhou clan officials didn't commit any crimes. They were only arrested and imprisoned because they had sided with the Yu Kingdom. After Shenlang defeated the Great Yan Emperor, these officials who had not committed any crimes were all released. However, there seemed to be no place for them in the state of Yu. When Zhu Hongxue brought away Zhu Yong, Zhu Hongping, Zhu Ning, and the others, he also brought these people who had no place to live here. He did not expect that they would become the last officials loyal to Shenlang and the Great Qian Empire. The changes in this world were too bizarre. At that time, Shenlang would never have imagined that the officials from the Zhu family would become the last surviving officials loyal to him, Shenlang. Shenlang could not help but recall Zhu Hongzhu kneeling before his death. Zhu Hongzhu had cried out, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of being ostracized by the Eastern Orthodoxy. Zhu Hongzhu was loyal to the Great Yan Empire. However, after Shenlang defeated the Great Yan Emperor and replaced him as the Eastern Orthodoxy, Zhu Hongzhu would naturally pledge his loyalty to Shenlang. However, he no longer had the chance, nor did he have the face. He could only die. Even if he died, Zhu Hongzhu was unwilling to be expelled from the ranks of the Eastern scholar officials by Shenlang. Therefore, after Zhu Hongzhu's death, Shenlang did not issue an edict to strip Zhu Hongzhu of his scholar officials. He was willing to recognize him as a scholar official of the Eastern dynasty. "Your Majesty, do you wish to see your officials?" Zhu Hongxue asked with a trembling voice. He had dreamed of this day for a long time. Shenlang discovered that Pavilion Master's Wasiai was not in the Great Hall. "Teacher has gone to look for you. He does not believe that you are dead." Princess Ninghan said, "Because before you went to the Yan capital to fight the Great Yan Emperor, you met him and had a secret conversation with him. It was this conversation that filled him with hope, and it filled us with hope as well. Therefore, for the past 10 years, he has searched the entire world for you. He has searched almost every mysterious place outside of the Darkness Empire." Zhu Hongxue continued, "Your Majesty, do you wish to see your officials? See your tens of thousands of citizens?" The court in Mo capital was very solemn. Not only did all the officials have to kowtow, but even the tens of thousands of citizens had to kneel outside the Daqian Palace. Decades passed like a day. Therefore, the hundreds of thousands of survivors were extremely loyal and fanatical towards Shenlang. Zhuxi used this sense of ritual to enhance Shenlang's status, making him almost like a god. At this time, the kowtow had ended, but the court continued. However, outside the palace, the tens of thousands of citizens were still unwilling to leave. They stood quietly in the plaza as if to listen to the teachings of the emperor. Most of the time, the worship of the individual was incorrect. However, at this time of despair, it could unite the hearts of the people. Shenlang shook his head and said, "I will see them, but not now. I want to return to my original appearance and figure before I see them, lest I disappoint them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhu Hongxue said, "When?" He really could not wait. Shenlang thought for a while and said, "At least 3 days later. There will be a big show in these 3 days. It will be very interesting." Jiang Li's secret letter said that he had infiltrated Mo capital with an impersonator. If Shenlang did not expose him within 3 days, the Mo capital would face a calamity. The 3 days mentioned here referred to the 3 days after Shenlang entered Mo capital. This was the first game between Shenlang and Jiang Li. Moreover, this was Shenlang's home ground. If he could not defeat Jiang Li from tens of thousands of miles away, what hope was there for the next battle? "Bring me to a secret place to stay. I will not see anyone." Shenlang said, "If there are no surprises, the big show will begin before this evening." Zhu Hongxue said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, Zhu Hongxue and Ning Han brought Xianlang to a building on the west side of the Great Pyramid and stayed there. Your Majesty, you should have stayed in the palace or the Great Pyramid in the center. Zhu Hongxue said, but you do not want to show yourself, so you cannot go to the palace. Only Master can open the Great Pyramid, so we can only let you stay here. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Xianlang said, no problem. Then, Xianlang and Princess Xianmi stayed in this ancient building. Princess Ning Han's female warriors temporarily became maids to take care of their lives. Countless delicacies, clothes, and supplies were sent in like flowing water. And Zhu Hongxue, a dignified marshal, became the gatekeeper, guarding the door and not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Inside the tall window, Xianlang and Princess Ning Han stood side by side, looking at the scenery outside. This city is very primitive and simple. It is not as exquisite as the Eastern Empire and the Lost Empire, but it has another kind of breathtaking beauty. Princess Ning Han said. Xianlang said, they adhere to a more pure aesthetic point of view. Princess Ning Han said, Your Majesty, you said that before this evening, there will be a big show that will begin? Xianlang said, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, that will be the case. Ning Han said, what if the show fails? Xianlang said, all of Mojing will be destroyed, and the last hope of mankind will be completely lost. Princess Ning Han said, is this the game between you and Emperor Jiang? Xianlang said, yes, and this is my home ground. He is challenging me on my home ground. Princess Ning Han looked at the sun in the sky. It was afternoon, but the sun was slightly tilting to the west. The two of them waited quietly. Will it happen when the sun sets? Ning Han asked. Yes. Xianlang said, that person has always been full of ceremony. I have gradually come to understand him. He will definitely start the big show when the sun sets, and start the game. The sun gradually tilted to the west. The sunset was especially beautiful in the vast expanse of yellow sand. It looked so big, so red, and so beautiful. Although this was a desert, it was not covered by the Jiangli Empire. There were no hell crystals, no snow and ice, and no temperature of tens or hundreds of degrees below zero. Therefore, it was still like a paradise for mankind, a land of light. The sun was about to set below the horizon. However, the big show that Xianlang mentioned did not happen. There was still no change in the whole of Mojing. The atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. As if to ease the tension, Princess Ning Han suddenly said, Your Majesty, you must be mentally prepared. When my teacher comes back, he will propose to you on my behalf. Xianlang could not help but be stunned. Propose? Maintain the previous engagement, maintain the engagement between Jiangli and Ning Yuanxian? Let Xianlang marry Ning Han, but Jiangli had already become the destroyer of the world. Was there still a need to continue this engagement, at this critical stage of the world, who would care about trivial matters like love? Princess Ning Han said, this engagement is not only set by my father, Ning Yuanxian and Jiangli. It may even involve a deeper level of alliance. And at this moment, two black shadows appeared in the setting sun on the horizon. Xianlang said, it's here. The big show is about to start. The first game between Xianlang and Jiangli was about to officially begin. He was full of excitement, and even full of confidence that he would win. Note, I will eat something and then continue writing. The next chapter will be updated at 12 o'clock. It is indeed difficult to write. Please give me a few monthly tickets to cheer me up. I will kowtow and thank you. The scene in front of him was indeed very ritualistic. As the sun set, two black dots suddenly appeared in the shadow of the setting sun. They even looked a little like sunspots. After a while, the two black dots got closer and closer, and the two figures seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. However, their faces still could not be seen clearly, only vague silhouettes. Princess Ning Han said, Your Majesty, my teacher has returned, and he brought another person with him. Her gaze turned to Xianlang, as if she was asking, has the great show you spoke of begun? Xianlang nodded. Princess Ning Han said, do I need to go and receive them? Xianlang asked, up until now, only you can enter this place? Princess Ning Han nodded, yes, in the eyes of everyone else, our Mojing city can't be seen at all, only endless yellow sand. Even my teacher is no exception. Do you want me to go and receive them? If so, I will go now. If you don't agree, I will wait a few days before going. Xianxia was silent for a long time, then said, Go now. Princess Ninghan asked, Are you sure? Xianxia said, I am sure. Yes. Princess Ninghan walked out, got on a special mount, and flew towards the western sky to receive Xianxia and another stranger. Soon, she disappeared from sight. Then, Xianxia kept looking at the horizon. The sun soon completely set, and night fell. But the whole of Mojing City was lit up, especially the totem that looked up to the sky, which released a warm and bright light, illuminating the whole city. This was really strange. The light was not as dazzling as the sun, but it was brighter than the moon. This ancient city had completely solved the problem of night lighting in such a long time ago. The people in Mojing City were still busy working and training. Life in Mojing City was very regular and strict. The children's daily study time and sleeping time at night were completely fixed by the rules. The adults were no exception, going to bed at 11 o'clock every night, not a minute later, not a minute earlier. No one was an exception. Normally, such a rigid life would be too monotonous, but in these desperate times, a well-regulated life was beneficial to the survival of the entire group. If there was someone dictating what you should do every hour, it would be harder for you to be muddle-headed. Although the work and things that many people do may be meaningless, having something to do is more important than anything else. Xianxia waited for a long time. This was because Ninghan had to pass through the energy tunnel that was full of twists and turns to bring people in. There was no room for error. Therefore, even though it looked like a straight line, it was extremely difficult to enter the space barrier of the Mo capital city. Therefore, it would take a long time. Xianxia had been waiting quietly. His daughter, Xinmi, was already asleep, and she was sleeping very soundly. Zhu Hongxue arrived behind Xianxia and said, Your Majesty, what will happen next? Xianxia said, It's very interesting. Zhu Hongxue asked, Is it dangerous? Xianxia, not dangerous, but very subversive. Zhu Hongxue was silent for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, I will always stand by your side. And at this moment, suddenly, 3 black figures appeared in his field of vision, as if they had rushed from the darkness outside into the bright field of vision of Mo capital. Even at this distance, he could see them clearly. These 3 people were Princess Ninghan, Pavilion Masters with Ci, and the last one was actually Xianxia. That's right, it was Xianxia. Xianxia's appearance was 100% the same as before. Zhu Hongxue only took one glance and was instantly stunned. His eyes widened, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. He looked at Xianxia for a while, then glanced at Xianxia beside him. His gaze was blurred, and his whole person seemed to be in a daze. But very quickly, his gaze became determined. I still have the same words, I will always believe in you, Zhu Hongxue said. Ninghan, Zhua Ci, and that Xianxia landed on the square of Mo capital city. After a while, the entire Mo capital was in an uproar. Countless people surged out like a tide. All the civil and military officials, all the warriors, all the survivors, hundreds of thousands of people courageously came out, knelt and kowtowed to Xianxia, Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Long live the great Qian Empire, long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. They were completely indescribable excitement and excitement. These hundreds of thousands of people knelt on the ground, shouting over and over again. In the end, they sobbed uncontrollably, sprawled on the ground, and could not get up again. For a total of 29 years, the entire Sky Sea Pavilion's upper echelons had told them countless times that His Majesty Xianxia was not dead. His Majesty Xianxia would one day return as an emperor and save the world, leading everyone to defeat the Darkness Empire. When that time came, everyone could return to their homeland, and the world would regain its light. Even if a lie was repeated 10,000 times, it would become the truth. Moreover, Xianxia had created countless miracles, and before the world changed drastically, he had indeed defeated the Emperor of Great Yan and became the ruler of the East. For more than 20 years, similar words were repeated tens of thousands of times. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt every day, like a god. Because they were in darkness and despair, they especially longed for the arrival of a savior. Therefore, the halo of Xianxia grew stronger in their hearts every day. This strengthening effect lasted for more than 20 years. Therefore, in their hearts, Xianxia was no longer a human, but almost a god. He was omnipotent, and they pinned all their hopes and faith on him. This method was, of course, wrong, but Xianxia had no other choice. With the power of the Sky Sea Pavilion, they would never be able to defeat the Darkness Empire. Most importantly, the power of the ancient totem in Mojing would not last much longer. Now that Xianxia appeared in front of these hundreds of thousands of people, it was really like a sun rising in the eternal night. How could they not be excited? How could they not cry? Even Zhu Hongxue and Xianxia himself were strongly affected, and their hair stood on end. Hundreds of thousands of people poured out all their worship and hope. This spiritual power was so strong that Xianxia could really feel it burning. Zhu Hongxue trembled and said, "Your Majesty, this is the reason why you are not willing to immediately restore your true appearance and see the hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes." Zhu Hongxue immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Your Majesty is wise, long live your Majesty." If Xianxia had restored his true appearance earlier and met the hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing, he would definitely be worshipped, respected, and cheered by the hundreds of thousands of people. But, at night, this fake Xianxia came again, and it was brought by pavilion masters with Ci. What would happen then? Would the hundreds of thousands of people see two Xianxia? What did this mean? One of them must be fake, or even both of them must be fake. The confidence of the hundreds of thousands of people would completely collapse. They were now in the most fanatical, but also the most vulnerable moment. This was because all the halos of Xianxia were added by pavilion masters with Ci and the others. Xianxia had yet to prove himself in front of these people. Therefore, once these people had doubts, their confidence would basically collapse and it would be difficult to salvage it. To put it more bluntly, the hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing were now in a state similar to mental illness. They had been completely brainwashed and were in a self-delusion, unwilling to wake up. If two Xianxias appeared, it would be equivalent to directly tearing their dreamscape apart. Therefore, if Xianxia appeared in front of the hundreds of thousands of people in advance, the game between him and Jiangli would end before it even started. He would have already lost. A Mojing with a collapsed confidence would no longer be of any use. This extremely grand meeting lasted for a few hours. The hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing worshipped and cheered for a few hours as well. Everyone tirelessly shouted, "Long live the Emperor, long live the Diqian Empire, and long live Xianxia." This continued until their voices were hoarse and hoarse. Until 11 o'clock, pavilion masters with Ci, who was also the temporary prime minister of the Diqian Empire, ordered everyone to return to their rooms to rest. They would wake up on time at 6 o'clock the next day and continue their new day of work and struggle. Under countless reluctant gazes, the hundreds of thousands of people retreated like the tide and returned to their rooms. Of course, they would not be able to sleep tonight because they were so excited that their blood was boiling. 11 o'clock. The light of the ancient totem was extinguished on time. The entire Mojing city was plunged into darkness. Zhu Hongxue said, "Your Majesty, what do we do next?" Xianxia said, "Don't rush. I said that the show will start soon and it will be on our home ground." At this moment, Princess Xianmi had already woken up. She stood in the darkness and looked at Xianxia. She said softly, "Father, can I go with you later?" Xianxia said, "No need. You can sleep peacefully at home." Princess Xianmi said, "I will go with father, maybe it will be useful." Xianxia said, "There's no need for that, baby. Today's show isn't just about the two of us. Do you still remember what happened 29 years ago?" Princess Xianmi said, "Yes, no matter what happened outside, our paradise manor was still happy and peaceful, as if nothing had happened." Xianxia said, "So, go back to sleep." "Okay." Princess Xianmi returned to her room again, crawled under the covers, and closed her eyes to sleep. Xianxia and Zhu Hongxue still stood quietly in the darkness, waiting. After about an hour, Princess Ninghan came in. She spoke directly but quickly stopped and said in a low voice, "Please come with me." Because Xianmi was sleeping in her room, she instinctively kept quiet. Should I say that Princess Ninghan has changed? She used to be indifferent and treated everyone in the world like ants. She didn't even care about her own brother, Ning Zheng's life. But this time, she didn't call him Your Majesty and was expressionless. Shen Lang and Zhu Hongxue followed Princess Ning Han and flew to the palace on flying beasts. In the air, Zhu Hongxue said in a low voice, Ning Han, you have to remember your position. The one beside us is the real King Shen Lang. Princess Ning Han didn't say anything. After a while, Shen Lang, Ning Han, and Zhu Hongxue landed in the palace. Shen Lang couldn't imagine how much manpower and resources Xianxia Pavilion had used to replicate the entire Deqian Palace in just a few years. But Shen Lang understood this behavior very well. It was still because of the sense of ceremony. In Furious Tide City, when Shen Lang became the emperor of Deqian, there was no palace, no court, and he didn't even need to go to court. But no one doubted his position because he had an unquestionable legitimacy and didn't need to use the palace to prove himself. Just like those top rich people, they didn't need to wear luxury watches or brand-name clothes at all. They could do whatever they wanted. Ordinary rich people, on the other hand, needed luxury decorations. In order to maintain everyone's confidence, Xianxia had to pursue this sense of ceremony, so he built the Deqian Palace in a 1-to-1 ratio. He had paid such a huge price in order to make everyone believe that Shen Lang would definitely return one day. Otherwise, even if he set up a tent and told hundreds of thousands of people that this was the Deqian Palace and that Shen Lang would return one day, no one would believe him. In the daytime, the Deqian Palace was densely packed with hundreds of civil and military officials and thousands of golden-armored warriors. At this time, it was late at night and the entire Deqian Palace was almost empty. Shen Lang and the other two walked into the main hall. The door to the main hall was closed almost as soon as they stepped in. It was still dark in the main hall, not even the lights were turned on. Pavilion Masters Xianxia had already ordered that no one was allowed to come within a kilometer. No one could know what was happening inside, let alone the people of Mo capital that there were two Shen Langs. That would turn their hearts upside down. Everything had to be done in secret. After Shen Lang and the other two entered, Pavilion Masters Xianxia said, the morning court assembly will continue tomorrow because His Majesty has returned. This morning court assembly must be carried out on time and cannot be delayed by a second. That's why we only have 6 hours. Your Majesties, you must find the fake one. Nothing must happen tomorrow. Everything that happened tonight must not be leaked, or the consequences will be unthinkable. There can only be one emperor in the world, and that emperor is His Majesty Shen Lang. Remember, it's not Jiang Lang, it's Shen Lang. Is everyone clear? Pavilion Masters Xi's voice was very agitated and tired. Everyone said softly, yes, we are clear. Then light the fire, Xianxia said hoarsely. The candles in the main hall were lit, illuminating the darkness. There were only a few people in the entire main hall. Xianxia, Zhu Hongxue, Ning Han, Zhu Yung, Zhu Hongping, Zhu Ning, Zhang Zhao, Shen Lang, and the other Shen Lang. This time, the people who came to determine the real Shen Lang and the fake one were not qualified to come just because they were of high status. At the very least, the 2 grand scholars from Xianxia Pavilion who were serving as deputy ministers of the Secretariat were not present because they had never interacted with Shen Lang. Your Excellencies, please stand in the candlelight, Xianxia bowed and said. Shen Lang and the other Shen Lang stood under the candlelight so that everyone could see their faces clearly. The 7 people's gazes fell on the 2 faces. It was really easy to tell them apart based on the faces and figures. Shen Lang's face had changed, and so had his figure. As for the other fake Shen Lang, his face and figure were exactly the same as the previous Shen Lang. He was at a level that could be recognized even if he was burnt to ashes. If only based on looks and figures, Shen Lang would be directly eliminated. Pavilion Masters Xianxia said, at least one of the 2 His Majesty's Shen Lang is fake. The one on the left was brought by Zhu Hongxue, and the one on the right was brought by me. Zhu Hongxue found this His Majesty Shen Lang in Xuanwu City in the former state of Yu, and I found this His Majesty Shen Lang in the west of the 10,000-li desert. Now, just look at the appearance, figure, temperament, spirit, and gaze. All of you will carry out the preliminary description by feeling. Pavilion Masters Xi's words were very precise. He used the description by feeling, not judgment. Zhu Hongxue said directly, without question, the one on the left is the real His Majesty Shen Lang. Even though his face and figure have changed, I clearly saw his conversation with the Dark Emperor. I also clearly saw the process of how he destroyed the ancient human Jiangqin. Pavilion Masters with CI said, Master Zhu Yong, you have the most contact with Shenlang. Please tell us your opinion. It had been a long time since he had seen Zhu Yong. Shenlang hadn't seen him for almost 30 years. After the Battle of Tianyue City ended and Zhu Yong was imprisoned, he was immediately forgotten. After 30 years, he really had aged. Shenlang seemed to see another Zhu Hongzhu, even though the father and son looked different. Zhu Yong took a few steps forward and bowed to the two. Then, feeling that he hadn't been respectful enough, he knelt down. But he didn't kneel to either of them. Instead, he knelt between the two. First, the sinner Zhu Yong kowtows to thank your majesty for his heavenly grace. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Zhu Yong's words came from the bottom of his heart. After Shenlang defeated Great Yan's emperor, he didn't kill the entire Zhu family. He didn't even strip the Zhu family of their titles. This meant that the Eastern dynasty still recognized the status of the Zhu family scholar officials and didn't expel them from the Eastern civilization. Next, the sinner will carefully identify him. Please forgive me, your majesty. Zhu Yong kowtowed again and stood up shakily. He first went to Shenlang and carefully looked at his eyes, sensing his aura. The entire process lasted for a few minutes. After that, he arrived in front of another Shenlang and began to carefully identify him. The amount of time he took to identify him was slightly shorter. After that, Zhu Yong finished his identification, but he seemed to be in even more pain. Lord Grand Chancellor, I can't identify him. Zhu Yong said he couldn't identify him because he trusted Shenlang a lot. After all, Shenlang's face and figure had completely changed, but he still couldn't identify him. Next, Zhang Zhao came forward to identify him. Lord Grand Chancellor, I don't know what to say, Zhang Zhao said. Sui said, say what you have on your mind, speak freely. Zhang Zhao said, actually, I've had very little contact with His Majesty Shenlang. I've only seen him from afar. Therefore, I only have a deep impression of his eyes, face, and figure. Therefore, the one on the right is exactly the same as the Shenlang in my memory. As for the one on the left, I don't feel the slightest resemblance. In fact, he doesn't even have that aura. What aura did Shenlang have? That aura of laziness that made him think everyone in the world was an idiot. Sui said, so you're trying to say that the one on the left is the fake His Majesty Shenlang, and the one on the right is the real one? Zhang Zhao said, that's not the case. I feel that after experiencing so many changes, His Majesty Shenlang's aura will definitely change. Sui said, then you're supporting the one on the left, His Majesty Shenlang? Zhang Zhao said, but His Majesty Shenlang is like a god. Perhaps he won't change and will always have that aura. Even if the world turns upside down, he won't budge. Because he once said, if there's no enmity in the world, don't forget your original intentions. Then, Zhang Zhao knelt and said, please forgive me for my incompetence. I can't identify the real His Majesty Shenlang. Next, Zhu Hongping came forward to identify him, but she failed as well. Zhu Ning came forward to identify him, but she failed as well. However, Shenlang took another look at Zhu Ning. He thought that she wouldn't age and was still as youthful as before. But in the end, she had changed a lot. She had changed from a young girl to a mature and beautiful middle-aged woman. Her aura had changed a lot. The original Zhu Ning was arrogant and pretentious because she was well-read. Even though she always pretended to be calm, she was actually filled with a sense of superiority that couldn't be hidden. And the current Zhu Ning was as gentle and elegant as jade. Zhu Ning looked at the two Shenlang seriously. I can't tell either, Zhu Ning said. Sui said, Ning Han, what do you think? Princess Ning Han looked at Shenlang for a long time, then looked at the other Shenlang. She said, the one on the right is exactly the same as His Majesty Shenlang. Moreover, there's a trace of a miracle left behind by time. Whether it's the traces on the face or the traces on the spirit, they're all very real. Sui said, then do you think the one on the right is the real His Majesty Shenlang? Princess Ning Han said, I don't make a judgment. The first stage of identification was over. Xianxia bowed and said, "Next, if I may be so bold, your majesties, to look at each other for a few minutes." This stage was actually very awesome, because the real Xianlang had great confidence. After all, he was the Eastern human emperor, so he should be able to overwhelm the fake Xianlang in terms of aura. Xianlang turned around. The fake Xianlang turned around. The two of them looked at each other. At this time, Xianlang looked at this person seriously and scanned him with an X-ray. First of all, this person was exactly the same as Xianlang. Even the skeleton was almost the same. Expression, temperament, gaze, expression, aura, it was 100% Xianlang. Moreover, he wasn't an ancient human. He had the flesh and blood of a real human. Most importantly, he wasn't possessed. Xianlang didn't find any hell crystal energy in his brain. This was strange. This was interesting. Who was this fake Xianlang in front of him? Xianlang couldn't help but think of the mirror double. The mirror used his life and soul to act out Xianlang. When he appeared in public for the first time, although he looked exactly the same, there were still situations where he went overboard. And when he appeared in public for the second time, which was in Beijing, he was completely at ease and completely deceived sect leader Ren and Yingguang. His improvement was completely astonishing. This was interesting. Who was he? Was he the mirror? At that time, Xianlang had already ordered the fire god cult to take the mirror away. Because after the upheaval in the North Pole, the mirror double could no longer stay in the Eastern world because he was too similar to Xianlang. When Xianlang looked at him, there was no flaw in his gaze or spirit. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He was really more like Xianlang than Xianlang. And when he looked at Xianlang, he seemed to say something with his eyes. "I won't let your plot succeed." He didn't say it with his mouth, but with his eyes. Moreover, he said it to Xianlang alone, with no intention of letting others know. This feeling was very strange. He had to expose Xianlang's plot in the battle. It was as if, in his spiritual perception, he was the real Xianlang and Xianlang was the fake. And it was precisely this spiritual perception that made his momentum completely undefeatable. Zhu Hongxue said, "The real His Majesty Xianlang has already comprehended a very profound energy. He once killed Ing Wuming in a situation where he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and released the energy whirlpool." However, before Zhu Hongxue could finish his words, the fake Xianlang directly raised his head, waved the dragon's sword, and released the energy whirlpool. This scene was exactly the same as when Xianlang killed Ing Wuming in a second. He had the ancient king ring, the dragon heart, the dragon sword. He had a complete set. As everyone knew, these ancient equipment were the symbol of Xianlang. On the contrary, the real Xianlang was currently empty, with no equipment at all. Of course, he could release the energy whirlpool out of thin air, but that would make people even more suspicious. "You are so powerful, are you a substitute sent by Zhongli?" His Majesty Xianlang's mount, De Chao, left His Majesty Xianlang before the upheaval in the North Pole. It first returned to Fury Tide City, then we brought it to Mojing. Zhu Hongxue said, "Perhaps De Chao, as a flying beast, is more sensitive and intuitive than humans." Xianxia nodded. A moment later, a flying beast with ultrasonic sound was brought in. It was Xianlang's mount, De Chao. After it came in, it first glanced at Xianlang, then at the fake Xianlang on the right. Then, De Chao directly pounced on the fake Xianlang on the right, rubbing its huge head against him, letting out a sad cry, while its big eyes were still looking at the fake Xianlang on the left. The fake Xianlang on the right gently stroked De Chao's head. "Old friend, long time no see, you have also changed." The fake Xianlang sighed, its voice filled with infinite emotions. Even De Chao felt that the Xianlang on the right was real. The fake Xianlang looked at Xianlang and said word by word, "I've said it before, I'll definitely not let your scheme succeed, you imposter." Xianlang narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that this game had become very, very fun. This game was simply too interesting. This fake Xianlang was more real than him in every aspect. His appearance and figure were like Xianlang, and he had the dragon's heart, the dragon's sword, the ancient king's ring, and even De Chao recognized him. Therefore, it seemed that Xianlang was going to lose completely. Xianlang moved his gaze away from the fake Xianlang's face and said to Pavilion Masters with Ci, everyone, I have a way to directly determine who is real and who is fake. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. Xianxia smiled and said, everyone, everything else can be fake. Moreover, during the upheaval in the North Pole, I also lost the dragon's heart, the dragon's sword, and the ancient king's ring. But there is one thing that can't be faked, and that is wisdom. The real Xianxia has unparalleled wisdom. Those difficult arithmetic problems that hundreds of grand scholars couldn't solve in several years, can be solved in an instant by Xianxia. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, other things can be imitated, but wisdom can't be imitated. Xianxia said, Pavilion Masters with CI, you should still remember our conversation. Before we separated, I gave you an arithmetic problem, but I didn't give you the answer. That arithmetic problem is very simple. How to prove that 1 + 1 = 2? Of course, its derived proposition is that any even number greater than 2 can be written as the sum of two prime numbers. This is a problem that hasn't been solved for thousands of years. As a substitute, he can't possibly have this. He can only prove this problem. So, whoever can solve this problem to the greatest extent will prove who is the real Xianxia, right? Pavilion Masters with CI thought for a while and said, His Majesty Xianxia did indeed talk to me about this at that time. Could it be that he had already prepared for today's situation? His Majesty Xianxia is really a god. Note, sorry, I'm late by more than 20 minutes. Please support me with monthly votes. I will do my best to write even better. Swiss CI turned to Zhu Ning and Princess Ninghan and asked, His Majesty Xianxia's question, can you understand it? Can you understand it? Goldbach's conjecture, in order to make him familiar with it, was spread among the general public as 1 + 1. In fact, it is, any even number greater than 2 can be written as the sum of two prime numbers. At present, on Earth, this conjecture is still unsolvable. Many people say it is the jewel of the crown of mathematics, one of the world's 3 major mathematical problems in modern times. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome guy and beautiful girl visiting on mobile, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site, use the bookmark function to make reading more convenient. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first, it's convenient to read later, otherwise you won't be able to find this chapter. Author, Linyu Jianyan, City, the best son-in-law Linyu Jianyan %3A %2F 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 book %2F 18 %2F 18289 2F content summary. Before Master left, he left one Tiana life-saving mantra of the sect, saying that if you practice diligently, there will be miraculous results. P.S. All the spells, techniques, secret techniques and so on in this book are from the secret collection of the sect. Those who do not have the true inheritance should not rashly practice it. Remember, remember. Be careful, be careful. %E 3% 80% 80% E 6% 9C% 80% E 4% BD B2 3% E 5% A 5% B 9% BF% E 6% 90% 97% E 7% B BD E 6% B 1% 9F% E 9% A 2% 9C% E 8% BD AC %E 9% 80% 81% E 9% 97% A 8% E 5% 9C% B 0% E 5% 9D% 80% EF BC% 9A% 3A% 2F% 2F% 2F book 2F 18% 2F 18289% 2F% 0A% E 3% 80% 80% E 3% 80% 80% 3A% 2F% 2F% 2F book 2F 18% 2F 289% 2F% 0A% 0A% E 3% 80% 80% E 3% 80% 80% E 5% 86% 85% E 5% AE% B 9% E 8% AF% 95% E 8% AF% BB% EF% BC% 9A% 3A% 2F% 2F% 2F book 2F 18% 2F 18289% Chapter 1 Seeing himself cremated. I'm sorry. We've tried our best. Let's prepare for the funeral. The voice of the doctor outside the ward was very soft, but Linyu, who was lying on the sickbed, heard it clearly. Perhaps a person's sense of hearing would become extremely sensitive before they died, especially his mother's cries, which were exceptionally sharp. Lin Yu was not the first person to sacrifice his life for a just cause. He did not regret it, but he felt sorry for his mother. His father died early, and his mother single-handedly brought him up. He did not know how much hardship she had suffered. Now, he had been admitted to the People's Hospital of Qinghai City with excellent grades. His life with his mother was just about to brighten up, but he did not expect such an accident to happen. Damn it, God. Lin Yu cursed in a low voice. His eyelids could not hold on any longer, and they slowly closed. My son. A shrill cry suddenly woke Lin Yu up. He opened his eyes and found that he was standing at the end of the bed, and his mother was wailing on the bed. Mom, why are you crying? Aren't I right here? Lin Yu was overjoyed. He thought that he had magically recovered. He reached out and patted his mother, only to find that his hand had actually passed through his mother's body. His mother did not react at all. She was still crying on the bed. Lin Yu's expression changed. He raised his head and saw that there was another version of himself lying on the bed. His face was shriveled and blue, and it was obvious that he was no longer alive. I'm dead. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at himself standing at the end of the bed. He found that his body was a little pale and slightly transparent. Lin Yu was shocked. It turned out that a person really did have a soul after death. This was first published on the August 1st Chinese language network. No matter what he said or did, his mother could not feel it. With the help of the nurse, his mother endured the pain and helped Lin Yu put on the shroud. Then, the caregivers moved his body onto the funeral car. His mother followed him into the car and sat next to his body. She held his hand tightly, and tears kept flowing out of her red and swollen eyes. Don't worry and go. I'll go down and accompany you immediately after I'm done here. To her, her son was her everything. Now that her son was dead, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. As soon as he heard that his mother wanted to commit suicide, Lin Yu panicked. He imitated the scene in the movies and lay down on the corpse. However, it was useless. Every time he sat up, it was only his own soul. The car soon arrived at the crematorium. After paying the fee, the staff put on some simple makeup for Lin Yu and gave his mother a number plate. Then, the crematorium staff pushed Lin Yu's body into the cremation hall. No. The moment the crematorium staff pushed his body into the crematorium, Lin Yu instantly collapsed. As his body burned, Lin Yu felt his consciousness weakening. There were countless faint spots of light on his body that scattered in all directions. His soul was also slowly fading away. At the same time, another world began to flash before his eyes. All he could see was endless darkness, mixed with bright red flames and shrill screams. Hell, this was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yu's mind. A strong sense of fear instantly swallowed him. His soul subconsciously crashed around in the air. The spots of light continued to float out of his soul, and they were moving faster and faster. The world of hell in his eyes became clearer and clearer. He could hear a mysterious hoarse voice calling out to him from below. At that moment, Lin Yu's body in the crematorium was almost completely burned out. Among the ashes, a jade-colored pendant suddenly glowed dazzlingly in the raging flames. This was left to Lin Yu by his grandfather when he passed away. He had been wearing it since he was young. When he wore his shroud, his mother deliberately did not take it off. The pendant glowed brighter and brighter. Then, it cracked with a bang. A wisp of jade-green light suddenly shot out of the pendant and attached itself to Lin Yu's soul. Then, an old voice sounded in his mind. I am your ancestor sage. From today onwards, you are my successor. You will receive my medical skills. You will help the world by practicing medicine, and help yourself and others. Then, the voice dissipated. A huge amount of information suddenly filled Lin Yu's mind. Medical skills, cultivation techniques, and some of his ancestors' traveling experiences all surged into Lin Yu's mind. Looking at the information in his mind, Lin Yu felt very excited. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. However, this excitement was fleeting. What was the use of obtaining the secret technique? He was already a dead man who was about to go to hell. As this thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, a memory about the soul resurrection technique suddenly popped up. The memory showed that through the soul resurrection technique, a person whose soul had not dissipated after death could be reborn by possessing another body. However, Lin Yu's physical body had already turned into ashes in the fire. Fortunately, there were also records about the method of resurrecting a damaged physical body. When the physical body is destroyed, turn into a ghost. Find a living body and possess it. Lin Yu gasped. This meant that if his physical body was damaged, he could only use the soul resurrection technique to become a ghost and find someone else's physical body to possess. One had to know that in human consciousness, ghosts were the embodiment of evil. Moreover, if he possessed someone else's body, wouldn't it be equivalent to robbing them of their life? While he was hesitating, Lin Yu's soul had already become fainter and fainter, leaving only an illusion. The voice in his ears also became clearer. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Looking at the corpses being pushed into the cremation hall, he suddenly had an idea. If the dead couldn't do it, then the living dead should be able to do it, right? A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the largest care center for vegetative patients in Qinghai City. Many vegetative patients had no consciousness and would never wake up for the rest of their lives. They were only alive with their bodies. Lin Yu believed that choosing such a person to possess would not be considered as killing. At first, Lin Yu went to each ward to search for a suitable body. However, he found that his consciousness was becoming fainter and fainter, and it was about to disappear. The call from hell was also becoming more and more urgent. Lin Yu had no time to think. He targeted a male vegetative patient in his 20s and chanted the soul resurrection technique. Suddenly, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and darted into the body without a care for his own safety. You can't escape. At the same time, the call in his ears suddenly turned into a shrill scream. Then, Lin Yu lost all consciousness. When Lin Yu woke up again, he only felt a strong light piercing his eyes. It took him a while to adjust to it. He looked down and saw that he was lying in a ward. Success! Lin Yu was so excited that he almost shouted. He suddenly sat up and looked at his new body. He could not wait to tear off the needle in his hand and jump off the bed. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his body staggered and fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because he had been lying down for a long time, the young man's muscles were slightly atrophied. Lin Yu staggered up and looked up at the calendar on the wall. He found that it was already the next day. He touched the bed and the wall, feeling the cold temperature on his hands. He felt like he was dreaming. He had died yesterday, and he did not expect to be resurrected today. After moving a little and adapting to his new body, he rushed out of the hospital. There was only one thing on his mind now, and that was to see his mother. At this time, the bun shop was full of people. More than a dozen punks were clamoring for Lin Yu's mother to return the money. In order to perform the surgery for Lin Yu's mother was forced to borrow more than 100,000 yuan from the loan sharks. After knowing that Lin Yu was dead, the punks could not wait to collect the debt. Don't worry, I will sell the shop in a few days. I will return the money to you when I get it. Please leave first. Lin Yu's mother pleaded with them with red and swollen eyes. She hoped that they could send them away as soon as possible. Her son had just passed away, and she did not want him to leave in peace. F***ck, how much is your broken shop worth? Your son is dead. If you run away after we leave, who are we going to ask for money from? The leader of the punks with yellow hair scolded. Don't worry, I will definitely not run away. I will return the money to you as soon as I gather enough money. No, we have to get the money today no matter what. The yellow hair was unwilling to let go. But I really have no money now. You also know that I have spent all my money to treat my son's illness. Lin Yu's mother felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. There was a hint of pleading in her hoarse voice. It's fine if you don't have money. How about this, you transfer the ownership of your broken house to us. It will be considered as paying off the debt. The yellow hair rolled his eyes and revealed his true purpose. Lin Yu's mother was slightly stunned. The house was left behind by Lin Yu's grandfather. Although it was a little old, it was in a good location. According to the current housing prices in Qinghai, it could be sold for at least 2 or 3 million yuan. They were simply robbing. New 81 Chinese network fastest update computer, but now that her son was dead, her home was gone. What was the point of keeping the house? She could pass away in peace after paying off the debt. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mother nodded in despair. Just as she was about to agree, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the door. No. Our house is worth at least a few million yuan. You are robbing us. Immediately after, Lin Yu rode his new body and rushed in hastily. F***CKU. Where did this bastard come from? It's none of your business. The yellow hair was furious. Looking at Lin Yu's hospital gown, he thought that he was a lunatic. He rushed over and raised his hand to slap Lin Yu. Lin Yu dodged subconsciously and pushed with his hand. The yellow hair was instantly sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. He drew an arc in the air and fell on the table inside with a bang. Kill him for this, daddy. The yellow hair held his chest and screamed twice. Then, he ordered the other punks to rush up and surround Lin Yu. They punched and kicked him. Lin Yu quickly raised his hand to fight back. Then, there was a series of wails in the bun shop. The punks screamed again and again. More than a dozen of them attacked together, but they didn't even touch the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. When Lin Yu's fists and kicks hit them, it was like being hit by a car. With just one punch, they were in so much pain that they couldn't get up. Lin Yu was also extremely shocked. It was said that the possessed body was extremely powerful. He didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, the movements of these people were very slow in his eyes. It was easy to dodge. Call the police. Call the police. The yellow hair was frightened by the scene in front of him. He had seen people who could fight, but he had never seen someone who could fight like this. It was simply inhuman. Hearing that they were going to call the police, Lin Yu's mother rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's hand. She said anxiously, "Young man, they are going to call the police. Hurry up and leave. I'll handle this." "Mom, what are you saying? How can I leave you behind?" Lin Yu was so happy that he was about to cry. It was great that he could still see his mother alive. Hearing how he addressed her, his mother was slightly stunned and looked at him blankly. Looking at his mother's eyes, Lin Yu instantly came to a realization. He was alive, but in a different body. His mother didn't know him at all. "I'm sorry, Auntie. Seeing you reminded me of my mother, so I couldn't help but blurt it out. Please don't mind me." Lin Yu was afraid that revealing his true identity would frighten his mother, so he quickly made up a lie. "It's okay, young man. Hurry up and leave. We can't drag you into our family's business," Lin Yu's mother said as she pushed him out. Lin Yu didn't answer. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them. The chopsticks flew towards the yellow hair. With a bang, the chopsticks nailed the yellow hair's phone, which had just dialed 110, to the wall. The yellow hair was so scared that his face turned pale. The chopsticks on the wall were only a centimeter away from his ear. If there was a slight deviation, it would be his head that was nailed to the wall. "Help! Murder! Help!" The yellow hair was so scared that he immediately screamed. There was an indescribable grievance in his voice. They obviously owed him money first. "Stop yelling. I'll return the money for Auntie Qing," Lin Yu said coldly. Since he was resurrected, these debts should be paid by him. "Young man, how can you do this? This is the first time we've met. How can I let you return the money for me?" Lin Yu's mother looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. She didn't know why, but this young man gave her a feeling of déjà vu. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yu knew her surname. Many netizens knew that her son bravely sacrificed his life for a just cause. Her name and contact information were also exposed. Many kind-hearted people wanted to send her son off, but she declined all of them. "Okay, this is what you said. Then give us the money." The yellow hair didn't care why Lin Yu was returning the money for others. As long as he could get the money, his mission would be considered completed. "Give me 3 days, Lin Yu said. The yellow hair was a little speechless. He said it so arrogantly. He thought that he would be able to take out the money immediately. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing that the yellow hair didn't speak, Lin Yu frowned. His tone was a little cold. I believe you, I believe you. But big brother, you have to tell me your name, right? Looking at Lin Yu's cold eyes, the yellow hair couldn't help but shiver. Name, that's right. I left in a hurry this morning. I didn't even have time to see this person's name. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. How about this, in 3 days, you just need to come here. I will return the money to you with interest. The reason why Lin Yu was so confident was because of his body. He thought that since this young man could live in the daycare center, no matter how ordinary his family was, he should at least be able to take out 100 or 200,000 yuan. He wanted to use the money first and return it when he made money. The yellow hair didn't dare to say much after seeing Lin Yu's skills. He was about to nod and agree when he suddenly looked outside the store, as if he was attracted by something. Lin Yu also looked outside curiously. He saw a red BMW X5 parked at the entrance. The door opened, and a pair of fair and slender legs stepped out. Then, a tall beauty wearing a white bohemian dress got out. Lin Yu also looked out curiously and saw a red BMW X5 parked at the entrance. The door opened, and a pair of fair and slender legs stepped out. Then, a tall beauty wearing a white bohemian dress got out of the car. /book/18/18289/ The beauty in the long skirt brushed her long black hair and took off her sunglasses. Her white skin and delicate face were simply stunning. The blonde and his subordinates were all stunned. Lin Yu couldn't help but be attracted. This beauty's appearance and temperament were indeed top-notch. The beauty in the long dress looked up at the bun shop, frowned slightly, and walked in quickly. /book/18/18289/ Beauty, do you want to buy some buns? What kind of filling do you want? Lin Yu could not help but blurt out. In the past, when he was helping his mother sell buns, he would always say the same thing whenever he saw someone. It had already become a conditioned reflex. What did you call me? The beauty in the long dress glanced at him coldly and said in a displeased tone. A beauty. Lin Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with the way he addressed her. He could not help but feel a little puzzled. This was the first time he had seen someone who was not willing to hear him call her beauty. The beauty in the long dress sized him up and said coldly, not bad, he Jerome. After being in a coma for 2 months, you don't even recognize your own wife. /book/18/18289/ Content reading. Seeing that the dust had finally settled, Zhu Hongxue let out a long sigh of relief. Xianxia knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I almost caused a great disaster. Your Majesty, please punish me. Xianxia said, although he is fake, he is, too real. He is more real than me in every aspect. But even so, you still believe in me deep in your hearts. This was true. In this game between the real and fake Xianxia was actually at a disadvantage at the beginning. No matter which aspect of the evidence was against him. But everyone kept giving Xianxia a chance, always looking for reasons for him to prove himself and find evidence of the fake Xianxia. Just as Xianxia said, deep in their hearts, they wanted Xianxia to be real. Perhaps this was a kind of intuition. From now on, this Great Pyramid is an absolute forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter except Your Majesty. Xianxia said, we used the nightmare stone here to build this door. Your Majesty, please reset the password and the fingerprint. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He went directly to the door and reset the password and fingerprint. From now on, only he could enter and exit. Imprison him and treat him. Don't let him die. Xianxia pointed at the fake Xianxia. Yes. After leaving the Great Pyramid, Xianxia and the others returned to the Diqian Palace. Your Excellencies Xianxia, where did you find this fake Xianxia? Xianxia said, on the edge of the Great Desert. He came from the west. From the west? The 10,000-mile Great Desert was already very far to the west. Where was that? This was a round planet. If one went east from the Eastern Empire, they would reach the Xiluan Empire. If one went east from the Xiluan Empire, it was unknown. When the Fire God sect evacuated from the Xiluan Empire, they went east to a completely unknown place. To the west of the Eastern Empire were the countries of the western regions. To the west of the countries of the western regions was the Great Desert. In other words, from the geography of this planet, the west side of the Great Desert was actually quite close to the Xiluan Empire. Perhaps there was an unknown land in between. According to this route, the fake Xianlang seemed to have come from that unknown place. To be honest, even now, I still can't find any flaws in him. Xianxia sighed and said, no matter how you look at it, he's exactly the same as His Majesty Xianlang. He also has all the memories of the past, even if it's something that only you and I know. For example, I brought you out of Qian capital and headed to the Great Calamity Palace. I tested him very subtly, and he responded correctly. Or rather, when I first saw him, I really didn't suspect him. Not to mention Xianxia, even Xianlang himself couldn't see any flaws. Really, whether it was the look in his eyes, his body structure, or his temperament, he was exactly the same as Xianlang. It was reckoned that only Xianlang's wife and children would be able to distinguish it. This was because Yaoxiao had once taught Xinmi about the emotional resonance between family members. This was a very mysterious thing that was hard to grasp. Your Majesty, there's another piece of bad news, Pavilion Masters Xianxia said. Xianlang said, has the dark power of the Jiangli Empire started to spread? Your Majesty is wise. Xianxia said, the great Emperor of Darkness Jiang absorbs the energy of the Earth's core through a special method and builds the Hell Crystal Dome energy shield. Wherever the Hell Probe is built, the Hell Crystal Dome energy shield will be built, and that's where his ruling power will be. That was indeed the case. That was why Xianlang had never thought of developing his power in the Jiang Empire, even if many people were loyal to him. The Black Water Station commander of Tiannan City and the 1,000 people under him had never seen Xianlang, but after learning the truth of the world, they all died for Xianlang. Therefore, it seemed that as long as Xianlang could prove himself and reveal the truth, he would be able to regain the loyalty of the people of the Jiang Empire. But that wasn't the case, because the entire Jiang Empire was completely in the hands of the ancient humans under Jiangli. As long as one was within the energy shield, it was his absolute home ground. In this area, he was almost like a god, absolutely invincible. Back in the North Pole, he had only controlled the power of the entire North Pole, but he was already so powerful that even a mission of the White Jade Capital Empress level was directly destroyed by him. Now that he had practically ruled over half of the planet, he was even more invincible. Originally, Jiang Li's devouring of the world's core was fast and meticulous, basically not wasting any energy, and he wasn't in a hurry to expand. This was because there was a balance involved. Building the energy shield required energy, and maintaining the ecosystem within the energy shield also required energy. Therefore, once a domed city was built, the gains must be greater than the costs. And the Great Desert, which spanned 130 million square kilometers, was already considered a dead place. The energy underground was already relatively depleted, and devouring energy here was not worth it. Instead of piercing the probes into the ground to devour energy, it was better to directly build the domed city in the sea and pierce the probes of hell into the depths of the sea. Previously, although the Darkness Empire kept sending people to investigate Mojing, they didn't have any intention of launching a large-scale attack. But this time, I realized that the Darkness Empire has already begun to surround us, Xianxia said. There are huge probes in the north that are piercing into the ground of the desert. Wherever the probes of hell go, the hell crystals will envelop the area, and that is where Jiangli exerts his divine power. Clearly, the appearance of Xianlang had accelerated the pace of Mojing's destruction by Jiangli. When the Sky-Sea Pavilion discovered this ancient relic, we obtained many ancient weapons, especially in terms of the transformation of bloodlines and the transformation of life forms. They have all improved by leaps and bounds. Pavilion Masters Xianxia said, therefore, all the warriors under the Sky-Sea Pavilion's command have received a shocking increase in their martial prowess. But there is one thing. We can't use or activate all the ancient weapons here because we don't have the authority to do so. Ninghan said, that's why we are so eager for your Majesty Xianlang to return. We believe that you will have the authority. Xianlang thought for a while and said, I have to go inside the Great Pyramid again. Yes. Xianxia said. Princess Ninghan said, Your Majesty, don't forget that you will officially ascend the throne in an hour's court meeting. I know that you may not want to, but this is very important. Xianxia once again entered the Great Pyramid. This time, there was no need to write the word dragon because he had already activated the authority. He only needed to walk directly into the screen wall. That's right, this screen wall was just a special energy light shadow, not a physical existence. Welcome, respected mid-level commander. A voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. This was not a human voice, but more like an energy life form. She had said it very clearly, mid-level commander. Xianxia closed his eyes, released all his spirit, and entered the realm of dragon enlightenment. So comfortable. In an instant, endless spirit power flowed into his brain, and the previously consumed spirit power was immediately replenished. May I ask what authority do I have? Xianxia asked. You are using mid-level authority. The energy life form said, the control center of this city-state has a total of 19,999 authorities. You have 19,900 of them. This sounded shocking. As a mid-level commander, he only had 99 authorities left that he couldn't have. But Xianxia knew that all the strategic level authorities were the last few. Xianxia said, I can enter the dragon's vision? Inspecting the entire Great Desert? The energy life form said, our authority is only in the 9th city-state, a total of 1.3 million square kilometers. Of course, now that all the remaining city-states have been destroyed, we have automatically obtained the authority to inspect the entire empire. However, it requires a certain amount of energy. Do you want to continue? Xianxia said, continue. Yes, enter the dragon's vision, the energy life form said. In an instant, the scene in front of Xianxia completely changed. It was as if he had become a giant dragon soaring in the sky, able to see the entire Great Desert. Of course, Xianxia knew that all of this was achieved through the sky-gazing totem's 2 eyes. But this feeling was too miraculous. Xianxia's spirit seemed to be flying above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire Great Desert. However, it was a pity that there weren't many different sceneries. It was just an infinite repetition of the endless desert without any signs of life. The entire Great Desert, a total of 1.3 million square kilometers, was once a powerful ancient empire, but it was destroyed during the Great Nirvana Apocalypse. Therefore, it had experienced 2 eras of destruction. And this lucky survivor, Mo Jing, was called the 9th city-state, with a total of 1.3 million square kilometers. Of course, most of it had been reduced to ruins, with a surface area of less than 30,000 square kilometers. But it really wasn't easy. It was unknown what it relied on to survive until today. The other city-states had already been destroyed 50 years ago. Xianxia's vision kept looking north, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, then he saw it. It was a shocking scene. The incomparable heaven-piercing probe was taller than the tallest mountain in the world, and it seemed to be alive. Pooh! Pooh! One by one, it pierced into the Great Desert. After piercing in, everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers of the probe changed. The Great Desert, which was originally yellow and red, instantly turned into a strange blue. The entire ground was completely frozen. Even though this was a desert, there wasn't much water left. A shocking cold air came, and then snow started falling from the sky. The Jiangli Empire was using this method to continuously spread south. He wasn't surrounding the demonic crystals, but directly building a hell crystal tunnel. This scene was really like the spread of the undead in World of Warcraft, or the spread of the Zerg in StarCraft. But it wasn't as disgusting, and it was very beautiful. Wherever the Jiangli Empire spread to, the world would turn blue, the sky would snow, and the temperature would plummet. It was very beautiful. Xianxia calculated quickly. The Jiangli Empire was still about 20,000 miles away from Mojing, but at this speed, it would take at most 3 months to reach Mojing. It was spreading at a speed of 200 miles a day. And every time the probe went down, it meant a fortress. It meant that Jiangli's claws could reach everywhere. Xianxia asked, once the enemy's claws spread to Mojing, with our energy, what are our chances of winning? The energy life form said, 0. Xianxia was stunned. So sure? The energy life form said, the energy under the Empire's land has been completely exhausted. The 9th city-state, out of 1,300,000 square kilometers, is only left with 39,000 square kilometers. The energy of this land can barely maintain the operation of the ninth city-state. And the enemy has almost half of the world, almost 200 million square kilometers of land energy, about 10,000 times more than us, so there is no chance of winning. There was a lot of information in this sentence. Xianxia said, please analyze the operating method of the ninth city. A moment later, Xianxia saw the operating principle of Mojing. It was really familiar. Just from the blueprint, it was almost the same as the domed city of the Jiangli Empire. This huge pyramid was taller than a mountain, but the exposed part was like the tip of an iceberg. It was even deeper underground, piercing deep into the Earth's mantle. Countless energy tentacles reached deep into the Earth's core. This pyramid was also devouring the energy of the Earth's core and mantle. The same evil, the same overdraft of the planet's vitality. No wonder the great desolate desert had died so thoroughly. All of its life force, all of its energy, had been devoured cleanly. It had become an absolute death zone. And this Mojing, the ninth city of the ancient empire, could be said to be struggling at death's door. The operation of the Jiangli Empire's cities might have been based on the ancient empires, but because its main energy was the hell crystal, the entire world was ice and blue. Xianxia said, you devoured all the vitality of the earth, causing the destruction of the entire empire, causing this land to die completely. Why? No wonder Xianxia thought the desert looked like the surface of Mars. It was reddish-brown, and more complete than Mars. At least Mars had mountains and valleys. Mars was what the planet looked like after it died, and the Great Desert was what the world looked like after it died. So this world was too ironic. The so-called land of hope, the land of light, was actually a completely dead place. Although the Jiangli Empire was heading towards death, at least it was not completely dead. The energy lifeform said, our development of the Earth was originally in a relatively balanced state. Even if we overdraft it, we could use the planet's gravity and solar storms to make up for it. But because of the arrival of the Great Nirvana, we had no choice but to build an unprecedented energy shield in an attempt to defend against the sun's counterattack before its death. But, we still failed. We couldn't defend against it at all. The energy shield that we constructed using the life energy of 1.3 square kilometers of land was instantly annihilated. The energy shield was destroyed, and the ancient empire's humans inside naturally died as well. Most of their cities were also destroyed in the Great Nirvana, and the remaining parts were turned into yellow sand by the baptism of time. Then how did the ninth city survive until now? The destruction of the ancient empire might have given Jiangli an absolute negative example. It was completely impossible to use the energy barrier to resist the attack of the sun. Thus, he only had one thought, and that was to devour all the energy of the entire planet and lead the surviving souls of this world to leave. Xianxia said, I still have 99 privileges. I can't unlock them? Yes. The energy lifeform said. Xianxia said, then what about one of the privileges that I'm very interested in? The energy lifeform said, life modification, biological modification. Xianxia said, then what's the highest privilege that this pyramid has? The energy lifeform said, gaze of God. Xianxia said, what does that mean? The energy lifeform said, you can control the eyes of the totem. With one glance, all life forms will turn to stone. So it was like that. This was Queen Medusa's ultimate skill, a godly spiritual technique that she mastered. But this miracle spiritual technique was later stolen by Xianxia. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful spiritual technique in this pyramid. It was unimaginable. Once the Jiangli Empire's army attacked, Xianxia only needed to glance at them and they would all turn to stone. How shocking would that be? Xianxia said, then what's the highest privilege and weapon that I can currently wield? The energy lifeform said, energy dragon cannon. Energy dragon cannon? Instantly, a huge statue appeared in front of Xianxia. This was an ancient cannon, but it was sculpted into the shape of a dragon. Its open mouth was the cannon's mouth. This was probably the ancient empire's superweapon. Xianxia said, is it like firing a regret of the dragon every time we fire a cannon? As he explained, he displayed the scene of the explosion of the regret of the dragon. This was the beauty of the dragon's comprehension text. With just one word, it could completely display the explosion theory and power of the regret of the dragon. Yes, it's very similar, the energy life form said. Xianxia said, how many dragon cannons does the current Mojing, which is the ninth city? The energy life form said, there are a total of 9, but only one is left. Xianxia said, can I activate all of the weapons below the energy dragon cannon level? Yes, the energy life form said. The energy life form replied, however, that would cause even greater losses to the little energy we have left. Xianxia said, how can I obtain the highest privilege of this sky-gazing totem? God's gaze? The energy life form said, according to what you said, it's to grasp high-tier dragon's comprehension. Xianxia said, then where can I grasp it? The energy life form said, I'm very sorry, but I don't have the relevant knowledge. Xianxia said, if I look directly into the eyes of the sky-gazing totem, would I be able to obtain high-tier dragons? Comprehension? The energy life form said, I'm very sorry, but this question is beyond your authority, as well as mine. It was almost 6 a.m., and the imperial court was about to begin. Xianxia exited the dragon's comprehension state. He was still inside the pyramid, still inside the screen wall. His entire being was brimming with energy. All of the mental energy he had expended earlier had been completely replenished. It could be said that his gains were huge. It meant that Xianxia had grasped all of the authority in this city. The existence of this ancient city was actually very dishonorable, but it was indeed very powerful. Once Xianxia grasped the highest authority of the sky-gazing totem, then in the Great Desert, Xianxia might have the ability to fight against Jiangli. 6 a.m., Xianxia, who was wearing a dragon robe and a crown, officially appeared in the imperial palace. Hundreds of civil and military officials kowtowed in unison. The hundreds of thousands of citizens outside all knelt down and kowtowed. They hadn't slept the entire night just for today. After waiting for 29 years, this day had finally arrived. The incomparably powerful Emperor Xianxia, who had created miracles, had finally returned. Finally, there was no longer a need to despair. Light finally appeared in the dark sky. The sky was about to brighten. Emperor, long live, long live, long live. Emperor, long live, long live, long live. Amidst the cheers, Xianxia finally ascended to the throne. It was still called the Great Qian Empire, but it was no longer the Jiang dynasty. Instead, it was the Shen dynasty. This moment had been delayed for an entire 30 years. When Xianxia defeated Great Yan's emperor, he should have ascended to the throne. However, he didn't. Back then, the empire belonged to the Jiang clan. It was inherited from Jiangli. Now, the Great Qian Empire belonged to Xianxia, even though he didn't want it at all. However, the hundreds of thousands of people needed it. In fact, it was their only goal in surviving. The entire ascension ceremony was grand and solemn. It lasted for a total of 6 hours. The ceremony was very orthodox, completely following the rules of the history books. It was more important to have a sense of ceremony at a time like this. However, I will not mention all of them here. Afternoon, Princess Ninghan once again arrived in front of Xianxia's room. Your Majesty, has the show you spoke of ended? Ninghan asked, have you won? Jiangli said 3 days had passed. Only half of the time had passed, but the game between Xianxia and Jiangli seemed to have ended. Xianxia seemed to have already won. The impersonator who had snuck in had already been captured. Xianxia replied, no. The show is only halfway through. It hasn't ended yet. Even though I feel that I will definitely win, I haven't won yet. Who was the fake Xianxia? Jiangli had said that he had only sent 1 impersonator, so it had to be 1, not 2. The fake Xianxia? Was it an imposter? Jiangli said that if the imposter was not exposed and captured within 3 days, the entire Mojing would be destroyed. However, it seemed like everything was going well. Xianxia had obtained the Skygazer Totem's authority and could monitor the entire Great Desert at any time. Moreover, he could fire the energy dragon cannons, even though he hadn't unlocked the highest authority. However, Xianxia's power had been extended countless times. At least for now, he didn't see any danger of Mojing being destroyed. Jiangli's hell crystal was spreading southward. The giant needles kept piercing into the Great Desert. Once it neared Mojing, it would become Jiangli's home ground. He would have the power of a god. However, that would only happen a few months later. Also, this fake Xianxia was very strange. he didn't have any flaws. Even in the spiritual world, he was filled with a strong desire to fight and a sense of justice. He seemed to be fighting for justice, wanting to defeat Xianlang and turn Xianlang into an impostor. Your Majesty, even though you have the authority to control the Mojing pyramid, you are still an outsider, right? Princess Ninghan asked. Xianlang replied, yes, I am a human, so I am an outsider. On the contrary, you are one of its own. Otherwise, Queen Medusa wouldn't have shown you the entrance to the ancient relic, and you wouldn't have changed your body. Up until now, only Ninghan had found the entrance to Mojing. Everyone had to be led by her before they could enter, including Xianxia and Xianlang. Therefore, to this city, Ninghan was one of their own. Because the Lost Empire's Medusa royal family and the ancient empire's heaven-gazing totem both had human faces and snake bodies. To a certain extent, they were of the same race. Princess Ninghan said, when Queen Medusa and I met eyes, my brain seemed to explode. I didn't know anything. Actually, Xianlang was similar. He could only accept very small amounts of information and didn't understand the rest. Princess Ninghan said, but after changing bodies, the unknown information became clear in an instant. Xianlang said, because this body is of the same race as the Lost Empire, the same race as Medusa. Princess Ninghan said, and the Medusa race seems to be able to share this spiritual knowledge with humans through a very special method. Xianlang understood immediately. Back then, Xianxia had conquered Queen Medusa's heart and obtained all of her abilities, including God's gaze. Princess Ninghan said, this should be a kind of marriage alliance. You and I were once engaged by my father, Ning Yuanxian and Jiangli. This engagement can be annulled. But in order for you to better rule Mojing, and to better control the power and authority of this city, I think we can unite by marriage, and then share my spiritual power in a sacred and intimate way. Of course, it is a one-sided sharing. I will give everything to you, and you don't need to share any information with me. Xianlang said, it's a fusion of the mind, right? Yes. Princess Ninghan said, at the very least, you need to know the entrance to this city. I can't keep this secret to myself. And that was not all. Xianlang once asked if he could look into the heaven-gazing totem's eyes and learn the high-level dragon perception. But the pyramid's energy life form said it couldn't tell him because Xianlang didn't have enough authority. He was a pure human, an outsider, but he had the dragon perception. After Princess Ninghan changed her body, she formed some kind of fate with Queen Medusa. So to this city, she was like one of their own, but she didn't know the dragon perception. So, once Xianlang and Princess Ninghan got married, in a sense, it would be a marriage alliance between the two races. That way, once Xianlang obtained Princess Ninghan's spiritual power about the Medusa race, his authority could be increased. Maybe it would help him with the high-level dragon perception. At least, that was how Crown Prince Xianxia got all of Queen Medusa's knowledge and abilities. Xianlang said, is it just a spiritual integration, or? Princess Ninghan said, if you don't mind, I am willing to have children. Mind the hatred towards Princess Ninghan, still a little. Xianlang wasn't a generous person. It was impossible for him to be completely forgiving. But, since he couldn't kill her, then, marry her? Xianlang said, okay, if you don't mind, we can have the wedding anytime. Princess Ninghan said, yes, Your Majesty. I'll go prepare now. That night, Xianlang officially married Princess Ninghan and married her as the imperial noble consort of the Great Qian Empire. Note, I've finally finished writing. I have to get up early tomorrow and go on a long journey. My lords, if there are any monthly votes, please bestow them to me. Kowtow and thank you, long live. Benefactor. Princess Ninghan sat in front of the mirror while Zhu Ning helped her with her makeup. Sister Ninghan, I'm a few years younger than you, but now I look as old as my mother, Princess Ning said with a smile. And you're still as young as you were decades ago. You've even completely changed your appearance. It's really enviable. Princess Ninghan didn't answer, nor did she comfort her. Perhaps Zhu Ning used to be fake strong and weak, needing others to comfort her, but now she didn't need it at all. Zhu Ning, you should be halfway through your life. Do you have any regrets? Ninghan asked. Regret? Zhu Ning hesitated for a moment. On the surface, the stronger one was, the less likely they were to express regret. But how could one live without regrets? Regret were also an important part of life. A little regret, Zhu said. There was once a beautiful marriage in front of me, but I missed it because of my arrogance and prejudice. Now that I think about it, Jin Muzong is probably the best man I've ever met. He's kind enough and interesting. There are too few men in the world who can meet these two conditions. Princess Ninghan said, "You said he wasn't handsome enough." "Yes," Zhu said, "which young man can really overcome the barrier of appearance? Besides, Jin Muzong will become more handsome in the future. I really had eyes but failed to see. It seems that every fat man has potential." Then Zhu smiled. "This reminds me of that saying. Yesterday I ignored him, but today I'm not worthy of him." Zhu could say such self-deprecating words so casually. It could be seen that her heart was really strong. "Did you like Jin Muzong at the time?" Princess Ninghan asked. Zhu said, "At that time, I liked his soul, not his body. He's really a very interesting person." He was already interesting, and after being trained by Xianxia, he became even more interesting. The most important thing is that he likes me enough. This is too important. Of course, it's too late to say anything now. His child has already grown up. Princess Ninghan said, "Then do you hate Xianxia now?" Zhu said, "Not at all. Actually, when he tried to matchmake me with Jin Muzong, although it had something to do with politics, he still loved his brother-in-law, Jin Muzong, and wanted to find a good wife for him. He thought that I would be interesting enough, but he was wrong about me. I was just pretending to be elegant at that time." Then Zhu asked, "You used to hate Xianxia to the core. What about now?" It was interesting to say that when the two women were in private, they would directly call Xianxia by his name without adding any honorifics. This wasn't because they weren't loyal to Xianxia in the depths of their hearts, but because public affairs were public affairs and private affairs were private affairs. On the public side, Princess Ninghan and Zhu were, of course, completely loyal to Xianxia, treating him as the supreme ruler of the human world. But in private, the two of them couldn't get rid of their strong and complicated feelings towards Xianxia. Princess Ninghan thought for a while and said, "I should still hate him. He's too much of a bastard, too arrogant, always insisting that he's right, sticking to himself, and never changing his tune." Princess Ninghan had actually tried to have a heart-to-heart with Xianxia. At that time, she had asked Xianxia, "Are you sure that the cause you insist on is just? Was His Majesty Jiangli really as glorious and righteous as the legends said?" At that time, Princess Ninghan had indeed tried to have a deep conversation with Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia had only said that he didn't care. He only had one goal, and that was revenge. There was no enmity in the world, and he didn't forget his original intention. Or to put it more bluntly, he didn't care whether it was righteous or not. Let him get his revenge first and clean up his list of enemies first. When he was satisfied, he would talk to me about justice and right. Zhu said, "But his love for the people of the world is the purest, without any ulterior motives or impurities." Princess Ninghan said, "So there's a saying that is very true, you can't choose your own king. The one that God has given you may already be the best." Zhu said, "Then about marrying Xianxia, are you happy?" Princess Ninghan said, "Mixed feelings, thousands of complicated feelings." Zhu said, "Then do you like him? Do you love him?" Princess Ninghan said, "I used to hate him to the core, and that was enough. Just this point alone made him the only man in my heart. And when he was just born, I was ruined by him. Now that there's a result, I'm still happy. So I hate him to the core, but there's a fine line between love and hate, so I can't figure it out." After Princess Ninghan finished dressing up, Zhu Yong's sister, who used to be Ning Yuanxian's queen, came in and led her bride out. She was also old, with a head full of white hair, but her face could still be considered smooth and graceful. When she married Ning Yuanxian, she was proud and arrogant. She looked down on Ning Yuanxian, who knelt down and surrendered, from the bottom of her heart. But in the end, Ning Yuanxian stood up. His broken waist straightened again, and he ended the marriage with Queen Zhu. This Queen Zhu, should be called Queen Zhu. She was unhappy all her life, and after she was sent home, she lost all her spiritual support. Suddenly, she found that she had nothing when she returned to her family. Her husband, Ning Yuanxian, whose dignity she had trampled on, turned out to be her only one, because she didn't even have half a child. But after the upheaval in the Arctic, Queen Zhu found a pillar to live on. That was to live on, to live on. When the world was saved again, she wanted to see her husband, Ning Yuanxian, again. No apology, no renewal of previous fate, just a meeting. Child, you're very lucky. Queen Zhu said, when you got married, at least you were sensible. And your man became really strong, and you can totally look up to him. Then, Queen Zhu took Princess Ninghan's hand and walked towards the front hall. The wedding ceremony between Xianlang and Princess Ninghan was very formal. To be precise, it was a concubine ceremony. Everything was done according to the rules in the book, and it was completely meticulous. But there were only a few hundred people who attended the ceremony. For a few hours. The ceremony of Xianlang taking Princess Ninghan as his concubine officially ended. She was sent into the bridal room, inside the bridal room. This place was completely remodeled. It wasn't a ghost city, but it was somewhat similar. It was a very spiritual space, and in the ancient empire, this was the bridal room for newlyweds. This ancient empire was the same as the Lost Empire, and they paid great attention to spiritual integration, which was far more important than physical intimacy. And this kind of spiritual integration was a huge improvement for both parties. This made Xianlang think of something. Was the Lost Empire a survivor of the ancient empire after the Great Nimi War? Because they entered the sea to develop their civilization. Or was the Lost Empire the same civilization as the ancient empire in the Great Desert, except that one chose to live on land, and the other chose to live elsewhere? Please. Please. This bridal room was actually a gigantic coffin? There were all kinds of runes engraved inside, and countless crystals were embedded. This coffin was actually similar to the ghost coffin that Gang Yi brought to Stupa Mountain, but it was much larger and more mysterious. Gang Yi's ghost coffin might be a knockoff. Xianlang and Princess Ninghan walked into this gigantic energy coffin. This really was like a ghost city. After entering, it was as if they had arrived in a dark void. There was no sense of space, north, south, east, or west. It was as if they couldn't feel their own bodies, only their souls. But it was different from the ghost city, and it wasn't as gloomy and terrifying. If he wasn't wrong, the so-called ghost city's original form was this gigantic coffin of the ancient empire, but it had undergone some changes. All the spiritual sharing and integration was carried out in the gigantic ghost coffin. For a husband and wife, perhaps the most eternal and sacred thing was to die together in the same coffin. Princess Ninghan removed all her spiritual defenses, and opened up all her thoughts, memories, knowledge, will, perception, and so on. To a certain extent, this was very unfair, because it was a one-sided opening. This meant that she had no secrets from Xianlang. She even felt like a tool. Could it be that everything that happened in the Devil's Triangle all those years ago was for this day? Was her, Ninghan, only a tool to convey information to Xianlang? Your Majesty Xianlang, when we met near Raging Tide City, I asked you a few questions. Can you guarantee that the path you're taking is definitely correct? Is the cause you're undertaking definitely righteous? Ninghan asked, how did you feel when you heard that? Xianlang thought for a moment and said, I pondered deeply in my heart, but I acted disdainful on the surface. What's more, you're actually right. Princess Ninghan said, back then, Great Yan's emperor and a few transcendent factions attacked Jiangli together. Perhaps they had their own ambitions for power. However, in the end, they still wanted to suppress his path to liberate the ancient civilization. This was because my teacher, Xianxia, and Great Yan's emperor could see the great risks involved. However, in terms of verbal reasoning, Jiang Li's words were indeed righteous. Therefore, I must tell you that we worked together to destroy Jiangli more than 30 years ago. Although we were selfish, we also believed that it was right and righteous. Xianlang asked, do you want me to apologize to you now? There's no need. Princess Ninghan said, your words have already moved me greatly. Let's begin. Then, the consciousness-sharing ceremony officially began. Ninghan released all of her memories to Xianlang without reservation. Xianlang's soul tentacles entered Ninghan's mind without any resistance. Instantly, countless pieces of information swarmed into her mind. First and foremost was the entrance to Emojing. The mental data was enormous. This was because it was made up of countless spatial tunnels that were constantly changing. This was actually similar to the method of entering the Devil's Triangle. However, Emojing was more mysterious and powerful. The defense of the Devil's Triangle was not strong enough. There were people who could force their way through the dark fog and evade the whirlpools, tornadoes, and lightning. And this Emojing could only fly in through the mysterious and ever-changing spatial tunnels. Otherwise, even if they flew to the end of the world, they would only be flying in circles above the Great Desert. Next, the mental memories that Princess Ninghan released were all about human modification, life modification, bloodline modification, and so on. The mental information in this area was also enormous, occupying almost a third of Ninghan's mind. And the life modification involved thousands of creatures that could be transformed into powerful fighting beasts. Just the aerial army alone had hundreds of them. In this mental information, even the ultrasonic flying beasts and lightning flying snakes were only mid-level fighting beasts. Not only that, it also mentioned related plans for the breeding of giant dragons. Of course, in the enlightenment of dragons, Xianxia had already seen the birth and history of giant dragons, but that was the evolution of energy. And in this mental information, it was flat and straightforward. Standing at the level of the ancient empire, it described whether it was possible to create the most powerful war beast in history, giant dragons. It mentioned the dragon god, which was also an absolute taboo in the ancient empire. Xianxia noticed that the text information in Ninghan's mental memories was very complicated. There was the language of the lost empire, and also the language of the ancient empire. These were not special characters of the enlightenment of dragons. But some of the key information were all special characters of the enlightenment of dragons. And Princess Ninghan did not understand the enlightenment of dragons, so this secret information was still like a heavenly book to her. In other words, she was only a passer of information. Xianxia could be considered a very gentleman. He only explored and understood the key information. As for Ninghan's memories, privacy, and so on, he did not touch anything. Then, he left the room. Finally handed it over, Princess Ninghan said. Princess Ninghan said, "This information is very important, but in my mind, it really feels like a fishbone stuck in my throat. Now, it is finally not a burden on me. I can be myself with peace of mind and fight. These responsibilities are all handed over to you." Xianxia said, "Thank you." Princess Ninghan said, "Is it useful?" Xianxia said, "Some of the information is very important. Especially in this memory, there is a complete set of the language of the ancient empire. This is very useful. The enlightenment of dragons is a very advanced way of energy exchange, and daily communication still needs to use the language of the ancient empire. You may be the only backup." From this information, Xianxia seemed to come to a conclusion. In the ancient empire, there was a plan to steal the dragon god's fragment and create the dragon god of war. But in these records, there was no mention of success. But in the ancient empire, Xianxia actually succeeded? Speaking of which, he was really amazing. He gathered almost all the best people in the world to work for him. So, whether in the ancient empire or now, the dragon god was still the highest strategic force. "Your Majesty, should I go out or stay?" Princess Ninghan asked. Xianxia said, "Are you ready?" Princess Ninghan said, "What's there to prepare for? Just close your eyes, clench your fist, and it will pass quickly." Night fell. "Your Majesty, another day has passed," Ninghan said. He was reminding Xianxia that 2 of the 3 days had passed. According to what Xianxia said, the game between him and Jiangli was not over yet, so he had to hurry. "Your Majesty, can you tell me the specifics?" Ninghan asked. Xianxia said, "Great Emperor Jiang of Darkness has an impostor hiding in Mojing. Give me a total of 3 days to ferret him out. Otherwise, Mojing will be doomed. This is the first game between him and me, and the price is the entire Mojing, the last city of hope for humanity. The last territory of the Deqian Empire. Can it be the city of hope for humanity?" Princess Ninghan asked. Xianxia said, "Although it is not as strong as the Jiangli Empire, it is the only one that can rival the mysterious base. As long as it has enough energy, and I have enough authority, the power of this sky-gazing totem is endless, and it can even fight against Jiangli. At least it can completely stop Jiangli's army from invading, because Jiangli himself cannot leave the North Pole. Imposter? Princess Ninghan said, this person in disguise is a spy sent by Jiangli. If I'm not wrong, this person might be an ancient human, because they can change into anyone. Also, there is the person whose soul has been taken. This person has a body of flesh and blood, and is even more flawless. Yes. Ninghan said, according to normal thinking, the fake Shenlang is the imposter, because he really has no flaws. At that time, 99% of my rationality told me that he is real, and you are fake. Only that 1% of my emotions told me that you are real, and he is fake. Shenlang said, it's not that simple, or it wouldn't be Jiangli. Princess Ninghan said, the person whose soul has been taken can't detect it at all? Shenlang said, it depends on the soul. If the person's soul is wrapped in a hell crystal, then I might be able to detect it after I enter the realm of dragon perception. Once it enters the ghost city, I will definitely be able to detect it. Princess Ninghan was silent for a moment, then said, then is there anyone among us who has the energy of hell crystal? Shenlang shook his head, it's just a coincidence, not a single one. Princess Ninghan said, so, this imposter is almost impossible to detect? If he isn't the fake Shenlang. Shenlang said, yes, if things develop normally, he won't be detected at all. Ninghan said, at least this hateful woman, is still trustworthy, not the imposter, right? Shenlang said, yes, you are not. If you have any orders, please let me know. But I won't ask about what happens next. Princess Ninghan said, everything will be carried out in secret according to your will, but the imposter must be detected, or the consequences will be unthinkable. Shenlang nodded. That was indeed the case. They had to uncover the imposter. Otherwise, he would lose the first game with Jiangli. Moreover, Jiangli's undercover agent had been staying in the desert capital city all this while. He was even by Shenlang's side. This was too much to bear. Has the fake Shenlang woken up? No, Princess Ninghan said, but I believe you have a way to wake him up and interrogate him. He is imprisoned in the deepest underground dungeon of the palace. Shenlang thought for a moment, then said, no need. Next, Ninghan helped Shenlang bathe and change his clothes. Throughout the entire process, Shenlang had been wearing a bracelet on his wrist, and there was a pearl on it. This was the Hell Soul Bead, containing the souls of more than a dozen ancient humans, including Jiang Qin, who were wrapped in hell crystals. The hell crystals were too terrifying, too fatal. They were the energy source of the Jiangli Empire, and they were almost invincible. Only Shenlang could suppress them with his dragon's enlightenment. Otherwise, once they spread, the consequences would be unthinkable. It could continuously devour and grow stronger. Even a tiny bit of hell crystal could eventually devour the entire sea of lava. Therefore, Shenlang always carried the Hell Soul Bead with him. Baby, Daddy has a concubine. Is that considered a scumbag? Shenlang asked. Shenmi thought for a moment, then said, compared to normal men, of course. But for an emperor, you are already very restrained. Shenlang couldn't help but pat her little head, saying, Daddy's princess, even your logic is so accurate. Speaking of which, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, after the North Pole changed, Shenlang's family was imprisoned separately, and most of the time, they were sealed in ice. Therefore, time did not seem to have left much of a mark on Shenmi's face. She looked like she was not even 20 years old. I was imprisoned with my mother. Do you know what she said before she was sealed in ice? Shenmi said. Shenlang, what did she say? Actually, he could guess what Binger said. Shenmi said, Mother said to quickly freeze, so that after a few decades, when I wake up, I will still be young and beautiful, and won't be despised by the young master. This sounded like something Binger would say. Shenlang looked at his daughter, thinking of his other family members. Especially Ning Yuanxian. He was so old, was he still alive? He had to find this imposter. He had to win this first game against Jiangli. He had to win. Shenlang's brain worked quickly, thinking. He weighed the risks, the probability of success, and so on. Shen Lang came in front of a few important officials, especially Princess Ninghan, and said, "Next, I want to look at this Skygazer totem." In the control core of the screen wall, Shen Lang had asked if he could look at the Skygazer totem's eyes, and if he could reach a higher level of dragon enlightenment. That energy life form said that Shen Lang didn't have the authority to know, and she didn't have the authority to answer. However, this Skygazer totem's gaze of God could instantly turn countless enemies into stone. This was a high-level attack that could only be unlocked with a higher level of dragon enlightenment. Moreover, Shen Lang believed that by looking at this Skygazer totem, he would definitely be able to obtain important secrets and information. At that time, Princess Ninghan had looked at the Medusa statue's eyes, and that was how she discovered this Mo-Jing, and obtained so many ancient secrets. And what Shen Lang wanted the most was a higher level of dragon enlightenment. Another urgent matter was to find the imposter. If he didn't find him, Mo-Jing would really be in danger. The game between him and Jiangli would be decided tonight. After hearing Shen Lang's words, a few important officials bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Shen Lang said, "Therefore, from now on, everyone in Mo-Jing is to return to their rooms to sleep. No one is allowed to take even half a step outside. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot." "Yes, Your Majesty." Following Shen Lang's order, the entire Mo-Jing was under curfew. At 9 o'clock at night, not a single person could be seen on the streets or in the plaza. Everyone, including the entire army, entered their rooms to sleep. No one was an exception, including Zhou Xi, Ning Han, and Zhu Hongxue. In the huge Mo-Jing, only Shen Lang was left outside. He stood under the giant pyramid and was silent for a moment. He looked up at the Skygazer totem at the top of the pyramid. "Were you once alive? Did you just turn into a fossil?" In the ancient empire, this was the totem of the entire human empire. The ancient ruins of Mt Vajra were built to worship this human-faced snake totem, which was close to a demigod. The highest secret of the ancient empire should be in his mind, in his eyes. "If I look you in the eyes, what key information can I get?" Empress Medusa relied on her eyes to pass on the legacy of the entire lost empire. She even made a sea monster gain intelligence and built the second lost empire. With the help of an ancient armor, Shen Lang slowly floated into the air and flew into the sky. This pyramid was too tall, like a mountain. The Skygazer totem stood at the top of the pyramid, looking up at the sky. No one had ever dared to look him in the eyes. Its size was almost comparable to a giant dragon. The closer he flew, the smaller he felt. He felt an unprecedented pressure. After a few minutes, Shen Lang finally flew to the top of the Skygazer totem's head. His eyes were so huge that Shen Lang needed to be far away to look him in the eye. He had found the right location. Shen Lang took a deep breath. "Are you ready? Skygazer totem, what can you give me? Can you give me high-level dragon enlightenment? I don't dare to do anything, but at least you can help me find that impersonator, right?" After taking 3 breaths, Shen Lang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Skygazer totem's eyes. In an instant, the Skygazer totem, which had been releasing a bright light that illuminated the entire Mo capital, dimmed. His eyes instantly shot out an incomparably bright light. Endless information surged out like a dazzling river of stars in the sky. It fiercely poured into Shen Lang's eyes. In an instant, Shen Lang's mind was blank. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Shen Lang's brain had been modified and was many times stronger than before. But he still could not withstand such a huge amount of information. After the astronomical amount of information surged into his brain, it was like countless mental nuclear bombs had exploded. At that moment, Shen Lang did not know anything. He had completely lost control of his entire body. And at this moment, a black shadow flashed. Shen Lang decreed that there would be a curfew tonight. No one was allowed out. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. There was only one person who would disobey Shen Lang's order. That was Jiang Li's impersonator. That person had finally appeared. At the same time, an even more horrifying scene appeared. Inch by inch, Shen Lang's body turned into a fossil. Wasn't he going to accept the Skygazer totem's spiritual inheritance? Why was he attacked by God's gaze and turned into a fossil? Once he turned into a fossil, it was irreversible. It was almost like he was dead. Even if Queen Medusa was so powerful, Once she was attacked by God's gaze and turned into a fossil, she would not be able to recover. Xianxia had solidified into a stone just like that. Facing this scene, the impersonator was slightly taken aback. Note, today, I wrote 2,000 words on the train and 5,000 words in the hotel. Benefactors, please lend me a hand with your monthly votes. I'm about to be overtaken. I'm a little anxious. As he watched Xianxia's body turn into a fossil inch by inch, he felt as though the world was collapsing. Xianxia, the man who had always created miracles, who was not completely destroyed even during the upheaval at the North Pole, who had defeated Great Yan's emperor, had turned into a fossil, a statue of the same kind. How could he not feel despair? The impersonator stared at Xianxia's fossilized body for a long time. Of course, it only lasted for less than a minute. Xianxia's entire body had turned into a fossil. Not a single inch remained. At the same time, the Hell Soul orb on his bracelet lost its suppression and released a peculiar light. The Hell's crystal and the powerful ancient human soul that were suppressed inside the orb howled like ghosts and howled like wolves. The black figure sighed softly. His eyes shone with despair. Sure enough, this was the result. There was no hope for Xianxia. Then, he slowly floated up. His eyes were still closed as he flew to Xianxia's side. Xianxia had decreed that there would be a curfew tonight. No one was allowed to step out of the house. Therefore, no one had to witness the scene of Xianxia turning into a fossil. There was no need for them to experience such despair. The black figure flew to Xianxia's side. He looked at every inch of Xianxia's fossilized body and sighed again. Then, he removed the Hell Soul orb from Xianxia's bracelet. When he reached out, his arm trembled. However, he quickly steadied himself and grabbed the powerful Hell Soul orb in his palm. Then, he slowly descended and arrived outside the Great Pyramid's door. The turntable password and fingerprint had been changed by Xianxia. Logically speaking, only Xianxia should be able to remove it. However, this door was not a part of the Great Pyramid. It was added later. The black figure easily opened the door and walked into the Great Hall of the Pyramid. He arrived before the Screen Wall's control center. This was the control center of MO Capital. In truth, the Screen Wall's control center was different from before. The previous Screen Wall was really like a crystal, completely frozen and unmoving. And now, it had already been activated, turning into a ball of light, as if it was alive. Previously, the pyramid and the sky-gazing totem had been in a standby state. They had only started operating after Xianxia had activated them. The black figure looked at the Hell Soul Pearl in his hand, then looked at the Screen Wall's control center. Even though she couldn't see his face clearly and couldn't see his eyes, she could still feel his pain. After struggling for a while, he knelt on the ground and growled like a beast. No words could describe the complexity of his roar. That pain, that despair, and that longing for relief. It was as if he was making the final painful choice, a choice that was more difficult than life and death. 10 seconds later, he made his decision. I'm sorry. I had no choice. I really have no choice. There was no more hope. Perhaps Jiangli was their only hope. Xianxia could not do it. He had never been able to do it. Then, the black figure threw the Hell Soul Pearl into the Screen Wall. It was thrown into the Screen Wall's control center. First, there was silence, then, boom. The Hell Soul Pearl suddenly exploded. The Hell Crystal and the terrifying soul energy inside invaded and polluted the entire Screen Wall's control center. In an instant, the entire Screen Wall's control center began to distort and change. There seemed to be countless ghostly wails and wolf howls inside. The Hell Crystal devoured, controlled, and spread. In a short period of time, it occupied the entire Screen Wall's control center. Was this how to describe this feeling? It was like inserting a USB drive into the enemy's computer control center. It was filled with viruses and Trojan horses. Previously, the enemy's computer hadn't been turned on, so the virus couldn't be planted. Now that it was turned on, the planted virus could officially take effect. The Hell Crystal was probably the most terrifying virus. Once, a small amount of Hell Crystal devoured the entire sea of lava. More Hell Crystals devoured the energy of the entire North Pole. Then, they started to devour the entire planet. There was no virus more terrifying than this in the world. It could devour all energy and was almost invulnerable. Once it started to spread, it would be completely uncontrollable. Jiangli had relied on it to rule the entire world and complete what the ancient humans had failed to do. The Hell Crystal was the result of Jiangli and his teacher's efforts. Once it started to spread in the pyramid's control center, what would happen? In an instant, it would devour everything around it and expand crazily until it turned everything into its own energy. Then, the entire control center was paralyzed. The entire pyramid was paralyzed. The entire ancient totem was paralyzed. This process was very fast, but it also seemed very slow. First, the entire screen wall's control center seemed to be completely distorted. It turned into the color of the Hell Crystal. Then, the entire giant pyramid shook violently. Finally, the human-faced snake totem at the top of the pyramid instantly lost all its light. Even the light in its eyes disappeared. All its functions were paralyzed. It became the most ordinary statue. Just like the most advanced and powerful computer system, it was shut down. First, all the activated weapon systems in Mojing City were all paralyzed. Then, Mojing's ecological energy shield completely lost its effect. The terrible cold invaded, and the wind of the desert swept over. Finally, the entire defense system of Mojing was paralyzed. There was no space folding, no space concealment, no space tunnel. This Mojing that had been hidden for countless years, the Mojing that only Princess Ninghan could enter, was completely exposed in the Great Desert. It was exposed to all the prying eyes. This and the impersonator could see clearly. A few black figures flew in from the sky and directly entered the sky above Mojing. They didn't need to lead the way, they just flew straight in. Obviously, Mojing was finished. The ninth city of the ancient empire was finished. It had successfully survived the first Great Nirvana Annihilation and the second Great Nirvana Annihilation. But now, before the third Great Nirvana Annihilation arrived, it was already finished. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless gusts of cold air poured in, countless storms, and countless gusts of sand poured in. It was as Jiangli said, Mojing was about to be destroyed. And at this moment, a strange roar came from the Great Pyramid. It was as if two forces were in a life and death struggle. It was as if the energy of the screen wall was making its final struggle. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, finally, the first figure appeared. It was Zhu Hongxue. He flew to the sky above the sky-gazing totem statue and caught Shen Lang, who had turned into a fossil. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a fossil. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. His entire body and soul were completely numb. His Majesty Shen Lang had turned into a fossil? He was so omnipotent, so powerful, how could he have turned into a fossil? Then, Ning Han, Zhu Yong, Zhu Ning, Zhang Zhao, and a dozen others, the imperial minister of the Great Qian Empire, and all the higher-ups of the Privy Council all rushed into the Great Pyramid. The impersonator said hoarsely, "There's no need to resist. Everything is over. Mojing is finished." Everyone looked at him quietly, not saying a word. Very quickly, they recognized his figure. Then, everyone began to tremble, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially Zhu Hongxue, he couldn't even stand straight. He almost squatted down. As for Princess Ninghan, she closed her eyes in pain. "Why is it you? Why is the impersonator of Dark Emperor Jiangyu?" Zhu Hongxue said in a trembling voice, "When my identity was exposed and my life was at its darkest, you were the one who helped me walk out of it. When my soul had no support, you were the one who helped me find a great goal in life. Without you, I wouldn't have the courage to live to this day." The impersonator sighed, "Maybe you'll live a better life if you forget all this. People always face all kinds of collapses in their lives. The collapse of their worldview, their outlook on life, and their spiritual support. Do you know the king of the state of Yu, Ning Yuanxian? He worshipped His Majesty Jiangli and treated him as the son of the world. He even lost his life and the whole kingdom for him. But what happened in the end? Jiangli was the destroyer of the world. It wasn't easy for him to stand up and regain his dignity, but his idol collapsed." Princess Ninghan said in a trembling voice, "But even in the most desperate and darkest moment, we survived. You were the one who saved the Sky Sea Pavilion, the entire Mo capital, the new Great Qian Empire, the land of light, and the land of hope. Without the order you set, the hundreds of thousands of people in Mo capital would have been wiped out and destroyed. Every rule here was set by you. What time to sleep, what time to wake up, what time to work, what everyone should do, every ceremony of the great Qian Empire is according to the history books. You built an empire that is more orthodox than the raging Tide City. Now that His Majesty Shenlang has returned, the most difficult time has passed. Why can't you hold on? Everyone looked at the impersonator in disbelief. Zhu Yong said in a trembling voice, when the great Yan Emperor died and we were released from prison, we became the laughingstock of the world. I was so disheartened that I even thought of committing suicide. You were the one who brought us away from Tianyue City and brought us to Mo capital. Not only did you give us a new life, you also gave us a goal in life and motivation to live. Why can we hold on in the darkness, but you can't? The Black Shadow impersonator said painfully, ignorance is a blessing. Because we know little, we can live as long as we have a goal. Because we are ignorant, we are filled with hope. Once you know too much, you will fall into complete despair, and you will fall into eternal darkness, unable to extricate yourself. When he said these words, everyone present was silent. That was right. To a certain extent, ignorance was indeed a blessing. One could live with relative optimism. The more one knew and understood, the darker and more hopeless their lives would be. Zhu Hongxue could barely speak. He even squatted on the ground. Why? Why are you doing this? You must have been possessed. You must have been possessed by a higher-ranked ancient human than Jiangli, otherwise, you wouldn't have betrayed us. Even if all of us collapsed, you wouldn't. Even if all of us betrayed you, you wouldn't betray us, Zhu Hongxue shouted with all his might. No, Hongxue, I'm far from that powerful. The impersonator said, I really can't bear this responsibility. However, all of you are looking at me and entrusting your lives and deaths to me. I had no choice but to bear this responsibility. This kind of trust, this kind of pressure increased day by day. Finally, one day, it completely crushed my will. I haven't been possessed. I haven't been replaced. I am 100%. Ci. That's right. I am Jiang Li's impersonator who snuck into Mojing. Next, the impersonator took off his mask and revealed his real face. He was Ci, the master of Xianxia Pavilion, the prime minister of the great Qian Empire, the greatest hero of this pure land, and the greatest hero of hundreds of thousands of survivors. He was also the only impersonator who snuck into Mojing by Jiangli. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue was completely hopeless. There was no room for imagination. The truth was cruelly revealed in front of him. Zhu Hongxue, you ask me why I did this? Pavilion Masters with Ci exhaled and said, I haven't been possessed. I haven't been replaced by an ancient human. I am 100% self-determined. Why did I betray the great Qian Empire? Why did I betray His Majesty Shenlang? Why did I betray you? Everyone was silent, waiting for Ci to analyze himself. Is it because of glory and wealth? No, Jiangli didn't agree to give me any official position. Is it because of powerful energy? No, Jiangli didn't even give me the hell crystal. Is it because I want to live? No, I don't even want to live anymore. Why did I betray the great Qian Empire? Why did I become Jiangli's impersonator? It's only because of one reason. When Jiangli saves the world, there will be a place for all of you in his spaceship. There will be 1,000 places for Xianxia Pavilion. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't hold back their tears anymore. Even with Ninghan's willpower, she couldn't hold back her tears. I don't need it, I don't need it. Zhu Hongxue yelled, even if I die, I will fight to the end. Ci looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, I have no children. You and Ninghan are my children. You can give up the hope of survival, but I have to give it to you. I don't have the face to live in this world, but I hope that you can live bravely, even if it's humiliating. Zhu Hongxue gritted his teeth and said, His Majesty Shenlang has returned. We are not without hope. Why did you break down now? What if you surrender? What if you admit defeat? Ci smiled sadly and said, Hongxue, I was once like you. My heart was filled with hope. I traveled to the ends of the earth to find the hope to save the world, the hope to defeat Jiangli. I traveled to the ends of the earth to find His Majesty Shenlang. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. I even ventured into Jiangli's empire again and again. Do you know what Jiangli did to me? Everyone shook their heads. Jiangli tortured Xianxia? Captured him, suppressed his soul, and tortured him mentally? No, he didn't torture me at all. I provoked him again and again. I even went to the North Pole and observed his palace from a very close distance. But he didn't care about me. He just quietly let me adventure everywhere and observe the world. He let me thoroughly understand the truth of the world, the cruelest truth. He let me experience this kind of despair myself. This world is finished. In 90 years, the great ancient nirvana will happen again. You can't save the world by relying on romantic feelings and beautiful emotions. His Majesty Shenlang is very good. He is respectful and always maintains his own personality. He has the purest feelings for the people of the world. His words moved countless people. There is no enmity in the world, but he does not forget his original intentions. In order to achieve this goal, he could give up anything, even the throne. I really admire him. I worship him. But Jiangli is right. His Majesty Shenlang is too naive. Saving the world is not a treat. There must be sacrifices, and the most terrifying and cruel sacrifices. There are no praises or songs. There is only endless despair and coldness. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. When a person is tied down by emotions, he can't be extremely powerful. Like me. Today, I am so ugly. This world can no longer be saved by humans. It can only be saved by God. However, God is completely emotionless. He can coldly face anyone's death, even himself. His Majesty Shenlang is too emotional. He is too human. He cannot save this world. Only Jiangli has a glimmer of hope. In terms of emotions, I am completely on His Majesty Shenlang's side. But, in the end, I choose Jiangli. I feel that he is the only hope to save this world. I have finished speaking. I am a sinner. I have become Jiangli's lackey. You can take my life now. Of course, if you don't come and take it, I will take my own life. After saying that, Xianxia knelt down and lowered his head, waiting for someone to chop off his neck. No one moved forward. Xianxia said hoarsely, "Why not? Do you want me to kill myself?" Still, no one moved. Xianxia said, "Don't learn from His Majesty Shenlang. Don't be so hot-blooded and romantic. Mojing is finished. Its control center has been completely contaminated by the hell crystal. It has lost all its defenses and can no longer hide. Jiangli's dark army will come like the tide. The terrifying cold and endless yellow sand will drown Mojing in the shortest time possible and destroy all life in this city. Go to the Jiang Empire. When the great Nirvana apocalypse comes, there will be a place for you on Jiangli's spaceship." Throughout the process, Xianxia kept referring to His Majesty Shenlang as His Majesty, but called Jiangli by his name. Princess Ninghan said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, you brought that fake Shenlang so that His Majesty Shenlang can prove himself, release the enlightenment of the dragon, and activate Mojing's control center, right?" Xianxia said, "Yes." Princess Ninghan said, "You tried so hard to get me to marry him so that he could look into the eyes of the heavenly totem. His mind would go blank and he would turn into a fossil. Only then could you steal the Hell Soul Orb from his wrist and contaminate Mojing's control center, and completely paralyze the energy core of Mojing, right?" "Yes." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "In fact, even if I didn't do that, Mojing wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The energy of the entire Great Desert is about to dry up. Soon, Mojing will be like the other places, reduced to yellow sand, and lose all life. Also, in my original plan, His Majesty Shenlang's mind would go blank when he looked into the heavenly totem's eyes, and he would exhaust all the energy in Mojing. But he turned into a fossil. This I didn't expect at all. One more thing. Even without His Majesty Shenlang's Hell Soul Orb, I could still paralyze Mojing's control center. Once it's activated, just a little bit of hell crystal will be enough to contaminate the entire control center. Everyone remembered that His Majesty Shenlang's dragon sword had a Hell Soul orb embedded in it. It had Hell crystal energy, even if it was minuscule. And the dragon sword that they saw the fake Shenlang no longer had a Hell Soul orb embedded in it. I think the Hell Soul orb on His Majesty Shenlang's wrist should be much stronger and more effective. Xianxia said, it should be able to paralyze Mojing's control center in the shortest time possible. This way, I will be able to contribute more to Jiangli. In the future, Skysea Pavilion will have a higher chance of surviving the Great Nirvana annihilation, and more people will be able to board the spaceship. Maybe. Princess Ninghan said, I noticed that when His Majesty Shenlang went to look into the heavenly totem's eyes, you paused for a whole minute before flying up to take away His Majesty Shenlang's Hell Soul orb. Why? Xianxia said, because I was also struggling with life and death. I told myself countless times that perhaps His Majesty Shenlang had a chance to save the world. But in the end, I gave up. He turned into a fossil. Of course, even if he didn't, I would have made the same choice. Because I really couldn't see any hope. Princess Ninghan said, did you and Jiangli have a spiritual contract or a paper contract? Not at all, Xianxia said. It was just a verbal contract. If I agreed to be his spy, he would give Skysea Pavilion 1,000 survival spots. Princess Ninghan said, His Majesty Shenlang always said that Jiangli was the god of cunning. Now I really understand it. Taking over someone's body, changing the appearance of an ancient human to replace you, those are all the lowest level methods. The highest level is to conquer your heart, soul, and mind. Even the person I respect the most, the person I see as my father, was completely conquered. Zhuning said, everyone has a weakness. Grasp the enemy's weakness and use it to the extreme. Then you can do whatever you want and control him completely. Ninghan said, the reason why Jiangli is so powerful is because he has no weaknesses. Because he has no emotions, he has no weaknesses. And His Majesty Shenlang is full of weaknesses. Xianxia said, so, His Majesty Shenlang will definitely lose. He has no hope at all. Jiangli didn't even have to fight personally. In the first game between them, His Majesty Shenlang lost. He lost without being able to fight back. It's good that he lost. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This way, I can stop my losses and despair in advance. I can recognize the truth of this world in advance and then do what I have to do. Work hard to live. Even if it's humiliating, I have to live. Then, Pavilion Masters Xianxia looked at Princess Ninghan and said, my child, in the end, you still married His Majesty Shenlang. This can be considered as putting an end to that ill-fated relationship in your heart. If you had His Majesty Shenlang's child in your womb, then you should live even more. Perhaps you will be more important to Jiangli. In the future, there will be a place for you on Jiangli's spaceship. Outside, the cold wind was still blowing fiercely and sand was flying everywhere. One could almost hear the roars of the Jiangli Empire's war beasts. Mojing seemed to be really finished. After the entire defense system collapsed, Jiangli's army didn't even need to attack. In less than a month, the entire Mojing would be completely wiped out. The last hope of the Deqian Empire, the last land of light for mankind, was completely finished. The first game between Shenlang and Jiangli seemed to be completely lost. Even if Jiangli didn't even appear, even if this was completely Shenlang's home ground, the entire place fell into complete silence. After a long while, Xianxia said, is no one going to kill me? Is no one going to kill me? Still, no one made a move. Xianxia said, Brother Zhu Yong, you do it. Zhu Yong didn't move. He didn't have the courage to do it. In fact, he felt that he didn't have the right to do it. Xianxia said, General Zhang Zhao, you've killed countless people. You do it. Zhang Zhao didn't move. He slammed his fist on the ground. Blood gushed out. All these years, he had been a man of few words. This world had always brightened his spirit, even if he had exhausted all of his willpower to survive. Pavilion Masters Xianxia said, since none of you are willing to do it, I'll do it myself. Sure. He slowly pulled out his sword. This bastard world, this damned world, goodbye, this world. Xianxia cried out sorrowfully. Then, he suddenly wanted to cut off his own head. His action was extremely violent. It was as if he not only wanted to cut off his own head, but also wanted to turn his body over and crush his bones. He wanted to turn his body into ashes because he felt that he was ugly and despicable. However, in the next moment, Swaxi's entire body was frozen. He didn't move at all. Then, a figure slowly walked in. No, it was two figures. One was a real body that walked in from the outside. The other was a soul light figure. It actually walked out from the screen wall control center. It walked out from the Hell's Soul Pearl. His body and soul light figure approached each other. Then, they merged together and became a complete person. This person was actually Xianxia. Didn't he turn into a fossil just now? Wasn't he already finished? But now, he looked completely unscathed. Xianxia slowly walked in front of Swaxi. He sighed softly and said, I don't know who won the battle between me and Jiangli. But I've already won the first battle. Xianxia waved his hand. Instantly, the outside world became completely calm. All the sandstorm disappeared without a trace. The terrifying cold didn't subside. Instead, it disappeared as if it had never existed. As for the yellow sand that filled the sky, it was like an illusion. The few black figures that had charged into Emojing and the few sky knights had also disappeared without a trace. Then, Xianxia gently raised his hand. The Hell's Soul Pearl flew out from the screen wall control center and lay quietly on Xianxia's palm. It was as if the scene of it invading the control center had never happened. It was as if the paralysis of Emojing's control center had never happened. Of course, it really did not happen. Everything was Xianxia's plan. Note, I drank a lot with my friends today. My alcohol tolerance is terrible. I had to grit my teeth to write this chapter. But I'm quite satisfied. Benefactor, if you have a monthly ticket, please remember to give it to me. Pastries will be grateful. Everyone present was completely stunned. Xianxia had really fooled everyone. There was probably only one person here who knew a little, and that was Princess Ninghan. Even though Xianxia did not say anything, he could still vaguely guess it. It had to be said that a woman's intuition was really sharp. Moreover, Princess Ninghan did not give Pavilion Masters Swaxi any warning from the beginning. Even so, when the impersonator was exposed, Ninghan still received a huge shock and blow. In this world, even her teacher could betray her. Who else could she not betray? Swaxi had always been Ninghan's idol. She was not close to her father, Ming Yuanxian, and treated Swaxi as her own father. Xianxia looked at the Hell's Soul Pearl in his palm. At this time, the screen wall control center had completely calmed down. Everything that happened just now was mostly a show put up by Xianxia and the screen wall control center. Xianxia looked at Swaxi. Swaxi raised his head slightly and straightened his back, as if he still wanted to prove something. However, he still knelt down and bent his neck. Xianxia looked at him for a long time and did not make a sound. He really did not know where to start. Actually, Xianxia had suspected Swaxi from the beginning because the fake Xianxia was too real. He was still using his life and soul to act out Xianxia, as if he really wanted to use all his strength to defeat Xianxia. However, when Xianxia performed the enlightenment of the dragon and obtained the authority of the entire Mo Capital's energy control center, the fake Xianxia actually heaved a sigh of relief and gave up all resistance. Therefore, Xianxia immediately guessed that the fake Xianxia should be the mirror. Because he was sure that Xianxia was real, the mirror was relieved and used the method of self-destruction to prove that Xianxia was real. The mirror was not possessed, and he was not transformed from an ancient human. He was the real mirror, 100% mirror. The reason why he didn't have any flaws was because he was as pure as fire. Most importantly, he fought with conviction. In his mind, Xianxia was a fake. He was an imposter sent by Jiangli to usurp Emojing's power. That was why he risked his life to stop Xianxia. Since His Majesty Xianxia hasn't returned yet, I'll temporarily appear as a mirror to help His Majesty gather the hearts of the people. In any case, the last pure land of the Deqian Empire must not fall into the hands of the enemy. It was precisely because of this belief that the mirror didn't show any flaws. Not to mention that others couldn't recognize it, even Xianxia couldn't find any flaws in it. This person's acting skills were already very high, but when Shenlang saw him, he felt that this day might come. Since the mirror was not the imposter, then the probability of it being Xianxia was very high, because he was the one who brought the fake Shenlang in. However, Shenlang also checked Xiaxi's mind. He wasn't possessed, nor was he transformed from an ancient human. He was 100% Pavilion Master's Xianxia, and there wasn't a single hell crystal in his body. This was both good news and bad news. The bad news was that Xianxia might have been brainwashed by Jiangli. The good news was that Xianxia must have been very confused during this period of time, and was no longer as calm and wise as before. However, Shenlang had to expose him as soon as possible, because the Hell's Soul Pearl on the mirror's dragon sword had disappeared. The Hell's Soul Pearl's energy was much smaller, and the souls inside were very complicated. Not only were there thousands of high priests from the fire god religion, but there were also many souls of the Medusa royal family. However, it could still contaminate the energy control center of the image wall, just that it wasn't as powerful. Therefore, it wasn't a good method to contaminate the energy control center of Mojing. On the contrary, the Hell's Soul Pearl on Shenlang's wrist contained a powerful hell crystal, and there were dozens of ancient human souls inside. This was the best weapon to paralyze and invade the energy control center. Therefore, he had to create an opportunity for the impersonator to get his Hell's Soul Pearl. Otherwise, he would have to use the Hell's Soul Pearl on the dragon sword to contaminate the energy control center of Mojing. If the Hell Crystal and Hell's Soul Pearl entered the energy control center of the image wall, would the outcome be fatal? Yes, very fatal. This was because the Hell Crystal was too terrifying. It could devour and spread everything. Moreover, there were dozens of ancient human souls inside it. They would try their best to expand, spread, and devour. Therefore, before Shenlang turned into a fossil, he injected his soul into the Hell's Soul Pearl. Therefore, the person controlling the Hell's Soul Pearl was Shenlang. After the Hell's Soul Pearl was thrown into the image wall control center, it created many strange effects, and it was all an act. The paralysis of the defense system, the paralysis of the hidden space, the invasion of cold air, and the sweeping of yellow sand were all sensory effects created by Shenlang, who was controlling the energy control center. All of this was for one goal, to lure the snake out of its hole. In the end, he succeeded. He lured out the imposter, Xianxia. Of course, after successfully uncovering the imposter, there wasn't any sense of accomplishment, only endless sighs. Of the 6 transcendent forces, only Xianxia and Gangwon were left. He could be called one of the leaders of the human survivors, but in the end, even he surrendered. Moreover, he did not surrender for himself. He was ready to commit suicide. He was very determined. He surrendered for the future. Of the Skysea Pavilion, for Zhu Hongxue, and for Ning Han to survive. In the future, you will have a ticket on Jiangli's ship. This sentence was so heartbreaking and helpless. If this was a betrayal, it was a noble and helpless betrayal. Xianxia was not afraid of death. He was afraid that his Skysea Pavilion and his disciples would be completely cut off. Your Majesty, please execute me, Xianxia said slowly. Everyone looked at Shenlang with pleading eyes, but they did not dare to plead. Because Xianxia had committed too great a crime. He betrayed the Deqian Empire, betrayed the emperor, and surrendered to his enemy. Shenlang held the sword in his hand and tried to lift it. Xiaxi's crime was punishable by death. After a long while, Shenlang put down his sword. Pavilion Masters Xianxia, when did you surrender to Jiangli? Asked Shenlang. I don't know. Xianxia said, that's because he doesn't have a time limit. But if you want to ask me when I first communicated with Jiangli, it was 5 years ago. At that time, I really despaired and had the urge to go to the North Pole alone. I wanted to see what had happened there, and I wanted to see just how powerful Jiangli was. I almost wanted to attack him with death, but he didn't kill me. It was there that I had a conversation with him. And then you were conquered by him, Shenlang said. No, I kept rebutting him and scolding him, Pavilion Masters Xianxia said. But he didn't refute me. He just quietly narrated the story. He narrated the first time the ancient empire was destroyed. Even though they overdraft 130 million square kilometers of land and built an energy shield, they couldn't stop the first upheaval of the sun. The second time the ancient empire destroyed the ancient empire 200 years in advance and built many cities underground in an attempt to avoid the great nirvana annihilation. Back then, Xianxia wasn't the mainstream. The ancient Jiang clan, the ancient Ji clan, and the Lost Empire tried all sorts of methods to avoid the great nirvana annihilation, but they all failed. Xianlang said, "What about the White Jade Capital? What's going on with it?" Xianxia said, "The White Jade Capital was an organization formed by the ancient empire's imperial power and all the transcendent powers. Of course, they failed in the end and had no choice but to take a few hundred people and escape on a ship before the great nirvana annihilation. They brought countless data, eggs, and sperm seeds with them. After the spaceship escaped from the safe zone, it drifted outside. After countless years, they woke up and came back. At this time, the ecology of our planet was gradually recovering. They landed on the ground again and began the recovery of a new civilization. So that was how it was." Xianlang found it strange. Why was the ancient empire's Jiang clan and Ji clan the noblest? Why were these two surnames the noblest in this world, so all of this was directly inherited from the ancient humans? Even their bloodlines were the same. Xianlang asked, "Then why is this world civilization developing so slowly?" Xianxia said, "The White Jade Capital's organization believes that the great nirvana annihilation happened because humans demanded too much energy from this world. They even dared to steal the power of the dragon god and created beasts like the giant dragon. That's why they offended the gods and caused the great nirvana annihilation. So the White Jade Capital wants human civilization to develop again. They want to suppress the ancient civilization as much as possible, hoping to walk a different path. That way, maybe the great nirvana annihilation won't happen again." It sounded like a very reasonable idea. Even now, there were many people on Earth who thought this way. It was even the mainstream view. Humans' excessive exploitation of Earth's resources would one day anger Earth, and humans would be punished with destruction. Therefore, under the leadership of the White Jade Capital, this world completely suppressed the ancient Nightmare Stone civilization. The Great Yen Empire became the White Jade Capital's absolute ally. However, time could change things. Once Pandora's box was opened, it could no longer be taken back. Once the human empire tasted great power, it could no longer go back. Therefore, a few transcendent organizations gradually developed the ancient civilization and excavated the ancient ruins. Then, Jiangli appeared out of nowhere and revealed the strength, excellence, and brilliance of the ancient civilization to the world. He instantly united and attracted countless people. Therefore, the entire world welcomed the great revival of the ancient civilization. At that time, the White Jade Capital could no longer suppress it. In order to suppress the spread of the Hell Crystal and control the Dome Energy Shield, the White Jade Capital's people had almost died. Now, it seemed like the White Jade Capital was an organization that acted like a saint. "Your Majesty Xianlang, the White Jade Capital's actions are wrong. Their thinking is also wrong," Xianxia said. "The great nirvana of the world has nothing to do with the development of human civilization. This is the law of the universe. This is the law of the galaxy. When the sun reaches a certain age, it will die. When it dies, there will definitely be a great explosion and a crazy counterattack." Prince Xianxia's theory was refuted by almost all the mainstream media. However, the truth is usually in the hands of a few people. Xianlang said, "To a certain extent, I agree with his theory. The great nirvana of the world happened because the sun was about to die. This situation will happen many times. In the last time, the sun will explode. However, because it is still not big enough, it will collapse into a very small white dwarf. Therefore, I think Jiangli is right about the theory of the world's destruction." Then, Xianlang said, "That fake Xianlang is a mirror, right? He put on a show to protect Mo Jing because he thought I was a disguise sent by Jiangli, right?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, that is the only way to be flawless." However, at that time, the majority of the people in the depths of their hearts still hoped that you were the real His Majesty Xianlang. That was because no one wanted to see a His Majesty Xianlang who had not changed at all. Only when you had changed would it be in line with everyone's expectations. Everyone would imagine that after disappearing for dozens of years, you must have undergone nirvana and become stronger. Xianxia's words spoke to the hearts of the people. Everyone longed to see Xianxia transform. Any transformation was better than staying the same. Your Majesty Xianxia, please do it. Just kill me. Xianxia stretched his neck once again. Right now, he really didn't want to live for another 15 minutes. To him, death was a form of release, and also a form of escape. Even though it was to protect Zhu Hongxue, Ning Han, and everyone in Skysea Pavilion, betrayal was betrayal. His reputation was ruined. Xianxia raised his sword again and placed it on Xiaxi's neck. He said slowly, Pavilion Master Xiaxi, you still don't think I can win, right? Do you think I will definitely fail? Xiaxi nodded and said, you have too many weaknesses. You are too sentimental. You will not be able to defeat Zhongli and save the world. Look, you can't even kill me now. What if I need you to kill others in the future? Will you kill them? If you need to kill millions or tens of millions of people in the future to save the world, will you kill them? If you need to kill 100 million people in the future to save 1 million people, will you kill them? You can't do all these things. Only Zhongli can do it without blinking. Xianxia sighed and said, Pavilion Master Xiaxi, you are right. Everything you say is right. He organized his words and said, in terms of decisiveness and ruthlessness, Zhongli is 100 times better than me. Between me and him, it is really hard to say who will win in the end. Between me and him, it is also hard to say who is correct and who can save the world. His Majesty Zhongli thinks that his path is absolutely correct, and it seems to be correct. But the path I walk seems to be full of twists and turns. I don't have a clear sense of direction, and I don't have an accurate goal. But someone has to walk another path to save the world, right? If Zhongli's path doesn't work, then there has to be another path, right? At this moment, Xianxia said whatever came to his mind. Zhu Hongxue said, I completely believe that your Majesty's path can be taken. Your path to save the world is the true path to save the world. Even though I don't understand what nuclear fusion is, or what it means to learn from the sun and then defeat the sun. Xianxia said, the paths that Zhongli and I want to walk are both open and aboveboard. The path that he wants to walk is to swallow up all the energy and vitality of the entire planet and build a gigantic spaceship of unprecedented size. He wants to take the souls of hundreds of thousands of people far away from this star system and travel to an infinitely distant star system. He wants to find another planet to settle down on. The sun there still has billions of years of beautiful years left, and the planet there is also full of vitality. And the path that I want to walk is to combine the ancient civilization with the technological civilization and successfully develop controllable nuclear fusion. Only then can I obtain an endless supply of energy. Next, I want to understand the deeper reason for the great nirvana of the world. I want to understand the drastic changes that happen to the sun before its death. Can it be defended in outer space? This sun is indeed dying, but there is still a long time before it completely explodes. The path that I want to walk is to unite everyone, to gather everyone's wisdom, and to develop a powerful civilization. Hundreds of millions of people united as one, united as a fortress, to stop the crisis of destruction that will occur in 90 years. We won't sacrifice a large number of people, and we definitely won't sacrifice the entire planet. Zhongli is right. In the future, when we colonize other star systems, human civilization will have countless planets in their hands. So what if we destroy one planet? But this is a fallacy. It's like a pauper who only has one silver coin in his hands. But he thinks that he will become rich in the future, and that he will have millions of gold coins. So what if he spends a mere silver coin? So he takes the silver coin and drinks it. He gets drunk today. But tomorrow, there will be no food to eat. That's right. Zhongli's goal of saving the world is very clear. But my strategic route is very vague. I haven't even formed a complete theory, and I can't even see any hope of success. But someone has to walk another path. So while everyone is here, I will make things clear. I have a direction for the future, but I have no confidence in it. I need to rely on the efforts of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people. If you want to follow me, then follow me. If you don't want to follow me, you can go to Zhongli. I believe that in the future, you will have a ticket on his spaceship. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Hongxue knelt down and kowtowed. Your subject is willing to follow your majesty. Even if my bones are crushed, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Then Princess Ninghan also knelt down and kowtowed. Your subject is willing to follow your majesty. No matter what the future holds, whether my bones are crushed or not. A moment later, a figure hobbled in. It was Shenlang's substitute mirror. He knelt before Shenlang. Although I don't know what I can do, I am also willing to follow your majesty. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate to go through fire. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. He looked exactly the same. He wore the ancient king's ring, the heart of the dragon, and held the sword of the dragon. I gave these things to Mirror. Xianxia said, I told him that Dark Emperor Jiang sent an impersonator into Mojing to usurp the last pure land of the Deqian Empire. So he followed me. He will do his best to act as His Majesty Shenlang. Mirror said, I don't know why either. As long as I think about it, the energy vortex will be released. But I don't have the ability to organize the formula of the energy vortex. This wasn't difficult at all. Because the heart of the dragon and the sword of the dragon were created by Jiangli. He was the true owner of this set of equipment. And at this moment, under Zhu Hongshua's lead, the ultrasonic flying beast Dachao walked in. Then, it was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? There are actually two owners. Then which one should I pounce on? Dachao instinctively wanted to pounce on Mirror again. Because he had the ancient king's ring on his hand, he instinctively relied on that to identify. But it seemed that there was something wrong with everyone's expression. So, he looked at Shenlang for a while, then looked at Mirror for a while and let out a sorrowful cry. I'm just a flying beast. You humans can't even recognize me. Why are you making things difficult for me? Could it be that you think I'm smarter than you? Xianxia knelt down again and kowtowed, Your Majesty, please kill me. I have no face to live in this world anymore. Your Majesty, please fulfill my wish and end my life. Everyone's gaze once again fell on him. Once again, they looked at Shenlang. Should he be killed? To be honest, killing Xianxia wasn't too much of a mental burden for Shenlang. His relationship with Xianxia couldn't be said to be that close. Moreover, Xianxia had committed a grave mistake. Although it didn't result in terrible consequences, a mistake was a mistake. The key problem now was that Xianxia was the most powerful person under Shenlang's command. Moreover, he was loyal to Shenlang personally. It was just that he felt that there was no hope for the future. If he were to be killed, it would be the loss of another great general in the future. Would Xianxia be of any use in the future? Moreover, with Shenlang's authority, he could carry out bloodline modification, body modification, and energy modification according to the Mojing Energy Control Center. Xiaxi's martial arts were so strong that he was one of the best candidates. Moreover, he was already filled with the determination to die. Once such a person was modified, there might be a huge surprise. After a long while. You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. Go to jail and wait for your punishment. Shenlang said, at the crucial moment, you have to sacrifice yourself for the Deqian Empire. Hearing this, Pavilion Master Xianxia didn't rejoice. Instead, he felt even more pained. Then, he slammed his head on the ground. He directly smashed his face on the hard ground, instantly destroying his appearance. His entire face was a bloody mess, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable. I have no face to see anyone. I should have died immediately, but Your Majesty doesn't allow me to die. Then I will live on. Shenlang said, Zhu Hongxue imprisons Xianxia. Remember to keep this a secret and don't leak it. If this matter was leaked, it would be a fatal blow to the morale and confidence of the hundreds of thousands of survivors in the entire Mojing. Mirror said, I can also destroy my face. Shenlang said, we'll talk about your matter next. How did you come to the Great Desert, and what exactly happened to the Fire God sect? I will ask you later. Now, immediately remove the heart of the dragon and the ancient king ring from your body, and give me the sword of the dragon. Mirror said, I've tried, but I can't remove it at all. So, if necessary, please kill me, Your Majesty. Being able to see your majesty again after a few decades, Mirror is no longer happy and has no more requests. Moreover, Mirror's value is probably gone. Even if I die now, I will have lived for a few more decades. Can't remove it. Mirror pulled out the dagger and slashed at his ring finger. He wanted to completely cut off the finger with the ancient king's ring. In the end, no matter how hard he slashed, he could only slash at the air. It was as if his finger didn't exist, as if the ancient king ring on it didn't exist. But it was clearly there. So, to prevent me from becoming a scourge, kill me. Mirror smiled at Xianxia. At this moment, the sword of the dragon in Mirror's hand suddenly released an incomparably bright light. Swoosh, it directly rushed into the sky. Then, his light shadow enveloped Mirror's body, so it looked completely like Xiangli's tall body, mighty and incomparably handsome face. This was Xiangli's projection again. From the heart of the dragon and the ancient king ring's light shadow. Your Majesty Xianxia, that impersonator has indeed been discovered by you, so you have indeed won the first game between us. Xiangli's light shadow said. Xianxia said, I may not have won, because you have conquered Zhuxi's mind and soul, making him willingly become your impersonator. Xiangli said, a win is a win, a loss is a loss, there is nothing more to say. But, there may not be a reward for winning. Xianxia, I originally didn't think much of this Mojing, because it was nothing in the hands of Zhuxi and his people. But now that you are here, everything is different. So, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will destroy your Mojing. Xianxia said, but the entire Mojing's defense system is still intact, your army can't find it, and they can't enter, right? Yes, yes, yes. Xiangli said, but your Majesty Xianxia, you are very smart, you should know that the sword of the dragon, the heart of the dragon, and the ancient king ring have become coordinates the moment they entered Mojing. With a coordinate, you have a target, and you can launch a long-range attack. Just as Xiangli finished speaking, the sword of the dragon once again emitted a dazzling light, shooting directly into the sky. Xiangli said, Xianxia, you have seen the regret of the dragon, but have you seen the Hell Crystal Dragon's regret? Next, you'll soon see that I won't give you a second more. Prepare to fight. You have won the first game, but even without the impersonator, it will only take a little more effort for me to destroy Mojing, but in the end, it is still effortless. Xianxia, your previous opponents always liked to give you 1 month, 2 months, or even half a year's time. However, I won't give you a single day, not even a single minute more. Because my time is too precious. If you can't even withstand this little blow from me, then you don't have the qualifications to fight with me, and you don't have the qualifications to walk a different path of salvation with me. As soon as Xiangli finished speaking, instantly, dozens of giant sky fortresses flew over from the sky north of Mojing. They covered the sky, looking majestic. Fire! 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 As soon as the order was given, the giant sky fortresses suddenly fired. Hundreds of hell crystal dragons regret whistled over from thousands of miles away, shooting towards Mojing. They carried with them the energy to destroy heaven and earth. Even though Mojing's shadow could not be seen from their field of vision, they could not see it. But Xiangli had already provided the energy coordinates inside Mojing. As expected, he would not give Xianxia any more time, and immediately launched a devastating attack. Note, I have an important meeting this afternoon, so I am racing against time to finish the first chapter. Thank you, brothers, for the monthly votes, please. This Emperor Xiangli was really swift and decisive. He attacked as soon as he said he would. He simply did not give any buffer time. Xianxia entered the energy control center of the screen wall and entered the realm of dragon perception. He entered the Skygazer totem's field of vision. He could see it clearly. Hundreds of special regret of the dragon whizzed across the sky. They reached a shocking speed of 15 times the speed of sound, about 5,000 meters per second. 2,000 kilometers would only take 7 minutes at such a high speed. Xiangli was indeed Xiangli. The previous regret of the dragon only had a maximum range of less than 500 kilometers. If he wanted to launch a long-range attack, he would need a giant supersonic flying beast to fly over with the dragon power launcher attached. Once the regret of the dragon was in Xiangli's hands, it immediately became a true long-range weapon. Moreover, his super sky fortress skipped the category of fighter jets and headed straight for the sky carrier. Moreover, it was a sky carrier that could launch strategic weapons. Most importantly, Jiangli did not think it was impressive at all. His goal was to build a super spaceship. Looking at the Hell Crystal Dragon's regret flying towards him like a meteor shower, Xianlang's mind was filled with all sorts of ideas. What should he do? Intercept from afar? He could try, but it would probably be ineffective. Mo Jing did not have the regret of the dragon. He only had the energy dragon cannons. There were originally 9, but now there was only 1 left. This was also a super heavy weapon. Energy dragon cannons, fire! Following Xianlang's command. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 5 energy dragon cannons whizzed out at an even faster speed. They reached a shocking 20 times the speed of sound. But thinking about it, this was normal, because this was already a very high-level energy weapon. In the blink of an eye, the 5 super dragon cannons flew hundreds of kilometers away. This was perhaps the power of the system. Xianlang alone could control the entire defense system and weapon system of Mo Jing. 2 minutes later, boom, 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 Mo Jing's 5 super dragon cannons hit the 5 Jiangli Empire's super regret of the dragon. Then, a strange scene played out in the sky. One of the dragon's regret of the dragon turned on its own when it was about to hit, dodging the attack. This was a level that even modern Earth could not achieve. Such nimble dodging made it seem as if the dragon's regret was alive. It was hard to understand how Jiangli had done it. He couldn't possibly have attached the soul of an ancient human to the dragon's regret, could he? The other 4 dragon cannons successfully intercepted the dragon's regret before exploding. The might of these ancient dragon cannons was extremely great. Although it couldn't compare to the regret of the dragon, it wasn't too far off. However, as soon as they exploded, it was over. All the energy from the explosion of the ancient dragon cannon was instantly devoured. This was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was because of the Hell Crystal. In fact, Xianlang had already expected this when he fired the ancient dragon cannon. He was just verifying it now. The Hell Crystal was simply a bug. No matter how small the Hell Crystal was, as long as it wasn't stopped, it would continue devouring and splitting. Even though Xianlang already knew about this beforehand, he did not expect that the Hell Crystal would be able to devour the energy that erupted in an instant. It was almost invincible. Long-range interceptions in the air had completely failed. Previously, Xianlang had relied on his own strength to instantly intercept hundreds of super dragons' regret. It was his miraculous feat that caused the Great Yan Empire's army of 1 million soldiers to give up resisting. Now that Xianlang had control over the entire Mo capital, the power of this aerial interception had been amplified many times. Previously, he could intercept the dragon's regret from tens of thousands of meters away. Now, would he be able to intercept them from hundreds of kilometers away? Xianlang was pessimistic. This was because he had only mastered the intermediate dragon's insight, while Jiangli had mastered the advanced dragon's insight. The gap between them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. It was impossible to overcome. However, Xianlang still wanted to give it a try. Freeze! He suddenly unleashed his powerful mental strength. Through the heaven-gazing totem with a human face and a snake body, his mental strength was magnified 10-fold, then 100-fold. This mental strength instantly enveloped all the Jiangli Empire's regret of the dragon. In an instant, the hundreds of super dragons' regret froze in the air and remained motionless. However, it was only for a split second. In less than half a second, the 100 super dragons' regret flew again. Sure enough, it was just as Xianlang had expected. His spiritual energy had also failed. Moreover, the half-second pause was a deliberate reaction from Jiangli, otherwise, it would not have lasted for even half a second. Although this outcome was within his expectations, it was still depressing. There was no time left. The 100 dragons' regret flew directly above the Mo capital. Of course, it was above the geographical location. Then, boom 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 boom, the 100 dragons' regret exploded violently. The trajectory of the explosion was very strange. It was clearly a concentrated attack, a concentrated explosion. However, the final explosion site was very strange. It even formed a gorgeous and strange curtain of flame in the air. At this moment, there should be a classic line, "Wife, come out and look at God." It was really a sky full of fireworks. The 100 dragons' regret exploded in the air 100 kilometers above the MO capital. They did not cause any damage. It was as if they had crashed into a very strange superforce field. Their trajectories were all distorted. The entire sky above the MO capital was like a super energy shield that could even withstand the explosion of a strategic weapon like the dragon's regret. The energy shield above the MO capital looked very familiar. It was exactly the same as the domed energy shield of the White Jade capital. It was one of the few things in the world that could withstand the Hell Crystal. The White Jade capital had used it to seal the Hell Crystal for almost 1,000 years. Boom, after the aftermath of the explosion, the entire energy shield trembled slightly. Xianxia could not help but sigh. The MO capital's energy shield and the White Jade capital's domed energy shield were almost the same. They could withstand the Hell Crystal. However, they could not destroy the Hell Crystal, nor could they break through it. Currently, there was only one type of energy that could pierce through the Hell Crystal. It was the radiation of the dragon's blood marrow. Unfortunately, there was too little energy and the polluted ancient dragon pond was in the Jiangli Empire. After the first round of explosions, dozens of Jiangli Empire's giant sky fortresses accelerated and approached the MO capital again. The flying speed of these giant sky fortresses was not inferior to any flying beast. In fact, they were even faster. It was hard to imagine how such a huge body could fly at such a high speed. The dozens of giant sky fortresses were getting closer and closer. 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, suddenly, the remaining giant sky fortresses stopped. One of them continued to fly forward at an even faster speed. This was Jiangli's probing attack. 2 hours later, this giant sky fortress was only 1,500 miles away from the MO capital. It was completely within the shooting range of the ancient dragon cannon. This kind of battle was interesting, but also boring. Both sides knew the outcome. It was almost like they were playing chess. Jiangli sent out this giant sky fortress to let Xianxia destroy it. He also wanted to see if Xianxia was as outstanding as he had imagined and if he could destroy this giant sky fortress. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He was extremely reluctant to do so. He released a wave of the dragon's blood marrow radiation and injected it into the ancient dragon cannon before firing it. Whoosh, the ancient dragon cannon whizzed forward at a speed of 7,000 meters per second. In just a minute, it instantly hit the giant sky fortress that Jiangli had sent to die. Even the Jiangli Empire's dragon's regret had a hell crystal, let alone the giant sky fortress which had a complete hell crystal energy shield. However, once the sublimated radiation energy invaded the hell crystal energy shield, its defensive ability was temporarily paralyzed. It was not completely paralyzed. The radiation energy that Xianxia controlled could not penetrate the hell crystal. However, it could immediately make the hell crystal enter a cold state and stop devouring. It would then use all its strength to repel the radiation energy. This was the hell crystal's self-protection mechanism. At this moment, the ancient dragon cannon suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. A huge hole was blasted in Jiangli's giant sky fortress. However, it lasted for less than 0.01 seconds. The hell crystal immediately resumed its work and devoured the remaining energy of the explosion. Therefore, this time, the ancient dragon cannon merely damaged the giant sky fortress and did not completely destroy it. Then, the giant sky fortress calmly retreated and quickly flew out of the ancient dragon cannon's attack range. Jiangli had already found out that although Xianxia was only an intermediate dragon comprehender, he indeed had the ability to destroy the Jiangli Empire's sky fortress. However, the sad thing was that Xianxia had almost used up the last of his radiation energy and had very little left. The rest of the war became completely boring. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of Jiangli's giant sky fortresses continuously fired the dragon's regret. They fired wave after wave. It was simply unimaginable. Where did he get so many dragon's regret? However, it was normal. He had a powerful adult dragon in captivity that could provide him with an endless supply of dragon marrow. Moreover, he had mastered all the abilities to create the dragon's regret. It really felt like the United States and the Soviet Union had tens of thousands of nuclear warheads. In the face of the second, third, and fourth wave of dragon's regret, Xianxia did not do anything to stop them because it was completely meaningless. long-range attacks were useless. His spiritual power attacks were also useless. Of course, Jiang Li's dragon's regret was also ineffective. Every time the dragon's regret exploded, it was completely blocked by Mo Jing's energy shield. It did not cause any damage to Mo Jing. Jiang Li was fully aware of this. He was relying on the most primitive method to exhaust Mo Jing's remaining energy. Over the past 1,000 years, the hundreds of thousands of ancient human souls and hell crystals under Jiang Li's command had used this method to exhaust everyone in the White Jade capital. This caused Shenlang's mother to become the White Jade capital's empress. There were only 3 people left in the heaven-defying White Jade capital. Mo Jing's resources were much thinner than the White Jade capital's. Shenlang did not ask because he had almost immediately calculated how long Mo Jing's energy shield could last and how long Mo Jing's remaining energy could last. Originally, it could last for more than half a year. Now, it could only last for less than a month. Whoosh 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 whoosh, boom 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 boom, another wave of dragon's regret exploded and was successfully blocked by the energy shield. Soon, a complete countdown appeared in the screen wall's energy control center. 715 hours, Mo Jing's energy shield could still last for that long. Once the time was up, the energy shield would collapse and all the defensive systems would collapse. Jiang Li did not even need to send out an army. One wave of Hell Crystal Dragon's regret would be enough to wipe Mo Jing off the face of the earth. Moreover, he had 2 giant dragons in his hands. Shenlang walked out of the screen wall's energy control center. He looked at the sky outside. Boom boom boom, it was night time, but the sudden burst of light illuminated the entire Mo Jing. It was countless times brighter than daytime. This was the light produced by dozens of dragons' regret exploding in the sky 100 miles away. Each Hell Crystal Dragon's regret had an explosion radius of about 4 kilometers. Dozens of them would cover a few thousand square kilometers. Therefore, this scene really looked like the end of the world. The entire sky seemed to have been set on fire. Your Majesty, this is a huge blow to the hearts of the people, Princess Ninghan said. Yes, it was late at night. Countless dragons' regret exploded in the sky. The burst of light was so bright that it almost blinded people. How could ordinary people bear such a scene? The scene of the end of the world in an instant was already horrifying enough. Moreover, it was endless. Jiang Li's schemes were terrifying to the extreme. However, he did not even need to scheme now. After the impersonator plan failed, he directly attacked. To him, it would at most take some time and some energy. At this moment, crack, the ancient king ring, the heart of the dragon, fell from the mirror body. Your Majesty, is there any way to change this situation? Zhu Hongxue said, any way, even if it means sacrificing countless lives. From this sentence, it was obvious that Zhu Hongxue knew a lot. He also knew that Mo Jing's Skygazer totem needed to devour energy. Any life force, any energy. Once the energy of the earth was devoured, it would devour the life force and energy of humans. I can be the first to go, the first to be sacrificed. Zhu Hongxue trembled. As long as we can win, as long as there is hope. Then, could the lives of humans provide energy for Mo Jing's control center and the Skygazer totem? Yes, it could. And the amount of energy needed was much greater than expected. Shenlang had always been puzzled. Why did Jiang Li's empire need to feed so many people? Just because they needed to be slaves and do hard labor? That's not it, because humans themselves were a very powerful energy body. Especially to Jiang Li, the souls of dead humans were an important material to create hell crystals. In ancient times, he sacrificed tens of millions of lives just to use their souls for experiments. Then, the crime of murder fell on the head of the Queen of Darkness. Jiang Li's empire fed so many humans like pigs, to be slaughtered at the crucial moment. And in the future, the population of Jiang Li's empire would increase until it exceeded a certain limit. Therefore, when all the energy was exhausted, a human only needed to be thrown into Mo Jing's energy control center to be decomposed into the most primitive energy. Life, on the other hand, was a very high-level energy. No. Shenlang sighed. Since we are going to walk a completely different path from Jiang Li, then we have to walk it completely. We have to stick to the bottom line. We can't throw human lives into the energy control center to be decomposed. let alone use human lives as a source of energy. Your Majesty, there are about 700 hours before Emojing is destroyed. Can we still change its fate? Can we still change the fate of Deqian Empire? Ning Han asked. Could it be changed? Of course, and there was only one way: Advanced Dragon Enlightenment. As long as he completed Advanced Dragon Enlightenment, Shenlang would be on the same level as Jiangli in terms of realm. He could also unlock all the top privileges of the sky-gazing totem, including God's gaze, and that was far from it. Once Shenlang completed Advanced Dragon Enlightenment, he could once again fix all the Jiangli's regret of the dragon and all the space carriers in the Empire. The most important point was, once he completed Advanced Dragon Enlightenment, Shenlang had hope of regaining control of the Jiang family dragon. The dragon's soul was inclined towards Shenlang, even though Jiangli was its first dragon contractor. However, Shenlang had signed a two-way contract with it. Most importantly, Shenlang had gone through thick and thin with it. When the North Pole changed drastically, the dragon even used all of its willpower to resist Jiangli's order at the last moment. It didn't crash into the White Jade Capital's dome energy shield. Shenlang believed that there wasn't a day that the Jiang family dragon didn't want to return to his side. It was just that Jiangli had too much control over it. And if Shenlang regained control of the dragon, then, the situation would change instantly, from the ancient empire to the ancient empire, and now, the dragon was the ultimate power, the divine beast of war. When the North Pole changed drastically, Jiangli relied on another dragon to crash into the White Jade Capital's dome energy shield. That was how he managed to conquer the entire world decades earlier. Once he had the colossal dragon, Shenlang would be able to easily travel to any corner of this world. He would be able to enter any place in the Jiangli Empire, including the ancient dragon pool. There was an endless amount of radiation energy in there that Shenlang wanted. Most importantly, once Shenlang completed the Advanced Dragon Comprehension, he would be able to release a fission attack. In short, if he wanted to save Mojing and defeat the Jiangli Empire, the only way was to obtain Advanced Dragon Enlightenment. Then where was Advanced Dragon Enlightenment? There was no answer. Currently, the only known Advanced Dragon Enlightenment was Jiangli. He learned it from prisoner number 5 of the primordial prison, who was also his highest teacher, the Chaos Prophet. According to the Queen of Darkness, everyone in the primordial prison escaped successfully because of the Chaos Prophet. However, the Prophet of Chaos was a person who was almost too weak to even truss a chicken. Moreover, he was completely useless. No one knew where he went. Then, was there any Advanced Dragon Enlightenment in the Great Tribulation Temple ruins? Shenlang didn't know. It seemed like there was. After all, the Intermediate Dragon Enlightenment was given to him by the Great Tribulation Temple. However, prisoner number 3 of the primordial prison was the Ancient Wisdom King. If he knew Advanced Dragon Enlightenment, he could have taught it to Shenlang long ago. After all, Shenlang's nirvana was completed by him and the Mother Dragon. Moreover, Xianxia's Advanced Dragon Enlightenment was obtained from the Chaos Prophet, not the Ancient Wisdom King. Moreover, even if there was information about Advanced Dragon Enlightenment in the Great Tribulation Temple ruins, where was the Great Tribulation Temple? Did Gang Wen and the people from the Xiankong Temple find it? Shenlang couldn't help but think of what Zhu Hongxue and Ning Han said. Gang Wen and the people from the Xiankong Temple came to Emojing's energy shield and tried to contact them. However, Xuexi rejected them. Xuexi was worried that it was Jiangli's plot. But now, it was hard to tell whether it was true or not. Xuexi was imprisoned in the underground prison. When Shenlang saw him again, the wound on his face had already healed. His bloodline was still strong. However, Xuexi looked even more horrifying after his wound healed. He no longer had any facial features. All that was left were 2 black holes for his eyes. His entire face was gone. He had completely disfigured himself. After seeing him, Shenlang finally understood what it meant to be a dead heart. His eyes were lifeless. They were like a dry well. When he saw Shenlang, he shuddered. Then, he knelt on the ground and didn't move. When Shenlang saw the scene, he felt very uncomfortable. How spirited and confident had Xuexi been in the past, now, not only was his spine broken, but all the tendons in his body were pulled out. It was heartbreaking. In comparison, although sect leader Ren Wan died a terrible death, he was selfish and vicious enough. That was why he wasn't as lowly as was CI. Pavilion leaders was CI. I'm actually more confident than you think about saving the world. Xianxia said, and I seem to have some ideas in my head. In my plan, the Hell Crystal is also a key part of saving the world and getting through the Great Nirvana annihilation. However, I won't use the Hell Crystal like Xianxia. I will use it in a more logical way. But before that, I must first defeat Xianxia and take control of the world. It's fine if you don't believe in me. Xianxia said, actually, compared to me, His Majesty Xianxia is more like a savior. He's more like a god, while I'm just a mortal. However, he said one thing very well. Do your best. Xianxia raised his head. Although he was extremely hostile towards Xianxia's words were very persuasive. Xianxia continued, when Xianxia said do his best, it doesn't mean that he will do his best. It means that I will do my best. Since I want to try another path of saving the world, I must do my best to defeat him. With all the resources in this world, there is only one path of saving the world. There is no backup plan. Do you understand what I mean? Xianxia nodded. I understand. Survival of the fittest. Xianxia said, so only one of us can survive. And the one who survives can carry out his path of saving the world. In order to show that my path is superior, I must defeat him. And once I defeat him, my chances of survival will be greater than his. It was hard to understand, but Xianxia understood. Xianxia and I are fighting to the death because only one of us can survive. However, it is also a fight between gentlemen. Only the victor can be more correct and save the world. Xianxia knelt down and kowed out again. Gang's men have come to the Great Desert and the Mo capital, right? Xianxia asked. Yes. Xianxia said, and it is an old acquaintance, Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia? Even to Xianxia, he was an old acquaintance. Back in the Southern Sea, he had helped Xianxia a great deal. Xianxia said, I did not let him enter Mojing, but he left me a map. That map is in my study, in the pages of Battle Through the Heavens. Huh? Pavilion Masters Xianxia, you are too much. Why didn't you put the map in my Endless Romance? Why did you put it in Jean Mutsung's Battle Through the Heavens? Are you looking down on me? Of course, Xianxia put the map in the pages of the book so carelessly because he could not see anything just by looking at the map. Moreover, he had already memorized the map. But Your Majesty, I can't guarantee that Elder Xianxia's soul has not been conquered by Xianxia, Pavilion Masters Xianxia said, I don't even know if he has been possessed. Therefore, I can't guarantee the authenticity of that map. I have studied it many times but have not found anything. Xianxia said, I understand. Thank you. He left the underground prison and went to Xiaxia's study. There were many books on Xiaxia's bookshelf. Among them were Xianxia's Endless Romance and Jean Mutsung's Battle Through the Heavens. The latter had clearly been read so many times that its edges were rusty. Xianxia could understand this. In such a stressful environment, Xianxia did not want to read profound literature. He only wanted to read light novels. Xianxia easily found the map in the pages. Seeing the map, Xianxia was shocked. No wonder this map did not need to be kept a secret. It looked like an ordinary world map. There was no indication of the ruins of the Great Tribulation Temple. Xianxia had indeed studied it many times but to no avail. However, this piqued Xianxia's interest. The more mysterious a map was, the more important it was. At this moment, Ninghan suddenly rushed in. Your Majesty, you'd better come. There's a change in the screen wall's energy center. Xianxia was shocked. What happened? Although the Jiangli Empire was still attacking Mo Jing's energy shield, there were still 700 hours before it would be destroyed. The screen wall's energy center had already entered automatic mode. There would not be any changes. Xianxia rushed out. Boom, 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 the entire Mo Jing was once again filled with a shocking light. Another wave of regret of the dragon exploded outside Mo Jing's energy shield. It used up some of Mo Jing's remaining energy. It felt like the end of the world. Countless citizens of Mo Jing had already woken up. Seeing this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. However, when they saw Xianxia, almost everyone knelt down. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The voices were filled with anticipation, desire, and respect. Xianlang nodded and entered the hall of the giant pyramid. As expected, there was an unprecedented fluctuation in the screen wall's control center. It was a fluctuation that had never been seen before. Xianlang immediately entered the control center and entered the dragon's enlightenment realm. Then, he heard an extremely familiar voice. It was a voice that haunted his dreams and was engraved in his heart. 10,000 miles of desert, 10,000 miles of desert, I am Jean Mulan, I am Jean Mulan. Note, I only returned to the hotel after 10 p.m. I really wanted to apply for leave, but I gritted my teeth and persevered. I completed the concept, completed the second chapter, and took the train home tomorrow. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Please support me. Great Desert, I am Jean Mulan, I am Jean Mulan. Xianlang quickly replied, Mulan, Mulan, I'm husband, I'm husband. However, there was no response from the other side. Instead, it continued, please record important information, 3257, 3487, 5528 452, 78899, huh? Xianlang was stunned. Not only did this scene sound familiar, but it also looked very familiar. What kind of operation was that? Jean Mulan's voice could be heard, and it was all numbers. For a very long time, there were hundreds of digits. Then, Jean Mulan repeated the long string of numbers. Then, she said, please make a record of the 10,000 miles Great Desert and hand it to my husband at all costs. Ask the 10,000 miles Great Desert to make a record and hand it over to my husband at all costs. Xianlang understood that this was not a real-time communication, but a one-sided acceptance. It was clear that the ancient empire had made great progress in long-distance communication. This was normal. The ancient empire was so huge that the entire Great Desolate Desert was its territory. There were about 100 cities in total, so they definitely had a relevant communication system. Mulan's words might have come from a very distant place. Xianlang, Control Center, can you lock onto the source of this message? The Screen Wall Energy Control Center replied, there is no such function. Xianlang quickly deciphered the code in his mind. This was a code that only Xianlang and Mulan could understand. First of all, this is an English book. This was specially written by Xianlang for Mulan to read. The reason why he wrote it in English was not because he wanted to show off. It was because the content was very private, and only Mulan could read it. Therefore, Mulan's code referred to the page and the letter. Putting these English letters together and reading them in pinyin was the content of Mulan's secret letter. There were hundreds of characters in the code, but only a few words were deciphered. Husband, come to the Great Tribulation Temple ruins. I heard that they gave you the map. Seeing this letter, Xianlang could not help but be stunned. Ever since she met Ancestor Lei, Mulan had become incredible. Everything she did was for Xianlang. She helped Xianlang find traces of the giant dragon in the Xiluan Empire and immediately sent someone to Raging Tide City. Now, there were people trying their best to send news to the Great Desert. So, how did she know that Xianlang was not dead? To be precise, she probably didn't know, but she absolutely believed that Xianlang wasn't dead. This was probably her strongest belief. Now, Mulan and Ancestor Lei must have made a huge discovery. That was why they used this method to inform the Great Desert. So, what did Mulan baby find? Moreover, she said that the map of the Great Tribulation Temple ruins had been sent over. Could it be the one that Pavilion Masters with CI put in the book? But there was almost no information on that map. It was just an ordinary map. Pavilion Masters with CI had studied this map for many years, but it was to no avail. Xianlang also saw that this was the most ordinary map of the world. Moreover, it was very simple and crude. There were no markings on the important locations. Therefore, he couldn't find the Great Tribulation Temple ruins from it. But since Mulan said that the map was sent over, then it was definitely sent over. Xianlang took out the map again and studied it carefully. To be honest, Xianlang still couldn't see anything. This was the most ordinary world map. It was even hand-drawn. Almost every line was even. There were no thicker or thinner areas. Moreover, there were no hints on any areas on the map. There wasn't even a single dot. The map was drawn very crudely, but the scale was very accurate. But because it was just a piece of paper, the complicated edges and bumps of the map couldn't be accurately represented. Xianxia searched again and again. There was no energy attached to it, no layers, and no energy reflection. In short, this was the most ordinary hand-drawn map that could be shown to anyone. Moreover, it couldn't enter the dragon enlightenment state to read it. Xianxia brought it into the image wall's energy control center and tried to analyze it. The result was the same. This was just an ordinary map. But this was sent over by Great Master Terminator. Moreover, Mulan said that the map was already sent over. Then, Xianxia would definitely have information about the Great Tribulation Temple ruins. He definitely would. Xianxia closed his eyes and studied the map again. He still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but enter the image wall's energy control center again. There was no other intention. He just wanted to hear Mulan's voice again. It had been too long. How many years had it been? The two of them had only met once in the south of White Jing and had been together for 3 days. After that, they had been separated for close to 30 years. If she hadn't married Xianxia, Mulan wouldn't have been running around for decades. After hearing Mulan's voice, Xianxia's entire heart became peaceful. His entire body was filled with happiness and anticipation. Then, he took out the map again and studied it. This time, Xianxia quickly found some clues. Interesting. This map was indeed hand-drawn. It looked very primitive and rough. There were no layers or hidden areas. But the angle of the map was very interesting. The world maps that we see are mostly centered around China. The world maps that Americans see are naturally centered around Americans. Some maps are centered around the North Pole and some are centered around the South Pole. The center of this map was an empty ocean. It should be south of the equator and west of the desert. This meant that the person who drew this map was looking down on the entire world from a certain place in the Western Ocean. This marked the location of the Great Tribulation Temple ruins. As it was hidden outside the map, it was like an eye looking down on the world. Xianxia zoomed in on the map in his mind. Zoomed in, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of times. Now, he finally realized how amazing this map was. Even if it was zoomed in, it was still extremely accurate. When it was zoomed in, it looked so rough. But once it was zoomed in, it was actually so detailed. Every fold of the coastline could be seen clearly. It was simply unbelievable. Who drew this map? It was a top genius. It was completely unimaginable. Probably only someone like Gangwon could draw it. On the surface, the lines on the map looked like they were drawn with an ordinary pen, and they looked a little rough. But each line was made up of hundreds of thin lines. This was much harder than carving a boat on a walnut. The map looked like one, but in reality, it was many overlapping images. What was originally a dot on the map, after being magnified countless times, became a complete island. Even the shape of the island was complete. But there were 2 types of information. The first was that the Great Tribulation Temple ruins were in the sky. The second was that the Great Tribulation Temple ruins were deep in the ocean. But no matter what, the information on the map was extremely clear. It was like a GPS on Earth that was accurate to within centimeters. Xianxia even calculated that the location was about 39,000 miles away from Mojing. It was deep in the southwest ocean of the desert. It wasn't as far as he imagined. Are there any high-level dragon insights in there? Xianxia wasn't sure. But since Mulan had specially summoned him, it meant that this place was very important. He had to go. However, with the current situation in Mojing, would Xianxia be able to escape? The Jiangli Empire's regret of the dragon was tossed over like it was free. Every once in a while, it would explode above the energy shield, bringing forth a bright light that was countless times brighter than the sun. The hundreds of thousands of people in the desert capital city were unable to work or train. This was a fatal blow to morale. The hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing were already living in fear. If Xianxia left, wouldn't people think that His Majesty had abandoned them? Would their morale crumble? Your Majesty, should we let Mirror continue? Princess Ninghan asked. After regret of the dragon bombarded Mojing, the heart of the dragon and the ancient king ring fell off from Mirror. At this moment, Mirror was sitting quietly in the corner, motionless, just like how it was decades ago. When others mentioned him, he looked at Xianxia instinctively. "I don't know if I can do it," Mirror said. Mirror's performance had always been perfect. A few days ago, his performance of Xianxia was flawless. Even though Princess Ninghan, Zhu Hongxue, and even Zhu Ning were willing to believe that Xianxia was real and Mirror was fake, they couldn't find a single flaw. Hence, if Xianxia were to leave, he could replace Xianxia and attend the Grand Court Assembly every day. This should be able to calm the hearts of the people. After all, Xianxia's statue was still sitting on the throne during the Grand Court Assembly. Mirror said, "Your Majesty, I know. After you defeated the Great Yan Empire's emperor, someone suggested to kill me. They felt that my mission was over. Even Lord Shuayin hinted to me." This was true, and no one dared to tell Xianxia about it. Hence, they went to look for Jin Jun and discussed their opinions. It was extremely necessary to get rid of the mirror, because after the world was unified, there would still be a person who looked exactly like the emperor. This would easily cause trouble. If this substitute was not that similar, it would be fine. The key was that Mirror was too awesome. He was exactly the same as Xianxia. In fact, he looked more like Xianxia than Xianxia. So many people supported Mirror's secret execution. In the end, Jin Jun still reported this to Xianxia and told him her opinion. She wanted Mirror to live but change his appearance. Xianxia rejected all of them. He wouldn't kill Mirror, nor would he disfigure himself. How could he not accept a substitute? There was no one cleaner and purer than Mirror in this world. If Mirror was killed, it would be a stain on Xianxia's heart. Others wouldn't say anything. Most people wouldn't even know. However, Xianxia couldn't get over it. After the North Pole changed, Xianxia was worried that Mirror would be used by Jiangli. So he asked the Fire God sect to take him away and leave the Eastern world. The attitude of the Fire God denomination towards the Mirror was actually relatively cold. The Fire God sect had always had a special sense of mission. It was a mysterious sense of mission, which was to save the world. Of course, compared to the White Jade Jing and the Great Tribulation Temple, their mission was grassroots. They were almost a transcendent force that grew up in this world. Of course, after forming an alliance with Xianxia, they had the power of a transcendent force. At first, they pinned their hopes on the unknown dragon. Then, they pinned their hopes on Xianxia because Xianxia was the dragon's master and the Eastern human emperor. Not only that, but the Fire God sect's high priest Shelley had a child of Xianxia. When Xianxia defeated the Great Yan's emperor with the dragon, the Fire God sect's respect and worship for Xianxia reached its peak. Therefore, their attitude towards the Mirror was relatively cold. The Fire God sect believed that His Majesty Xianxia was unique. He was almost like a god. How could there be someone like him? Even if he wasn't born with it, it was still a great sin. Even though Xianxia had ordered the Fire God sect to take the Mirror away, the Mirror had been unconscious from the very beginning. He had been sleeping for most of the time. This was very similar to Bing-er and Princess Shenmi. After being imprisoned by Jiangli, he spent most of his time in ice. When I woke up, I was at the edge of the Great Desert. From the time I left Raging Tide City until I woke up in the Great Desert, I was in a deep sleep. I don't know what happened to me. The Mirror said, I only found out not long ago that 29 years had already passed. So whether my body and my brain are still reliable, I really don't know. When Zhuxi found Mirror, he had almost nothing. There was no dragon's heart, no ancient king's ring, no dragon's sword. They were all given to him by Zhuxi. When he heard that someone wanted to impersonate Xianxia and usurp Mojing, he used his life and soul to impersonate Xianxia. The results were amazing. Ghost Noon, Jiangli's substitute, had betrayed Jiangli to a certain extent. However, Xianxia's substitute Mirror had never betrayed him from start to finish. Right now, he was most worried that his body and soul would suddenly go out of control and betray Xianxia. Everyone was independent and free. Everyone wanted to be themselves. No one was willing to be someone else's shadow. Even a loyal servant like Ghost Noon was no exception. However, for Mirror, impersonating Xianxia was his greatest dream and goal in life. He had never wanted to be himself. No, he spent most of his time being himself. He played chess with himself in front of mirror. His chess skills were unbeatable. There were only a few times when he needed to impersonate Shenlang. Shenlang suddenly realized that for people like Mirror, you could possess him, but you could not brainwash him, and it was even more impossible for him to surrender. Because in a sense, Mirror had no weaknesses. Shenlang did not say anything. He only patted Mirror's shoulder and said, "You are also a member of my family. You are more important than my empire." What else is there to say? Mirror could not help but smile shyly and did not say anything else. Shenlang once again came to the underground prison. Pavilion Masters was CI, "I have to leave Mojing for a while." Shenlang said, "There are 700 hours left. When the countdown ends, Mojing's energy shield will be destroyed. Then, the entire Mojing will be destroyed. I will rush back in 700 hours to save everything. I will defeat the Jiangli Empire's army and take back the dragon. I will kill my way back to the Eastern Empire and take back my homeland. So, during this time, can I entrust the entire Mojing to you?" Shenlang asked. Pavilion Master's Wasi's body trembled. He looked at Shenlang in disbelief. He had already betrayed His Majesty. Why did His Majesty Shenlang entrust Mojing to him? Why didn't he entrust it to Ning Han? To Zhu Hongxue? Why did he entrust it to a traitor? But Swiss CI had surrendered to Jiangli for Zhu Hongxue, Ning Han, and the countless people in Skysea Pavilion. He did not want to live. And Mojing was Skysea Pavilion. After hearing Shenlang's words, Pavilion Masters with CI knelt down and kowtowed. "I am a sinner. I will do my best until my death. If His Majesty cannot make it back in time, I will be the first to jump into the screen wall's energy control center. Even if it can only last for 0.01 seconds. Shenlang did not speak. He looked at Swissie's ruined face and said, "How I wish I could return to 30 years ago. You were still the sage-like and elegant Skysea Pavilion Master." "I can't go back," Swissie said sorrowfully. "Reality has proven that weakness is weakness, and strength is strength. The Emperor of Great Yen was strong, and so was Ning Yuanxian. I am the weakling." Shenlang should have said that Ning Yuanxian had knelt down before and had his waist broken. But he had stood up on his own and regained his dignity. But he did not want to say such words. Ning Yuanxian was his relative. He did not want to praise him with such lofty words. "Pavilion Masters with CI, then I entrust my daughter to you as well," Shenlang said. Swissii knelt on the ground and wailed. He could not get up. "Even if I have to die a horrible death, I will protect Her Highness. Die a horrible death, die a horrible death," he repeated the words over and over again. It was as if he was shouting through gritted teeth. Shenlang sighed inwardly. It would be fine if his plan to save the world did not succeed. Once it did, it would be the end of Swissii. He might not even have to wait until then. Once Shenlang's victory appeared, Swissii would definitely die. Every minute and second of his life was torture. "Little girl, it's going to be like usual again," Shenlang said to Princess Shenmi. The princess pursed her lips and said, "Daddy wasn't around most of the time at Paradise Manor, but we were still very happy. That's because I know Daddy will return." This was the deepest part of Shenmi's heart. She did not want her father, Shenlang, to be by her side every day. As long as her father was there, she would be at home. As long as this place could wait for her father to return, that was enough. Of course, it would be even better if she could return to Raging Tide City and live with her father, mother, and grandfather. "Daddy, in this period of time, I plan to design a pair of sunglasses and mass-produce it. Everyone will get a pair," Princess Shenmi said. Because of the energy, the regret of the dragon would explode every once in a while. The light would be blinding and it would cause great damage to the eyes. Therefore, Princess Shenmi wanted to make a very special pair of sunglasses. Of course, the countdown was only 700 hours. Therefore, before her sunglasses could be produced, Shenlang would return. Her sunglasses might not be of any use at all. But having something to do was better than having nothing to do. "Okay, remember to give me a pair," Shenlang said. "We want a pair for father and daughter." "Okay," Princess Shenmi said sweetly. An hour later, Shenlang left Mojing City. At this time, the countdown was exactly 700 hours. In 700 hours, the entire Mojing city would be smashed to pieces. Hundreds of thousands of Mojing citizens stayed in their houses and continued to work. No one rested. The children continued to go to school. The warriors continued to train. The courtiers closed the doors of the palace and sealed the windows. Then, they continued to discuss official business. The entire Mojing city was the same as before. It was as if the disaster outside had never happened. Other than the initial panic, the hundreds of thousands of people in Mojing city were stronger than expected. After leaving Mojing city, Xianxia rode on Big Chow and flew southward in the Great Desert. Southward, after flying for more than 10,000 miles, he finally flew out of the Great Desert. Outside was the vast ocean. This feeling was very strange. From the boundless red, it entered the boundless blue. Purely from a visual point of view, it was really beautiful, more beautiful than any wallpaper. He rode on Big Chow and continued flying south for 10,000 miles. The endless ocean was like a jadeite mosaic. There were almost no waves. Even the seawater was crystal clear green. It was beautiful. Although there were no signs of life here, it was at least more beautiful than the great frozen desert. It was not as hopeless. After flying to a certain point on the surface of the sea, Xianxia flew west for another 10,000 miles. There was only the vast ocean. There was not even a single island. After a few days and nights of flying, Xianxia finally arrived. This was the coordinate on the map. This was the ancient ruins of the Great Tribulation Temple that Mulan had summoned him to. Xianxia controlled Big Chow and fixed it at a certain point in the air. This place matched the coordinates on the map. However, where was the ancient ruins of the Great Tribulation Temple? Below him was the vast ocean. There was not a single island. The sky was cloudless and empty. There was no sign of the ancient ruins of the Great Tribulation Temple. There was only the sky and the ocean here. Baby Mulan? Where are you? Your husband is here. Note, this chapter was written on the train. The environment is a little messy, so there are not many words. Brothers with votes, please vote for me. I am bowing to everyone. Next, Xianxia tried everything he could to find the ancient Great Tribulation Temple ruins. But without exception, he failed. He rode the Big Chow and flew 20 to 30,000 meters in the air. Not only that, he even used his strong mental power to search hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. He didn't find anything. He went to the bottom of the sea and even dug tens of thousands of meters deep. He still didn't find any ancient ruins. Xianxia had searched everywhere in the sky and on the ground. But all of them failed. He even thought that the ancient Great Tribulation Temple ruins might be a spaceship. Every day, at a fixed time, it would fly over this region to avoid Jiang Li's surveillance and attacks. So, he waited quietly. But he still didn't find anything. This was impossible. The message that Mulan sent to the Great Desert couldn't be groundless. There had to be a reason. Since the coordinates on the map were here, then the ancient Great Tribulation Temple ruins would definitely be here. Xianxia continued to let his imagination run wild. To a certain degree, the Great Tribulation Temple was a mysterious existence. It was once the closest power to the ancient civilization. Just the ghost city of the Great Calamity Palace could only be revealed during a total solar eclipse, not to mention everything else. Then what about the ancient Great Tribulation Temple ruins? Were there similar conditions, but there hadn't been a total solar eclipse recently? Actually, the probability of a total solar eclipse in the entire world wasn't low. It would happen once every few decades. It had been 30 years since the last total solar eclipse. But after careful calculations, Xianxia found out that it would take at least 53 years for a total solar eclipse to happen in this region. But shortly after, Xianxia was surprised to find out that there wasn't a total solar eclipse but a total lunar eclipse. Then, would there be a surprise during the total lunar eclipse? Then, Xianxia calculated even more quickly. There were around 17 hours before the total lunar eclipse. Then, there was a problem. Did Jiang Li know about this? Although his hell crystal hadn't spread to this place, and he himself was in the North Pole Palace, he could still send an ancient human powerhouse over. If the ruins of the ancient Great Tribulation Temple were really related to the comprehension of high-grade dragons, then its importance was no less than that of Mo Jing. In fact, it might even be more important. There was no way Jiangli would let it go. Next, Shenlang quietly waited for the arrival of the total lunar eclipse. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the sky like a disk, slightly illuminating the entire sea. Complete silence. He did not know if it was a fairyland or a deathly stillness. However, it was indeed beautiful and intoxicating. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Shenlang once again thought of Milan. He remembered that when he came back from the Sky-Sea Pavilion, he also encountered a bright moon. Shenlang even joked about what happened in the moon. This world was really unpredictable. The Sky-Sea Pavilion used to be a holy land, but in Shenlang's eyes, it quickly became the devil's temple. Now, it became Shenlang's most loyal force, the last force of the Deqian Empire. However, when he saw the moon, Shenlang still missed Milan. It was so quiet, there wasn't even a breeze. Shenlang quietly waited for the occurrence of the total solar eclipse. Suddenly, a ball of black shadow attacked the bright moon in the sky. This was the legendary heavenly dog eating the moon. The disk-like bright moon was gradually covered. A total lunar eclipse was happening. What was a total lunar eclipse? When the sun, moon, and planet formed a straight line, and the moon completely entered the planet's shadow, it was called a total lunar eclipse. This process was very fast, and the black shadow quickly swallowed the entire moon. The entire sea became darker and darker. Finally, all the moonlight disappeared. Shenlang originally thought that Jiangli would not let go of this opportunity and would send top ancient human martial arts experts to attack, but in the end, that did not happen. Of course, nothing strange happened in the sky at this time. The ancient ruins of the Great Tribulation Temple did not appear, nor did anything like the ghost city. Just when Shenlang thought that he had guessed wrongly, suddenly, there was a change in the sea. A whirlpool was forming rapidly, getting bigger and bigger, until its diameter exceeded 20 to 30,000 meters. It was an unprecedented huge whirlpool, and nothing could be seen in the whirlpool. Shenlang knew that the tidal force was due to the moon's gravity, and during a total lunar eclipse, the tidal force would change. But it shouldn't form such a huge whirlpool. The total lunar eclipse was about to enter the second half, and the heavenly dog was about to spit out the moon. At this moment, the whirlpool stopped growing, as though it had been frozen, and then it would shrink. It only lasted for a moment, less than 0.01 seconds. Shenlang seemed to see a light and shadow in the whirlpool, and it was vaguely the light and shadow of an ancient ruin. At this time, normal people would not be able to react in time, because it was just a flash, and they couldn't see it at all. When the scene exceeded 20 frames, it would be a continuous movement in the eyes of a human. This meant that when the time between a scene was less than 0.5 seconds, the human eye wouldn't be able to see it. But Shenlang was different. In his mental world, time could continuously slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. The moment the whirlpool froze, Shenlang used all his strength, and his entire body flashed. So, he completely plunged into the whirlpool, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The heavenly dog began to spit out the moon. The moon in the sky gradually recovered its brightness. The whirlpool became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely. The sea was completely quiet, like a mirror, as if the huge whirlpool just now had never appeared. Not long after, the moon in the sky was completely restored, and it was still like a disk. At this time, the super-flying beast Dachao was dumbfounded. He looked at the sea, and then looked at the moon in the sky. "Where's Master?" He disappeared with a bayou sound. Then, where should I go next? Without Master, I'm just floating in the air, feeling very uneasy, as if the enemy will come and take me away at any time. So, Dachao swooped down, and with a bayou sound, he dived into the sea. Anyway, he could live in the sky, on land, and in the sea. However, after he dived into the sea, he could no longer see Shenlang, only the desolate bottom of the sea, without any trace of life, not to mention sea monsters, fish, and the like, not even corals. This was also a completely dead ocean. Dachao could only swim alone at the bottom of the sea, with nothing to do. When Shenlang opened his eyes once more, he was in a desolate and ancient ruin. More accurately, he was at the foot of a giant mountain, and the peak was an ancient ruin. He had been to Great Calamity Palace before, and he had seen pictures of it before it was destroyed. It was really beautiful, mysterious, and filled with an otherworldly aura. However, the ruins at the top of the mountain weren't beautiful at all. Great Calamity Palace had many mysterious statues and ancient Sanskrit. However, the ruins in front of him had nothing at all, and it was just grey and bare. Everything was carved from stone, but it was really rough, and there were only traces of primitive architecture. This wasn't due to the passage of time, but because it was originally like this. However, Xianxia could tell that the architecture was exactly the same as Great Calamity Palace. More accurately, Great Calamity Palace was built exactly like it, but it was much more detailed. If he guessed correctly, this was the ruins of the ancient Great Calamity Temple. Moreover, it was at the peak of the mountain. Xianxia climbed up step by step, and very quickly, he was in front of the mountain gate. Right, this was the ruins of the ancient Great Calamity Temple. These 3 words were written clearly. Great Calamity Temple. After passing through the gate, there was a square, a giant square, but there was no one at all. Behind the square was a hall. It was completely made of stone, and it wasn't exquisite at all. It looked really rough, old, and primitive. Every inch of this place was made of stone, and they looked like very ordinary stones. Great Calamity Temple's door was closed, and it was also a stone door. Xianxia walked forwards and pushed it lightly. The door opened, the hall was empty, and there was no one at all. There weren't even any statues or bodhisattvas in the hall. But there was a back door. Xianxia pushed it open and walked to the back hall. He finally saw someone. A monk was sitting beside a well. Hearing the footsteps, the monk raised his head and smiled at Xianxia. This was Gangwon, who tried to steal Xianxia's title as the most handsome man in the world. His face didn't change much from 30 years ago. It was still hard to tell if he was a man or a woman, and he was still extremely handsome. Great Calamity Temple Gangwon greets your majesty. Long live, long live. Gangwon stood up and knelt towards Xianxia. He knocked his forehead on the ground. He didn't call him Great Calamity Wisdom King and just called him your majesty. Great Calamity Wisdom King is just the master of Great Calamity Temple. Your Majesty, you are the master of the world. Gangwon said, Your Majesty, you are finally here. Xianxia said, Gangwon, you finally found the ruins of the ancient Great Calamity Temple. Gangwon said, I am ashamed, Your Majesty. More accurately, the ruins of the ancient Great Calamity Temple found me. This again? Pavilion Head Sweatsy said the same thing. It wasn't that they found the ruins but the opposite. Xianxia said, Where are the others? You brought tens of thousands of people with you. Gangwon said, They should all be dead. I am the only one in the ruins now. Xianxia said, Where is my wife, Jean Milan? Her Majesty? Gangwon said, Can I say I don't know? What is this? If you don't know, then you don't know. What do you mean can I say I don't know? Xianxia said, You can't say? Gangwon nodded and said, Yes, I can't say. Your Majesty has to experience it yourself. Xianxia looked at Gangwon quietly. Gangwon, was it difficult during this period? Xianxia asked. Gangwon said, It was difficult at the beginning, especially the first 10 years. But the last 2 decades passed in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty appeared in front of me. Xianxia said, Do you know the ancient Wisdom King? Gangwon said, I know. I am ashamed. If it wasn't for Wisdom King's guidance, I would never have reached this place. Now I finally know why I couldn't get the spiritual inheritance of the Great Tribulation Wisdom King in the Great Tribulation Ghost City. It is because I am just a ferryman. Sorry, Xianxia said. No, it just so happens that I am relieved. Gangwon said, If you want me to revitalize the Xiankong Temple, there is no problem. Even if you want me to revitalize the Great Tribulation Temple and make it a top transcendent force again, there is no problem. But if you want me to save the world, this is too impossible. This is not my mission. I am also very glad that it is not my mission. Xianxia said, Gangwon, do you know about the high-level dragon enlightenment? Gangwon said, I have heard of it, but I can barely reach the beginner dragon enlightenment. Shen Lang said, the beginner dragon enlightenment is a two-dimensional plane. On the other hand, the middle dragon perception is a three-dimensional energy world. What do you think the high dragon perception is like? Gang One was silent for a moment. You just said two-dimensional and three-dimensional. Could it be that the high-level dragon enlightenment is four-dimensional? In the past, Shen Lang also thought so, but now he didn't think so because the four-dimensional was beyond time and space. It was too high. Perhaps it belonged to the category of the ultimate dragon enlightenment. Shen Lang said, you are the one who is enlightened. What do you think the high-level dragon enlightenment is? Gang One said, I am very sorry, Your Majesty. I don't know and can't infer. Shen Lang looked at the well beside Gang One. He couldn't help but think of the ruins of the Lost Kingdom. In the pyramid on the top of the snow mountain, Shen Lang completed the mid-level dragon enlightenment. At that time, the 13 great sages sacrificed their lives and souls and poured them into a dry well. Their souls were like water in the well. It was at the cost of the lives of 13 virtuous sage masters that Shen Lang had completed his comprehension. And now, there was another well here. Shen Lang asked, Gang One, what is the use of this well? Gang One said, I am sorry, I don't know, Your Majesty. Shen Lang asked, do you think it can help me complete the high-level dragon enlightenment? Gang One knelt down and kowtowed, this commoner doesn't know, please forgive me, Your Majesty. At this time, Gang One was really like a pure ferryman. He was only responsible for ferrying and didn't give any judgment, guidance, or misdirection. Shen Lang walked to the side of the dry well and looked down. This dry well was really deep. Compared to the dry well in the pyramid on the top of the snow mountain in the Lost Kingdom, it was more than 10,000 times deeper. It gave people a feeling that it went straight to the center of the earth. Moreover, it wasn't empty. It seemed to have water. Of course, it wasn't real water, but souls. Countless souls, but the soul water in the well was not full, only 2/3. Shen Lang trembled as he asked, where did the 10,000 people you brought with you go? Gang One didn't speak but completely knelt on the ground, motionless. When Shen Lang thought of the answer, his scalp went numb. Madman, a complete and utter madman. The 10,000 people you brought, all of them entered the well? All of the souls, all of them were sacrificed? Shen Lang asked. Gang One still didn't speak and continued to kowtow. Shen Lang's hair stood on end. That Mulan, is she inside? Not here. Gang One said. Immediately, Shen Lang heaved a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't take it. He didn't need to sacrifice, he wanted to walk a completely different path from Zhongli. Last time, the 13 virtuous sages sacrificed their lives. Shen Lang felt sad, but the 13 virtuous sages had lived for too long. Leaving was a kind of relief for them. But among the 10,000 people that Gang One brought, many of them could still be young. Whatever dream of rebuilding the Great Tribulation Temple, it was all gone. These 10,000 people all became the souls in this dry well. Your Majesty, but this well is still dissatisfied, Gang One trembled, why is this? Shen Lang said, you've sent 10,000 people into the well. How much has the soul water in the well risen? Gang One kowtowed, not at all. It was originally 2/3, and after sacrificing 10,000 souls, it didn't even rise by a millimeter. Shen Lang asked, are you sad? Gang One said, I'm in so much pain that I want to die, waiting for your Majesty's arrival. My mind is almost numb. Next, he kept on chattering. Why was the ancient Great Tribulation Temple's dry well dissatisfied? Why did the water inside stop at 2/3 of the way through? At that time, the 13 virtuous sages used their souls to fill this shallow dry well and completed the middle-rank dragon comprehension. But now, how powerful a soul would it take to fill up this dry well? Without a doubt, this well was the place to complete the high-rank dragon comprehension. What was it that made up 2/3 of its soul water? Gang One, of course, knew that the soul water had to be full in order for His Majesty to complete the high-rank dragon comprehension. But he couldn't find any way to fill it up. Thus, he sacrificed all the 10,000 people he brought, and in the end, it was of no use. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. He was also a ruthless person, but it was of no use. Your Majesty, since you are here, then I will follow them. Gang 1 trembled. I will use all my will, use all my please do not stop me. I sent people to die, but I am still alive. This is 1,000 times more painful than death. Your Majesty, please have mercy, you must let me follow them. Then, Gang 1 looked at the deep well. Senior brothers, junior brothers, I am here, Gang 1 said slowly. With a leap, he jumped into the deep well and instantly turned into ashes. Not only was his body gone, but even his soul was gone. He had also sacrificed this well to help Xianxia comprehend the higher stages of the dragon. But even after Gang 1 jumped into the well, the soul water was still not full, still only 2/3. Gang 1's soul sacrifice didn't even raise the water level by a millimeter. 2/3. 2/3, Xianxia sighed softly, looking at the deep well, looking at the countless souls inside. Reason told him that he shouldn't jump at this time. But his emotions told him to jump immediately. Just now, Gang 1 jumped down and turned into ashes. More than 10,000 people jumped down and also turned into ashes. I'm here too. Xianxia jumped down the deep well, which seemed to lead to hell, to the center of the earth. Was it to turn into ashes, or to carry out the high-ranked dragon comprehension? Note, I didn't get home until after 11 o'clock in the evening, so I almost asked for leave, but I still sat quietly for 2 hours to think, and then began to write. I wrote until after 5 o'clock in the morning and finally finished. The update time will be back on track when I get home. Thank you everyone. Brothers with monthly votes, please support me with a few votes. Pastries rely on this to keep up the spirit. Thank you very much. End of chapter 690. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.